Denver wins game number 3 of a 4-game road trip in blowout fashion. 134-119 the final. Another triple-double by Nikola Jokic.
Colton, he's got an empty net. Colton tries to put the exclamation point. You betcha! Ross Colton has 2 goals and an assist. And the Avalanche are going to walk away from Ball Arena and a 5-2 win over Minnesota. It's the second power play goal of the night. And the Wild are about to suffer back-to-back losses.
Murray has it across the timeline. Takes a tough 2. Jumper's no good. Rebound down to White, and there's the horn. Well, the Nuggets shoot themselves in the foot in the final 3 minutes of the game. Too many mistakes for Denver. They lose game number 4 of the 4-game road trip to Boston, 110-103. But having said all that, successful road trip for the Nuggets going 2-2. Final again tonight from the Gahden. Boston 110, Denver 103.
I'd agree with what Kaz said. Overall, successful road trip. Would you like to have that win yesterday? Of course. Those games are a little bit odd. Not only are you on the road, it's an early tip. Like, did you guys notice that even the Celtics crowd didn't seem to be into the game? Like, it wasn't noisy in there. I think they even commented about it on the broadcast. They're like, yeah, it's a early morning game, you know, there's not enough time to get some drinks in your system or whatever. I'll say this about the Nuggets road trip and kind of where they stand in my head right now. They are 39-22. They're now tied as far as games back with the Lakers, 10.5 behind Oklahoma City, but the Lakers do now own the 2 seed due to a tiebreaker. The Lakers have won 6 straight, by the way. I think it's a successful road trip to have a 2-2 record against some pretty good opponents on the eastern side of the conference. I will also tell you, I think that they won the 2 games against the 2 teams who were the worst of the 4. I think if you were to stack these up and say, rank these 4 teams from best to worst, you would go Boston, Bucks, and then take your pick between Pistons and Pacers where they fall in. I have kind of one thing that I can't get over right now with the Nuggets that's making me a little bit nervous. You know, we keep talking about what's the signature win of the season. And who would you point to as the one, like, sort of, hey, do you remember when they beat that team and how great of a win that was? I still have no idea what that is. I mean, they have some good wins. Beating the Pistons on the road, beating the Pacers on the road, yeah, they're good wins. I don't know if they have a great one. And I was hoping that a game against Boston would kind of be that, except when they play teams like that, the offense is harder to come by. The amount of people that they can throw at you, whether it's, you know, any of their starters of Tatum's and Jaylen Brown's and guys like that, even to the bench guys of a Pritchard or a Hauser knocking down threes. They got a lot. And I don't know where you're at in comparison. So the Nuggets had a game that they hung in there, gave themselves an opportunity late, couldn't find a way to close it out. It's not like they were terrible. Had a bad start to the game and then working on battling their way back the entire time. But I just want to see one of these games in which you're playing against a team like Boston and everything kind of clicks. And it's really hard to envision like the championship level Nuggets without one of these on the resume. And you can say maybe they'll just turn it on once the postseason starts. I don't know. If there's any good that came out of that game, like the thing I was most encouraged by, you held Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown to 10 of 30 from the floor. Two guys pretty adept at scoring, had a really difficult time putting the biscuit in the basket. I mean, it's good. But it feels like a game that you hold a team to 110, that should be one in which you win by a pretty decent margin because you have one of the best offenses in the league. And make no mistake about it, they went out there, they taxed the starters to try and get a win out of that game. Everybody played like 40 minutes. Christian Brown played almost the entire damn game. Barely left the floor, 47. Now I'm trying to think of when he checked out of the game. When was it? But look, we know this about the Nuggets. They're good. They're really good. But are you at the level of Boston? Are you at the level of Oklahoma City? And they still have plenty of time to prove that because this upcoming schedule does not get any easier than what we just saw. You're just mixing in home games here and there now. So here's the next sort of, after this 4-game road trip, you're at home for a couple. That's going to be Wednesday against Sacramento, Friday against Phoenix. Then you go back on the road Sunday, Monday. It's back-to-back at Oklahoma City. 2 games in OKC, back-to-back nights, Sunday and Monday. And then after that, it is Minnesota and then the Lakers at home. The road trip was tough. This upcoming stand, I think, is going to tell you where you're going to be. The back-to-backs against Oklahoma City on the road, incredibly tough, but you have Minnesota, LA, Phoenix, all of them are home. How do you handle those? And a texture is right. No AG makes a big difference. It does. But Boston didn't have Porzingis. They were out a guy too. I just don't know. If I were to ask you guys right now, the odds of the Nuggets making, let's just say the NBA Finals. The odds that the Nuggets come out of the West, what would you put it at? 20%? 30%? 50%? 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. You tell me. What's the percentage point you put that at? Because I'm kind of around like the 20%. I don't think this Lakers win streak is anything that's faulty. I do think they're that good. And I do think they're going to pose a giant problem. Oklahoma City obviously has been a beast the entire year. You still have some struggles with Minnesota, even though I think you're better than they are. I don't think Minnesota is nearly the same without Cat. I've been telling you guys, by the way, just monitor what Golden State's doing because they were out of the play-in entirely not too long ago. And now they've jumped up to the 7th seed and are playing pretty damn good basketball with Jimmy Butler in their lineup. So, for some initial text coming through, see a 10%, I see a 3 to 5. One texter says, this is not a championship team. They beat up on weak teams and lose to the good teams. Outside of Jokic and Brown, you never know what to expect from the rest of the team. I think that's pretty accurate. It's where I'm at right now. I don't know if they're a championship team. They would have to have, I think, a lot of things go their way. And they would have to get a very consistent step from a whole bunch of different guys within that roster to kind of vault themselves into that conversation. I still am, pretty discouraged that we're sitting here on March 3rd and I can't point to a big-time signature type of win. over a Boston or an OKC or somebody like that. I'll tell you what, even if the Lakers, if they beat them, especially with Luka on that roster now, I would put them in that conversation. But it feels like if you have like a pretty damn talented team, the Nuggets have a lot of struggles. And I know what you're thinking, like, well, duh. That's what pretty good teams, that's the challenge that they pose. Yeah. But I don't have the sense that the Nuggets are going to win. I didn't think they were going to win before the game started yesterday. Texture says, chill. They're the second seed. You're always on the extreme. I don't think what I'm saying, though, has any bearing on their seeding. They're the second seed because they beat up on the teams they should beat. And there is something to be said for that. Like, you know who did that, and I was totally cool with it, was the Broncos last year. The Broncos beat the teams that they were supposed to.
And actually, for what it's worth, the Nuggets are no longer the second seed. The Lakers, who have won 6 games in a row with Luka and LeBron, just passed them. They're the 3 seed now. So
they're tied for the second, right? Or I know that the Lakers have it. They have it by a tiebreaker. I think
they do. They have it by a tiebreaker. So they're technically the 2 seed. Nuggets have fallen 1 spot.
So, I mean, they can jockey with it, but the Nuggets feel like the Broncos did this past season, which is you beat up on the teams you're supposed to, and you lose to the teams that are considered better than you. But for where the Broncos were at, that was totally acceptable. And in fact, it was encouraging that they had the wherewithal to beat the teams that they were favored to beat. But when they played against Baltimore, it's kind of what we expected. When they played against Buffalo, it's kind of what we expected. The Nuggets shouldn't be there. Not with Jokic, not with Murray, not with AG, not with Porter, not with a group of guys that have won a championship already. I wanted to see them beyond that. I shouldn't be going into, if you think that this team is a championship level team, I shouldn't be entering a game in which I don't think you're going to win. That's the bottom line. Boston fans expect their teams to win every night they take the floor. So does OKC. I bet the Lakers do right now. So, look, they aren't a bad basketball team. They're good. They're really good. I just don't know if they're there. And we'll get to the Avs in a second because the Avs, I've always felt put the Avs a little bit higher than the Nuggets on those odds right now, and I want to play this game again with the Avs in just a couple of minutes, especially after the trade. I still am a little bit, I'm in the middle on this trade, but I have a default setting that I'll get to in just a second with them. The good news is that the Avs look entirely different with Val on the ice. And something that I've said for like 2 months, I'm just glad it actually does look that way, because if it didn't, then I didn't know. I have no idea where you go from there. But it's very clear the difference that guy makes with a whole bunch of different things that he brings to the table. So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. So between that, I want to do a little bit of combine talk with some names that might be on the Broncos' radar, and somebody who dipped, somebody who jumped in the middle of that process. But coming up next, the Avs win. They look different. They make this trade. I want to play the same game. Percentage chance that the Avs come out of the West and represent the Western Conference in the Stanley Cup Final. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Brady Shea will collect with the glove and send it back into the Avalanche zone as both teams will make wholesale changes. Off the bench, Donskoy. Oh, and he is absolutely obliterated. Oh, goodness gracious me. That is a rough hit by Lindgren, and Kadri and Lindgren are going to go. Right by Kadri, another right by Kadri. Oh, he gets 3 and 4 and 5 rights and by Kadri. Another right by Kadri. He's absolutely destroying Lindgren. Another right by Kadri. Lindgren's helmet is off. And Kadri sticking up for his teammate as Lindgren absolutely destroyed Jonas Donskoy, and Kadri says, I'm having none of that.
Well, that's a man who is now a Colorado Avalanche as they've made the move. I want to get there in a second. And Texter says, if you get off the Nuggets train, Brett, don't get back on when they're winning and beating teams above 500. I mean, I will. And I'm not off the train. I want to be very, very specific in the words that I use surrounding this, just so everybody is aware. I am not in the camp of the Nuggets stink. They're a really good basketball team. But they are missing something, and I think it's quite clear to everybody. They're missing something that a team like Boston has, that a team like OKC has, at least for now. Maybe they find it. And maybe, you know what, the playoffs start, and they got guys that are hitting shots consistently and playing good perimeter defense. Maybe that does happen. But I have yet to see that happen in enough spurts against the elite teams of the league to make me believe that they should be like the favorites.
Nuggets train's leaving without you, Kaner. Stay on the sidewalk.
I've never understood it. Like, I'm just trying to give you an accurate depiction of what I feel like this team is. And if they all of a sudden do better, then I'm not allowed to be a fan of them anymore or something like that. Never understood that. Like, I'm just trying to give an honest assessment. And I do, when you have Nikola Jokic, of course you're a really good basketball team. You're always going to be. But I'll tell you what the difference is. And this is how I kind of base my overall thoughts. When you're in air like this, which the Nuggets and Avs have been, when you're in this place of, we've won a championship in recent years, we expect to go back and do that again. If you don't, then you're disappointed. It's the only way I can grade them. That's it. So in their case, do I feel like if the Nuggets had a 7-game series against OKC, they would win? I don't. If they had a 7-game series against the Lakers, do I think they'd win? I think it'd be damn close. Doesn't mean they can't. But they haven't shown enough, I don't think, for me to say just resoundingly yes. And an Avalanche team with Val Nichushkin does kind of make me feel that way. Where you put me in a 7-game series, that guy's on the ice, I feel like they're beating almost anybody in the league. I don't know who they... You could give me a couple teams where I'd be like, yeah, that'd be tough, but I think I'd take them. Especially with the goaltending that they're getting right now. You know, the Avs are... we have to wait a while until we see them play again, so they're going to play tomorrow. But beating the Wild at the time, tying them in points until Minnesota won again yesterday, 1-0 over Boston. Making the move that they did. I know that, I don't know why some people were puzzled by this. Maybe Lindgren wasn't sort of the name that was going to blow you away. But it adds veteran depth to a team in which, if you go back and look at the trade, it's not as if, you know, you gave away something huge in this. Parson was a fine player. Heard a lot of people complaining about Calvin DeHaan. But you want to get a little bit, grimier on the back end. You would have a little bit more of a consistent professional presence there. Lindgren fits the bill. Provides a nice little off or on ramp to whenever Josh Manson gets back in the mix too. And here's a very key difference with what the Avs do when it comes to these trades, or at least where my mind goes with them. I think they've earned the right to have the benefit of the doubt on really any move they make, don't they? They've had a couple of whiffs. You know, like the Johansson thing wasn't great. Georgiev ended up not being great, but they've rectified mistakes. When those things don't work, they fix them. Totally revamped the goaltending room, and now you have confidence in goaltending, which is the first time you've had that in years. We all, including me, looked at that Mikko trade with a cocked eyebrow like, dude, we're trying to win a cup, and you just traded the second highest guy in points? Core piece of a championship team? Still young, still in his prime? And then you watch Netjes play, and you're like, oh, well, I kind of get it. I just think they've earned the benefit of the doubt with this. But I don't think there's any question. You know, all of what we kind of thought moving along here in the darkness without Val Nichushkin, he gets put back in this lineup, and you're like, yeah, this team's different. It looks entirely different when he's on the ice. And they got a stretch of games coming up now where it's Pittsburgh, San Jose, Toronto, Chicago. You got a stretch where you can rack up a whole bunch of points in a hurry. Then you jump back into pretty tough stretch at Minnesota, at Calgary, Dallas at home, at Toronto, at Ottawa, at Montreal. But you got a chance to really, if you want to rack up points and start looking through the windshield instead of the rearview mirror, well, here's an opportunity to do it. I mean, just the byproduct of playing San Jose and Chicago, both at home in the next couple of games. You know, you mix in Pittsburgh, who is at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Now, Toronto's good, but that's 3 out of 4 home games that you got here that should be at least 6 points if you don't include Toronto in the mix. You should be taking 6 out of 8 minimum in the next 4, which could vault you up those standings in a hurry. Get you out of a wild card spot and maybe comfortably into that 3 seed in the Central and then looking ahead at Dallas. So all of that, you got opportunities here in the next few days, and I think that they're going to do it. They have just a really good mix of good goaltending mixed with top-end talent, and now Val being able to slot guys in those proper places has put them in, I think, a very enviable position. And so if I were to ask the question back to you guys, I'll repeat it, the one I had going into break. We just did this for the Nuggets. Let me ask you about the Avs right now. A couple days, by the way, before the deadline. What percentage point do you put the Avs coming out of the West? Because I'm like at 40. That's how confident I am. I think this team is really good, and when Val's on the ice with them, they are elite level. You mix that in with goaltending, where have you guys seen, like, go back over the last few games. How many times have you given up more than 3 goals? That used to be kind of like a staple. Hey, we got to put up 4 to win tonight. But now you're looking at 2, 1, 3, 2, 4, 2, 3, 0, 0, 2. If you can consistently throw 2s up on the board with this offense, yeah, you're going to be in really good shape. And so I know it's always weird asking these questions when one team's coming off a win and another team's coming off a loss. Because especially as a fan base, we start to kind of dip and jump and dip and jump with our confidence in these teams, whatever. But just the initial few, I asked percentage chance that you give the Avs coming out of the West. Compare that to what people are saying about the Nuggets. It's kind of night and day, the confidence levels. Got a 50-50 from somebody. You give a team a 50% chance to come out of the entire conference, that's a really good number. Really good.
Well, I'll be interested to see this homestand. Obviously, they got to keep stacking up points, and you got 2 in the books. We'll see how they do against Pittsburgh tomorrow. You've got to beat the Sharks on Thursday. You've got to beat the Blackhawks on Monday. Those two.
No, Pittsburgh, the Sharks, and the Blackhawks need to be wins.
The Penguins are one of those teams where, their roster is octogenarian, but anytime you have a roster with Sidney Crosby on it, I give them a puncher's chance. So they should beat them, but we'll see. The stretch that I'm really interested in is March 11th. You go at Minnesota. That's a Tuesday. On Friday, you're at Calgary.
Yep.
And then you come back home and you play Dallas on Sunday. Those 3 games, those are those stretches that make or break your season. If you fall flat on your face against those 3 teams, then that percentage chance is going to drop in my mind. But if they hold strong against some genuine, legit contender opponents on the road, that's going to tell me what I need to know.
Like, this is what's crazy, Nelly. We're a little over a month from the playoffs starting. Like, it's go time. There is no more trying to feel this sort of roster out and see where guys slot in. And, hey, we got time. We'll figure – no, you don't have time anymore. It is time to figure it out. We were just doing operations last week, okay? It's operation time. There's no more feeling things out. This is, you got to stretch here against really easy teams in which you should come away the next 4 games, all of them at home with at least 6 points, if not more. And then after that, you got a really tough stretch. Minnesota. So this is 5 out of 6 on the road. Minnesota, Calgary, Dallas, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal. And the only game at home is Dallas. That's one of those, hey, you try and grab 8 points out of that one. You lose a couple, you get it. But this next 4, like, that is setting the table for take care of these teams, build up a little bit of a cushion, and see if you can stop sticking around in that wild card spot and jump more into, the 3 or 2 seed in the Central. I think Winnipeg's too far gone. You're too far back of them. So first thing, set your focus on the Wild, overtake them, and then set your sights on Dallas and see if you can finish above them at the end of the year. Like, a big thing to me in hockey especially is goal differential. I think it tells you a pretty good story of where your teams are at. The Avs right now are a plus 16, and they've done that with a very unhealthy roster throughout the course of the year. They're pretty healthy now. You look at the teams that are, like, big-time legit contenders across the league. Like, Washington's sitting there, they're plus 58. Winnipeg's a plus 71. And the team that you're playing against coming up here, the worst in the league by far. No one's even close. San Jose is a minus 73. Pittsburgh is next with a minus 50. And Chicago is next on that list with a minus 49. You should be able to take care of those teams comfortably and beat Toronto for the fun of it in the middle of it. 303-504-0925. Texter says, Brett, you and Vic are always flip-flopping each week on the Nuggets and the Avs. Look how you were feeling before the All-Star and the Four Nations. I maintained the same thing with the Avs. The Avs with Val Nichushkin are a different animal, and I think they're one of the best teams in the league. When they don't have them, they're pretty average. Every single metric bears that out. It has for years, actually. They are about a 500 hockey team without Val Nichushkin. They win about 70% of their games with them. That's elite level. And it's weird in a game that has so many people on and off the ice and 20 different guys jumping on and off over and over again that one guy makes that much of a difference, and he's not even considered like your top 2 better players. But it's true. He is that kind of difference maker. And the Nuggets have had the same problems all year. Like these teams are, when we use the word inconsistent, it's actually not all that unpredictable. Avalanche good with Val, not very good without him. Nuggets, good basketball team that beats up on weak teams, that struggles against the good ones. And the Nuggets all year have had the same problems. We get really caught up in the shooting part of it. And here's why. I actually got a theory towards this. The reason why people are so obsessive over the Nuggets' shooting consistencies are because when they play against the better teams in the league, they have a much tougher time scoring in the paint. And then they settle for jumpers to try and get themselves back into it quickly when they aren't good at it. And then they play against teams like what the Lakers have become, or a team like Minnesota, where they're able to shoot the ball from three with some consistency, and you have a really tough time perimeter defense-wise. It just puts a microscope on all those issues that seem to crop up against really good opponents. Like, that's what's tough. These teams really aren't all that unpredictable. We kind of know who they are. I think we have a hard time accepting it. That's the difference. We get a hard time just accepting that the Nuggets don't have very good defense right now. And to their credit, they played good defense against the Celtics. It was just a night that the shot was also off. But that's what the Celtics do. I still don't know how the Celtics have constructed that roster. I don't know how they're able to afford Tatum and Derek White and Jaylen Brown and Porzingis and Holiday. It's crazy, the amount of talent that they just have thrown throughout that roster depth-wise. And then you add dudes like Pritchard and Hauser that can knock down a three whenever they seemingly want to. They're really good. Really good. Want to get to the combine here in a couple of minutes. A riser and a faller, I feel like, if you have a running sort of tally on players that are in the Broncos' purview for number 20 overall, there's one guy where his performance wasn't surprising, but I do think it hurt just because of one category. We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Don't forget, you can watch the show on YouTube. So search the Altitude Sports Radio. Search for that in the search bar for YouTube and subscribe to the channel where you get all of your favorite things from all the shows here at Altitude, including the Altitude Daily, a recap of the best things you missed from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. A riser and a faller for the Broncos in the combine. We'll get to it next. All right, so there's one name that has been tossed out with the Broncos, and somebody that they were on the lookout for a number of different reasons. It's not just that this guy fits a position of need and was very productive in college. It's also that he was a local guy who was from here, and that was Gunnar Helm. And I just, as much as it pains me to say it, I don't think that the combine really helped his case. I understand being 6'5" and 240 pounds. You probably aren't going to be a super burner, but running a 4.85 40, I think is tough. I think the Broncos are looking to get more athletic, faster, put more speed on the table. And they got a couple of tight ends that kind of run that right now. Now, it's a difference if you want somebody who's just going to be like find an open pocket 6 yards past the line of scrimmage, make the catch, fall down for a first down, then you could certainly find those. Because he's productive. But I think they're looking for athleticism. And I just, it was one of the lower numbers as far as tight ends that ran in the 40 at the combine. You're just looking for a little bit of speed. Now, in the case of somebody who I think really helped, and I am so intrigued by this dude, Savion Williams out of TCU, who is listed at 6'4". He's 225 pounds. He ran a 4.48. Doing that at that size, not to mention, if you go back and you look at what he did in that TCU offense, it was catching the ball out of the backfield, it was running the ball, it was a whole bunch of different things. He is, you want to look for the joker position, that's somebody who fits the billing. And texters say, to be fair, he ran a 4.8 on a sprained ankle. I got you. Rolled the ankle. I don't know if I did that, if I would run it, because you are going to be sort of judged on that. But in the case of Savion Williams, I think that he's somebody you could find a little bit later in the draft, like a mid to late second day pick, that I think can provide a number of different things for you within an offense. I'm curious, by the way, speaking of the joker position, how'd you guys feel when you saw San Fran trading away Debo to the Commanders for a 5th? Now, you can talk about money or you can talk about whatever. Maybe it's attitude. I don't know. Debo provides a lot of those jokerish things, doesn't he? He does provide it. You trade a 5th-round pick for somebody who has been productive, I certainly would have been in the mix if that's all it cost. And I didn't think it'd be much more. You know, when they were talking about a trade for Debo, I figured it'd be like a 4th. So it's funny. Debo, he's 29. Just turned 29 last month. His numbers did take a hit, but if you're looking for somebody to just give you a little bit of a different dynamic within the offense, I don't know why you wouldn't feel the need to at least shop around. And maybe they did. But I got a hard time believing if you were in the mix on Debo, you would have drawn the line at a 5th-round pick as opposed to a 6th. You know what I mean? Feels like he's somebody who could have helped in that department. And Texter says the Broncos have their own Debo. His name is Marvin Mims. Okay. Well, then I hope that they use Marvin Mims a lot more than they did last year. And I'm going to keep going back to that, by the way. It's probably going to annoy people. But I mentioned this before. The assumption that people make about Marvin Mims being a giant part of the offense next year, I think is premature because we have not seen that yet. Towards the end of the year, the last 5 weeks of the season, they started to use him a lot more. But I don't know what the holdup was at the beginning of the year. If they wanted to do the Mims thing of putting him in the backfield and then splitting him out wide and do what the Niners kind of did with Deebo Samuel, that's fine, as long as they do it. They need to. And I whether it's Deebo or not, I've said this before with another wideout, I want somebody who... I want somebody at the wide receiver position to, I think, round out the room a little bit with a little bit of a veteran presence. No matter who that is. I don't like just making the assumptions that everybody's going to take another step forward. That, yeah, well, we have Troy Franklin. I know he didn't play all that much last year, but next year he's going to be great. And so is Devon Vele, and so is Mims, and so is... That's a lot of things that you're counting on that you're basically saying, I didn't see last year, but it's going to happen. But anyway, just curious how you guys felt about it. I was like, I would have liked to have kicked the tires. I wouldn't have minded at all if I got on the air this morning and that trade instead of the Washington Commanders was to the Broncos for a fifth.
Maybe I'm looking at this through red and gold colored glasses, but I think one thing that happened with Deebo last year is his role in the offense was kind of predicated on him being one of a bunch of different tools.
Yes.
And I think when every single person on the Niners with a heartbeat got hurt, then Shanahan said, all right, Deebo, you're the guy. And he kind of went, oh, no, what about McCaffrey and Kittle, and I'm blanking on the other receiver.
Ayuk,
thank you, and everybody else. And then he had to be the guy. I think he's best served in an offense where he can just be used in specific situations, a chain mover like you and Vic have said ad nauseum. That's probably why he's going to do so well in Washington, is because he can be that guy. They already have so many weapons. Terry McLaurin is going to be your first option at wideout.
And that was the thing. I don't think that Deebo, if you got him, he's not your number one here, but he's certainly just another tool you could use. I do remember, was it in a podcast that Deebo said something about coming to the Broncos? Do you remember this, Nelly? Didn't he say something along those lines that he liked what Denver brought to the table or something like that?
Yeah, he said something about Denver being an interesting team.
Yes, yeah. So there was at least a little bit of interest. One other thing here before we get to a break, because PhD, we were talking about this last week. I've been talking about this for a while. Shedeur. So didn't participate in the drills here, but he was there for the interviews at the Combine. Had a couple things to say when he was at the podium. Here they are.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over. And I've done it over and over and over. So it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like diversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
So that's one. I got another clip I'll play in a second. But I'm curious to see how comments like that hit prospective teams' ears. And here's why. There are a lot of players that have a beaming confidence, is how I'll put it. And they will let you know how good they are and how big of an idiot you are if you do not select me. I think if that comes from a quarterback, it hits different than it does a corner or a wide receiver. If Shedeur was a corner following in his dad's footsteps, I don't think anybody's got a problem with this. They're like, oh, that's just the way that the Sanders, they're boastful. This is what they do. As a quarterback, though, I do think that that's probably not for everybody. He goes on to say this.
I've been through 6 different OCs, so I'm able to adjust to any offense and every scheme and make it work. We went from Jackson State to Colorado and changed 2 programs back to back. So you don't think I could come to an NFL franchise and change a program again? It's history. We done it again. It's always going to repeat itself.
I mean, I know we got a minute here, Nelly. Am I wrong in thinking that some teams are going to hear that and be like, I don't like that coming from a quarterback? The arrogance that's kind of mixed in with that.
Right, and also the part where he said, if you don't want to change the culture, then don't bring me in because I'm a culture changer. So if there's a team that likes what they have, but the quarterback is just the missing piece, maybe they look at that and go, well, we're not looking to scrap everything down to the studs. We just need a guy with a functioning arm. It could. Some people don't like that brash level of cockiness, but some people like it. I mean, if you don't think you're the best guy on the field anytime you take the field as a quarterback, why even lace them up? You should think you can change the game.
Well, certainly, like Tom Brady thought that. He thought that. I could go anywhere and I could change that team. I don't think he'd ever say it like that out loud. And I get it. It's the Sanders. They're different. They've done everything different for their entire lives. Just curious. We'll get back to this in a little bit. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio in that search bar and subscribe to the channel. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
There's the horn. Denver wins game number 3 of a 4-game road trip in blowout fashion. 134 to 119 the final. Another triple-double by Nikola Jokic.
Colton, he's got an empty net. Colton tries to put the exclamation point. You betcha! Ross Colton has 2 goals and an assist, and the Avalanche are going to walk away from Ball Arena and a 5-2 win over Minnesota. It's the second power play goal of the night, and the Wild are about to suffer back-to-back losses.
Murray has it across the timeline. Takes a tough 2. Jumper's no good. Rebound down to White, and there's the horn. Well, the Nuggets shoot themselves in the foot in the final 3 minutes of the game. Too many mistakes for Denver. They lose game number 4 of the 4-game road trip to Boston, 110 to 103. But having said all that, successful road trip for the Nuggets going 2-2. Final again tonight from the Gahden. Boston 110, Denver 103.
Started the 6 o'clock hour this way, and I don't know how else to say it. Overall, the road trip for the Nuggets was successful. They were 2-2. That's kind of the benchmark that we set for them before the weekend started. I can't shake this feeling, though, Victor.
I can't shake this feeling anymore.
I knew that was coming.
I can't shake this. That I still need to see a win against a team like that before I can totally buy in.
Well, here's my feeling.
I don't know what else to do.
Here's my takeaway from the weekend, or from the week of basketball for the Nuggets. I did say that a successful week, a good week would be going 2-2.
Yeah.
That's what I said that last week. Yep. I established it. Mm-hmm. By the way, I did say last week that they beat the Pistons in Detroit. That happened.
Yeah.
Remember? Mm-hmm. I did not anticipate them beating Boston. However, Mark Moser, when the game starts and the Celtics are minus Porzingis and Drew Holiday, my thoughts changed. Then I said, this is a game they should win, even without Aaron Gordon. And they didn't win it. What scares me about the Nuggets, as we've seen every team take the Nuggets on, we know the formula now that teams are going to employ to beat the Denver Nuggets. And here's the formula. Joker, Jamal, and PJ, get to shoot. 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 Everybody else, shoot.
Right.
That is the formula.
Yep.
Like, even if Aaron Gordon had played last night in place of Russell Westbrook, guess what they would have done? You shoot.
You know what? They're looking at Christian Brown. You know what they're saying?
Shoot.
Let the white boy get a taste.
He had 22 shots, and I thought Christian played well, by the way. I thought he played well. He was 10 of 22.
I thought he played pretty good.
But
I thought he played pretty good.
It's damned if you do, damned if you don't, Moj. You're sitting there going, God, why is Russ shooting? But he's got to.
Yeah.
You guys tell me, what if they're going to leave you wide open, what are you supposed to do?
Vittorio, I'm not saying why is Russ shooting. I'm saying why is Russ missing? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He can shoot all he wants, but he's got to make some.
Sure.
I mean, I can't have him clipping along at 38% or whatever it is. Also, I can't get over it. I thought Al Horford was like 60. Okay? Yeah. And he's still playing basketball. He's only 38. But it feels like he's been in the league since the Bad Boys Pistons days. To me, it does anyway. Mm-hmm. I don't know how he's still there, but he's doing his thing, and he's just always there. Not a good win or a good loss. But Vic, at the same time, I'm still angry about what you tweeted out yesterday. I can't not think about that.
I looked at, it's funny. I think what they should do, and you're referring to the photo of Nikola Jokic, the back of his arm, bleeding as if somebody came in with a hacksaw.
Yeah.
Somebody came in with a chainsaw and took part of his arm out. And
Vic, it's not just, but it's not just that one cut, which looks like he got sliced with a box cutter. It's all the other scarring around that slice. I don't get it, man. I can't.
Do you remember
get over it? I'm sorry.
When he had the elbow issue, and here it is, we're showing it on Twitch and on Altitude Television, on YouTube TV, every other way you get us. When when Nikola had that elbow issue and he was wearing the sleeve, and I asked him after the game, why don't you just keep the sleeve on? And he said, well, how else am I going to show the refs when I get fouled?
Yeah.
And so this is his way of showing the refs, right? This is his chart. His like, hey, here's what you missed today, boys. Look what you missed. Here's my reaction to seeing something like this. Now, did the Nuggets lose because of that? No. Did Nikola Jokic deserve to shoot at least one free throw? Yeah. I would say he deserved to shoot a free throw.
Can we just repeat that question again? Does the guy who does all of his work in the paint deserve one free throw attempt a night? Yeah, I think he probably does.
Jaylen Brown, 9 free throw attempts. Jason Tatum, 8 free throw attempts. Al Horford, 4 free throw attempts. Luke freaking Cornett, the kayaker, 4 free throw attempts. Are you kidding me?
I don't know why you're making me laugh this morning. I don't know why I am laughing. I don't like Luke Cornett's face.
Me neither.
I don't know where this guy shows up from. I don't know. I don't know, man. Today there's going to be a lot of question marks today. A lot.
Okay, so Joker gets bloodied. All right, he's spilling his blood on the hardwood in Boston. He doesn't go to the foul line at all in this game. That's fine. Nuggets still should have won.
You said something earlier, Vic, that is kind of what my main sort of thought regarding the Nuggets. And I want to play a game as we do quite a bit with the Avs and the Nuggets because we have a lot of confidence in these teams. You said something earlier that is, Cornette.
Dude, is there any doubt he carries, and I know you're a kayaker, Brett.
No, I used to be. I've retired from
Is there
kayaking.
any doubt he carries a kayak on top of his Subaru Outback?
He's definitely got one.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, 100%. I mean, look at his face. I mean, would you just look at that? It doesn't belong anywhere near the NBA.
He's got his kombucha or whatever the hell you call that stuff.
Kombucha.
He's got that.
Why do people drink stuff with stuff floating in it? You know, like twigs and bark.
Well, beer has that, right? Beer's got stuff in it.
Yeah, not like that.
Yeah, it's not
like,
that
not
readily
stuff that looks
visible.
like an amoeba.
Yeah.
You know, like jellyfish.
Yeah.
You know, why are you drinking stuff with jellyfish floating around?
Okay, hang on.
I don't do it.
Vic said something earlier that really just puts a bow on my thoughts towards the Nuggets in general. And we'll get to this same thing with the Avs in a second. I said I think the Nuggets are a very good basketball team. And I don't feel great about championship stuff about
Me neither.
them. And here's why.
Prove it.
Here's why. If you feel like your team is going to win a championship or has a very good shot at doing so, you do not enter any game thinking they aren't winning.
Mm-hmm.
If they play the Boston Celtics, even with a couple guys out of the lineup yesterday, I didn't think they were winning that game, Vic, before it started. I don't think that they would win against OKC. I don't think they'd win against, I think even the Lakers is a toss-up. Like Cleveland, I don't think they win. You can't say that about a team that you think is winning a championship because Boston feels like they're going to win every game that they play. And OKC feels like they're going to win every game that they play. I'm not there with the Nuggets.
Yeah.
I'm just not.
But I can't go against what I said going into this road trip. I said 2-2 would be a pretty darn good road trip. It really would. Things change, though. When I found out Boston was missing 2 starters, that changes things. And you've got to win a game in which they're missing 2 starters. That's my humble opinion.
No, I agree. You have to. See, and here's the other thing about that. And Moser, I don't know where you're at regarding that topic I just brought up, but when you look at the standings now, you aren't the 2 seed anymore. The Lakers are. I know you're tied in games back of OKC, but they own the tiebreaker, so they're ahead of you for the 2 seed. The Nuggets just, it feels like this. They're, to me, like the Denver Broncos. They're winning games that they're supposed to win. And then they face a team or a situation in which it's going to be a little bit of an uphill climb, maybe you're a little bit of an underdog, and they lose those games.
Right.
For the Broncos, that's fine, because the Broncos are trying to work their way back to actual contention. The Nuggets are supposed to be there already, and that's why it's bothersome. And when you play a team like Boston, the things that you get against the bad teams, which is, hey, we can dominate in the paint no matter what. We'll get, 70 to 80 points in the paint every single night. Won't matter about our threes. Well, they're a little bit better inside, a little bit better defensively, and they force you to shoot. And if you aren't hitting the shots, then you're in trouble.
I'm going to go here with this.
Yeah.
I'm going to go here. Follow me on this one, Moj. I think the Denver Nuggets are better when I don't think they're going to win it all. I think the Nuggets are better when I count them out. And right now, I have them on the outside looking in terms of that championship group.
Yeah.
I just do.
I do too.
I mean, I wish I was wrong. I wish I could tell you I'm confident they're in that championship group. Last year, I know they lost in 7 Minnesota, but all year long, I had them in that championship group.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I just don't have them there right now. There's just something missing. There's something missing.
That's it. That's it. It's either I look at it like this. Either they're waiting to go, like go, or they can't go.
What are you waiting for?
Okay. Everything goes back to Rocky.
Yeah, there you go.
It's from Rocky. It's funny. I heard that song. What's the song from Rocky 4 when he's doing all the workouts and all that kind of stuff? I heard that song yesterday. Anyway, it's like they're either waiting to go and get it on, or they can't do it right now. And that either way, for the first time in I think probably 3-4 years, I feel like, golly, man, do they have enough to compete? And every time I see the Lakers, I'm watching the Lakers and Clippers yesterday. I'm still so angry that it was allowed to go down. It's not fair to the rest of the league. It shouldn't have been allowed. I don't know how in the hell the Mavericks pulled it off just like that.
You talk
the whole
about
thing
pouring,
is incredibly.
You talk about pouring lemon juice in the wound. You woke up this morning and the Lakers have overtaken
absolutely.
the Nuggets for second seed.
Yes, it's all incredibly frustrating to me. Very frustrating. Yes, frustrating morning.
I'm with you, Vic, that they are. Here's the thing: the Nuggets are a really good basketball team. They are, but because of we think they should be championship level, it feels like they're not living up to what we want.
Well, I mean,
but they're still really good. And there's a lot of people that did that sort of motion to me in the appetizer because I was saying this, and they're like, "Oh well, they could just do this," and I'm like, "Just be honest with yourself right now. With what you've seen, and Moj, you go, it's either they haven't flipped on the switch yet, or whatever. It's March 3rd. The playoffs are in like 5.5 weeks. Okay, there's no more time to really get your stuff together. You're either there or you aren't." And that's just kind of where I'm at. Like, we'll get to the Avs with this same topic in a second, but it just feels like this is kind of what the Nuggets are. If we're waiting until, the March, when you keep asking the question, Vic, what's their best win of the year? And
what is it now? What would you qualify as their best
This
game?
is what I was asking. If that's going to be the Pistons or the Pacers game from the past week?
That's not good enough.
No, that's not what championship teams do.
Yeah,
that's not it.
You're exactly right. It's not good enough. You have to beat an elite team, a championship aspiring team.
Yeah.
Now, you did go 2-2 on a trip, and you shut down a team that had an 8-game win streak, and you took care of that. You beat the hell out of them.
Sure.
And then you go to Indiana, which is a quality win. Don't poo-poo that win. You lose to Milwaukee, a game that you should have won. You should have won that game. You lost. And then in Boston, again, this is the difference. This is where my aspirations for the Nuggets might be higher than yours, listeners. You don't go to Boston with it's Boston. It's hard to win there. They're missing 2 key players.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
They're
know.
missing 2 key players. There's no excuse, man. If you play the first half like you did the second half, you win the game.
Sure.
You win the game.
Vic, I'm feeling they're 7-3 in their last 10, and I feel selfish. I do, and maybe it's
okay.
maybe it's because of the way that they're not winning. You know what I mean? Golly, I don't even know how to describe it.
You know why, Moshe?
It's the way they're not winning games that I feel like I need to see a win out of one of those.
Let me
games.
tell you why. Here's what you're seeing. Teams are doing what against the Nuggets now? Now it's out there and everybody's doing the same thing.
They're
Detroit
taking
tried
away
it
the
too.
big fella. Yeah, absolutely.
So what are they doing? They're taking away the big fella. They're making things tough on him. They're not allowing him to go off. I mean, he still is because he's that good. It's up to everybody else. Well, look at what they did in Detroit. They made 17 threes in Detroit. Michael Porter Jr. was 6 of 7 from 3 in Detroit. Jamal was 5 of 9. Christian Brown was 2 of 3. Zeke Najee was 2 of 2. They made their threes in Detroit, and they beat them up. Now, you lose to Milwaukee, look at the three-point shooting. Look at the three-point shooting. You lose to the Boston Celtics. They hit threes in the second half, but in the first one they dug that hole. Look at the way they shot threes.
Yeah, they were absolutely cold.
And that's why you're worried. See the formula? You see it?
Since January 7th, the Nuggets are 19-7. It's a really good record. Here's the 7 losses. Boston, Milwaukee, Lakers, Knicks, Bulls, T-Wolves, Houston, Boston.
Outside of the Chicago Bulls, which was a bad loss, those are all teams.
Really good teams.
That are really, really good teams.
Yeah. And that's my issue right now.
Yeah.
That's my hang up, is that those happen.
Hey, man, you have every right to be concerned.
Yeah.
And sorry, listen, I'm the biggest Nuggets fanboy alive in Denver, Colorado. I don't think they're championship material. I hope they prove me wrong. Look at me. I hope they prove me wrong.
Me too.
I will be sitting here going, yes. But right now, I wouldn't wager on them.
They got a chance, Moj, by the way. Here's the next week to week and a half. Sacramento, Phoenix, OKC, Minnesota, LA. You got a chance. Like, if you want to really prove, you want to put a win on the table that's like, boom, here's our marquee win of the season, you're going to have like 4 different chances during that stretch to do it.
Show me that you can win in OKC.
Yeah, that's where I think the leadership group has to come together and say, I don't know how we do it or how it's going to play out, but no matter what, we're winning this game. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You have a championship pedigree. Show it.
All right, so
that's
Texter,
show it.
Texter writes in, I believe they can be contenders, but at this point, record is who we are. No marquee wins since November. What can they do to be contenders? What is that? What is that exactly? Because you're not picking up anybody. No. You're not adding, like, oh, go get a shoot. No, that's gone. So what on earth to be a contender can they do? What is this switch we speak of?
You know what the difference is when they play good teams as opposed to lesser teams? It feels like they have a really tough time dictating the pace of the game when they play against teams like Boston.
Yeah, they muddy it up.
They have to adjust to what Boston does, and they don't force it on other people.
Well, I've got an answer for you. I know exactly what they have to do. I'm going to save it, though.
Okay. Save it. Also, get to the Avs. Not only a win for them over the weekend and an opportunity to really start to clean up and rack up some points here in the next week. Big trade that they made to kind of fill out the back end of their roster as well. We'll get to that in just a second. Stick around.
Denver has it the other way. Murray has it at the point, guarded by Horford. Spins to the left hand. Murray drives down the lane. His pass deflected and stolen.
Too much dribble.
Loose ball down to White. Bucket here, it's over. Brown, Horford, dunk. Denver's going to burn their last time out. They're going to lose at the Garden. They're down by 7 with 33 seconds left to go. Denver beat themselves in the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
What were the Nuggets better at than anybody over the last 2 years?
Closing. They're closers.
Moj, if the game was tight in the final 5 minutes, who usually dominated the final 5 minutes?
Nuggets are winning the game.
Right?
Nuggets are winning the game, dude, and they're letting these tight games slip late. Yes.
They had it down to 3 last night or yesterday. By the way, 11 a.m. Come on, what are we doing, NBA?
Dude, even Boston's crowd
What are we
was
doing?
like asleep during that game.
What are we doing? A game that starts at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What is the reason for that?
Why is that different from like a football start? We don't complain about football games at 11.
Because that's where football players play, 11
Okay.
and at 2. And basketball players play at night.
Yeah.
And it's just the rhythm of the game.
I get it.
When you hear a post-game interview, yeah, we weren't very good tonight. Well, you played at 11.
Yeah.
It's stupid. All right? We all agree it's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
Stop stupid. But I can't fix that stupid. I can tell you this. They had it down to 3. They made a defensive stop and gave up the offensive rebound to Derek White, who put it in. They go up 5. They end up winning the game. It's making those plays late, making those plays. You made defensive stops. I thought the Nuggets defense was really good.
They played great.
I thought it was good.
Jalen Brown and Jason Tatum were 10 of 30.
Jason Tatum was terrible.
Yeah.
They took Tatum out of the game. You got beat.
That's what's disappointing. Like,
Yes.
you played that well
Yes.
defensively and you still lost.
If I had told you that they're missing 2 starters, Holiday, Porzingis, and that Tatum and Brown would struggle,
yeah.
you'd say what? Nuggets
You
win.
have to win.
That's a win all day and all night, yeah.
Well, they just couldn't close, man. They couldn't close enough. But I've got the answer. If you're asking, so what is it? What's the one thing the Nuggets need to do to move back into that championship picture, that championship class? Because right now, who would you put in that championship class? Who are the teams that are title contenders?
Boston. Cleveland.
And the Lakers.
Yeah, you want to put the Lakers in there, yeah.
They are.
Yep.
Do you disagree with that list?
The only other question is, do you want to put the Nuggets in there or not?
You can.
Yeah.
You can, but I mean, how do you feel about it?
Not great.
Here's the difference to me. And I hate to pin it on one guy, and I'm never going to pin it just on one guy, but I'm going to tell you what happened yesterday. What was the difference in the first half and the second half?
I don't want to jump on your thing. Go ahead.
Who picked up their volume of shooting? Who picked up their play? Who picked up the intensity? Who picked it up in the second half?
Jamal Murray.
He was too timid to start the game.
Yeah.
In the first quarter, Russell Westbrook had 7 shots. Jamal had 1.
You got to force the issue.
And here's the deal. The rebuttal will be, well, they were doubling Jamal. They wouldn't let him. Are you going to be a star player or not?
Star players get doubled. That's what happens.
You deal with it.
Yep.
Who would you rather have the ball in the hands of non-shooters or shooters who are doubled?
Shooters. We'll find a way.
You send him through picks and screens to get open and make him score.
You know what? You can't double everybody.
Yeah.
They're already going to double Joker. You know that's coming. You can't double. Listen, man, if the same intensity he played with in the second half, if he executed that kind of game in the first half, we're talking about a different result.
Yeah.
Did you see what he did in Detroit? Did you see Jamal in Detroit? The first quarter, he took 9 shots, and he jumped all over him.
Yeah.
And he set the tone. That's what needs to happen from the get.
So let's table this for a little bit. I want to go to the Avs because the Avs get the win over the weekend. They got a game tomorrow, but also a trade in the middle of this. And Moj, before we get to what they got coming up in the schedule, here's what Bednar had to say about this trade for Lindgren over the weekend.
Analytics is tricky because, we might not value the same things they value. Our model is likely different, right? And and we may deploy him different, right? Like we have Taser and Kale. It was him and Fox. So he might see less time against some of the top guys in the league. He might see more in certain situations. He might see less time overall. But we look at the strengths of what we think are his strengths of his game and what we like about that.
So I got another clip that I'll play in a second, but Moj, before I hand it off to you, this to me, like I saw some puzzled reactions when this trade happened, and to me, it's kind of simple. You trade Parsonen, it was like he was an all right player. You trade Gahden, that a whole bunch of people were complaining about, and you get a veteran defenseman in there that you can trust that also provides an on-ramp to when Manson's going to be infused back into the defensive
Correct.
group. And so it gives you just a little bit more depth. First of all, I don't know why that seems to be a problem for people. Second of all, if you're worried about draft picks, who cares? You're trying to win a cup here. Who cares? Second of all, just quickly, in regards to them throwing him into the lineup, I think the front office has earned the benefit of the doubt on really any move that they made. Not to say that they're perfect. You know, they've had a couple of Johansson moves that haven't worked out or Georgiev didn't, but they've rectified their mistakes in a hurry. I know everybody, including me, had a cocked eyebrow at the Mikko trade. Well, then I saw Netjes play, and I go, oh, okay. They know what they're doing. I think the same thing should apply here. Go ahead, Moj.
Not only that, but they're not passive. They are proactive in getting things done.
And I love that.
Okay. So they're being proactive and they're trying to make it happen. Here's what Avalanche fans need to know. They just got a lot more difficult to play against on the back end. Okay, I'm going to leave VC aside for right now because I don't know where they're going to slot him, what they're going to do with him. But Ryan Lindgren was a top pair defenseman for the New York Rangers. He's not a big-time scorer, but you know what he is? Mean and tough. He's hard to play against. I sent out a tweet over the weekend saying I knew from the first time I saw him that this guy was a pain in the butt to play against. He smoked Donskoy in the neutral zone. Now, Kadri came, this is when Lindgren just came into the league. He smokes Donskoy, this is years ago. And Kadri comes over and they get in a fight and Kadri bloodies him up. And I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. But I'm like, this guy's tough. And he's tough to play against. And he's going to hit. And he's going to be a pain in the keister. What's great for the Avs is that, again, he's playing top pair minutes with Adam Fox in New York. He does not have to do that here. You've got 8, you've got 7 up top, right? And Jared Bednar, as he just completely accurately described, they're going to be able to deploy him when they want to and in situations. And I don't know who he's going to play with overall, but you got tougher to play against. And that's a good thing as we're looking at the deadline coming up on Friday.
Hey, Moj, my question, does this trade offer any hints to the long-term ability or availability of Josh Manson?
I don't think so, no.
So that's
No, I just think
separate from the trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Josh is skating. He's going to be back here
All right.
shortly. And Lindgren is a UFA. Now, again, I don't know what the future holds, what the cards hold in terms of him, but right now he's going to help you, and he's going to help you in a big-time way in the back end. So keep that in mind. That's all I'm saying.
I think Jared Bednar has told us on this show many times, man, it's neat to be skilled. It's great. Skills are nice. You know, scoring cool goals, highlight reel goals, those are nice.
Oh, yeah.
But when you get to the playoffs, nice doesn't win. Nice doesn't win.
You need a bleep hole or two. You need one.
You got one.
And here's
This guy's
Bednar.
tough to play against.
Here's more from Bednar on Lindgren.
We're excited about the physicality, the net front presence, like all the defending metrics. I think he's got pretty good ozone metrics as well. Like we've been struggling with our D to be productive with 3 pairs, and so to add a guy of his caliber for us is exciting, And like I said, the analytics side of it, can be tricky sometimes, If we feel like if we get an understanding of his game, get him clear on our system, deploy him the right way, we feel like those numbers will be moving in the right direction.
You're just continuing to try and get better. Like you said it, Moj. I love that this front office, they aren't reactive, they're proactive. They find where they believe the weaknesses will be in the postseason. They're like, well, let's try everything that we can to fix it. And who knows, Moser, they might not be done. You still got a couple of days here before the deadline's up. They might find something else.
That's correct. And you're talking about a guy who is Adam Fox's partner. Fox is the fancy guy, right? And this guy is in terms of the Rangers' top pair, he's the hard to play against guy. Now, he's not the biggest guy in the world. He's not super tall. He's 6 foot. But, man, he's a pain in the tail. And I'm looking forward to that. I really am. When you talk about analytics, and I don't know, what geeks are out there going, I look at his defensive zone starts and this kind of thing. Man, the whole Rangers team is having a down year, right? You're talking about a team that won the Presidents, and now they're not a whole lot's gone right so far this year for the Rangers. So overall, the analytics are not going to look as good as they did. He's going to be better with the Avalanche. I mean, just trust me when I tell you. I don't care about the analytics and all this kind of stuff. I care about, are you hard to play against? And this guy's very hard to play against.
Here's the other thing. We were just talking about the Nuggets' upcoming schedule. The Avs sit there. They got 72 points. They're a couple of back of Minnesota still because they won 1-0 over Boston last night. Here's what the Avs got for their next 4, the end of this homestand. Pittsburgh, San Jose, Toronto, Chicago. This should be a guaranteed at least 6, Moj. Guaranteed. Pittsburgh, San Jose, and Chicago are 3 of the worst teams in the league. Toronto, obviously very good, but you should be able at home to take care of at least those 3 and maybe take Toronto too. You just look at straight-up goal differential. It's pretty crazy. San Jose is by far the worst. They're negative 73 on the year. The second worst is Pittsburgh at minus 50. And third worst is Chicago at minus 49. There's 3 of the worst teams in the league. That should be at least 6 points.
Well, it sets up very, very well for you is what it does.
Yeah.
I mean, it sets up remarkably well. And if you need to get right homestand, and again, you're talking about, Brett, a 6-gamer here. If you need a get right homestand, this is the one to get right. They've won the first 2 games. They've had days off. Pittsburgh comes in tomorrow night. Yeah, you should get them, and you just keep it clicking.
To go back to a question you were asking earlier, Vic, what do you think about this? Because this is where I think I'm a little bit different between the Avs and the Nuggets. When the Avs take the ice, no matter who the opponent is, I do expect them to win.
Okay.
I do. There are a few teams in the NBA with the Nuggets that I say no to that. I don't think there's one in the NHL. Look, there's tough games. There's tougher ones, obviously. But I think the Avs should win every time they're on the ice. And that's the difference that I have between the 2 teams right now.
I don't disagree. And by the way, Moj, trade deadline day is Friday. I have a lot of people saying that the Avs aren't done yet, that they may make another move before Friday.
Yeah.
Well, they might. I mean, listen, if the right deal comes along, then the answer is yeah. But it's all about – I say this every time I do an interview about Chris McFarland.
Where are you?
And what I'm trying. I'm efforting on the video portion of this. Thank you very much. I say this about Chris McFarland. I say he's got a responsibility, and he knows what that responsibility is. And I love the way they operate. I really do. I love the fact that they're always looking out to make the team better and that they have the ability to do that. I mean, it's a big thing. Some teams are going to stand pat, and maybe they can afford to do that. But the Avs, they realize, hey, look, in the West, we're only in wild card 1. We need to keep on keeping on. And they're going to be a pain when the postseason rolls around. I promise you.
By the way, Moj, first of all, best you've ever looked right now. Second of all,
You look great.
you'll be proud of this. I went out and I played on Friday with the same Yahoos I always play with. Just straight up shanked a chip. Just straight right. Awful. And all of them, because we're friends, insulted me over and over again.
Well, it should be.
And I dropped on
Do
them.
they insult you as well as we insult you?
They're pretty good at it.
I mean,
Pretty
the
good.
best people have the best insults.
But I dropped this one on them. I don't know how insulting me is going to make your round any better, but go ahead, boys.
Wow. Wow.
I love
It's
it.
a good thing
Love
to
it.
pull. Like I said, I'm going to start using that in my day-to-day life, and it worked like a charm.
Mm.
I suggest everybody else does the same. It's a great line. So, coming up here, I do want to talk a little bit about the combine. I think there's somebody that maybe that if they were on the Broncos board, maybe dropped a little bit, and somebody was a riser. Also, I've mentioned this before, but I'm going to play some audio. And Shedeur Sanders, who did not participate in drills at the combine, was there for interviews. He took the podium, and I heard PhD talking about this last week as well. Shedeur has the prime sort of boastfulness in front of a microphone. And I think that's not unexpected. We've seen that over and over again when he's been here. But do you think it hits some of these NFL teams differently because of the position that he plays? Like, if you were to speak that way as a wide receiver, it's different than speaking that way as a quarterback. And the audio that I got from over the weekend, he basically tells teams, if you don't want the culture of your locker room changed, don't draft me. I'm a culture changer. And goes on to talk about how he has changed every team that he's played on, and he's made them better and all of that. So I want to get to this audio in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
It's 2025. Are you dealing with any sort of form of erectile dysfunction? You're probably laughing it off. No big deal, right? Well, if you are, I'm sure you're realizing it can have devastating effects on your relationship. I'm telling you to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when others fail. The pills or the herbals and all that kind of thing. 720-440-7900. They've got success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So get your appointment today. Your initial visit's only $99. Includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, your total visit is free, but it's going to work. It's an expert staff. So do yourself a favor. Call today. They've got 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, little programming note first. Adam Schefter is going to join this show at 8:30 this morning, break down some of the news from over the weekend. I want to talk about, by the way, Deebo Samuel traded for a 5th-round pick. Matthew Stafford is going to stay in L.A., so that along with some of the stuff at the Combine, we'll talk to Adam Schefter at 8:30. But at the Combine, we know the prime sort of public relations campaign that they're on. They're very out there, in your face, boastful, arrogant, whatever word you want to use.
You're darn right I plan on winning.
Confident, whatever it is. This is Shedeur Sanders at the podium because he did not participate in drills, but he was there for the interviews and jumped in front of the mic and said this.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the coach, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over. And I've done it over and over and over, so it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like the adversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
Let me ask a question regarding that.
Some people just thrive off this stuff, man.
Some people being media members or like him or
I'm
what?
talking about everybody hates me.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And
It's the
not
same thing as like
true.
people never believed in us stuff.
It's just not true. Listen, Moj, when Deion Sanders played and he was coming up, did people hate him? Did people like?
Absolutely not. He was adored.
Where does this narrative come from?
He was looked upon as one of the greatest in the game.
What? Oh, my dad went through that too. When?
Well, that I'll rely on you guys for that. I'm sure there was a handful of people that didn't like the arrogance that Deion had.
But nobody ever doubted his abilities. Nobody ever said, "Oh, he's
Absolutely.
not going to." I mean, it's false.
Okay, but
Nobody ever said this guy can't play or he's not a winner or
That's true.
is he really is? Yeah, never, ever, 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 ever. Not once.
Here's my question though. Deion certainly had this same amount of brashness when he came out for the draft. If you guys remember, he had that interview where he said, I didn't do an interview with whatever team was picking eighth. He goes, I won't be there for that. Like he had this type of attitude.
Backed it up.
Of course. I think doing that as a cornerback is a lot different than doing that as a quarterback. I do think having this type of attitude from that position will turn some people off. Am I wrong there? How many quarterbacks have you heard that speak that kind of way? Because he goes on, he says this as well.
I've been through 6 different OCs, so I'm able to adjust to any offense and every scheme and make it work. We went from Jackson State to Colorado and changed 2 programs back to back. So you don't think I could come to an NFL franchise and change the program again? It's history. We done it again. It's always going to repeat itself.
Do you think that type of attitude, some GM in the league's going to look at that and be like, I don't like my quarterback talking that way?
I mean, it depends on what you want. Would I like a little more humility? Yes. Is he wrong? No. He's gone through all these coordinators. He's exactly right. How many coordinators has he played for? And yet he still produces. He's right. But do you want to hear more humility? Do you personally?
Kind of.
Yeah.
And it's just the nature of the position. You know what I mean? If he was a wideout, I don't really care. That's kind of comes with the territory. But Moj, am I wrong on this? I think that a lot of GMs would look at a guy like this is the face of your franchise. This is the spokesman of your football team. Maybe you want to dial that down a little bit, and maybe the word humility is the proper word.
I'm over this, oh, man, it's us against the world mentality. I'm just over it. I'm over it. You're a great quarterback. You're a tough guy. You. How many times have we sought out after CU games how tough this kid really is? How many shots he took?
He is one of the toughest SOBs I've ever seen.
You don't need to play the violin every time you talk.
Yeah.
Why the violin?
I don't know. Again, Moj, if I throw that to you, though, what do you think? If I say there should be maybe a little bit more humility from that position because it comes off better, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. It's going to be more difficult for him in the National Football League. It is for every quarterback. I don't care who you are. You're Patrick Mahomes, you're Tom Brady, you're Lamar Jackson. It doesn't matter. It gets more difficult. Now, you can rise to the occasion. You can become one of the best. But if you project this sort of attitude and lack of humility, and part of me likes it because I want my quarterback to be confident and I want my quarterback to win. I really do. But there's going to be people. I think he's setting himself up to be beaten down a little bit, verbally.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I don't know why you would want to do that. I think you come in and say, you know what, I just want to be the best I can possibly be, and I'm ready for the task, and so on, rather than, if you don't want to win, don't pick me, and all this kind of thing.
Here's what that attitude does to me. It gives you less leash to have rough moments. If you talk that way,
Correct.
you need to be really
And
good
you are going to
all
have
the time.
You are going to have rough moments. You're going to have them. Every quarterback
But
does.
can you imagine if he had the start to his career, like remember Bo Nix for the first month of the season for the Broncos? If Shedeur looks like Bo Nix did in the first month, remember that Jets game where he couldn't complete a pass? I know it was in the rain. But when you talk like this and you have a game like that, you are going to be under a microscope so much quicker than others would be. Like, I don't think you get the, hey, man, he's a rookie. It's going to take some time. They're going to point to comments like that and be like, oh, yeah, well, where is it, buddy? I just think for his own sake, it's probably not a great thing to put out there this early in his career. You know what I mean?
Agreed. I do want my quarterback to have confidence, though. I do want my quarterback to think that he can really play the game and
Sure.
he's going to make a difference.
I
don't want my
guarantee you.
I don't.
Everything he said, Moj, I bet Tom Brady thought that to himself. Every day he thought that to himself.
Again, there's two different ways to go about this. Johnny Manziel talked a lot coming out of college.
Yeah.
And look what happened. Right?
Yeah.
You could talk. You better play right away. And you better back it up right away.
I'm trying to think of a QB that was kind of like I'm trying to go back. Was Cam like that? Or was he was pretty quiet, actually, wasn't he? At
Cam
least
did-
initially, he
I
was.
didn't hear much out of Cam. James,
He did this stuff, and he did the dab.
But that
and
was
all
after
that.
he succeeded.
I don't know.
Jameis got loud at times, but I mean, hey.
But Jameis was goofy.
Yeah, that was more fun.
Yeah, it was goofy.
Johnny Manziel is the last person I can remember.
Yeah. And look, when he struggled, he heard about it immediately.
Listen, but Shedeur, here's the only message I would have for Shedeur. You're good, dude. You're good. You're a great player. You've proven everything. You didn't need to throw. I agree with you. There's no reason you need to throw.
Yeah.
Everything's on film. You're a great player. But I don't need to hear about how hard your dad had it and how hard you have it. Nobody has it hard. You're fine.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Mose, you're laughing. What is he talking
I
about?
agree. I don't know. I mean, you're a great player. You're one of the most popular players in all of college football. Your father is tremendously popular. You bring it. I guess I look back to Michael Jordan, and he would find like the dumbest little thing to. I took that personally, right? We've sort of made up those memes over the years now, since The Last Dance, and it just feels like that's a mechanism for him and for his father to find motivation.
It's a
or
chip on
whatever
the
case
shoulder
may
that's
be.
artificial.
Yeah,
it's an artificial chip on the
yes.
shoulder. That's what it is.
Absolutely. It doesn't need to be there, but that's what it's a mechanism for them.
Yeah.
And fine. I mean, if that's what it takes to get you going and to float your boat, then fine. Go ahead and do it. But I think it's unnecessary. That's my own personal feel on it.
A lot of people writing in Baker. And I'm trying to think back. Baker, when he first entered the NFL, if he had the same – look, he had his moments where he would put himself out there like that.
But Shedeur's situation is so unique.
It is unique.
Because of his pedigree, his lineage.
Mm-hmm.
Again, he is not wrong. 6 coordinators in 6 years? That's
It's
amazing.
crazy. Yeah.
And to still thrive every year?
Mhm.
Pretty impressive.
By the way, just quickly here, we'll talk to Adam Schefter at 8:30. What did you guys think when you saw Debo was traded for a 5th?
I thought, wow, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody responded, well, he's expensive. But, man, I thought he'd go more than a 5th. I thought it'd be a 3rd minimum.
Would
To
you
me,
be
it felt
upset
like
if the Broncos –
The 49ers finally just said, screw it, we're done.
would you be upset if the
Finally.
Broncos weren't in the mix when it only cost a 5th rounder?
Again, I don't know the fit if it's right here.
Okay.
I just don't know. Then again, you look at Washington, they didn't really need him, but they're using him.
Oh, they will. I don't know what Debo, his production has dropped the last couple of years. So I don't know what all he has left, but it's enough to be impactful in spots. Maybe he's not your main option anymore. I don't think he has been in San Fran for the last couple of years, but he certainly helps them. And I'm just looking for guys that can help you on offense. Thought he could. Now, I don't think the Broncos have a fifth this year, which means would you trade a fourth? Probably not. I don't know. But just you're looking for somebody who can be a joker. Well, he kind of fit that billing to a T, didn't he? He ran the ball a whole bunch out of the backfield, caught 50, 60 balls a year. The one thing that I heard...
I don't know, around these parts, Brett, I don't know they're looking for a wideout to do that. I think they're looking for more of the back tight end guy to do that.
I'm going to read a text from Wando, who's a loyal texter and listener. Appreciate you, Wando. But, this is gibberish. I'm sorry. He writes in, how many local radio stations would spend their time trying to tear down the potential number one draft pick from the flagship school? Weird. Why? Shouldn't we celebrate these guys?
I think we've done a fair job of
At what
celebrating.
point have we torn him down? We just told you he is damn good. The film says it all. Put down the violin. You don't need it.
It's the one thing. It's not tearing him down. It would just be like, I think that this isn't the wisest move, is to constantly do that. There is sort of a woe is me at time with him, where it's like, I'm always criticized. It's like, okay, well, you play quarterback. That's the nature of the position. You're going to get criticized a lot. Go back to last year. Was Caleb Williams criticized around this exact same time before the draft, saying, hey, man, this guy's a little too arrogant and a little too cocky?
Everybody is.
Yeah. Just part of it.
You're under
part of the thing.
When you get under that magnifying glass, you live there.
And when you're arguing to be the first overall pick, that's also one.
My
like, people are going to try and find flaws. Anyway, Adam Schefter at 8:30. Stay tuned for that. Get back to the Nuggets over the weekend. Where are we at with the Nuggets? They can't make moves. This isn't like the Avs right now where they can make a couple of little tweaks here in the next couple of days. The Nuggets are what they are. Is that good enough? We'll get to it next. I feel like this might be unfair, Vic, but this is where I'm at. And I try as best I can, if nothing else, to shoot you straight. So I am specifically viewing the Nuggets through the lens of games like the ones against Boston. The other ones almost don't mean anything to me as far as how I judge the team and all of that, because they've proven that they will take care of the teams that they are better than. They will do that. This stretch of games they have coming up, Sacramento, Phoenix, different sort of animals. They aren't quite in that class. But when you have these games back-to-back against OKC, home game against the Lakers, home game against Minnesota, like those are the ones that are going to make the difference to me. Because they beat Sacramento, I'm going to be like, yeah, well, they do that. That's what this team is. They are better than them. But those teams that are in that other class, as we're, 5 weeks, 5.5 weeks from the postseason, that's going to be my judgments now.
Yeah.
Like, that's why the Boston game bothers me, and I know they went 2-2 on that road trip, and that's what we were asking for, but if you were to stack up teams best to worst, they beat the two lesser teams of the four.
All right, let me ask you this, Moser, and I want you to listen along here because I'm going to ask you and Brett the same question because I don't disagree with you. Had the Nuggets finished the comeback yesterday and beaten Boston, would your thoughts have changed?
I don't know. It probably would be different. Like, honestly, it'd probably be different. They win, but
Vic, the evidence would be there. I probably would have actually said, well, they did it with a couple of big guns out of the lineup for Boston.
That's what I was getting at. That's
right?
There was always a qualifier, right? There's always a qualifier because the bottom line is,
go ahead, Vic. Let's go heads up against a good team and beat them. Let's do that.
A good team with all they got.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yes.
And that plays good. By the way, a good team that plays well in the game and you beat them because you played better. That's what I want to see. There's nothing wrong with wanting to see that.
The Lakers win earlier in the year. Doesn't mean much to me now that they have Luke on
It's a different team now.
Yeah.
I want to see the Nuggets go into OKC on Sunday morning and beat OKC with everybody available for OKC.
That's what I want.
And it may be fair or not. And some of you may think, well, they're just waiting for the playoffs. That mindset doesn't work. That mindset doesn't work. Listen, do you want me to be honest or dishonest when it comes to my Nuggets assessment? You know how I feel about this team, how I've felt about this team my entire life. I don't see it yet.
Me neither.
I don't see it. I hope they show it. I think it's in there, but I haven't seen it yet. Have you seen what I'm talking about? And what that it is, it's hard to define. It's hard to define it.
It just doesn't look totally right. And some nights it's not good enough defense. Some nights you aren't knocking down shots. I said the same thing in the appetizer, Vic, and I had a texter say, well, Brett, don't jump back on the train when the Nuggets turn this around. It's like, oh, no, I'm going to.
And think about this.
I'm going to.
We're talking about a team that is, by and large, tied for second place in the conference.
Yeah.
This isn't a team this isn't Minnesota that's way down there in the standings and their season's gone. This isn't Phoenix that's thinking about disbanding the entire bunch, blowing it all up. This is a Denver team that's currently right there in the thick of it. And yet you have to be true to yourself. What do you feel?
Yes. Vic, nobody knows this team better than us or people here in town.
Did I tell you they were going to beat Detroit? Did I tell you they were going to beat Detroit?
Yes. But when you know it, you know it. When you feel it, you feel it. Nobody, you can look, well, my goodness gracious, they were the number 2 team in the entire conference going into the weekend, and the Lakers, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, fine. Well, they're the number 3 team. Yeah, I think we're being a little bit selfish in that regard because they are the number 3 team in the West after that win streak. Yeah. But we know. Okay, the fans know. We know. We talk about them every single day. We know.
All right.
So it's okay to say, you know what, they may be the number 3 team. We're tied with the Lakers right now for number 2. But deep down inside, they need more. They need to do more. We know that.
Well, what that more is, and I've already laid it out for you, they need Jamal to be like the Jamal we saw in the second half. They need the Jamal we saw in the first half in Detroit, first quarter. They need that consistently. They need that. Because if he doesn't, who will? It can't be just Joker.
Yeah.
So usually great teams have multiple stars, at least two. When they won the NBA championship, and that road to the playoffs, Who were the two stars all the time?
Yeah, it was Jamal was absolutely killing.
It was
people.
He was
15 and
nuclear.
27.
Yeah.
He was nuclear,
15 and
correct?
27 all the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can't go a half with 2 shot attempts.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yep.
You can't. Well, they're focusing on him. I don't care.
Well, and
Correct?
and
Are you-
yes.
You can't.
I want to throw something out there too. Just saw a texter say doom and gloom Vic is back with the Nuggets. I just want to be honest about something here. If you feel like the way that Vic feels, or that I feel, or that Moser feels, which is the Nuggets are a very good basketball team, but I do not put them in the same sort of air as I do OKC,
Cleveland.
or I do Cleveland, or I do Boston. Give me the case as to why I'm wrong. Like, give me a reason, something I'm overlooking.
And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing I want to respond to whoever said that. Do you think I want to feel this way?
Well, the better question, Vic,
Yeah.
do you want to be lied to?
Yeah. You want me? Let's rewind. Let's go ahead and play like some people would do. Let me play fake Vic.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Vic, the Nuggets lost to Boston, but how do you feel about their chances to win a championship?
Listen, dude.
still?
Once the playoffs start, they'll be able to turn it on and make threes, especially if they collapse on Joker. I don't know what you're watching, but I know this team.
I can't. I've heard that before. Here's what's funny, Vic. People will say that, and they go, you got to give me a little bit more of factual evidence than trust me, bro, when the playoffs roll around. I don't buy that. I don't think that happens. I think if they had one of those switches, it would be on already. We're a month away from the playoffs. And again, I don't want to sound like the Nuggets are a team that's a 25-win team. Okay,
This
they're
is
really
a
good.
very good team, but is it? See, we're
We judge them
spoiled.
differently.
Yes, they're not. We're not judging really good teams. Is it a championship roster right now?
Yeah.
That's how you are judged. And let me follow this up by saying, it's not the end of the world if you're not. It's not the end of the world if you're not. Things can be tweaked. Off seasons can be had.
Sure.
Things can be fixed. It's not the end of the world if you don't win the championship this season. Right now, do you think this is a championship team?
Doesn't feel that way to me.
Mark Moser, do you think this is a championship team?
That's a tricky question, Vic, because I think
Moser, do you think it's a championship team?
Don't give me a
I
word
don't wanna
salad,
hear
Mose.
your
You
crap.
give me a yes or no.
Windows. Is it a championship team right now?
No hemming and hawing. Give me an answer.
when they play correctly, yes.
That's
See,
that's
see,
not
that's
an-
fake.
that's
See,
no. See, that's not an answer.
That's
though.
everything that's fake.
Hang on.
If you want fake radio,
Wait a
Moser
minute.
will give it to you.
Wait a minute. Let me hone in on that. What does that even mean? When they play correctly, what does that mean?
When Jamal's going with Joker, when MPJ's making shots, they can beat anybody in this league in any series at all.
Well, then why didn't they do it yesterday?
Vic, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to get down to. I don't know. I have no idea. No clue.
But that whole thing right there, the when they play correctly thing, I can't keep kicking that can down the road in March.
That's like me saying, hey, dude, if Blackwood stops every shot, the Avs are champions.
Yeah. If Bo
Think
Nix
about what
throws
you're
5
saying.
touchdowns, I think that the Broncos could beat anybody. It's like, yeah, of course.
David Ross writes in on the text line. Thank you, David.
Isn't David Ross the catcher for the Cubs
Yeah, I
back
think
when
he's
they won a
listening.
World Series?
Vic, you are wrong as usual. We are wasting Joker's window. No, and this is where I disagree with most of you who are like ready to jump off a cliff because of this. There's time.
Yeah.
There's time, okay? Things can be fixed. Things can be tweaked. Things can be had. Things change very quickly in the NBA now. You know, these aren't the olden days where you have the same roster for years. Rosters change by the year. They change by the month. If it doesn't work out for whatever reason, and right now, listen, unless here I'm going to give you 2 options for the Nuggets to be a championship team. One of 2 things have to happen. One of 2 things. You tell me. A, they have to completely improve their defensive acumen and intensity to the point where they jump from whatever they are, 15th in the NBA to top 8.
Yeah.
Is that going to happen? Are they going to double their defensive effort?
No.
Okay, either that or B, are they going to hit shots from the outside like nobody's business? Like, when you're watching Boston and they're bringing Hauser off the bench. Whoom,
Yeah, Pritchard.
they're bringing Pritchard. Whoom, that guy from Milwaukee, AJ, whatever his name is. Whoom,
Yeah.
and their dude's just hitting. Are they suddenly going to, because everybody says, well, you just pop it out to a shooter. Are they going to do that? They did in Detroit, and guess what? They blew out Detroit. Can they do it consistently?
We can continue this. We got Adam Schefter at 8:30 this morning. Stick around. All right, I want to change to something else here. It's the same thing we were kind of talking about earlier, but I do think this stuff's important. Maybe some people feel like we're being too hard on the Nuggets. Well, here's the reality of the situation. I'm hard on the Nuggets because the Nuggets deserve to have high expectation.
Yeah.
They deserve that. And it's a good place to be when your team is basically tied for second place in the Western Conference, and you're like, I expect more out of them. That means that your team has a good roster full of players that you trust and you believe are championship caliber. It's a good place to be. It's why when the Broncos had a good year for their standards last year and lost in the postseason, you guys remember when they got blown out by Buffalo, we came on the air on Monday, and what did we do? You know what?
Good season.
That's the way it goes, but the
Good
Broncos had
season.
a hell of a year.
Yes, good season.
That does not apply to the Nuggets nor to the Avalanche right now.
When the Avs lost to Vegas the way they did after taking the first 2 games of that season, remember, in the playoffs? No, it's a bad ending.
Yeah.
It's terrible. You just sort of know, right? You know where the line is drawn, and you draw it.
Right.
And this is where it is right now. This is how we feel. We can lie to you. You can lie to yourself. Listen, if you want to walk around and lie to yourself, go ahead. Everybody says, well, wait till they get healthy. All right. You know that the Nuggets starting lineup, when Aaron Gordon starts, right, and they have their original starting lineup, do you know what their starting lineup record is?
I hate this.
It's 500.
Yeah. Yep. And that's why if we're going over to the Avs now, Moj, the Avs win Friday, and again, they look great. Val seems to make a world of difference here. We talked a lot about the lingering trade in the first hour. But here's how I feel about the Avs. If we're just doing the same type of conversation. Moj, when the Avs take the ice against whoever it is, I expect them to win, especially with Val back. And you probably get tired of hearing me talk about this, but it's just straight numbers, okay? It's facts. The Avalanche without Val Nichushkin on the ice, they're a 500 hockey club. They're middle of the road. With Val, they win 70% of their games. That's elite level. And you've seen it. The last 2 games, Val Nichushkin back in the lineup. Tell me it doesn't look different, Moj. Tell me it doesn't look like the Avs are a team that you would put in a championship conversation.
Absolutely. And again, they keep, because they keep making moves to try to get even better.
Right.
They do look like that team. They've got the goaltending. They're now tougher on the back end. You need the goal scoring to get up and down the lineup. But it's interesting. We were talking about that on Friday. Hey, man, this third line really kind of, they need something, right? They need to kind of get, boom. I mean, combined, they had like 12 shots on goal, 2 goals, 2 assists, or 3 goals, 2 assists. You know what I mean? They kicked it up. And if you get that going, then absolutely every time they hit the ice, you're like, that team can win. That team can beat anybody. And you've got some big games. You got Pittsburgh coming to town, but Toronto's going to be in town next weekend.
Yeah,
Toronto's going to be in town this coming weekend, dude. That's a hell of a team, But are they going to hit the ice and you're going to go? I don't think they can beat Toronto, or sure hope they can. You think no, they can beat those guys, and they should beat those guys on the home ice.
Here's what's different about them too, and this is what makes this really exciting. Is go look at the numbers, Moj, of Blackwood and Wedgwood right now, and what they're doing night in, night out. When's the last time the Avs had that? Even with Darcy, I don't think it was this level of what they're putting up. The amount of 2s that they throw up on the board, which for a team like the Avs, you throw a 2 on the board, you should come away with 2 points in 90% of those games.
Yeah, that's exactly right. On almost every single night, if you throw up a 2 or less, you should win the dang hockey game. Absolutely. Completely agree.
And I don't know the last time the Avs had that. Where if you want to combine what the forward group looks like with Val back in the lineup, now adding a little bit of depth on the defensive side, hopefully Manson being infused back in the lineup here in the next few games, but you throw on top of that really good goaltending, it's why I believe that the Avs are maybe in a different place than the Nuggets right now. And you look at this next 4-game homestand to round out this.
Hold on. It's so funny, too, because of where they are in the standings, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're only in wild card 1, but
right.
You're like, finally, they're being themselves. I mean, they've I know each game looked different, but man, they beat up the 2 teams that they started the homestand with.
Sure. And in the next 4 games, they're playing against 3 of the worst teams in the league and Toronto. That should be at least 6. And now you're starting to not look in the rearview mirror and see who's behind you in the wild card. You're starting to look towards Minnesota. Once you catch Minnesota, then you can look at Dallas. I don't think Winnipeg's ever going to be somebody that you think you can catch at some point this year. They're 16 points ahead of you. They're gone.
They've checked out.
Yes.
Let them. The late great Peter McNabb. But this is what I loved about him. the Jets have checked out. Let them check out. Okay, don't worry about that. Let them check out. You're not going to play them in the first round theoretically anyway. Let them do their thing. You focus on these teams that are catchable right in front of you, and you focus on the possibility of getting home ice, because that's what you want, obviously, but that's attainable. I mean, it really is attainable, but you've got to string together wins. And I'm not talking about, you win 2, lose 1, blah, blah, blah. You need to go on one of these, hey, you won 8 out of 9 type of runs. That's
at
what
home,
you
have
right
the opportunity right now. That second period against Minnie the other night was so important. It was so necessary, because our game ended, and I'm listening to the Avs. I'm like, gosh, I mean, this. Come on, you can't do this. You can't be down to Minnie. You can't. And then all of a sudden, bam, 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 and it felt like everything was right again. That was a must-win, right? That was a must-win. You had to win.
Yeah.
You had to win that game.
To. Oh, I mean, and we talked about it even before the game. I mean, you had every motivation in the world right in front of you. You're at home. You want to keep things going, but you have that carrot that's out there. That's Minnesota with 72 points, and you can tie them in points even if they have a game in hand. Now, again, they won last night. That's the game in hand is gone. They've got a 2-point lead on you, but it was a 4-point game, and you took care of your own business, yes. Exactly the way it should have gone.
Not to mention the thing that you want to see with the Avs, maybe the one thing that would keep them from being championship level, whatever you want to call it. You needed to see a depth of scoring. Since Val has come back, I mean, look who did the scoring in the game against Minnesota. Druin, Drury, Colton, along with Val's power play goal. But it's the guys stacking up second, third, fourth liners that are giving you some production, which you didn't have previously. And it makes a world of difference when you have that.
I guess it's all about that confidence thing. It's about, how you feel, because even when they were down 2-1 after 1, I thought to myself, they're going to win this game.
Yeah, I did.
What was do you remember my keys? I said, come on out and bust him up early. Came number 1. That didn't happen, dude. They did not come out and bust him up early. But they did get 15 shots on goal in that first period. I'm like, okay, all right. You're down 2-1, but I felt really, really good in the booth talking to Riker about it, and boom. I mean, they come on out, awesome second period, and never looked back. And with the team missing 2 of their star players, like Minnesota was, playing in the back-to-back, that's exactly the way the game should have gone. It's a professional win.
Talk to Adam Schefter here in just a few minutes. Again, comments on the Lindgren trade from Jared Bednar earlier in the show. If you missed it, here's what he had to say.
We're excited about the physicality, the net front presence, like all the defending metrics. I think he's got pretty good ozone metrics as well. Like we've been struggling with our D to be productive with 3 pairs, and so to add a guy of his caliber for us is exciting, and like I said, the analytics side of it can be tricky sometimes. If we feel like if we get an understanding of his game, get him clear on our system, deploy him the right way, we feel like those numbers will be moving in the right direction.
Just adding depth.
My favorite part of that win the other night, Moj, is it wasn't the top guys having to do a lot of the work. It was other guys being involved. And those are the best kind of games, right? Those are the best wins. I mean, you look at the team. When everybody else gets involved, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't put so much pressure on those guys at the top.
Well, yeah. But again, it's everybody getting back to where they need to be, right in their proper spot, right? I don't know how anybody could look at the deal that went down over the weekend as well on the back end. Brett, you said that there are people who are guffawing at the acquisition of Lindgren and Vesey. Again, I'll get to Jimmy Vesey. I don't know how they're going to employ him. Again, he hasn't been highly productive this year with the New York Rangers and so on. For this team, he'll be a depth piece, okay? But the real prize here is the defenseman. And you got harder to play against. I don't know how anybody can look at what you did. Mm-hmm. Why are you worried about a second-round pick or a fourth-round pick? Who's worried about that right now? I'm not worried about it. I'm looking at winning. I'm looking at getting tougher on the back end. I'm looking at being a pain in the butt to play against. And that's just what happened to you.
Can you describe, by the way, Moj, before we get to a break and get to Schefter, there was a third guy in this trade? Help? All I know is Hank.
I have absolutely no
name?
clue. I have absolutely no clue whatsoever.
Vic,
So don't ask me.
pronounce this name, the last one. It's UDC Hank Kempf. I'm assuming is the last one Kempf.
Oh.
How do you pronounce UDC?
Good one, Nelly.
I literally saw that name
Come
and
on,
I go,
man.
did somebody just lean on the keyboard for this man's name? Just like bend up.
Hey, did you guys watch Oscars last night?
I didn't. Not a second of it.
No, I watched a little bit of it. And it reminded me of how little movie watching I've done over the last 5 years. I mean, when's the last time you've been to a theater?
Yeah, do
Right? I mean, it's just not the same industry it used to be. Just not. And they spent the entire show talking about, hey, let's get people back to movies. It's just easier said than done. Everybody's got 65-inch televisions in their home, and they're waiting there, and they can watch easily at home.
guys, I'm past it. I'm past the movie theater going stage.
The reason I bring it up, the gall of Adrian Brody, who won the Oscar for Best Actor in some movie, Brutalist.
He did?
Yeah. But the gall of Adrian Brody to go up there, and he's doing his thank you speech, and they're playing him off, and he gets angry with the orchestra. Hey, give me some time here. I'm almost done. And he played off the orchestra. He told the orchestra to shut up. And then he went on with his boring thank you speech.
Nelly, we have to play Vic off because we have to go to break. Play him off.
Play me off. Wait, hey, Nelly, hold on. Hold on, Nelly. Let me finish.
No.
But he didn't finish. He went on another 5 minutes. And I'm sitting there going, Brody, bro, this is way too long.
As Vic continues to talk about this, we need to get to Adam Schefter. Go ahead, Vic. Keep giving us your spiel. Go ahead.
And then he's talking about some movie I've never even heard of. And he's thanking every single person who's
Let's go to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. As we are joined again by Adam Schefter, fresh off the NFL Combine, and some news that broke over that. The first thing I want to ask you, though, Adam, welcome back to the show, is NBA Centel got banned for about 24 hours, and then everybody lost their mind. How do you feel about the Adorn Schefters of the world that try and piggyback off your name to lie to people? How do you feel about these accounts?
Well, hold on. I don't know what NBA Centel is. What is that?
Okay,
it's a fake rumor mill.
So there's a big account called the NBA Central.
Yeah.
And he is a Centel, but uses the same sort of logo and avatar and
Okay.
everything.
People
So it's
fall
like
for it.
Adorn Schefter.
Yeah.
Just your general
And
thoughts
who-
of the parody accounts.
Well, who banned him?
Somebody on X got to him and basically is not allowing them to tweet anymore. I have no idea.
He didn't have parody account in his name, so they banned him for that, but I think he's back now.
Well, here's the deal. There are so many parody accounts, and I can't tell you how often I'll hear something. I'll get a text from somebody, and they're like, "Hey, are you reporting that Denver just traded for Josh Allen?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Yeah, I read it from you on Twitter." Like somebody in the league circles. I'm like, "What?" And they're like, and they send me the tweet. And I'm like, "Look, it says, Alan Schefter or Adorn Schefter or the Black Adam Schefter or whatever it is, right?" Like, okay, so I'm like, you got to look, and it used to be something that I spent a little bit of mental energy on, and I'm just past it. Like, it's up to people to discern what's real or not. Like, it's up to people to click and see, is this the verified Adam Schefter? Is this the one that has millions of? Is this the one that's real? Like, and if it's not, I can't help you. Like,
Right.
I think we're all 15 years later after I got the X account going. I think we're all a little more sophisticated, about what's going on, and which is why, like, when Shams drops Lucas traded to the Lakers, and people are like, is that real?
Yeah.
Right? Like, they don't know, so you have to figure it out to see, right?
Yep.
And that's kind of the deal.
Adam, by the way, you did a wonderful job with the Broncos organization. Was that last week? I can't even remember when it was. When you came to town with your kids, and it was great to see you in person. And the Broncos clearly still love you. But that day, you spoke a little bit about when you fashion a tweet, when you break news. Do you worry that someone else is going to beat you to that news, and like your thumb's getting in the way? Are you like, no, I got to make sure this is right before I hit send?
Well, first of all, Vic, you did a great job that day. You were the moderator of the discussion, and you led the way, and you did a great job. And I really mean that. It was outstanding. It was just a tremendous afternoon there. As you know, it was a memorable day, and I know my two children love being there, and I love being there, and it was an honor to be up there with you. But, the world is changing all the time. Like the other night, Deebo Samuel, just a recent example. I get a call. Like, I knew that trade was coming for a couple of days. I'm waiting for it to be agreed to. Like, it's going to happen. And you get the call. I just sat down to dinner. And so, okay, now I want to just verify. I sent out a couple of texts to people waiting. And finally you just go. Like, I don't know. It's a hard thing to describe. You just, it's happening. I just think at this time of the year where there's big stuff flying all the time, you're doing your best job, obviously, always to make sure it's right, to verify. There aren't many things that just come out of nowhere that surprise you, that you're like, ooh, I got to check. Like the Deebo one I've been waiting on. So it's not like it's a big surprise.
Yeah.
Like, we're all waiting to see what happens with Sam Darnold and Justin Fields and all those things like that. Everybody's waiting, right? So it's not like, we know the free agents. We know there's going to be stuff with Cooper Kupp, and there's going to be stuff with T. Higgins here. And so it is what it is. Everybody's tracking the same thing for the next couple of weeks, right? The interesting part to me is, like, after that, sometimes there's a trade, a deal. You are, whoa, what happened here? That to me, that's a little bit more challenging and distinguishing, if you will.
Well, in a related story, has another reporter in your beat wanted to beat your ass at a Starbucks? Have you ever had that happen to you?
Great question.
I've had people that I'm sure wanted to beat my ass. They were not reporters.
Hey, just if you want to get in the headlines, Adam, I'll start a beef with you. We can try and have a tussle at some point. If you don't want to get in the news, don't want to get one-upped by anybody.
Well, what's so hysterical about that is that Stafford goes back to the Rams. I mean, it was all ado about nothing.
Well, I mean, I am not big into denying other people's stories, right? Like, I just don't think that does a lot of good. Like, again, the day before, Cecil Lammey, who I happen to like, he's a great guy, puts out there that Rob Gronkowski coming back to the Broncos. With all due respect to Cecil, I don't know who told him that. He's not coming back. He's not coming back to the Broncos. Broncos didn't know anything about it. I'm not going to put something out about it. I'm not going to show up the guy. Mm-hmm. Other people did. Not what I like to do. I don't like to deny stories that I haven't reported on, and kind of, I just don't think it's a great look ever. And so I think that's a little bit what that was about, right? Like, I don't need to deny something. Just report what you know, and leave it at that.
Adam, speaking of the Deebo Samuel trade, as he goes to Washington for a 5th-round pick, he's somebody that fits a, quote, Joker bill that the Broncos keep talking about. Were the Broncos ever in discussions for Deebo that you know of?
Yeah, they had discussions with the Niners about Deebo. They just ultimately decided not to do it for whatever reason. They felt like there were other options that were more compelling, probably cheaper, because Deebo was going to cost you $17.5 to $20 million for the year. And Denver obviously decided to put its money elsewhere. Whatever Denver's planning here to do, and we'll see in the coming weeks, I think Denver feels like it will get more value, more bang elsewhere at that Joker spot. And so they did talk to the Niners. They did explore it, and they did decide not to do it.
Are the Niners done? What's all this talk about Bosa? And there's some other players. I mean, what's going on there? And they got to re-sign their quarterback. I don't know when that's going to happen, but is that a fallout from having to re-sign their quarterback?
They've pushed their bills out all these years in an effort to try to get that Super Bowl, and have spent so much money on so many players and stretched the cap that far that the bill's kind of coming due this offseason. And so you saw them move on from Deebo. You see them being open to moving on to Ayuk. They won't be the only players that the team lets go. It'll be hard to re-sign some of those players that they have as free agents in free agency. You're going to see them go through a transition this offseason, I think.
It's interesting. We were talking earlier about Shedeur Sanders and about what he said at the Combine, Adam, and this us against the world mentality, even though we know he's a great player and whatnot. From talking to GMs around the league, what do GMs want out of their quarterback? You want confidence, but do you want that sort of personality? What are GMs looking for
let's
with
play
a young guy?
Let's play it for Adam.
Okay.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the coach, that don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over, and I've done it over and over and over. So it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like the adversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
He's a great player. Great player. What do GMs want out of their quarterback?
They want to win. They want guys who have the it factor. They want guys that have accuracy. They want guys that throw guys open. They want guys that get it done. You could talk a big game. You could not say anything. You could be like Joe Flacco and be quiet. You could be like Shedeur and be a little bit outspoken. It doesn't really matter in the end. It matters whether or not you can produce on the field. That's all that really matters. Shedeur's a guy that's always gotten it done. I believe his future is bright. I believe there's more good ahead for him. I don't think, and athletes evolve. Like, Shedeur 20 years ago, that might have been more. I hear that. I'm like, so, okay, yeah. Like 20 years ago, that might have gotten even more attention than it does today. Today, it's kind of the way of the world. It's the way that a lot of young athletes are, the way they've been groomed. Now they're being paid. Now they're getting NIL money. Now, they can afford to drive fancy cars around college campuses legally. It's just a different day and age. I'm good with Shedeur on my team.
Adam Schefter with us as he is a few more times here during this part of the schedule, combine into free agency, and then we'll get back to get back at it next year. Now, part of this, we were convinced on this show when that news story did break about.
Wait, hold on. You just said. Hold on. You just said. Does that mean you're re-signing me for next year? Is that the deal?
I
in this day and age when futures are being decided at the league year, like before we bring him back. Did you just break news there, Brett? Is that the deal? I'm curious.
It's an assumption, I suppose, that I had that I'm not in charge of.
Well, Adam, much like the Niners, the bill's going to be paid now. We our boy over here is going to be owed a big sum of money. We don't know if we can afford anybody else. So
I guess that's
might have to franchise you, Adam.
But on that subject, we were just kind of talking about, hey, is somebody else on the move going somewhere else? What took place between Stafford being allowed to explore different options, meeting with Tom Brady, whether it was on purpose or not, Raiders, all this different stuff, but then eventually brought back? What was all of this about, I suppose?
Yeah, before I get to that, Vic, I'm going to say right now, if the station doesn't tag me, I'm leaving. Okay? I'm just saying that. Tag me or trade me. I'm out. In relation to Matthew Stafford, look, I think the bottom line is, in all these situations, there's a process that everybody has to go through, teams and players. And in this particular case, they were able to expedite the process, get it going earlier, which leads to a lot of speculation and a lot of options and scenarios. And they were trying to get clarity on Matthew Stafford's value. And so the Rams allowed his agent to go speak to other teams. And I think that they found out that his value was probably a little higher than they might have thought. And so Matthew Stafford had a decision to make, as did the Rams. Is this something that I want to go through? I want to go pursue this elsewhere, or do I want to be back in LA? And you go through the machinations. And oh, by the way, at various points, there were times when I thought, he may get traded to the Giants here. And there were times I thought, he may get traded to the Raiders here. And in the end, ultimately, it probably ended up the way that most people thought it would, even though there were times when it seemed like it could very well go in another direction. So it's just the process that everybody went through. It led them back to each other, and Matthew Stafford staying in LA now.
Aaron Rodgers. I keep hearing the Giants and Aaron Rodgers. Are you kidding me? In New York? Is that real?
Possible. It's possible, Vic. Oh, look, here's the deal. We're playing a game of musical chairs with quarterbacks. The Rams chair has been filled, okay? So there are now two chairs in New York. We know he's not going to the Jets. There's a chair in Las Vegas. There's potential chairs in Indy and Cleveland. I don't see Aaron Rodgers going there. I don't see him going to Tennessee. Which chair you want him taking?
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh, the Giants. There aren't many chairs available to him. That's the issue.
Well, he's also, he's north of 40. It's just crazy to me that we're talking about a guy. Adam, I know what I saw this year in a Jets uniform, and I understand the Jets are in a bad spot, but can the guy still play the game at a high level? If I was a team out there in need of a quarterback, I would ask that question, and I'd really want to know, man, because, guys drop off quickly, as good as he is.
Well, again, what are the options? The Giants tried on Stafford. They didn't get him. So now you go on to the next one. That's the whole thing here. And so the quarterback options, which were not exactly abundant to begin with, are beginning to go off the shelf. And with each one that goes off, it leaves you with one fewer option. And so now, Aaron Rodgers is one of the options. It wouldn't have been the guy that any team is setting out to say, boy, we're building our program around him the way the Jets did 2 years ago. But he's an option, and he's being considered in New York.
Adam Schefter joining us again for the free agency period. Can't wait to talk about that. That opens up a week in 2 days from right now. Adam, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day. We'll talk next Monday.
All right, bud.
That is Adam Schefter, who is joining us again next Monday as we lead our way into NFL free agency, which I can't wait for.
This is the fun time. Although free agency sort of sucks this year in terms of talent, but there's always something sure to happen that will surprise, right?
Yep.
Always does.
Yeah, that's what's funny is that the Broncos finally have a little bit of cash to play with, and there's just not that many options on the table to have big deals.
Nothing wrong with that.
They did that a couple years ago. If you guys remember, that first couple days of free agency a couple years ago when they got McGlinchey, Ben Powers, Zach Allen, that was a pretty big spending spree. I don't know what that's going to look like now, but it's always exciting because free agency is – I feel this way in the NBA too. Like the NFL draft is always bigger because we watch a lot of college football. We know the guys involved.
Lead up to it.
The NBA free agency period is just insanity every single year. But the Broncos with some ability to do some stuff. Like, I can't wait.
By the way, did you guys see who Mel Kiper in his latest mock draft? Mel Kiper's got the Broncos taking Holston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Saw that.
It's a couple times now, though, that he's been put in that slot by a couple different people at 20.
And he showed up at the combine wearing that. His shoulder just got operated on, so he can't do anything for like 5-6 months.
I was going to ask you guys something about guys who I think, one guy who rose and then one guy who fell with the Broncos, two positions that they would kind of need and are looking for. And one of them's a local kid. And I don't know if you've seen the pictures of Gunnar Helm's ankle.
Ooh.
The fact that he decided to run a 40 on that thing, and look, it wasn't great. He ran like a 4.84. I don't think I would have done it. My ankle looked like that. I'm not running a 40 and having that just in the back of somebody's mind.
Yeah, but he'll get a chance to fix that at his pro day.
Yeah.
But it looked nasty.
It did. It's giant softball on the side of his foot. Here's the other thing.
Well, and the thing is, too, it looks like a calico cat. I mean, there's different colors. You know it's bad when it's multicolored, like a Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Here's another name, Vic. It's yours and my boy. 6'5", 230 pounds, running a 4.4.
You talking about the guy I mentioned on Friday?
Savion Williams.
Yeah, I told you.
I love this guy.
I told you.
I love him.
I'm telling you right now.
It was a 4.48.
I'm telling you, he has all the makings of that Joker position because he's big, he's bad, he can run, he can catch. If you want to draft that position, that dude is really, really talented.
I love it. I watched that one specifically. I go, oh, is that Savion Williams? All right, come on, dude. Give me a good time.
See how big he is?
He's huge. And he runs a sub 4.5.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, if they can make him a tight end if they really beef him up a little bit.
I need to take a lot of beef. He's still only 222. That's what he was listed at the combine, but still incredibly intriguing.
Hey, how about Jackson Dart?
Yeah, I wonder if people get enamored with the cannon.
A long ball.
Yeah.
Everybody does. Remember last year was Joe Milton?
He's my Joe Milton of this year. Exactly right. And Joe Milton, it is fun just to watch a quarterback just uncork one, right? And put it on the money 50, 60, 70 yards downfield.
And the ones that they don't have much height, they're just like they're anti-Moser. Moser, what did you call the pass?
The teardrop.
The teardrop. Nothing teardrop about him.
It was the version of the teardrop, just kind of straight up and straight down. You drop it in a little pocket there.
Not him.
Remember the Bo Nix throw to Mims in the Cleveland game?
That was a laser.
That was a laser.
That was a laser over the middle.
It's a 50-yard laser.
Year.
One other thing I got to ask about the combine. I know a lot of guys like Scadaboo out of Arizona State. I'm sort of lukewarm on it. He does some things that are nice, but I think he's more of an extra piece than he is a feature guy. But people were salivating at this. So he was participating in some of these drills, the 40, blah, blah, blah. But he had a 39.5-inch vertical. And people were salivating over that. And they go, that's incredibly impressive. Almost a 40-inch vert is crazy. What does that mean at running back, though?
Unless you're going to jump over the pile.
I was going to ask the question. What does that? What does that mean? I mean, a would-be tackler is coming at you. You can leap over him. I mean, what are we doing here?
I mean, I'll tell you what it means. I mean, this is the day of the hurdle. All these defensive backs are going low to tackle guys. How many hurdles have we seen when a running back gets to the outside? Happens all the time.
The old Saquon reverse hurdle.
I tell you who used verticality and used it well. Remember Walter Payton at the goal line, Moshe?
Sure.
You kidding me?
He was up over the top every single time. Yeah, you couldn't stop it.
So come on.
By the way, Moshe,
hold on a second. Verticality?
That's a word.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. It does. It.
Have you ever heard of
like,
the law of verticality? Hey,
That's a
dude,
word.
just because your vert is negative.
You ever heard of the law of shut your holity? Listen, it's one of that's one of those words.
Moshe, those of us who live above the rim and have lived above the rim understand the law of verticality.
Okay.
It's a different world up there.
I know it's a word, but that's one of those words where when you use it, it doesn't feel like it's supposed to be a word, but it fits and makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Jeff and Parker writes in, Torrey Horton.
Yeah.
Did you see his 40?
4.42.
He was fast.
We all know that Torrey's a great player. Always has been. He got derailed with injuries this last year.
He had
which
the
sucks.
hamstring injuries, too, and those things take forever to heal.
I remember we were talking to Peter Schaefer during training camp this year. We're talking about guys locally, Colorado guys, whether it's CSU, Air Force, CU, whatever, that were draftable dudes. You know, through the eyes of an agent, like who is he looking for to potentially represent, right? And he says Torrey Horton.
He was definitely up there. Yeah, he was definitely up there.
He thought Torrey could be like late 1, early 2 kind of guy. And I think the injuries just kind of derailed a lot of that. But it's good to see him jump back with a 4.42 that's going to help.
Now listen to us. I mean, we're shiny objects. We're talking about receivers, and that's not necessarily a go-to area for the Broncos. Other areas is where they should concern themselves.
Sure. I wouldn't mind one, though. Just quickly here, Moj, by the way, how cool is it? I know you weren't on the post game for the Avs, but to have PS2 on the post game set, checking out the Avs, and he sounds like he's turning into quite the hockey fan from what I heard.
They made him a custom PS2 Avalanche jersey.
It's cool, too.
Pretty dang cool. Yeah, it was cool, and he went on the set with Kiefer, and he's shooting the breeze, and he was digging it, man. I love and Yanni was there. I love the fact that he's there on the glass showing support for, his fellow Denver team. It was really cool, man.
Any athlete in town who
by the way,
supports the other teams.
They put him on Ball Arena Vision.
Yeah.
The crowd went crazy on Friday night.
Which brings me to a category I'd like to get to, and I promised I would talk about it today because it was a topic yesterday after the Nuggets game.
Can you tease it?
Yes. Stands versus fans. Fans versus stands. If you don't know the difference, we'll explain.
All Conversations with Adam Schefter brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more, and we'll talk to Schefter.
Verticality. Hi.
We'll talk to Schefter again next Monday, leading into free agency, which is right around the corner. But stands versus fans. Vic will give you the explanation next. All right, before Vic explains the difference between stands and fans, just want to say I went out Saturday night to Wings Over the Rockies. First time I actually been there.
That's a cool place.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So I was helping our friends of mine over at Launchpad Brewery. They needed help pouring for this event, so I was pouring some beers. I wanted to say thank you to everybody who stopped by and said hi, including Addie being one of them. 4 or 5 people walked up, said they loved the show. Glad to see you all, guys. Yeah.
A lot of ladies listen to the show.
Hold on a second. You've never been to Wings Over the Rockies before?
I've never. That was the first time.
But the story here is the ladies that listen to the show, and a couple of those ladies said they've gotten their men to listen.
Yes. They brought their husbands over like, I got my husband to listen to your guys' show. And I was like, oh, well, thank you very much.
No surprise the ladies
Those
love us.
Smart gals.
Yep.
Smart gals.
So shout out to everybody
I'm an airplane geek. So as you can imagine, I am a member of Wings Over the Rockies.
I knew as soon as you said Wings Over the Rockies, we were going to lose him for a good half hour. So.
Moj, our table was set up right next to that F-14 Tomcat.
Yeah.
Looking like
Dude,
Tom Cruise
how
behind
rad
me.
is that? How about the Lancer? Did you walk underneath the Lancer and see everything?
Yep.
Pretty awesome.
I love the old Vietnam helicopter. I forget what it was called. But they get with the little shark mouth on the front. Yeah, super cool.
Why would you have to be a member of that place when you can just walk in anytime and see it?
Well, because if you're a member, you get little discounts. You get
discounts for what? You can't ride
play,
the plane.
Play the sim. You play in the sim. You do all kinds
the flight
of stuff.
simulator there, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I need
oh, my God.
Yeah, it's one of those. I need to take baby Jamal Kill.
Listen,
She loves airplanes.
As a guy who don't you worry about where I'm a member, okay? You do your thing, I'll do my thing. Don't you be worried about it.
He has to have a membership to the most obscure
I
things.
guarantee I can name his memberships.
Well, National Geographic's still one that he's got.
Yeah. Fishing
there's a fishing one
clothing
for sure.
fishing store.
Oh, yes.
I guarantee he's a member of some LL Bean clothing fishing store.
Pardon
Founding
me.
Fathers FamilyTree.com, something like that.
Pardon me for wanting to learn. I know. I'm an idiot.
All right, I'm going to learn you right now.
Learn me up in the Stan fan thing. Please do.
Yeah. So over the weekend, Nuggets do their thing, and we're all disappointed they lost, right? We're Nuggets fans. You don't like when they lose, especially a game that they could have, should have won. And here's another, I'm reading the Denver Post today. Denver shows fight, but comeback falls short. Everybody's talking about how they showed fight. Yeah, great.
I don't want to show fight. I want just win.
I don't care about fight.
Yeah.
It's great they came back. It's awesome. I mean, they did show fight and spunk. Show that in the first half, you win the game. Listen,
that's a headline though for a team that's middling, right?
Yes.
That's not a headline for a champion.
I want to get over this thing first. This whole oh my God, beating Boston is far fetched. Well, wait a minute. Detroit just beat Boston a few days ago by 20.
Yeah.
All right. Cleveland was down at Boston 25-3 to start the game. Came back and won that game by double digits. Boston is beatable when they're missing 2 starters, especially. So I don't want to hear this. Oh my God.
Would you have traded a loss to Detroit for a win against Boston?
Yes.
Because I absolutely would have.
Because it's national television. They got to get over that thing, by the way. This national television thing is more than a thing. It's a thing.
Yeah. It's a trend now.
Yeah. So anyway, we're upset. Nuggets lost. Joker's bleeding. He doesn't get 1 free throw, which is a joke. We've talked about this. The disrespect. Guys I want to find the person who cut him. Like, can somebody please go back? I'm not joking here. This is not a laughing matter for me. I'm serious. Can someone go back, because I'm too lazy to do it, find the episode where his arm starts to bleed, all right, because they actually stopped the game. I want to know the Boston Celtic, who has no grooming regimen at all, that won't cut his nails.
Yeah.
Is this done on purpose? If you play basketball,
I was thinking the same thing.
If you play basketball in the NBA, they should start doing grooming checks. I'm not joking. Like, let me see your nails right now. Where are your nails?
I was just trying to see, could I cut somebody with these?
If your nails are long enough, and I've seen some of these dudes. Some of these dudes purposely grow their nails.
Sure they do.
And that should be illegal in the NBA because there's so much clutching and grabbing. No, man. No. You're out of the game. Go cut your nails.
How do you get a nail, Vic, how do you get a nail sharp enough to make that kind of cut?
It's got to go to a point.
Yes. I want to find that.
It's got to be on I'm thinking it has to be on purpose. Had to be on purpose.
I think it's Al Horford. I'm going to say it's either Jaylen Brown or Al Horford. One of those two cut Joker's arm. One of those two.
The people with freakishly long nails, at least men with freakishly long nails, those are usually like, I've seen guitar players with long nails because they're like extra picks for them, stuff like that, or a banjo player, something like that. No, you don't, not allowed in basketball. Not allowed.
What are you, a cocaine dealer?
Yeah. You got that one little pinky nail? What are
No,
you doing here?
it's a joke. It really ticks me off. So let's get to the bottom of it and make these dudes groom themselves.
Okay, you still haven't discussed stands and fans yet.
We were talking about the game, and after the game, a lot of people, this one guy.
Just had to steer it back.
Yeah, this one guy,
I know we're 10 minutes in. Get to it, pork chop.
one guy on Twitter says, Joker's too good for the Nuggets. Trade him to a big market team. And other people chimed in. If you are a fan of a player and that fandom of that player trumps the team, I got no time for you. Me personally. There are people out there that are stans. Is that what they're called? Stans?
Sure.
Super fans, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I got no time for you. Here's how it works for me. Nuggets first, players second. Even the greatest player on earth, even the 3-time MVP, he plays for the Nuggets. The Nuggets don't play for him.
Yeah.
Now, are there things that I want to see differently? Are there things I want to see the Nuggets do to help him? Yeah, of course. But it's not the other way around. So for those of you who want to chime in, and there are many of you, many in Serbia who feel this way, who look down upon the Nuggets, and it's all about Joker. I don't look.
If you're Serbian, I'll give you a pass.
That's not what I do. That's not. We are Nuggets fans here.
Yeah.
If Joker, and I've said this before, and I would say this to Nikola, and he'd probably respect it. If he got traded tomorrow and he came back to play the Lakers, you're dead to me. Or play the Nuggets, I should say. You're dead to me. That's just the way it is. You don't play here.
You know what cracks me up, though? This is what cracks me up. Where does Nikola Jokic love playing basketball? What city?
Denver. He loves it here.
Right. Loves Denver. Is he a Nugget for life, Vic?
I don't see him playing for any other franchise.
He said as much, yeah.
Exactly. These people have the gall. This is what kills me. They have the gall to say, I know what's best for him better than he does. Friggin'
Wait, where is this coming from? Explain this. Did I miss something here?
It's so arrogant.
People complaining that the Nuggets aren't good enough
put
for
it
Joker.
out there.
That Joker should be
so arrogant.
dealt to another team.
One at a time. One at a time.
That's where it's coming from. That Joker's too good for this team. That they're not giving him enough support. That he should be dealt to another team that'll take care of him. Now, do I agree with some of those? Yeah. Could the team be better around him? Of course.
I think it's fair to have some criticism of that.
Even Nikola Jokic, the consummate team player, would tell you it's a team game. It always will be. No one is bigger than the team. Not even the best player in the world. No one. Nuggets first, player second. Same with every other sport. Nobody is bigger than the team. When Peyton Manning ran the show here, there were a lot of Peyton Manning fans and a lot of Bronco fans. I never understood that. I never understood how you could be one or the other. What do you mean?
I actually thought this was going to a different place than what you were talking about. Now, I agree with everything you're saying. I thought this was more about between stan and fan, the idea that you have to paint a rosy outlook regardless of circumstance, which is what I won't do over the weekend. And the Nuggets didn't play terrible or anything.
That has nothing to do with it.
They went 2-2 on the trip, which I think everybody we said it before. They go 2-2. That's
a
great.
Good road trip. I had a good road trip.
The issue that I can't get over, and again, you can accuse me of a lot of things. Maybe I'm not entertaining. Maybe my takes suck, whatever. But I promise one thing, I will shoot you straight. And I'll tell you exactly what's going on in my head, right or wrong. Mm-hmm. We're sitting here on March 3rd, and I can't tell you a win that I think I'm really proud of the Nuggets this year.
Well, the Detroit win was you could be proud of it.
It's okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying one that I would hold in a hallmark.
The way they played the Pacers game.
I would hold, sorry, Mose, just quickly. I would hold in a hallmark of this is the reason why I think the Nuggets can win a championship. It's March 3rd. I don't got one of those. All year, I don't have one. They've won a whole bunch of games, but I don't have one of those.
Excellent point. Do we have a situation, Vic, where we say, hey, man, you remember back on December 9th, they went to Cleveland and handled the Cavs, right? I mean, that kind of we don't have those right now, Vic. I'm telling you, between now And the end of this season, we're going to need some of these. They've got an opportunity coming up here. They've got opportunities presented to them. We're going to have one of those games where we say, hey, remember that game? Remember so-and-so, and they took the bull by the horns, and they did it? We're going to have those, Vic. I'm sorry.
They're going to have many chances. That's the beauty of the schedule coming down the stretch here. They've got a rigorous schedule. I mean, it is landmine after landmine. They get a break this week. They get a break. And here's why the Sacramento game on Wednesday scares me. It scares me. Why does it scare me?
Because that feels like a game that you could look over.
And there's a lot of time before that game. And they don't do well when there's a lot of time before a game. They just don't. When you look at their schedule, time off before a game, they don't handle those games properly. The other thing that just emerged, Domantas Sabonis is not going to play. He's got a hamstring injury. So, they're take care of business is all I'm saying. Take care of business.
You know what? We mentioned this a few weeks ago. I think this is becoming more and more true by the day. In years past, the Nuggets had a host of games that you could point to in the way that we're trying to talk about, right? The 7 freaking dudes game and all these different things.
Sure.
But in those seasons, if you guys remember, they would drop a couple of clunkers. We'd be like, how the hell do you lose that game? How do you lose that? But they would have the big wins. I kind of prefer that. I kind of miss it. Like, if you drop the game to Washington, and you're like, well, that seems stupid, but you beat Boston, it would give me at least a little bit of the, well, they're capable of doing this stuff.
Correct.
Well, here's the problem I'm having, and people text up, going back to the player versus team. And I'm always team. I'm always about the name on the front of the jersey. I love every player, and I will always be fans of players. But once you leave here and go play for another team, and they come and go. Players come and go. Love you all, but you come and go. The team is the team. Here's a text. Hey, the organization is not beyond reproach. Jokic still has yet to play with an all-star. I get it. We've mentioned that in the show. No franchise is beyond reproach. Can they do things better? Of course they can. Of course they can. Nobody's saying that they've done things perfectly. I'm just going to go against this following. Here's a Twitch feed comment from Devastated. I've never seen you on the Twitch. Maybe you're new to the show, but I love the fact that you chimed in here. Joker is bigger than the Nuggets, and he deserves better than this blank Nuggets franchise. That's the mentality I'm talking about. He's not bigger than the Nuggets. He's not. Is he interplanetary? Yes. Is he a 3-time MVP? Yes. Is he the best player on the planet? Yes. He's not bigger than the team. Even he would tell you. If you asked Nikola Jokic, are you bigger than the Nuggets? How do you think he would respond? How do you think he would respond?
Yeah, he would say no.
He'd be embarrassed by your comment.
Here's the thing, though, Vic.
Why do people think? I mean, does he want to be here? Does he love his team? Does he want to stay at Denver? Good. All this, of course, is yes. Why does that texter? Why does anybody else think they know what's best for him?
Hang on. It's
you know
not.
What I mean? There's so much of that in this world nowadays.
That's an embarrassing statement. You are an embarrassment to team sports. Let me tell you what sports is. All right, sports is about the community. Show up at a parade someday. Maybe you'll get the feeling. It's about everybody falling in line for the same passion and emotion of a local team. You're represented by someone or something on a field of play. Everybody's in this together. That's what sports is. That's team sports. Once you separate stuff and say it's about the individual, that's trash. That's not team sports. That's not community. That's individualism. You can have that. Go be a LeBron fan. There are plenty of them around.
I'll give you two things, though, on this subject that is going to be kind of a defense of what that guy was saying. Number one, Jokic, you have to look at it through this prism when I hear stuff like this. The Nuggets are failing Jokic. Jokic is code for championships for my team that this guy is going to potentially bring to the table, unlike others. So Jokic is just basically the code word for my happiness of winning championships. They're failing that because this guy represents all of it. That's what that is, I think,
and let me be abundantly clear. The Nuggets do not win an NBA championship without Nikola Jokic.
Of course.
But they don't win one without Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Bruce Brown, and the rest of it. So do not think for once that it's just him.
That takes me to the second thing here. The failing Jokic narrative that's out there. I understand why people say it. I get it. I will also remind you that 2 years ago, they didn't fail him. They won a championship. The year after that, they had a 20-point lead in the
I'm telling
second
you.
half of a Game 7 to take them to a Western Conference Finals trip where
I'm
most
telling you.
people think that they win and go back to the NBA Finals. Now, whether they beat Boston or not,
They beat
it's a different
Dallas.
story.
But they're beating Dallas.
So,
They're beating Dallas.
Be careful on the failed thing when in the span of 2 years it was a championship followed by a 20-point lead in Game 7, okay?
Also, the circumstances surrounding where they are with the cap and everything else right now, the Nuggets also got caught in a circumstance, okay? So they're hamstrung, they can't do this, they can't do that, but they will be able to in the future. And by the way, how many championships do you think the Nuggets should be winning? 8 in a row? 9 out of 10? I mean, what's your number? Because it's friggin' hard to win, even with the best team in the league, okay? It's very, very difficult. So, I mean, I hate to say have some patience, but you can't do it every year. They're going to get unburdened here in just a little bit, and they're going to keep making runs. So don't talk about the team failing Nikola Jokic.
A lot of the time I've seen
poppycock.
One person in particular as the target of most of the Nuggets' angst, and I have my fair share of criticisms for him too, and Calvin Booth, with some of the decisions that were made. Let's be very clear about something. If not for the initial moves of Calvin Booth his first year as GM, I don't think they win the championship
They don't
either.
win the championship.
Totally.
Because I don't know if Tim Conley's trading Will Barton for KCP. I don't know if they're making the move for Bruce Brown. I don't know if he's picking up Christian Brown in the draft, which was a big help during that.
Listen,
I don't know those things.
Talent is fluid. Putting together a good roster, that's a fluid situation. That's why I think it's easily changeable. You know, this offseason, I'd be surprised if they didn't make changes if they don't get what they want to get.
Sure.
And I'll ask you guys, what is a great season? Is it championship or bust in your mind?
It's pretty close. It's pretty close for me. But that's
Moser, what's a great season?
I just think making a deep run, getting to the conference final.
So do I.
I mean, look, and you know why? Because
So do I.
I know
I'm not like. I mean, maybe I'm just different. I don't.
You think they make the
we all
Western
wanna
Conference
win.
Finals and they play against OKC or LA, they lose that. You'll be like, you know what, it was a good year.
I'm going to be very clear. I'm going to be very clear for those of you who don't, and I know how you're going to react to this. I don't think the Nuggets have to win a championship this year for this to be a successful season.
I think if they make the finals. If they made the finals and lost to Boston, I could live with it.
Some of you are just black and white on that. And I'm
but
not.
I love
I'm just
I
not.
love the want. I love the wanting, and I think that you should expect your team to win. And I know everybody wants to win. I guess my perspective is I know how hard it is. I mean, I was talking to somebody about this the other day, about those 2 Avalanche Stanley Cup championships in '96 and 2001. Do you have any idea how good those Avalanche teams were? I mean, the Hall of Famers all over the place, right? And yet you won 2. That's it. You went 5 years in between Stanley Cup championships, and you had to go get Raymond Bourque, and then you had to bring him back for another year, one final kick at the can in 01. And it's hard to do. I mean, it's very, very difficult. So I'm also, while I want to win, Vic, and I expect to win, I'm also a realist.
Can I explain kind of why I'm with the fans that feel that way, championship or bust, for the most part? I don't think I'm absolute about it, but it's mostly that.
Yeah.
You might never have the best player in the world on your team ever again. And so when you
probably won't.
When you do, I think you have to have this mindset.
Yeah, probably
I think you have
won't.
to.
Well, listen, you're not saying anything we haven't already discussed.
Of course. Yeah.
What have we said on the show? The window's now. I don't care what happens to this team in 2030.
Right.
Does that make me selfish? Yeah. I don't care about my kids and their Nuggets day. I care about my days watching the Nuggets. And the window with the best player on earth is now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Jokic is 30.
I agree with you.
You get to the Western Conference Finals and you lose in 6 to OKC, I'm not going to feel good about it.
But some things change.
Sure.
Players change.
Mm-hmm.
Positions change. Did you see Oklahoma City getting this good this quickly?
No.
Did anybody see Cleveland doing what they've done?
No.
And becoming this kind of a threat? Things change. It's pro sports. The Nuggets have to adapt to that change. But I go back to the original point. Nobody's bigger than the team. Nobody. Nobody is beyond reproach. I love the man. He saved a franchise. He gave us something I never thought possible. A championship parade for the local NBA team. He's on the team. He's not the team. The end.
And that makes it champ and a chip or bust for me. Very simple.
Champ and a chip or bust.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So, again, talk to Adam Schefter a little bit earlier. Did you guys find it interesting, by the way? I asked Adam Schefter, hey, were the Broncos sniffing around Deebo Samuel? And he goes, yeah. Yeah, they were. They ultimately decided against it, though. What do you think the reason for that is? We'll get to it next. Okay, so every day this week, we're going to be giving away 12 $5 Denver Nuggets scratch tickets. And here's what that means. We're going to have a way for you guys to win, and you get your hands on these limited edition $5 scratchers, an overall top prize of $50,000. They're 25. Imagine this. You guys ever heard this number before? $5,280, $5,280 prize winners. So 25 of those, deepening the brand connection to the Nuggets Mile High basketball and providing a high number of high-value winning experiences. Perfect if you are a Denver Nuggets fan or a scratch ticket fan. Available now, but we're going to be giving those away in just a couple of minutes. So we'll do that. I want to get to a baseball thing that Nelly just sent us in a second as well. But just on the surface. Yeah, go ahead.
If I told you this guy is hitting .214 in the spring with 1 dong and 3 ribbies.
If you are talking about Nolan Arenado's spring training stats, I'm going to throw everything on this table.
You're a stalker.
You are.
You
it's
are
unhealthy.
Somebody call the cops. Can we call the cops?
He's a stan, a Nolan stan.
Is that really Nolan's stats? Or is that what you're barking at me?
Of course they are. Call the cops. This guy just stalks a man. Do you know his address too?
A glowing 267.
Do you know where he lives?
Percentage. I mean, this is.
Do you know his middle name?
Beautiful.
Do you know where he shops at supermarket? What's wrong with you?
What was his name? Ralph?
Freak?
I don't know.
It is a problem. It's just an ex that you keep stalking on Facebook. Like, you know what she's doing now? It's like, it's been like 5 years, man. Let it go.
It's because I saw him. He had driven to the spring training game against the Yankees. I'm not showcasing myself, he said. I'm not here for a showcase. Whatever. Anyway, go ahead. Go on.
By the way, speaking of baseball, Rockies won again. They're 7-3 in spring training. Mm-hmm. The big bummer of the weekend, though, Justin Lawrence, who I loved, he had a bad year last year. They cut him, so he is no longer part of the organization. Remember, he had the big sweeper?
Yeah.
Yep, they let him go.
So Taglia said over the weekend, and I love this mindset. I read it in the Post yesterday. They need to be more Bronx Bomber type, or Blake Street Bomber type, I should say. They took that from the Bronx Bombers. They need to be more like that. They need to be a fearsome, intimidating, hard-hitting, home run-hitting team at home. What do you keep talking about?
We're scrambling to try and get this contest in. So just let me and Nelly.
To my words.
I did. There's Bronx Bombers, you said, and then you said some other things.
Moj, do you agree that the Rockies need to return to a little bit of more intimidating presence at home? I mean, their home run total was awful last year. Has been the last 2 years. Hit some bombs.
Look, if you're not going to give me dubs, at least give me some entertainment with the long ball, I guess, right?
Hit some bombs.
At least do that.
Nelly just said...
They got guys who can do it, by the way.
Yeah.
They do.
Just quickly, before we get to the MLB story, 2 minutes. Were you guys surprised at all when Schefter said, the Broncos were interested in Debo, they had conversations, they decided to end them? Does that surprise you?
No surprise at all. Why would you not be interested in a guy who makes plays?
No. Were you surprised that they ended they were the ones who said no?
They didn't want to pay that salary.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, he's going to be 30 years old, and you don't want to pay all that money. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and again, is he truly what you want? Is your, quote, joker guy, is he a wideout, or is he more specifically a back or a tight end? That's where you got to really look at it.
If you're an opposing defense, though, you're pretty aware of where Debo is on the field, right? Even at 29 years old, you're aware of where he is. I was just surprised. 5th round pick, I was like, you know what?
There wasn't much given up to get him. I think that the issue is what can he do for you in what capacity? And I don't think the Peyton joker role is what he is.
If their answer is we have one of those already and it's Marvin Mims, then use him for 17 games. If that's your answer, then make sure 17 games worth of Marvin Mims is there.
I think that virtually every GM in the league doing their due diligence is going to sniff around and see what it's going to take. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I think that every guy is going to be, in on Debo in some capacity, but at the end of the day, hey, too much money.
So, before we get to the baseball thing, if you guys wanted a chance to win or get these 12 scratchers, here's the key word. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Say, I want it. It's very simple. I want it.
I want
it.
I want it.
Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll choose a winner at the end. Again, these scratchers potentially could get you $50,000, or 25 different people get $5,280 in prizes. So text in I want it to 303-504-0925. Vic, go ahead.
In the era of how the hell do I watch this game, Major League Baseball is going down a road where they're going to provide a new television model for their games that I think I love this idea. And I think it'd be perfect for all teams, to be honest with you, in all leagues. So they're no longer going to be on ESPN. In part,
Right.
because the money was too much. They may have a role, but not like they did before. It's not going to be what they had before.
Well, they basically just gave up on it. They cut baseball tonight. They barely showed any highlights of games yet.
So Manfred has a new model, and it's in the Wall Street Journal here, where he would require teams to cede control of their local rights to the league office so that MLB could sell them collectively as a unified streaming package. So you get the MLB network, essentially. Part of that network, viewers would be able to purchase games of teams they want to see without blackouts. They've long, stuck to territorial rights. So the whole territorial rights, you protect certain markets, you can't watch out of market, that would be long gone. No cable subscription fee, none of that. You subscribe to the baseball network, whatever it is, all the games are there, all the teams are there, it's potpourri, and you get whatever you want wherever you live. What do you think?
Here's what I think. This is a roundabout way to try and have some sort of cap-ish thing, right? You don't get the regional market TV
Nothing's
contracts
regional
anymore, which means it's all ours. And then what are they going to do?
Well,
split that up 32 different ways. Here you
revenue
go.
would be distributed among all teams,
Yep.
shared equally. If they could pull this off, it would be amazing. But I don't know how they're going to pull this off. Here's why. Why would the Dodgers give up their local television rights?
Why would the Yankees?
Why would the Cubs?
Well,
Go ahead and look up. Look up how much money these local big markets are making on their local television rights. Why would they want to share?
Compare the Dodgers to, let's say, the Milwaukee Brewers. Go ahead and
Or
do
the
it.
Rockies.
Or Kansas City Royals, or the Rockies. And Rockies, obviously, theirs was taken over by Major League Baseball already, along with the Reds. There's a handful of teams where baseball is doing just that, right? I don't think it's ever going to happen. I mean, you're going to have to really do some convincing and some arm wringing.
So back in
make it
2022, the Dodgers made $196 million off their TV deal. Do that in comparison to, how about the Rays? It was 56.
Okay. Why do it? This is the commissioner telling those big market teams, do you want a league or not? Or do you guys just want to play amongst yourselves? Do you want a healthy league where we all have a chance? Or do you want to just turn it into a 5-team league?
That's the thing, is that the reason this could work, look, if they all get together, you can outvote a couple of teams with huge models if you get the rest of the league on board, right? And you can band together the Rockies, the Rays, the White Sox, the whoever. They can all get together and outvote them.
I mean, for the viewer, it's great. And, if you live in Omaha and you want to watch the Dodgers, you can.
Sure.
If you live in Chicago and you're not necessarily a Cubs fan, but you're a Seattle Mariners fan, you can.
So this is just buying the team's market or the team's, they do it individually by team is what you're saying?
It's going to be all on one network platform. You pick whatever games you want to watch. You pick whatever teams you want to watch, whatever stream you want that day.
So this is MLB TV with no blackouts.
Exactly.
Okay.
Somebody made a comparison to what MLS does with Apple TV.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but MLS had to do that. They had to, and there wasn't a whole lot of
Well, they didn't have a
between
regional
teams, so they-
contract. They didn't
Correct.
have
They
the
put
benefit
it
of
all
big
in.
money
Correct.
regional contracts. You're trying to take apart. This is why it's so hard in sports like baseball, basketball, and hockey. You're trying to take apart a model that's profited and made money for years and say, let's go backwards and start over again. That's hard to do.
It's made money for some.
Well, it's made a lot of money for, again, the Dodgers, the
Well, that's what I'm
Cubs.
saying, for some.
Yes.
Yeah.
Huge money.
Yep.
The kind of money where you don't think it helps them when they're dealing with free agents?
I honestly, I hope this happens because this would be at least a roundabout way that you could have some sort of equality for what's being distributed for teams, right? You could do that at least in this way.
I think for the Dodgers right now, I think here in 2025, they're getting over $300 million. I mean, just their local television contract alone it pays for their payroll is essentially what it does.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
And you compare that to, again, let's say the Milwaukee Brewers. It's night and day, or the Colorado Rockies. You're not playing this. You're not playing the same game. You're just not.
Couple of minutes here. Can I ask you guys this? Joel Embiid has been shut down for the year. According to Keith Smith, the Sixers could petition for a, quote, medical retirement for Joel Embiid if he's unable to play a year from now.
God, that guy went
What
from
happens
MVP
with Embiid now?
That is crazy. I'm sympathetic. I am. I'm not.
I am too.
A lot of people that have this Embiid versus Joker game and they don't like the guy for whatever reason. I'm sympathetic to his cause. His body has clearly betrayed him. He doesn't look right. He's never looked right. Even in that MVP season, he had just to get through that season to qualify for the MVP wasn't easy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I would not buy stock in Joel Embiid. I think his career might be done.
Yeah, I don't even know what you couldn't rely on him, certainly.
No, that's the thing. And you're paying upwards of $70 million his max contract. Look at the numbers in his max contract. If you're paying that kind of money and the dude can't play, I mean, what? That's too much of a risk, a gamble.
He won the MVP 2 years ago. He's played in 58 games since. And it's going to be well into next year before he even thinks about playing again. It's one of the biggest, just like top of the mountain to straight fall off that you're going to see. Because, God, man, even his numbers this year, even when he did play, I know that a lot of people said, free throw merchant, blah, blah, blah. He averaged 35 points a game last year in 39 games. It's 23.
What if I told you a story about an elite athlete, a league MVP, who got injured and became injury prone, and his team gave up on him? And then he went elsewhere and climbed to the mountaintop and won again.
You talking about Manning?
Talking about Peyton Manning.
You have to do the 30 for 30, boys.
Well, I wanted to compare it to Joel Embiid.
Here's the thing, though. Manning had a injury. That was a severe injury, but Manning wasn't injury prone.
No.
He had a big injury.
Yes, that's a good point.
Embiid's been hurt for a lot of his career.
There's a big difference between being injury prone and having an injury.
Right. Now, again, severe and serious one, but if he was able to overcome that, he would have been fine. Embiid's got feet and knees and hips and backs. And
part of me does want to call Spike Eskin back and ask what he thinks about the Joker versus Embiid. Remember, we brought him on. We were the first station to bring him on that started that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when he joined us?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Do you remember how heated that got? And
sure.
I would love to re-engage.
You were antagonizing the hell out of it.
Was I antagonistic?
Yeah, I mean, but I think appropriately so. I mean, is there any way you can find that?
Did you really just ask that? Was I antagonizing him?
I wasn't. I'm not. In fact, Nelly.
You called him Brett a bunch of times.
Nelly, if you don't mind, these guys just misremember things. Nelly, if you don't mind, just find that interview, that brief exchange we had, like professional radio broadcasters. Because it wasn't too long ago. How long ago was it? 3 years ago?
It was 2. It was
2
the
years
middle
ago?
of that MVP year. Or maybe it was 3 years ago. Yeah, maybe it was.
It had to be 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Had to be. It's been a while.
Was I antagonistic? Yeah, Vic, I think you were. I think you were looking to pick a fight that day.
Moser's more insulting than I am to our guests.
I just sort of sat back.
We'll never have on here ever again.
Yeah, remember that one?
One of my favorite lines is when we finally got Nick Wright on the show. And you said to him, well, that's why you came on the show. And he goes, no, I came on the show because you called me a D.
Well,
remember that?
Yeah. Well, I had to get him on the show somehow.
And I just started thinking to myself, is that how you can get guests? Like, if I wanted to get Barack Obama on this show, do I just need to call him a D on Twitter and then that's all of a sudden he jumps on? Is that the secret sauce?
It's got to come from the right source.
Hey, I want to hear from, Dan Marino. Let me just call him a D on Twitter and see how he responds to it.
Try it and see if it works. It worked for me.
Maybe I
did. It not work for me?
It did work. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's like some sort of loophole. I mean, Nelly's the one booking guests. Nelly, just send texts and finish it with calling him the D word, and then hopefully they'll jump on.
Perfect. Good to go.
It totally fits Nelly's personality, too, to be rude like that. Nelly couldn't be.
Nelly couldn't
you
be
couldn't
rude.
be mean if you tried, Nelly. You're still uncomfortable making fun of us, and we're begging you to.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, your biggest problem, Nelly, is you don't insult us nearly enough. And I've told you time and time again, you need more insults lobbed our way. And you don't do a very good job of insulting.
And it's not like you don't have a wealth of things to choose from.
You know, you always talk about that guy in sales with the thick accent where his pain had an accent when he got hit with a golf ball.
Oh, yeah. Brandon?
You're talking about the Brandon the
Brandon,
Hillbilly.
yeah.
Brandon, where I said his pain has an accent because he got hit with a golf ball in the back, and he goes, "Ow!"
So there was one time. There was one time when I didn't really know him, right? And so I insulted him, and he acted all offended. And I thought, I don't really know this guy. Is he actually? Did I actually cross the line? So I think the next day I was in the office and I apologized to him, and that's the only time I've ever genuinely seen him uncomfortable. I apologized, and I watched the light leave his eyes, and he goes, "Come on, man, don't do that. What are y'all doing?"
You know what's funny is this sales guy we got, Brandon, who's from Arkansas, and you can tell immediately, okay? He's almost like, I didn't think this would ever come across.
He's look has an accent.
Well, beyond that, his personality, he's like a goth hick. I don't know, man. I'm just so dark and mysterious. You know, it's just. Oh, and now he's coming out. See, now here he comes again. He's doing I'm just telling you, everywhere I go, there's some sort of dark cloud that just follows me wherever I walk. Shot a 9 to 5 at Raccoon Creek last year. That's what he told me in the break.
Let this be a lesson, though, Nelly. Never on this show or at this station apologize for insulting someone.
There he is, by the way.
Because he's a basketball player and he's fat. Like I don't know when we stopped talking about what physical condition.
Yep, there's a little bit of
Spike Eskin.
Yep.
Yeah. So what did I do to insult him back? He called Nikola Jokic fat. He insulted our player.
He did.
So what do you want me to do? Just sit there and say, "Oh, thank you, sir. Can we have another?" You guys are soft. I defended the honor of Nikola. You guys just sat back. I do remember now. Now you got me mad.
When you say, Vic, we just sat back, if I'm remembering correctly, there wasn't really a time where me and Moj could jump in. I think it was just kind of you two. And look, I kind of like it every once in a while where you guys are in the middle of something and I just kind of go like this. Mm-hmm. Just lean back in the chair. I'm like, all right, you guys got it for the next few minutes.
You guys softened right up. I went to work.
Again, one last chance. You guys want to get your hands on 12 Nuggets scratch tickets. All you have to text is, "I want it. I want it."
And Brett, each show is giving away one per day. We're not going to give away 12 right now.
Correct. Yes, it's one per day.
Yes, just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
So, 303-504-0925. I want it in your first and last name. Back after this.
Hi, my name is Vic, and I know nothing about fixing stuff at home. I mean nothing. That's not an insult. That's the truth. All right? I don't have time to fix things or to YouTube it or any of that business. That's why I trust AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. They guarantee a 2-hour arrival window, so no guessing at what time they're going to show up. Whether you got a plumbing problem, an HVAC problem, electrical issue. For some reason, I tried to water down my garage yesterday and I couldn't turn on my hose all the way. I got issues and I can't fix them. You call AAA. AAAtoday.com. Schedule your appointment now. That's AAAtoday.com. Listen, my argument is not could he be in better shape. Some bodies don't need to be in better shape. He doesn't need to be Dwight Howard. He doesn't need to have a picturesque body. He doesn't need it, Brett.
You know what? When he, that's really insulting.
I called you by your name, and that's an insult. I called the guy his name, and it's an insult.
You guys, if the
what? Where am I unprofessional? I call a guy by his real name, and he starts going, ugh.
I think
What's the issue?
It's like, he preferred to be called Spike.
Come on, man.
Who the hell wants to be called Spike on purpose?
He did.
Dude, it'd be like if you called Tiger Woods Eldrick and you're doing it on purpose to be antagonistic.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Eldrick? Like, you know, what's
Everybody's just heard that exchange. There is nothing. There's no line I crossed. I came across completely professional.
The way you said Brett, because that's also my name, I felt insulted. The tone that you used in that. If you ever said that to me.
You guys did not even participate in that discussion is insulting.
The fact that you just heard that, you give me the moment in which we could jump in.
He doesn't need it, Brett.
Like that one.
Comma, Brett. What?
Just really funny. You know what else?
You did it on purpose.
He also, it's very childish, and it's never a good look to use it. But going is a pretty good comeback, though. It does shut down the other person pretty quick.
Just back and forth.
Try it. Try and insult me. I want to try this to you.
I called you by your name, and that's an insult.
I'll do that on occasion. There are a couple occasions when I'll do that, when I'll give you guys one of those.
You do, yeah.
And honestly, and you know what you do? You shut up. You
kind of take it.
I mean, how do you come back from that? It really, there's no comeback from that laugh.
Hang on, Moj. Give me something. Talk about Nolan again and his spring training stats. Go ahead.
Guy's hitting a balmy 214. Really good, man. 1 dog and 3 ribs.
I mean, where do you go from there?
By the way, guys, happy 303 day, as all of the sports teams around here are tweeting out things like this, like the Avs did. All the teams on one little banner,
Okay.
303.
I'm glad you brought that up. You want to know who the original G's are in this town? You want to know if you're a G or not? Tell me if you have 303 on your phone, baby, because I do. 720 ain't going to cut it, baby. That's second string. If you're 720 right now, you are second string. You are JV.
Yeah.
I'm looking at let me look at the text line. Let me go to the text line. See, I have 303s on right here. You're 303. You're real. There you go. There's one. Sorry. Nope. You're not it. Nope. Very few and far between. What are you guys? I don't even know your damn number.
I'm 402.
Oh, that's right. You don't even have a local number. Moj, what are you?
I'm a 720er. Yeah. I'm a 720er.
What about your other phone? Is that also 720?
That's also a 720er.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
2
double
720ers.
dipped on the 720. By the way, well, you know what?
What about 970ers and 719ers?
I didn't mean this as insulting. Was your first cell phone that you got, Moj, when you moved here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured. Okay. Because I was going to say, my phone is never going to change. I'm not learning a new number.
Let me tell you,
okay? This is going to be my number forever.
My brother worked in the cell phone business. He ran stores. My cousin Mike works for computers. I know how this works. When you go to the store and you get your phone, even if you got it 20 years ago, they look at you and they say, it's person 303 or 720? I think you're 720. That's how it's determined. There's no like real science behind that. It's just your look, the look you give, the appeal.
I can't describe to you how much I love Vic whenever you say, my cousin Mike who works for computers.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
I don't know why that kills me every time I hear
This texter says, and this texter who's chiming in here is a 602. That's Arizona. Vic doesn't realize you can request 303 with your provider. Well, go ahead then. Go ahead. 602. Request it. Let me see what happens. You know what they'll do? They'll ask you some questions.
Have you had to change your phone number since you got it? Your cell phone number?
No. Why would I?
I feel like that would be the most.
I'm a G, dude. I'm 303. That's what we do. It's who we are.
You sounded really cool stumbling through that, too. That's what we do. Yeah.
I mean, what? I know you want it, but you can't have it.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
This is my whole point. I could move to France, and I'd want to keep this number. I don't want to deal with having a new number. I just want the same thing.
The truth hurts. Those of you who don't have the 303, it hurts you. I know it does. You always wanted it. 720 is that. What is that? Might as well live in Canada. The hell, 720.
I also I want to figure out, again, Moj, I'm going to give you homework for today, okay? Like, I need you to figure this out.
Please.
The third member of the trade in which you acquired Lindgren, whose first, I don't know what this is. Somebody said it's an acronym. What does UDC Hank Kempf mean? I don't know what UDC is. It looked like it was his first name.
So wait, you confused that as a guy's name?
What the hell was?
Oh, that is hilarious. That's awesome.
You did the same thing I did.
Because I'm not reading what you're reading. You're reading it. It's not in front of me.
But why would they have that for him and not anybody else on here?
Are they capital letters, UDC?
Well, all of these are in caps. So that's what makes it even more confusing.
Oh, this is great. So you thought that's how he spelled his name?
Look it says Calvin DeHaan, D, defenseman. Juuso Parssinen, F, forward. Ryan Lindgren, D, defenseman. Jimmy Vesey, F, forward. And then Utke, Hank Kempf. What is Utke?
Undisclosed? I don't know.
He's a defenseman, but I don't
Figure out what Utke means.
You thought his name was spelled with
Why would I not by
so
reading
good.
this?
That is so good. Has anybody erred in that fashion? That is bad.
Utke. I actually think Utke is a cool name.
Somebody on Twitch says it means unsigned draft choice.
Okay, fine.
They just they traded for his rights.
Oh, that is so funny.
Well, Moser didn't know either. I asked him. He's like, I don't know.
Well, I'm not paying attention to what you're saying.
Sure. Yeah, you guys cast us all off on me like I'm the big dummy.
Guy on the text line says 5245. Vic is 100% correct. I used to work for T&T back in the early 2000s. When people asked for a number, I would size them up, make determination if they're worthy of a 303.
Utke.
Oh, that's just big. That's just being bigoted.
What? Phone number bigoted? People know, dude.
You're a
People
phone
know.
bigot. You're an absolute phone bigot.
All right. Nelly, got a fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
By the way, the winner of our scratcher for the Nuggets scratch game today is Utke, Josh Kaus. Congratulations, Josh.
That's so bad. You thought that guy's name.
Utke. You know what? That's my next kid's name.
Oh,
First one was Baby Jamal Kell. This one is Utke.
I mean,
Go ahead.
we've done some clerical errors here before. That's about as bad as it gets.
Go ahead now.
I mean, I don't know how I'm going to beat that for fact checker, but I'll just tell you that earlier today we learned that verticality is in fact a real word, and you will find it in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, and it's also in the Oxford English dictionary. So I don't remember, Vic, did you say it in a confused Moj?
Yeah, of course.
So Moj, it's a real word. It is documented.
Yeah, it feels like a word that's made up.
It does, actually.
It does, but it's
all
real.
right.
It's okay, 720.
Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcasts. Search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. If you missed our interview with Adam Schefter, go check that out, as we are just a week and a couple of days away from the NFL free agency opening up. A whole bunch of fun stuff. You guys have a wonderful Monday. We love you all very much. Talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Good. Rebound down to White, and there's the horn. Well, the Nuggets shoot themselves in the foot in the final 3 minutes of the game. Too many mistakes for Denver. They lose game number 4 of the 4-game road trip to Boston, 110-103. But having said all that, successful road trip for the Nuggets going 2-2. Final again tonight from the Gahden, Boston 110, Denver 103.
Nuggets had a torrid second half, but terrible first quarter against Boston. Underhanded Boston, although Aaron Gordon not playing for the Nuggets in that game on Sunday morning. They fall 113-100, right? Is that the final score, 113-100? 110-103. Flipping around my threes there. So much to get into, guys, as we welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. The Avs played on Friday. They've won their first 2 of a 6-game homestand. Then they had the weekend off. They won't play until Tuesday. They make a medium-sized trade over the weekend. We'll get into that. We saw the NFL scouting combine come and go. Rapids head coach Chris Armas will join us at 10:45. NFL notes at 11:15. So much to get into on a Monday here. No games this evening, but going back to Sunday morning, Coach. Now 4-10 in nationally televised games. They only have 2 wins that are against teams not named the Philadelphia 76ers in those 14 games. And while everything looked great on Friday night in the second of a back-to-back against the Detroit Pistons, where you were red hot from 3. It was a lot more what we saw on Thursday. They couldn't hit from beyond the arc, man. They started slow. For some reason, it feels like they shrink when the big lights come on. And for a team that's 5 weeks away from the playoffs, I don't love that feeling.
I don't want to play the victim card, so I'm not going to start with the victim mentality of Nikola Jokic's arm looking like ground beef at the butcher, with no fouls called on him. He did not get to the free throw line, but we will not talk about that to start out, even though I just talked about it to start out. What I do want to talk about is this. We have said for the last 2 months that the Denver Nuggets, they beat the teams that they should beat, and that they actually haven't even beaten at a 500 clip teams that are really in the conversation of contenders or certainly likely playoff participants. The one good news, Raj, you got better. Your record against teams with the winning record or playoff teams was well under 500. And over this road trip, you went 500, Raj. I don't know why everybody's screaming at the clouds right now. You went 500, man. 500 is good. In a 7-game series, if you go 500, you go to 7th game, man. You get a chance to win. The 4-10, is it 4-10 that you are, or 4 out of 10 that you've won on national television?
KJ, 4 out of 10 or 4
out of 14?
4 all right, yeah, 4 and 10, 4 out of 14.
I don't love that because
not great.
Playoff games they're nationally televised. Yeah. That's kind of what you need to do. Here's my take on the Denver Nuggets. For the Nuggets to win a game against a good team, either Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. need to go ham. And typically, if one of those 2 guys goes off, the other guy's just kind of a role player. That's okay. When one of them goes ham and the other one goes like low-key nuclear, the Nuggets are an unbeatable team. And Nikola Jokic is Nikola Jokic. He's going to continue to do what he does. But for the Nuggets to do what they need to do, we learned this weekend, or over the course of last week in this 4-game roadie, for the Nuggets to do what they need to do, either Michael Porter Jr. or Jamal Murray has to shoot lights out. And the way that you win these games, in my opinion, is that both Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray need to start the games very aggressively, very confidently. And you don't know which one's going to have the hot hand. But at least you know that either and or both of them are going into the game with that mindset.
There are times, though, when both of those players are putting up volume in the first quarter, the first 2 quarters. I find myself watching Nuggets basketball screaming at the television going, why doesn't Nikola Jokic have the ball? Screaming at it. Why isn't the ball getting back to him? And I think that's an issue, right? Because what you saw out of Boston, and again, Boston was underhanded. I know you were missing Aaron Gordon. I get that. But no Kristaps Porzingis, no Drew Holiday. That's a Boston team. I know you're going into the Celtics.
You still played the big three, in my opinion, man. I mean, in terms of dude,
Porzingis is a huge part of who they are.
I actually think that this team with Porzingis, I think that Nikola Jokic is more of a problem for Porzingis than Horford. Horford's he's a
thick boy.
You know what Horford is? He's just that guy.
He's got grandpa strength.
Yeah, you're playing rec basketball.
Al Horford's got to be 47 years old.
I actually just looked it up. He's 63.
Actually, how old is Al Horford?
You know what Al is, though?
It's been 84 years.
Al Horford's the guy that when you go to play,
He's
pick
38.
up basketball at the rec, you're at the rec center, and you just see an OG, man. A lot of times that OG's got a little, baller belly, got a little paunch hanging out. You're like, yeah, I'm going to run this dude up and down the floor. All of a sudden, he starts bodying you up.
Think about how long ago it felt when Billy Donovan took Florida to back-to-back national titles. Joakim Noah was on that team.
That was before Billy Donovan had to use a little bit of, Grecian formula to get his hair looking
just
black.
Just for men?
Yeah, a little snake oil to throw in there.
It feels like another lifetime that Florida did that. And Al Horford was on both of those teams. That's how long this dude's been playing basketball. I cannot believe he's still in.
Was that it was right in between the Korean conflict and in Vietnam.
Yeah,
I believe,
it feels
right?
like that.
Yeah.
It feels like that. But what these teams are doing, what Boston certainly did on Sunday morning was they looked at the Nuggets and went, any one of you other dudes not named Nikola Jokic, I dare you to beat us. And that's what all of these contending teams are going to do to Denver going into the postseason. The Lakers did it to you. We dare anybody else on the court to be worthwhile. And if that happens, the Nuggets are either going to win that game or they're going to be damn close to winning that game. But what you saw out of the Lakers game, certainly what you saw out of the Celtics game on Sunday morning, was teams aren't afraid of anybody else on the floor. They're afraid of Nikola Jokic, and they go, oh, Jamal Murray doesn't scare me. It's not like he's leaving Jaylen Brown open.
Can I play the victim?
Christian Brown doesn't scare me.
Although Christian Brown should scare you. He just doesn't beat you. That's the thing about it.
Christian Brown's been good. I think he's been very good, but he doesn't scare.
He doesn't beat you.
He doesn't beat you. He doesn't scare contending teams. OKC
isn't
going to be nervous about him. OKC isn't going to be nervous about MPJ. That's what these top teams are doing. They're going, okay, all we have to do is double Nikola Jokic so he passes out of it. No one's going to hit from beyond three. Not at least at a consistent clip. If that, you have 5 weeks to change that, man. You're running out of time.
The Denver Nuggets, I'm not going to get into the morning show, kind of went a little bit of doom and gloom saying that this team is not a championship contender. I think
if they're right, they are.
I think that Vic does that as a defense mechanism, and he also is kind of throwing it into the air as a kind of reverse jinx, using a little bit of the Alex Ryanemi logic. So
it's not my logic. You guys force me to do that.
So Raj, can you just right now say that you can go with just I've seen it proven time and again. When you say something, the opposite tends to happen. So will you say something about the Nuggets and not being contenders right now?
The Denver Nuggets will lose in the first round of the NBA playoffs.
Thank you.
There you go.
I appreciate that. I feel so much better.
This is not my logic.
You're
you
okay.
force me to do these things.
Everything's good.
I get it's becoming a running joke on the show, but this is not something that I want to do.
You're showing that you are a tremendous team player.
I'm multiple. I'm Gumby.
By doing what you're doing.
I'm a grocery stick right in the middle of the bench, man.
Mm-hmm.
I hear what coach is saying. Can I do it on the ice? Not so much, but I can hear it.
I do think that if the Denver Nuggets are hot shooting, and by shooting I'm talking about two players. Again, Jamal Murray and or Michael Porter Jr. They're the NBA champions. Problem is, can they string that together for 3-4 playoff series? To be seen. To be determined. We shall find out.
It doesn't feel great that the Lakers have now leapfrogged you and are in the second seed.
Yeah, but look at the Lakers' schedule too, man. Are they playing the elite of the elite in this little run? I mean, it's the same thing. We're looking around and we're holding the Nuggets to a standard of winning a bunch of games, in a row. And they're kind of like the fringe teams. Minnesota's a 500 team right now, close to a 500 team.
Right, but
the Clippers
I don't know if
are kind of a
really
near 500
wants to
team.
see Minnesota in the playoffs.
I know the Nuggets don't. The Nuggets are a bad matchup.
They beat the Clippers twice. They beat Minnesota. They beat Dallas. They beat Denver on the road. The only layup there was Portland to start off the 6-game win streak. That's the only layup. They have They have 2 bad losses against Utah and Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
But Luka looks comfy now, and I don't love how that feels.
Still doesn't bother me. No big man. No big man.
How did that fare for the Nuggets back on February 22? They didn't have a big man there.
I'm talking postseason basketball. And Raj, this is so against everything that I am as an actual coach to say that a regular season game doesn't really matter, because they all do. Trust me, they all do. But the Denver Nuggets have proven that they have the ability to take it up a notch in the postseason. That's one thing that we have to afford them.
And I know what I said last week about that Lakers loss was, did you use your silver bullet, JJ Redick? Did you use the one game, that game plan, that one that you spent 48 hours not sleeping and then employed perfectly? And credit to the Lakers, they played the perfect game.
Silver bullet was what strategy defensively? We talked about it from JJ Redick. What did he use?
Making sure that you take Nikola Jokic as far up the floor as you possibly can, putting 2 guys on him.
Yes. And then a lot of sag defense, right?
Right, and then just daring you to shoot a 3. And if you can't hit, you're going to lose.
And back to the other point, would you agree that Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. are capable of going off with that defensive model in place?
In a 7-game series, I take Denver over the Lakers with 7 games of that strategy deployed. I take Denver, but it ain't a sweep, and I don't think it's a 5-game series.
None of this is going to be comfortable.
None of it's comfy. And you know what? And that's the biggest issue about watching Nuggets basketball right now. None of it's comfy.
It really isn't.
And what have we, for the last 2 years plus, for the last 2 years, I felt comfy in the vast majority of games and series watching the Nuggets.
What we're talking about right now, Raj, is watching these uncomfortable games is the championship tax that fans pay.
Yeah, you're right.
Because you expect it to be a certain type of way. Before that championship was won, man, everything that was good felt unbelievable. Now it's just, we don't even look at the good and say that's unbelievable.
It's a mentality thing.
It is,
for me.
man.
That's exactly what it is.
It's why Nick Saban was so unbelievably miserable as a human being while he was winning all those championships. Because it's the championship tax, brother. And I hope I'm paying some championship taxes, man, in the near future.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of a former head coach and Nick Saban, those of you who did not see the news on Friday afternoon, we were not allowed to break it on our show, but at 3 p.m., Coach Mike Sanford is once again head coach Mike Sanford. The Valor football program has officially announced you will be leading them into the fight starting this year.
I can't wait.
Congratulations, Coach.
Raj, I waited a whole 13 hours from when I was announced to when I was on the ball field coaching the boys. I just told the 4 quarterbacks. They got four pretty good-looking quarterbacks on that roster. Dawson Olt coming back as a senior. They got a good crew, man. I just told them, hey, let's get the receivers together, get the running backs. Let's go out and play some football, man. Let's less talking and more football. Got out there, hour and a half workout. Brought my 2 boys, man. My 8 and 10-year-old came out there. It's so fun to be back on the field. But what I'm so excited about is I get to continue to do this with you.
Yeah, that's the other big news, right? Coach he's taking over the Valor football program, but we're staying. We're here. He's not going anywhere. The morning sprint is just starting, and it's here for a long time.
They checked my college transcript to see if I could teach there, and they looked at it like, yeah, you're going to be pretty free from 10 to noon. I'm just going to lob it out there.
Could you teach like remedial Spanish?
Yeah, I totally could.
That'd be a blast.
Oh man, yeah. If they check my
Spanish for football players,
if my GPA was only based off of Spanish courses, I'd be. I mean, I would have been at Harvard.
I don't know how you would fit it into the schedule, but
for sure. But yeah. So I will not be teaching at Valor, which is I will be coaching football, and I will be a member of the morning sprint here with Alex Reinemi and my guy KJ Granderson. I got to get you guys some Valor Christian gear. Some sweet, navy blue, baby blue, great color combo, Raj.
It's head coach Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryan. We'll ask the coach his evaluation about the pro players, the prospective pro players that we saw at the NFL scouting combine. Also on the other side, the Avs make a trade over the weekend. I have some thoughts on it. Don't go anywhere. Coach, Raj, the morning sprint. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. We'll get into the Avs and their trade in just a few minutes. Also, Rapids head coach Chris Armas will join us coming up at 10:45 today. But the NFL scouting combine has come and gone. Shedeur Sanders, he kind of stole the show from the podium. Obviously did not throw. Neither did Cam Ward. Jalen Milroe kind of feels like the next boomer bust quarterback that could go in the middle rounds. And like you saw Jalen Milroe and you go, oh, I get why he was the starter at Alabama. And then you realize the last couple of years weren't great and he wasn't responsible with the football. But that was one of the quarterbacks that I saw and I went,
you liked him.
I would take a flyer on him.
Yeah. Boy, there were some bad performances in this combine, man.
What were some of the worst performances that you weren't expecting to be that bad?
Tez Johnson.
Tez Johnson is 154 pounds. He weighs less than I do.
Oh, my gosh. What do you weigh?
I fluctuate between 158 and 163.
What kind of weekend?
Stop it.
What kind of weekend did you have, consumption-wise?
Hardly. I made myself a single margarita on Sunday afternoon.
I wasn't necessarily talking about, coldies, but food-wise, like, where do you think you're at right now?
I bet you I'm 160 right on the nose.
Yeah.
I was active this weekend.
So you're at least 6 pounds heavier than Tez Johnson currently.
Yeah.
He didn't run in the 4.4s.
He ran a 4.55 40.
I
looked that up. A 4.55 40 is just under 18 miles an hour for the whole time that you're running on average. You got to run 18 miles an hour. I was talking to KJ beforehand. I think I can run a 4.5 40.
You absolutely could not. There's
I think I can run a 4.5 40.
I'm just going to lob it out there. A 4.5 40 is rolling.
I know it's rolling.
It is. First of all, your little legs wouldn't get you there in that time. It wouldn't, man. They're too short.
What do you think I could run? 4.55 feels like it's gettable. I do this every NFL combine. I go, oh, I could do that. You see the freak that put up like
Raj,
54 reps on the bench press?
If you ran, and I'm talking not, in your work clothes. You prepared. I'd give you 1 week to prepare. Workout attire, shoes of your choice. If you run a sub 4.8 40, I would be mind blown.
I can run.
How old are you again? 33?
I'm 31.
31.
I can run a 5:10 mile, which is
12
miles an hour for the whole time.
But that's totally different.
It's totally different, but it makes me feel like I could do it.
You can really run a 5:10 mile.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hosed after it.
Although
like,
I will
my gums
say
hurt. I'm
that
so
does
fatigued.
Nothing for me as an evaluator thinking about the 40.
Nothing.
Two completely different skill sets.
It's so completely different. I kind of want to try it. I want to train
all right,
it.
So I put the betting odds for Alex Ryanemi. The plus minus is at 4.8.
All right.
And
I'll take that.
I actually right now, so I'd say the odds right now is minus 150 to be sub 4.8. And I would actually take I would go, you're going to be under.
I think this is something that we test over the summer.
Well,
I think this would be a lot of fun.
I gave you a week to prepare though.
Well,
it's different.
It's not starting today.
I said 1 week starting today that you could run under. That's the conditions. I don't want you to go to a speed coach. Like you're going to end up at Kingdom or Kula Sports Performance for the next 4 months.
I think we have kind of a 40-yard stretch from
Rush
right behind us.
You want to know
right
the good
now.
news? I got a field.
Yeah, like 7 minutes away from us.
It's like 3 miles.
Join me. We can do this thing.
Yeah, we can go. I mean, hey, KJ, we can get you in the weight room pumping some iron. I want to see how many times you can do 225.
I haven't worked out in a minute, so I probably can get you one. I
Okay.
can get you one, baby.
Disintegrate
All right.
under 225. Disintegrate.
My shoulder would explode if I had 225 on the bar right now.
Okay, tough showing from Tez. Who else?
Tough showing. Oh, I do want to point to the Tez Johnson. While everybody wants to absolutely obliterate Tez Johnson for being 154 pounds and frankly not doing much of anything that would make you believe that he is worthy of a draft pick, I still want the Denver Broncos to get Tez Johnson on their roster because he is a football playing Jesse. It's different than a combine Jesse. You knew who else was a football playing, Jesse? Just 1 year ago that I had coached at Minnesota. I knew him as a football player. He played for me as a true freshman when I was the offensive coordinator at Minnesota, then transferred. I left. He didn't leave because I left. I got fired, actually. He went to Oregon, played running back at Oregon, ended up being the best rookie running back and, frankly, a top 10 running back in the National Football League, and that's Bucky Irving. You want to know what he did last year at the Combine? Okay, he was 5'9", 192 pounds. Pretty little, right?
Yeah, but stout.
Yeah. I mean, that's not huge. That's not 5'9".
It's not Frank Gore.
No. His vertical jump was 29.5 inches, Raj. I do think you could get 30 inches right now on a vertical jump.
All right.
There was a 270-pound D lineman that verted 40.5.
40.5. It was insane.
Bucky Irving was a 29.5-inch vert last year. Okay? He was a very, very, very short of 9-foot broad jump. And his 40-yard dash was a 4.55. You know what happened this season? What did Bucky Irving do?
He went off for Tampa Bay.
Because he's a what? A football player, not an underwear Olympics competitor. That's what he is, man. Tez Johnson's a football player. You're going to be able to get Tez Johnson in Denver probably as an undrafted free agent or as a late-round pick, 7th-round pick, 6th round, who knows? I'll tell you who flew up the draft board, though, on the flip side. Terrence Ferguson. Littleton heritage product here. Phenomenal combine from Terrence Ferguson.
You mentioned, though, you had some conversations with draft evaluators currently in the league, employed by teams.
Yeah.
They didn't love the overall tight end group.
The quote that I got from a current scouting executive, general manager executive in the National Football League was that when the tight end group that was participating, and that obviously did not include the superstar Tyler Warren nor Colston Loveland, those two, said it looked like a UFL tight end group. So as in the spring league that's playing, as in the Birmingham Stallions.
Well, aren't most of the guys who get drafted into the NFL kind of fall into the UFL group?
Not necessarily. The combine should be 2/3 of the combine should be players that are going to be making NFL rosters
and get to a second contract.
That's probably pretty steep.
The way that I look at it, like a UFL player in general, is: do you get to a second contract? Then where are you playing?
Yeah, a lot of players, if they don't get to their second contract, they just call it good.
Yeah.
A lot of UFL players are players that weren't combine invites, frankly, weren't Senior Bowl.
Keeping the dream alive.
Yeah. And so, man, I had FOMO about not being at the Combine this year. And the reason I wasn't at the Combine is because I was going through an interview process to be a football coach again. But after watching what I saw on TV, the quarterback group didn't get me excited at all. How about Will Howard, fresh off winning a national championship, throws 7 entirely errant throws and gets booed by the Combine crowd?
You know who else got booed was Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond.
He talked that big game.
Talked a huge game, and then
was the 3rd fastest University of Texas wide receiver at the Combine.
The guy who skyrockets up, Matthew Golden, who runs a 4.28.
Yeah, and I had heard a lot about Matthew Golden I'd heard some good things about him.
Speedy, take the top off the defense type of player. That's a guy who I would take a look at if he's available in round 3. I don't know if he'll be there, but like round 3, round 4, if he drops, I have no idea what his mock is right now for Matthew Golden. But I'm sure his stock running in the 4.2s greatly improved, much like Xavier Worthy's did last year.
Yeah, because he's not small.
When he broke the record.
He's not tiny. Like Xavier Worthy was small when you saw. I mean, Matthew Golden weighed in at 191 pounds, has 9.5-inch hands, which is a good size for a 5'11 receiver. And he ended up running a 4.2940. Did not do anything else, though. Did not vert, did not broad, did not do the 3-cone 20-yard shuttle or bench press.
He probably won't be there after the second, then.
No, and does he really fit what we think Sean Payton wants from a body type?
No. Sean Payton wants a 6'4", 220-pound wide receiver. That is his dude. His guy.
Yeah. Who's the guy that had a freakish combine? I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. Big receiver, played.
Oh, he's the one that Vic was talking about last week.
That's the kid from TCU. I'm actually not thinking of him. I'm thinking of a kid from Nebraska. Nebraska's wide receiver had a freakish combine. It's like a Pryor.
Isaiah Nair?
Isaiah Nair. Big joker. Like for size to speed ratio was phenomenal.
He ran a 4.40.
Which is, did you see what his height and weight was?
Nair's 6'4". I didn't see
218.
Yeah, that's a Sean Payton guy.
And he ran 4.40.
That's a Sean Payton guy.
Inverted 38 inches. Because, Cortland Sutton, who we've all seen as a very productive player, that's an inch taller, Isaiah Nair. And I know Isaiah Nair, for Nebraska fans that listen to our show, they're going to be like, yeah, he's a total bust at Nebraska. He also had weird quarterback plays the whole time there as well. Isaiah Nair is a 0.15 seconds faster than what Cortland Sutton ran at the combine. This is a guy I'd keep our eyes out on.
The other one that I want, you sent this in the group chat. Did y'all hear the big boy, Armand Membu?
This was amazing.
I think it'll be up there where the Patriots are. That's an offensive line team, but I think the Chicago Bears could be a spot. That's 10. That's a good start. That is athletic. Look at him go. 4.91. You let out a primal scream when you do freaky stuff. That's what he did right there. That was fantastic.
And the fans here letting him hear it. It seemed like he let out a primal scream every 10 yards, and then the last 10 was just one long scream.
Big old 6'3" Missouri tackle Armand Membu. 332 pounds.
4.91?
Running a 4.9 and screaming the entire way. It was the best thing that if you didn't see it at the combine, it's the best clip from the weekend.
If you're driving your car right now or you're listening, on a some form of platform streaming apparatus and you're making some decisions about how you're going to go about your day, what kind of energy you're bring that Armand Membu energy.
That's a good start. That is athletic. Look at him go.
That's how you run a 40, Raj. That's frankly how you do a radio show. You guys don't know it, but that's what KJ Granderson sounds like when he's producing this show behind the glass.
That's why we have 4 inches of glass between us and KJ.
You should see him back
Come
there.
over the mic.
He has total Membu energy.
During the break, you guys better let him know. Like during the break, I am unbearable.
All right, so you told me that the over-under is a 4.8 for me to run the 40 in 1 week. That dude is literally 2 times the size of me, and he ran a 4.9.
And I'm saying that I put the 4.80 is what I have as the barometer for Alex Ryanemi. I've set the line at 4.80 for over-under. And I do believe under. I think you're going to run a 4.77.
You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to take
you
you up
said
a week
that
from
you
today.
could run a 4.5.
I don't know. I feel like that every time I watch one of these scouting combines. Yeah, you could do. It's just like everyone watching the Olympics going.
So
I could be a world-class curler.
So what you're telling me is that currently, radio host that sits on his derriere for a living.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I am.
Okay. You are in your current situation half a tenth of a second, 0.05 seconds faster in the 40-yard dash than Cortland Sutton was when he trained for the event. Have you seen Cortland Sutton? When
you put it that way?
I mean, 4.5 is
when you put it that
fast.
way. 4.8 scares the crap out of me. I wouldn't say I was like overly confident. I was just letting you into my brain that when I watch Tez run, I go, I could do that. But everyone does that, right? Am I wrong? Everyone's watching the combine. You see the guys putting up 225. You're like, I could do that. I know I couldn't do it with the weights. I would disintegrate.
Do you think Bo Nix is pretty fast as a runner?
Yes, very fast.
He did not test at the combine. I don't believe he tested and ran at his pro day. But his fastest 40 that he has run, documented on 247, the website that covers recruiting, is a 4.6.
Oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in big time
So you're
trouble.
faster than Bo Nix.
No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now the 4.8 feels impossible now to me. Impossible. After hearing the 332-pound behemoth run a 4.91, I think you're, for me, vastly overestimating my speed. I think you've done so 0.3 of a second slower.
So it wasn't a great day for tight ends. We're talking about the Broncos' positional necessities. Terrence Ferguson was a fast riser. He ran at 247 pounds, and he was tall. He was tall at 6'5" and nearly 6'5.5", just short of 6'5.5". He ran a 4.64. That's a really good time. Really good tight end time. Also had a broad jump, nearly over 10 feet. Really good. What position actually did acquit themselves well? The running back position. And there were some dudes that ran. Jaden Blue, the running back from Texas that we've been talking about, we even brought up that he was somebody that was interesting as a potential Alvin Kamara type back to come to the. He runs a 4.3 840, Raj. That is fast. There were 10 running backs in this class that ran faster than 4.45. Bucky Irving, the best rookie running back, ran a 4.55 last year.
Hampton wasn't part of the 4.45 club. He was just outside of it, 4.46.
And he had himself a good combine.
And people expect him to be the second back taken off the board.
I'll tell you, looked really good, man, at the combine was DJ Giddens, the running back from Kansas State. That dude, man, he's tough, physical. Do you remember what he did to CU? I mean, CU ended up winning that game, but DJ Giddens looked like a dog.
It wasn't hard to look like a stud running back against CU's defense, let's be honest.
He was 4.43. The guy that CU did a great job against was UCF's RJ Harvey, who I didn't think looked great in the game that I watched of him. That dude runs a 4.40 40. There ended up being 10 backs that ran sub 4.45. It's a good year to go out and get a running back.
Now that we're talking about actual numbers, guys, if I run it in sub 5, I'm going to be very impressed with myself. So I take back everything that I said in the first 90 seconds of this segment. Naive is what I am today. Coach Chris Armas, Colorado Rapids, join us on the other side after we talk to Chris Armas. I wonder if the Avs grossly overpaid for Ryan Lindgren over the weekend. I've got a lot to say about it. A lot of thoughts about the second rounder, the fourth rounder that they shipped out. A lot of thoughts about what they're going to do with the remaining just south of $3.2 million that they have to use between now and Friday afternoon at 1 p.m. Rapids head coach Chris Armas next.
I mean, there were moments, there were opportunities for Colorado, but unable to find that winner, unable to hold on to the 2-0 lead that they had built for themselves. Maybe that is just it. Maybe it is just an early season 90 minutes.
Rapids tie for their first 2 games in the MLS schedule, 3-3 over the weekend against Dallas. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas every week on Monday, 10:45 here on the Morning Sprint. Coach, how are you?
I'm good. Good to be back, guys.
Hey,
Thanks.
Before we get into the game, before we get into the tie, and I know it kind of feels sour. It felt like that was one that you guys probably should have had. Am I correct in saying MLS no longer has a scouting combine, correct?
A combine? They have we do have a combine.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry. I was looking it up. I was trying to find like what you guys did. What are the most important combine drills that you guys put players through?
But like MLS has the combine, let's say this past December, for the college players coming through.
Mm-hmm.
We don't host a Rapids combine for players. We can bring players on trial, and then we put them through our training sessions with our second team, with our first team. But
Coach,
the MLS combine has, fitness testings, speed, agility, 10-meter, 40-meter, different types of testing, and then they play small-sided games and possession drills, and they play large-sided games.
Got it. Google was lying to me this morning, so I'm glad that I learned something.
Are you a part of the MLS combine as the head coach of an MLS team? Like, do you attend that, or is that more for the scouting and personnel side?
Yeah, our entire scouts go, but I went. I think I was one of the only MLS coaches there.
It's because you're a ball coach.
I saw only one other one. He's also a sporting director. So, but as the league has evolved and scouting departments have grown, I think the role for coaches to be there is less. But for me, we had 9 picks in the draft. So listen. What else am I doing? I want to be involved in that to try to find that next talent.
Coach Armas, next year at the MLS Scouting Combine, you know that I would love to attend it with you. So yeah, just let me know when I can book my flights. That's something that a real coaching sicko like I am, and I know you are as well. That's right up our alley, man. That's what we love doing. Is there a 40-yard dash? Because we've been talking about Alex Ryanemi, my co-host here. If he could run a 4.8, he said a 4.5.
Oh, I backed off of that very quickly.
There is a 40. There's I think a 30-meter, a 40-meter. There's a little bit of an agility one too. But
you guys got to do meters. That's tough. That's a different world for me.
What is the most worthless drill that they put players through, where you get a result and you go, what's that going to tell me about a player?
They don't do a ton of the physical testing. I think it's all relevant. They do one that's a jump test, but the jump for height and all this, it also is an indicator of power. So, which also indicates speed. So they don't overthink it. It's all pretty relevant.
Coach, going to the 3-3 results, still without a defeat, certainly in MLS play here. Home opener, great attendance, awesome weather for the first weekend, and not always the case here, in Colorado. And so it was a beautiful result against an FC Dallas team that had come in with a victory in their previous outing. What did you like about the team? When you look at some of the new faces in particular, you're just about 4 competitive matches in with this new crew. Not all new players, but 3-4 new members of the starting lineup. What did you learn about your team after the home opener?
Yeah, look, there's some things that we were hoping to see. In the first few games of the year, we had played in St. Louis, which was a 0-0 draw. We had played at LAFC in a 1-0 tight game, didn't give up much. And then we beat LAFC at home 2-1. But in the run of play, we hadn't only 1 goal conceded. So we were hoping to get our offense going, which we did.
Yep.
We wanted to play with more tempo, verticality, more of the type of attack that we are used to, that produces goals and chances. And we saw that, Keegan Rosenberry, Rafa Navarro gets a couple on the day, which that was a big plus. We loved the way we started the game. And for 90 minutes, we attacked. We we didn't defend our box that well. And that's going to be part of us growing and getting all these guys on the same page. The new players, 3 out of 4 of the back line are fairly new because Reggie Cannon is from the end of the year. And we also like that we went down 3-2 and came back. It's not easy. We were in total control. All of a sudden, 2-0 to 2-2. We're like, what's going on here? But then at 3-2 down, we came back, which that's just what our team does. We never quit.
Biggest thing that you need to fix going into the game this weekend at Austin?
Got to defend our box better. We're such an honest team. We cover the most entire amount of ground in MLS. We run, we sprint, that it can't be that we concede goals on a little amount of chances. So what I'm going to tell the boys tomorrow when we're back in is if we combine the defending from the LAFC series and St. Louis with the attack of this game, I think we start looking really hard to beat. But it's really the defending part of things in our box.
Also, I have a bone to pick with soccer.
Jeez, take it easy on the
I'm
beautiful sport, man.
Hold on. Gosh, I love it. But the whole aggregate thing, I'm not here for it. I'm not here for it. I can't stand it. Just because you score goals in one place as compared to another means you don't move on. I'm not here for it, Coach.
I'm not a fan of it. I like just logically, like years ago, I don't know when it started, years ago, when teams in certain competitions or World Cups or Champions League, when you play one home, one away, they would go on the road and just bunker in. So they said, no, we're going to try to promote attacking on the road too, not just these boring affairs by sitting back. But we don't do that. We attack on the road. So all of a sudden, it doesn't reward us. But imagine playing 180 minutes to find out who the better team is. One team scores 2, the other team scores 2, and one team moves on. This does not make sense for me. But listen, that's not an excuse. We knew the deal. We really lost it in leg 1 where we gave up a late corner kick goal. But yeah, listen, it's part of it. I'm not a big fan of it either.
Coach, each and every year you have a different lifeblood on your team, your roster. There's different growth and development. And your first year here in Colorado was last season. This now being your second full year in command. What do you want if there was like a 2, 3, 4, 5 words to describe what you want this iteration of the Colorado Rapids to look like, feel like, and when you're watching, what do you want this team to look like, and how would you define that for this season for fans when they come out and watch your team play?
Listen, to build upon what we did last year, that's what I want. Last year, the motto is the same this year. We attack and we're a team first. We never, ever give in. We don't give up. And we play for the fans, which is attacking football. So what do I want it to look like? I want us to look more, continue the attacking, continue the proactive approach when we have the ball, that we're playing with tempo and verticality. I mean, we're playing forward as opposed to sideways and backwards and moving the ball or just around. That we really have our eye on the prize, which is the goal, and that we continue to attack. We give up 60 goals last year, guys. That's a big number. Our goal is to be somewhere in the 40s, and that puts us at 3rd, 4th place probably. So to defend better collectively, and then in and around our box, that we've added center backs. We've added some more athletic guys in the back, more experience. And then the last part, again, for a head coach, I want the team to take some steps in terms of maturity and managing games, and to take it over on the inside. I tell the players from day one that good teams, the coach will hold you accountable. But on the very best of teams, the players hold each other more accountable. Because I'm not out there, and I'm certainly not on the sideline joysticking like I'm playing a FIFA video game. But when the stress is there and when things are tough, that more guys out there that can be pointing, looking around, encouraging, picking guys up, that this is what I'm looking. We're a young team that doesn't come overnight, but I'd like to see some steps forward in that department.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas, our guest every Monday at 10:45. Coach, best of luck this weekend in Austin. You guys can hear that game on AM 950 worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app. We'll talk to you in a week, Coach.
Thanks, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, Coach. Keep it rolling.
Thank you.
All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by our friends at Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. On the other side, Avs make a big trade. Did they overpay for Ryan Lindgren? Well, if it's this version of Ryan Lindgren, the trade's a disaster. If you get who he was 2 years ago, it might be the steal of the trade deadline season. We'll break it down on the other side. Special thanks to Rapids head coach Chris Armas, who agrees with me. The whole aggregate thing in soccer is a joke and it needs to go away. No games tonight. Nuggets lose yesterday to Boston on the road. They'll be back at it on Wednesday evening, a few nights off before they take on Sacramento at home, 7 p.m. You can hear that game starting at 6:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs got a win on Friday, but had the whole weekend off, including tonight. And then they'll have Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins show up on Tuesday evening. That game also on 92.5. So the big news over the weekend wasn't that the Avs handled New Jersey and then they smoked Minnesota 5-1 and 5-2 respectively. Really good start to a 6-game homestand. The big story is this. They make a trade. Over the weekend, they send a 2nd-round pick, a 4th-round pick, Juuso Parssinen, and Calvin DeHaan to the New York Rangers in exchange for forward Jimmy Vesey, who's a UFA, 31 years old, $800,000, just kind of a throw-in. And
cool name, though.
Jimmy Vesey?
Little swag. Vesey.
Yeah, a little swag.
I know it's spelled V-E-S-E-Y,
Jimmy
but
Vesey.
I'm going like V-E-E-Z-Y. That's my guy, Vesey.
A Harvard product. Won the
Drury?
Hobie Baker.
Teammate?
No, he's
younger
before.
than Drury.
Vesey's like a 93 birth year.
Drury's what, only like 26?
Yeah, he's
Maybe younger.
he's younger. They didn't cross over. Harvard product. He's he'll be competing for the final forward spot on the roster. You might be able to use him, you might not. His best years in the league have likely come and gone. The big part of this trade, coach, defenseman Ryan Lindgren, who is on the final year of a $4.25 million contract, if I'm correct. New York retains 50% of that at $2.25 million. The Avs are only on the hook for like $1.1 million for the remainder of the season because you accrue cap hits daily in the NHL. So doesn't really cost you anything in terms of money. Ryan Lindgren is an old 26-year-old player. For some reason over the last 2 years, whether it's been injuries or improper use by the New York Rangers, his possession metrics have plummeted. And he's been playing alongside a possession darling in former Norris Trophy winner Adam Fox, also Harvard guy. It's a little concerning.
Also, Adam Fox, who made a fairly significant error in the Four Nations.
Yeah, Adam Fox he hasn't been the same player he was 2-3 years ago. I don't know what's going on with him. Maybe some players like peak and then they kind of fall off. Maybe that's what Adam Fox is doing right now. If Ryan Lindgren is the player that he's been for the last 2 years, and this year has been very bad, but granted, the Rangers have been largely a dumpster fire. His regression started last year when New York won the President's Trophy. And it was basically just his offensive game fell off and his possession stats were not great, and also he couldn't stay healthy. If you get the version of Ryan Lindgren from 2 years ago, which is a mean son of a gun to play against.
And that, what you just said, is what has me excited. I like mean.
If you get that version, you just got a net front defender who does not get messed with. You got a guy who can kill penalties, not at a great clip, but good net front on penalties. And he does block shots at a decent percentage at 5-on-5. So shot suppression helps. If you get the version of him from 2 years ago, this is an absolute steal. If you get the version of him that's playing alongside Adam Fox this year, you gave up a whole bunch to get a guy who right now is a rental.
Luckily, on Saturday and Sunday, I was occupied by my daughter's first softball tournament. The old comp softball world. My first time doing this. It's wild. But there was a guy on my dad of one of the girls on my daughter's team, born and raised in New York. He was wearing a New York Rangers ball cap.
All right.
So I got a good scouting report from a diehard hockey fan, and it's exactly what you said about Lindgren. Very physical, almost too physical.
Yeah, he can take some penalties.
And some of the physicality has led to his own injuries. Like he has almost knocked himself out, not physically knocking himself, giving himself conks, but shoulders and, stuff where he is so over the top of probably what these Avs right now are used to that I was like, this is so welcome, at least for me. that likes the physical nature of the game and bringing in an American defenseman that epitomizes some of what we saw in maybe even that first game against Canada. I know he didn't play on that team, but that type of style as a defenseman, where the Avs just haven't really had that type of guy. And the guy that you would point to is Josh Manson, who has not been able to stay healthy himself. I like that there is a second physical defensive presence.
So that's where I look at this trade, and I choose to look at these trades glass half full, right? If you get Lindgren and he's healthy, you get Lindgren from 2 seasons ago, he becomes your Josh Manson replacement if you deem Manson not healthy enough to be an Av moving forward. And that was always the gamble with Josh Manson is he going to be healthy for the remainder of this contract? He's an older player, a lot of heavy minutes on those legs. And it looks as though at right now, like if I'm the Avs in the offseason, I'm probably looking to move Josh Manson, right? If you can't rely on him to play 60 games in a regular season, I don't know if he has a spot on the roster. I think he's a great player when he is right. When he's not healthy, he can be a liability on the ice in his mid-30s. If Lindgren is the version of himself that he was 2 seasons ago, he is a plug-and-place replacement for Josh Manson in terms of the physicality, the snarl that the Avs miss at the net front. I think the other big piece of this is even if Lindgren clicks immediately here in Colorado and they go on a run, I don't know if he's going to make $4.5 million on his next contract because you've had 2 years where it's just been depreciating value and a lack of health. So I wonder if he fits here. Can you sign him to something short of $4.5 million where you then get a little bit more bang on your buck moving forward?
My Rangers insider, which is really just a fellow softball dad in Erie, Colorado.
Just a guy having a couple of beers.
Yes. Actually, no. This was a sober softball weekend for the Tigers of Louisville, and the parents, of course. I
was going to say I would hope that
not a lot of 14-year-olds.
A 14-year-old girls softball team is sober.
Good.
There's an issue if that's not the case.
Yeah, the way they booted the ball around in that last inning, I was like, yeah, what do you guys got in those coolers back there, huh? This is what I see is he was mentioning to me, I wanted to see if this added up for what you've watched with Lindgren. The last 2 years haven't been great. His value has frankly plummeted. Combination of injuries, the advanced metrics on puck possession, stuff that you're mentioning. But the last few weeks have been good in his time in New York. Have you seen any signs of Lindgren that give you some belief that Chris McFarland saw something that reminded him more of 2022, 2023 Brian Lindgren?
If I'm being honest, I haven't watched much Rangers hockey in the last 2 weeks. So I don't think I can accurately answer that question. I know what I saw 2 years ago. What I saw 2 years ago was a 25-year-old defenseman playing alongside Adam Fox that was the perfect pair with a puck-moving defenseman. A guy who was willing to take all of the dirty work in front of the net, a guy who was willing to be physical. Now, the question is, did New York deploy him in the proper way? Because when you play with Adam Fox, that means you're playing 25 minutes a night, man. And you're playing 18 of those 25 minutes, 20 of those 25 minutes against the opposition's number one unit. In Colorado, he will not be doing that.
Right.
He is a second pairing defenseman or a third pairing defenseman here with the Avalanche. So you get insulated by coming here to the Avs. Does that make him a better player? I think when you utilize players in roles that are a step below what they used to be used in, they can then flourish. I always go back to Eric Johnson when he got traded here from St. Louis. Eric Johnson, when he became a true second pairing defenseman, was wonderful in terms of value. I think Seth Jones, who got traded this weekend from the Chicago Blackhawks out to the Florida Panthers put Matthew Tkachuk on long-term injured reserve. He's going to miss some significant period of time, $9.5 million.
LBI or UBI?
Lower body injury was the same one that he was dealing with, that growing injury that he was dealing with the Four Nations. So they take his $9.5 million. They then trade Spencer Knight, who's a 23-year-old goaltender, was like the best goaltending prospect that the United States of America had put out in years. and just hasn't been able to break through in Florida with Sergei Bobrovsky in front of him. They pair a first-round pick with Spencer Knight, give him to the Chicago Blackhawks, who then send a fourth-rounder and Jones to Florida. They retain him at $7 million, so I believe it's 25% is what Chicago's taking for the next 4 years on Jones. Jones will not be tasked with being a number one defenseman in Florida. I think Seth Jones is about to flourish as a Panther because he will then be a stalwart as a third or a fourth D-man on that team. I think that's what Lindgren can be here. It's a good trade if it works, if you get his value from 2 years ago. It's a disastrous trade if you don't.
Do you still believe that there's a need and even a possibility for Carlo? As a D-man?
I mocked Carlo to the Avalanche for a second, a fourth, and a prospect with a condition on the second that the Avs get to a cup final, the second becomes a first. I don't know if the comp is true anymore. Boston's in a weird position, man. Like, you could look at Brad Marchand and see if you could get Marchand. That's another player that I've been taking a peek at. I don't know if you need Carlo anymore, right? This is, you needed a middle pairing defenseman. You just got your middle pairing defenseman. Is he 6'6" Brandon Carlo? No. But is he physical as hell? Yes. Is he a great net front presence despite not being 6'6" or 6'6"? Also, yes. He's not undersized. He's
6 foot, but well over 200.
Yeah, he's a thick dude.
Yeah.
That's a mean son of a gun to play hockey against, if he's right. Again, if he's the version that we've seen this year from the Rangers, then a second, a fourth are really tough trade chips to part with. Don't look at this. Don't look at the draft picks as things that, like, oh no, what could those players have become for the Avs? No. The picks that the Avs have those are arrows for trades forever. For the entirety of McKinnon and Makar. Trade arrow, trade arrow, trade arrow. Don't worry about a second, a third, a fourth. Use those in trades. That's why I say that if it doesn't work, the second and the fourth could have been used to go out and get a guy like Carlo. I still think that comp is pretty good that I pulled from last year. Marchand is another one that's been mocked to the Avs. 36-year-old winger. If you believe in Casey Middlestat, but you still think you need some scoring punch and also a little bit of rattiness, Spring and I like to use the term that we coined almost 6 years ago. Bags win cups. Ryan Lindgren's a bag. Bradley Marchand is the poster boy for being a bag.
What kind of bag?
D-bag.
Oh.
Rat bag. Just get up and lick your nose in a scrum type of guy. He just got hurt over the weekend, which is a little bit of an issue. Might have a concussion after getting hit into the boards by
Marchand?
Yeah, by Pierre-Olivier Joseph. I think that's his name, something like that. A Pittsburgh player hit him from behind, and he missed the Boston game over the weekend against Minnesota, which is a 1-0 Minnesota win. Marchand's a player that could come here and be a really good fit. Final year of his 6-year contract. If you move him, you could possibly get him for around $2 million left in his cap hit this year. So it wouldn't mean that you would have to get Boston to retain any salary, which would help in terms of like not having the draft assets to go out and get a player like Brad Marchand. Do we follow? Claude Giroux was traded 2 years ago. Longtime captain of the Philadelphia Flyers, much like Brad Marchand, is the captain of the Boston Bruins right now. It cost you a third, a first, and a top prospect in Owen Tippett, who's turned into a good middle-of-the-lineup player for Florida. I don't think it would cost you that much. Giroux was 2 years younger than Marchand is right now when he got traded, and also Giroux plays the middle. I don't think it would cost a first-rounder to go out and get Brad Marchand. I think you could still utilize, because the Avs currently have right now Carolina's second-round pick in 2025, Colorado's own 2025 fourth-rounder. They have a first next year and 2 fourth-rounders in 2026. I think you could utilize this year's second from Carolina, multiple mid-round picks, and a prospect to go out and get a true rental in Brad Marchand, who would slot in second-line wing, bring some grit, bring some good penalty killing, and a little bit more secondary scoring punch to the lineup. I think that's a guy you could go out and get from Boston as well. They're not done yet. They got $3 million in cap space.
4 days. 4 days?
4 days. Friday afternoon, 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
Mountain.
League office is in Toronto?
New York.
Oh. What's in Toronto? Replay?
I think New York, isn't it? Or is it Toronto?
The replay officials are in Toronto.
New York. Official site of the National Hockey League in Manhattan. Yeah, New York.
Huh.
But the replay goes through Toronto. Why do you ask?
Just curious.
After all that, we want to know.
Why would?
Is it on 9th and 1st?
Why would you not have the replay go through where the league office
I
is?
don't know.
That's
NHL's
crazy.
Weird in that way. That's your look at the Avs and their NHL trade deadline. What they did over the last weekend, what they can do moving forward. I wanted to get a little bit in the weeds. I think it can be a home run, but it's a gamble, guys. At least Chris McFarland puts his chips on the table. You can't fault the guy for that. It's either a home run or it's a complete miss. I can't wait to see what happens.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. Been talking about the Avs and their big trade over the weekend. The Nuggets failing to take advantage of a shorthanded Boston Celtics team, and then the NFL Combine. But there is some breaking news in the NFL this morning, KJ. What is that?
It sure is. Darius Slay, 6-time Pro Bowler by the Eagles, is being cut as of today. Now, they have the option to post June 1st designate him, which would save them 4.5 against the cap. But Darius Slay has been cut by the Philadelphia Eagles. If for some reason the Broncos can't fit him in here, where do you guys would think the best landing spot would be for a veteran corner who wants to play at least one more year?
A 34-year-old corner coming off a championship. But 34-year-old corners are not long for this league. He's certainly not a fit here. He's not a fit here in Denver because of the same reason he's not a fit in Philadelphia. Denver has 2 excellent young corners.
Yes.
And Philadelphia has 2 excellent young corners.
Yes.
I don't know where he fits, man.
They're somewhere. I mean,
a contender?
49ers, they're getting a little, some possible movement going on in their secondary. I could see that being a spot that you could see Darius Slay land. Really good player, though. And I don't think he's past his prime, meaning that he still can give you something this year, give you something very valuable. I think so.
Okay, let me ask the question this way, guys. Is it time for Darius Slay to move to safety for the longevity of his career?
Depends. Nowadays, safeties that are either being used in the box or in single high coverage outfits, a lot of those safeties end up having to cover just as much as you did at the corner position and or play a little bit more physically in the box. So I don't know that might be the move either. Not many players are doing that like maybe 15, 20 years ago. That was the natural progression. Who's my corner from Green from the Redskins, who are now the Commanders? There was he played well, like I think into his 40s. He was a defensive back for the Washington football team.
You're missing me.
But he made the move from corner to safety.
You know what might be a really good team for him? Cincinnati. They should take any help that they can get on the back end. And he's not an impact corner right now. He's good. He's better than anything they got going on in Cincinnati. He could be a good Bengal, a good cheap Bengal. I could see that working out. What's next?
The San Francisco 49ers have sent Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders, coach, in exchange for a 5th-round pick. Now, here's a tricky part with this trade. The Commanders have current defensive tackle Jonathan Allen on the trade block, and they were trying to work him into this trade, but due to his $16.4 million against the cap, they couldn't make it work. So San Francisco will absorb $31.55 of the dead hit money this year against their cap, and then Washington will take on $17.5 on their cap, and they're leaving a possibility that the Commanders will try to work out a deal with him this offseason.
This must have gone really sideways in San Francisco. For the Niners to take on 31.5 dead?
Just crazy, man.
For just a 5?
And Deebo Samuel was like the poster boy of Kyle Shanahan's modern offense, the spinoff of Mike Shanahan's wide zone scheme with all the bells and whistles of an ace type player. They can be a running back, be a receiver, be the motion guy, be the blocker, lead
blocker.
Thank
you for using the proper terminology, by the way.
Correct.
Appreciate that, ace.
I've been using it, man. Straight Ace and Gary these days.
I'm hoping that the rest of the shows here at Altitude Sports Radio will get on board in outlawing the term Joker from non-Nuggets use. I appreciate that you followed suit.
What? Deebo Samuel, you're willing to eat up 31.5 for him not to play with you. That's a big non-quarterback number.
You know what it screams to me? And maybe I'm giving John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan too much credit. It screams to me, remember when the Patriots would cut a guy after 3, 4, 5 years of really good service, and then they would just be gone, just not coming back to the team next year. And their careers would essentially be over.
It was like Lawrence Maroney.
It screams that to me. Where San Francisco goes, we stripped the tires bare. And we'd rather pay him because he's not going to turn into, David Justice in Moneyball with the A's.
Mm-hmm.
We'd rather pay him all that money, take on a fifth, and just move on and wipe our hands clean of the transaction. That's what it screams to me. It screams Belichick being, I got the best out of that guy,
and then on the flip
he can't
side,
do it anymore.
And then on the flip side, the Washington Commanders are looking at it from the standpoint, is there something in there?
Is he David Justice?
Because they're not actually, financially, they're not giving up much at all. The Commanders, $17.5 million on Washington's salary cap. That's not bad for a player that was a household name superstar 1 year ago. Like everybody in NFL would have taken Deebo Samuel before last season. Would anybody have turned down Deebo Samuel in the National Football League before last season?
No. And you also don't have to make the decision on him right now.
No.
Like he's on the final year of his rookie deal, opted into that final season at $15 million of a total cap hit. Yeah, you don't have to worry about any of that right now. If he's a disaster, you gave up a 5th round pick and you go, whatever. Enjoy free agency and you move on. I think it's a work of art from Washington. I'm nervous that San Francisco, for Washington, for their standpoint, I'm nervous they know something that the rest of the league doesn't quite know. KJ?
Look at him go.
It's such an unhinged sound effect, man.
That's what a real 40-yard dash sounds like, Raj. That's what you're going to sound like when you run that 4.79.
You said 4.77. It's slowly moving up towards the 5s.
I've done a little bit more thinking, and I've been sitting and marinating on this 40-yard dash of Alex right now. It's not getting any better.
I still think making me turn this thing around in a week is crazy.
Hopefully the weather turns because I got a field ready for you next week.
Well, listen, Raj, I got faith in you, even if you don't have faith in yourself. Coach, earlier in the show, you talked about the tight ends kind of not living up to the hype necessarily during the NFL Combine. Well, Clutch Points NFL is suggesting that the Broncos reach out to the Baltimore Ravens and that they trade their 2025 third-round pick for tight end Mark Andrews, due in large part to the fact that Mark Andrews is coming up on his the last year of his contract. Eric DeCosta, the GM for the Ravens, said this about their cap situation. We don't have a lot of cap room. We have Nick Matteo working tirelessly to find some space for us. We call it couch cushion coins. We're trying to find 50 grand here, 75 grand there, and a couch cushion. Would you guys be open to the Broncos trading for Mark Andrews while they continue to develop their tight end of the future, whomever that may be?
Yeah, if you've got to hit on a tight end in this draft if you take Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews is a proven commodity that is showing some signs of slowing down from a health standpoint, from a production standpoint. But he's such an enticing player because of his experience, his knowledge, everything he's been able to accomplish in the National Football League. But man, since 2021 with his ridiculous breakout year, 107 catches, 1,361 yards, and 9 touchdowns. The last 3 years, 73 catches, 45 catches. And then this past season, he was healthy, played a full 17-game regular season, but he only had 55 catches for 673 yards, but did have 11 touchdowns.
The beginning of his season was atrocious. He was way closer to the Mark Andrews that we know in the second half of the year with Baltimore when their offense really started to pick up. At the beginning, he was worthless. For a third rounder, I do it in a heartbeat. Agreed. I don't think a third rounder for that guy? Yep. Sign me up.
So Mark Andrews and Harold Fannin Jr., baby.
I'd pay a third rounder for the production he had this year. What'd you say? 74 how many catches?
55.
55 catches and 11 touchdowns, 600 some odd yards. That's worth a third rounder right now.
11 touchdowns is serious.
Take my third rounder. Be my guest. I want him here. Give him me. Give him. I want him. Be the best tight end you've had since Shannon Sharp.
Better than DT?
Than Julius Thomas?
Sorry, JT.
Not as big of a vertical threat, but a way better complete tight end than Julius Thomas was. Julius Thomas was a pass catcher. He didn't do anything else. That guy could not play attached to the line of scrimmage. He was worthless. Really good in the red zone, but so was Mark Andrews. Yes, he would be the best tight end that the Broncos have had since Shannon Sharp. Take my third rounder. KJ?
I'm in. I'm in.
KJ?
According to Connor Hughes of SNY-TV in New York, quote, the Giants took their big swing on Matthew Stafford. That failed. Now multiple sources expect them to concentrate their efforts on getting the number 1 pick from Tennessee and pairing the QB they select with a veteran. That could be Aaron Rodgers, but I'm told the former Packers/Jets quarterback is more of a discussion at this point. Russell Wilson, Sam Darnold are 2 others the Giants are discussing, per sources. A couple of people I talked to believe Wilson will be the most likely outcome. As for the rookies, I couldn't find anyone affiliated with the team who has Shedeur Sanders ranked ahead of Cam Ward. A couple had others as the number 2 quarterback in this class. All felt any trade at number 1 is for one player, Ward. If the Giants do end up getting Wilson and Ward, what are the chances Cam would beat out Russ for the starting job by week 1?
Man, Cam Ward he's got a lot of aspects of his game that are very enticing, but there's also just certain aspects that I wonder, are they going to translate? The ACC was a really, really, really bad defensive conference. And some of the things that he was able to get away with in terms of holding on the ball, extending plays, holding on to the last second, like those are NFL turnovers or sacks and fumbles. I think that's the concern on him as well as...
I was going to say that's the concern on Shedeur.
Yes. And that's why there's just not a lot of great vibes going around about this quarterback class, period. I'd say that Russell Wilson would be the starting quarterback game 1, for sure. What that ended up turning into is anybody's guess.
If it's New York, man, with the Giants, I think that fan base would riot. If they signed Russ to a small deal, a 2-year deal, or maybe even just a 1-year deal, and then they drafted a quarterback in the top, what are they selecting, 3 this year? Drafting a quarterback at number 3, and then assuredly passing up on either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter in that spot, right? If you take Cam Ward, you're passing up on either the best pass rusher / best player in the draft and the best corner / maybe also the best player in the draft, and they take a QB and don't play the guy, MetLife would burn to the ground. Cam would win the job. Young quarterback, got to reset that franchise, man. I don't know. Like, did Russ wow you at camp ever? He didn't feel like he was a camp darling to me when we saw him.
Just proven commodity. He just took a team to the playoffs. Whether it was because of him or in spite of him, that still matters. There's still cachet that goes attached to being a playoff starting quarterback in the National Football League.
Yeah, I get it.
And a Super Bowl winning quarterback. So you combine those two. Is he frustrating to watch? Yes. Does he do just enough to make you think he is a borderline starter in the National Football League? He does.
KJ, one more.
Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network reported that the Jets are now taking calls on wide receiver Davante Adams and want to trade him before the start of the league year. They are expected to release Adams if they can't get a deal done. He has a $38.2 million cap number in 2025, according to Rappaport. Guys, as we know the cap number and we understand based off prior reports, he wants to either go to the LA Chargers or follow Aaron Rodgers. Is Adams even worth the risk anymore?
I don't think he's a risk at all. I don't think Davante Adams is a risk.
Okay, what is he?
He's a guy that just produces every single season.
He's a proven stud.
His
down year this year with 2 crap teams was 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns in 14 games.
Davante Adams as a Denver Bronco is the solution to so many of your problems. And yeah, it's gonna be incredible when it hits. I can't wait. I'm so excited. It's gonna happen.
You're gonna be more excited when he's a Bronco or more terrified when he's a Charger?
I don't think Davante Adams would want to play for Jim Harbaugh. I don't know if Davante seems like such a real dude that like there's times where he'd be like, today is it's a great day because it is today. Davante be like, bro, dude, I'm too old for this, man.
Is that a pretty hard 90-degree turn from Matt LaFleur to a Harbaugh camp?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's worth the risk, and I don't even think risk is a fair word to put in there, man. A down year, 1,000 yards and 8 scores in 14 games. The year before, 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns. In 2022 with Vegas, 1,500 yards, 14 touchdowns. He's been the same guy his whole career. He's worth whatever you want to pay the guy. He's worth a gamble? That ain't a gamble.
Raj, I think
a steal.
When you hear defensive backs, you hear even current top wide receivers in the NFL, they still say that wide receiver 1 in the National Football League is Davante Adams. He has that respect. Now, he hasn't played as wide receiver 1 for the last year and some change, but I think wide receiver 1 statistically in the right situation is still very much in there with Davante Adams.
Watch him be like a Chief by the end of the day.
No, you watch it. You watch it. Coach, what's more likely to happen? We, as in the Broncos, sign Davante Adams or Raj breaks 4.8 in 40?
As the show's gone on, man, Raj is getting slower in my eyes.
I'm getting slower in my own eyes.
He used a mile and his average miles per hour to forecast what his 40-yard dash time would be.
I was not forecasting. I was just like,
and then
I can move.
He didn't realize that
fella.
He didn't realize that 1,600 meters is a very different in terms of a consistent speed than just 40 yards. Half of your 40-yard dash is spent getting up to that mile per hour average that you were running.
That's what I'm most scared about.
Yeah, your start is going to be atrocious.
I can't remember the last time I started off the blocks.
Your start might lead to a soft tissue injury. Seriously. Like that happens when you're a bit older and you haven't done this forever.
Can you imagine I snap? Do you have like
hamstring,
do you have a labrum
quad.
in your hip? I think you do.
No, it'd be a hamstring, a quad, possibly a calf.
How bad are you going to feel when I have to go get surgery after running a 40? How bad are you going to feel? This is your fault.
This was all you're doing. You spoke it all into existence by saying that you could run a 4.5 when you were throwing shade at Tez Johnson. Like you're faster than Tez.
It was me sitting on my couch with a couple of beers going, who's this guy?
Did you watch any Oregon games this year? And you just sat there like, yeah, I'm faster than that guy. Really, Uncle Rico? Really?
Oh, NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. They're Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line in brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
How much enjoyment are you taking coaching this group?
Well, it's twofold answer. I'm having a great time because they give me everything they have. When they shoot the free throws and when they shoot from the field, I want to kill myself.
Pitino, man. What's wrong with this man?
Rick Pitino back in college basketball just makes me feel alive.
What's he now? St. John's?
St. John's and St. John's.
Was he Iona before?
I believe his comeback was at Iona.
Uh-huh.
And I'll tell you what. Hey, Pitino Jr., young Pitino, he's balling at New Mexico. Mountain West is getting hot.
St. John's for the first time since 1985 can win the Big East. Like that's a real team. 26-4, he's got him rolling. And if he's talking like that, are we going to see the return of white suit on the sidelines, Rick Pitino? Because that's the best version of Rick Pitino.
No
and
doubt.
I hate me some Rick Pitino being a Syracuse guy.
Dude, I wish that we could get a Rick Pitino unfiltered, like a GoPro, just following him around through his life. Could you imagine some of the interactions that he has on a daily basis?
Well, the halftime rip that he had into his team.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about some of his dealings, the family.
The reasons why he, was removed from his longtime job.
Well, that was at Louisville. And that happened on a table.
Not great.
I actually ate at that restaurant. Somebody told me that's the table that it went down with Pitino and said, situation.
For an added $75 a plate, you can eat without a plate on that table.
And then we do know this about Rick Pitino. What makes Rick Pitino a really good basketball coach over the years?
What's that?
Players. How do you get players?
Well, now it's money. It's
How's
money.
How's that been for Rick Pitino for the last 40 years? Money. Cold, hard cash. Where does he get that money? La Familia.
Saying that the Italians are...
No, it's always been that
the
way.
The mob is just giving them all the cash.
I want to kill myself.
It's always been that way.
You don't have to. The mob will do it for you.
Gosh, I wish I was an Italian, man. I'd be... Oh, man.
Other amazing things.
Vic Lombardi.
Other amazing things that I've seen over the weekend. Have you gotten a look at this Rockies pitching prospect? Is it Jeffrey or Jeffrey Yan?
Dude, he's actually kind of a bit of a journeyman.
So he's a journeyman. So what this guy is, he's a 28-year-old lefty. He leaps and nearly lands in a full split after every single punch out that he has in Cactus League play. It is, guys, it's freaking electric watching this dude pitch. He's kind of a bad pitcher, and his story it's great. So in 2014, he was brought over from the Dominican Republic by the LA Angels and never quite got there, battled injuries, Tommy John surgery,
in 2016.
He was out of baseball for nearly 4 years playing in like advanced amateur ball while working jobs at grocery stores and roofing contracts, but still pitching. And now he's a Rockies pitching prospect at 28 years old. And if you haven't watched the dude pitch, again, every strikeout, he leaps up into the air. Talk about a 40-inch vert. And then he lands in a full splits.
It's really cool to watch.
It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. And you know what? The Rockies, they're going to suck this year. So why not bring that guy here to Colorado?
Are you sure they're going to suck?
They're not going to
Because
be
they
good.
are an elite spring training outfit right now.
They're not going to be a good baseball team.
We're getting KB. Remember that?
We need a full season of KB.
Yeah, bud. It's looking like we might end up getting a full season of KB. We're seeing what it looks like. I saw KB swing a bat and get a double almost to the warning track. KB's got warning track power now. That's better than not playing at all.
I don't know. I suppose if like Kyle Freeland takes a big step, or if German Marquez returns to all-star form.
Who's Kyle Freeland? You mean Kevin, right?
Kevin Freeland? It doesn't help that Austin Gomber is now experiencing left shoulder soreness. I don't love that for the nibbler, as the morning show calls him. Yeah, they're going to struggle. So if they're going to struggle, give me some Jeffrey Yan. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Jeffrey Yan. Yeah, give me that guy. A little lefty out of the bullpen, punch someone out in a 9-2 loss to the LA Dodgers.
Yeah,
I'll pay money to see that.
Yeah, we could tell the Dodgers you might have a better pitcher or a better staff of pitchers. We've got a better gymnast on the mound for our Colorado Rockies. He does look like a little. He looks like a gymnast out there.
You know what he looks like? He looks like he should be playing wide receiver at Texas.
Yep.
He looks like every Texas wide receiver that has come out of that program
Wiry,
in the last
fast as
5
heck.
years.
Yep.
The Broncos should draft that Matthew Golden guy.
I
want speed. I want guys that scare the crap out of safeties. I would love that. Bo showed us he can throw the deep ball.
Yep.
The last throw that I have in my head from the season.
Deep ball or
no, the Bills deep ball.
Bills
Started
deep ball.
off that game.
The Bengals deep ball was the best one of the year though. To Marvin Mims, where he just red line, closed his eyes and threw. He bit the pin off the grenade and chucked it as far as he could over the wall. That was a dime.
Think the Avs make a move for a forward? You think it's Brad Marchand? You think the Sidney Crosby dream is still alive Tuesday night? Avs and Penguins?
It absolutely is alive. And I think the Avs fan base needs to do its best to make Sidney Crosby feel welcome.
We want Crosby.
We want Crosby. And then mix it in with a little Sid the Kid. Sid the Kid. Just get it going, man.
It is. It's up to you guys. It's up to the 18,000 that are going to be at Ball Arena tomorrow night.
Just
start the chance, baby.
Just a 3-hour glaze session of Sidney Crosby.
Nate wants Sid.
Mm-hmm. Kreckman, we're talking about.
Cole Harbor native. That's a chewy one, but I think you guys could get it going on that. Some signage. Some big signage out there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Chris, trade for this guy. Kyle Dubas is an idiot. He'll give him away for free.
Couple degenerates. Make your
bad GM Kyle Dubas.
Make your rigged up Avs 87 jerseys. You know, with some tape.
When's the last Av to wear 87? Pierre Turgeon? I can't remember the last time an Avs player wore the number 87. Pierre Turgeon. There you go.
Really good.
Guys, I know my stuff. He's the only player
least you're
in
humble
Avalanche
about it, too.
history. I know. Only player in Avalanche history to wear the number 87. Just 1 year, 2006 and 2007. There's a couple other ones in there. Nikita Prishapov, 85, only player to wear that in team history. Nico Sturm, cup winner, number 78.
Just remember, man, nevers are never meant to be forever.
Is Ryan Lindgren going to wear, was he number 54, Ryan Lindgren, for the Rangers? I think he was number 54 off the top of my head. If he was 54, there's only been 4 players in Avs history to wear that
He
number.
was 55.
Or 55, okay.
Double
I've got
nickels.
Some other guys.
He was a double nickels guy.
Giovanni Smith wore 55 this year. Cody McLeod, famously, for about a decade, wore number 55. And then Martin Skula back in 2000.
My favorite 55 ever, Tim Lincecum.
Great 55.
So skinny.
Ice for injuries. Tim Lincecum didn't ice and then cut his career short by about 10 years.
It's all good.
That's Coach. I'm
3
Raj.
titles, baby.
PhD's coming up next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 10.
We need a full season of KB.
I want to kill myself.
Well, are people freaking out? I don't think you need to freak out, but our guy Vic Lombardi said this, he doesn't see the Nuggets being able to win a championship and get to that. Meanwhile, the Avs do.
That shows he's stupid.
Well, we can get into it. Welcome back, by the way. The Avs make a trade and local Creek guy. Oh, look at you, Coach. What is going on, Coach?
Oh, he's already got his coach stuff.
You got something going on today, or just?
No, we had 7-on-7 stuff over the weekend.
Just wearing your coach gear. I guess I kind of
I got new gear. You wear gear when you get new gear.
You wear your gear.
Yeah, but your gear's 10 years old.
My gear is definitely 10 years old.
When's the last time you full-time coached the baseball game?
Oh, man. Golly, that is a good darn question.
10 years? Close?
Probably not. Maybe 8. 26, I think I made it to 16, maybe 17. Forget when it all fell apart and I had to, bail out because of dads. Volunteer dads, man. Woo!
Hey, I told you.
They're a trip.
They're
a trip.
Tyler's old buddy, Mike Brookhart, told me when I took that high school job, he said, the biggest hurdle you'll have to get over is the dinner table.
Yep.
I'm proud of what we did. We helped a lot of kids who otherwise would not have had the baseball experience because of costs. That was the main goal. But then we got a little too successful. You start winning games, people's expectations just kind of change, and then it got ridiculous. Same sort of stuff. Same as everything. You start looking like you know what you're doing, and then people think you do know what you're doing, and people think you're something that you're not, and then they ruin it.
Then you got to act like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, then you got to change it, or you say, hey. I'll give you the tip was when we were asked by a mom, do we have a board so that we could be voted out? My wife and I, who started in the first place. What's the system so we can get rid of you guys? It's like
just say it here, take it over.
That's what we kind of did. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we did. You know how many volunteers came to step to the plate? 0. It's good to see you, though, man.
But you got gear.
Good to see him. You got gear? Tyler's got gear?
Got gear.
Got gear?
Got gear but me.
Yeah.
Well, you got plenty of gear. Let's listen to you and Kaz a little bit. It was weird. The game was just weird yesterday. Like, we were just running some errands and stuff, and so I was listening to the radio call, kind of running around, then I was like, Then
I was right in the middle of 7-on-7, and my son's giving me updates on it. He's kind of checking it. He wasn't able to participate. It was high school kids.
I was going to say he's all in on that 7.
No. He's not able to participate yet.
Okay.
But he was giving me updates on it. I'm like, gosh, why this weird ass start time? Like, why are we doing this?
I don't know, man. But it was so like one of the things I did when I bought that house last year. I put a TV in the garage.
Nice. You and Brett Kane,
dude. I mean, is there anything better than being able to watch like working in the garage and you got the game
hold
on?
Hold on.
We got to limit that.
Relax a little bit here.
What are you talking about?
What were you changing your car's oil?
What work are you doing in
replacing
your
the
garage?
spark plugs? Or?
Yes, theoretically. I mean,
no, really.
Whatever the work is.
What work were you doing?
We moved everything. We had a storage facility for a year. And yesterday, over the weekend, was the first time we moved everything out. Like, everything now is in our house. So we had to get rid of a lot of stuff and move. We didn't have room, but we got rid of a ton of stuff over the past year. And we're expecting a little snow tomorrow, but we don't think we're going to really be using the garage all that much for the cars. So we think winter's basically done. Because now if it snows, but no, hold on. If it snows now, it'll be 60 degrees the next day. It'll be gone.
If it snows now, it'll be that big, thick, wet, bring you a lot of water, fill up the reservoir.
I hadn't been able to park in my garage all winter long because it was just full of crap. And I finally, over the weekend, I got it cleared out just in time for the spring. Just in time to park inside for the warm weather.
Wouldn't it be awesome to have a TV in there to watch the game as you're doing your work? Which is what I was doing.
Work.
Then I fiddle with my bike stuff in there. I'm a bike fiddler. I spend like way too much time doing that stuff.
Guy's house over by the governor in prison 5828165's house, and he put a third garage on and raised it so it's a little higher than the house. And you drive by in the summertime, the door's open. He's got a full lift in there. And he's able to store 2 cars.
Come on.
Yeah.
Here's the question.
He's working on that car and it'll never be finished.
For DMac's TV that's in his garage.
Yeah.
Do you have a tool bench?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, that's where I put all my bike and golf stuff on. You know, my tool bench is like one of the central pieces of the entire alcove.
Tell me your favorite tools.
My favorite tools? Yeah. Well, I've got a variety of different Allen wrenches. I got my bike all-purpose, my multi-tool for my bike.
Multiple.
Yeah,
I got my my greaser and my this, that, the other thing, for the bike stuff. I got the other bike on a treadmill sort of deal, so I can get going on that thing. Trainer. Yeah, I'm not a guy. Like I don't.
Are your tools hanging up?
You can't say I'm not a guy, and then hearing about 30 seconds ago, hey, you see the latest mock draft? I mean,
I'm a guy like that because I love sports, but I'm not like a. Do you know there's a lot of workbench guys that know crap about sports. They don't know anything about sports. They're just like,
They know about NASCAR.
Maybe they know about NASCAR. All they know is like how to fix their carburetor. Maybe. They like to bass fish. They like to drive cars, but they don't know anything about it. You got to sit there and watch it if you're going to know something about it. You got to participate in it. I'm telling you, it was a great day.
Okay.
Then my wife wanted to really work on something, so I just went inside on the 75-incher. By the way, I heard Vic complain about never going to the movies. The movies are stupid. There's a real Academy Awards commentary here. So I was like, I should see some of these movies.
No.
Well, there's one you should see.
No, wow. My seat partner on the flight watched that this year, and I'm like, ooh. And then I went, what?
Honora?
Yeah, no, I'm the one about the lady, and she takes the drugs, and she becomes.
Oh, yeah.
It's called Substance.
Yeah, that's Demi Moore. No. That. It's like 3.5 hours long.
Yeah,
on
and
that
it gets weird.
Yeah, Honora. It won the Best Picture.
Yeah.
Just in case anybody, don't let your wife know you're watching Honora, but dude should watch Honora. Just leave it there. Well-deserved Oscar winner.
Maybe down by your workbench alone.
You definitely watch that one on your own, guys. That is not, hey, wifey, hey, take a peek at this.
I'm going to be honest. This is literally the first time I've ever heard the word Honora.
It's all right. I get it. I'm not going into depth other than to tell guys, watch it. And you got to rent it because it ain't going to be in a movie theater. If it was in a movie theater,
It's defined as a comedy/romance.
Yeah. Do you want me to give you the 10-second synopsis on it?
Sure. Sex.
Yeah. Sex worker, Russian oligarch family, sort of like what was that Julia Roberts one? There,
Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman meets what's the
Pretty in Pink?
No,
Princess Diaries.
No. Pretty Woman meets The Hangover.
Okay.
With a lot of graphic sex scenes. So there you go. I mean, like in Pretty Woman, you didn't see Julia Roberts do anything, right?
Right.
This one you do.
Okay.
So you take care of business there. Anyways, that one best movie. That one.
So you take care of it. Whoa.
Well, that's right. So imagine Pretty Woman, and you see everything, and that's Honora. And then you throw in a little Hangover because there's a little like, where is everything? A little zany comedy there, and Russian oligarchs. There you go. That's it. That's the movie.
I watched Dungeons and Dragons last night. That's what I watched.
Awesome.
It was actually pretty good. I enjoyed it. It was pretty comical.
With Chris Pine?
Yeah.
I just noticed that, they're all crying about nobody goes to the movies anymore. I'm like, well, no crap. Because I looked up the movies. I was like, what's in a movie theater these days? It's all like cartoon movies and superhero movies. There ain't anything else but that. I mean, give me a kid's movie that's changed over the past 30 years. It's all the same thing. Dead mom, underdog kid, tough circumstances. You figure things out in the end. That's basically every kid movie out there, more or less. And then the superhero movies.
And singing.
By the way, on the Oscars, this will be the last thing I promise. I'm not going to go see Wicked because, who cares?
They all can sing.
They can freaking sing.
Yeah.
So if you're listen, man, you do appreciate great talent.
Right.
So when those two get out there to start the whole damn show, and I had like a tear in my eye. It was like so good.
I just couldn't get over how distracted I was by the fact that Ariana needed to eat a burger. That's all I could think about the entire movie.
Really
eat a burger.
Skinny. Oof. I think a lot of those people starved themselves for that night last night, though. But they can sing. Other than that, I'll leave it alone because I know nobody watched it. Nobody cares about it. I was trying to talk to Dan about it. And it was just like, he doesn't even watch the halftime show at the Super Bowl.
Dude, he was into The Fog by then.
Yeah.
By the way, kind of a good movie, kind of scary initially.
The Fog?
Yeah.
Michael Malone will join us in 9 minutes. I'm not really bothered by that Celtics game. I'm concerned about Jokic. Should I or should I not be concerned about him limping around?
He hurt his foot, but you see what he said about it afterwards. Oh, nothing.
I saw it, but it's a funny joke. I've been limping for 14 years, but still, should I be concerned about him?
Well, I know the ESPN people came running to me at halftime, and I said it happened right on the initial jump ball. And I don't know if he caught another foot or if he landed on his heel. He might have a little bruised heel thing, but it happened basically on the jump ball. He didn't come out. He played the entire first quarter.
It's like Gunnar Helm at the 40.
Yeah, limping and doing all he did. I mean, he did what he did. That dude's great, man. I'm sorry. It's almost say.
Why are you sorry?
Well, because I feel like I say it too much.
It's
it's
all
almost
right.
like you got to apologize for saying how great he is.
You don't.
No, he's unbelievable. And I tell you what, I talked to 3 national people at halftime, killing Murray.
Yeah, he had a good second half.
But the second half, he came out, and the one guy's a national writer said, if you get that Murray, you guys can win the championship this year.
Yeah, we were talking about that just in the back office. I think that is what it's going to come down to. You're not going to bench him. You're not going to not start him. Russell Westbrook is kind of like, I don't know, kind of back to what we kind of thought he was going to be. Michael Porter Jr.'s in and out. He plays better when Murray's not there, and he's the clear second option. He has a 2-man game with Jokic, but who doesn't play better with Jokic? So it's clear that you are going to ride or die. Jokic is going to be 28, 12, 10. You're going to ride or die with Jamal Murray. And when he's great, it's awesome. And when he's not, you're in trouble.
I'll say this, though. If Porter shows up in Milwaukee and Boston, they win those games. I mean, they could have had a four-game streak.
He ain't
on the
the
road.
same guy.
The question is, how does he get himself involved without the Jokic 2-man game going on?
Correct. He ain't the same guy with Murray there. He ain't the third guy. He's a second guy. He's a second banana sort of guy. And that's not his role on this team. I don't think he's a third banana guy. I think on most teams, he's the second banana guy. But he's not on this team, and that's that. And you miss AG, of course. How serious is that, by the way?
I just think it's like Coach Malone. He'll talk about it probably. It's one of those things that's going to be on and off all year.
All right.
And then I think he hurt his ankle. You know, when I came back from my first knee surgery and played in the NBA, I was out. Rehab was about 4 months. I did it over the summer, missed all the training camp, came back, finally got in. Like first game I'm playing in, I sprained my ankle, my left foot, and I went back and watched the film, and I went up for a rebound, and I could tell I'm coming down like this with my right leg not taking the force of landing on the floor. I was trying to land on one foot, rolled the ankle on my left side because I was trying to protect my right knee. And I think those things happen.
All right, well, we'll have Coach Malone on here in just a couple minutes. We'll get into the combine. Yeah, Gunnar Helm.
How about that foot in that picture?
Oh, it's brutal.
I feel bad for him that he didn't pull himself out at the beginning. I do.
You think he should have?
Yeah, absolutely. I get why he didn't, for sure. I mean, you don't know how serious it's going to be. It's your opportunity of a lifetime. Anybody who doesn't know, Gunnar Helm, local kid, went to Cherry Creek High School, plays tight end at University of Texas. He had an abysmal 40. His first 40, he ran a 4.9, which could not get any worse. I mean, you've got offensive linemen running faster than that. Well, come to find out after the combine is over, he sprained his ankle on his first kind of false start that he had. And it wasn't just your average sprain.
It was a good one.
It was a good one. You got photos of that afterwards. He doesn't tell anybody. He goes on and participates and does the rest of it. I'm glad. I do think that teams will just give it a pass and they'll just say, okay, well, let's see what you do at your pro day.
There'll be some coaches look at it and see that picture and go, holy crap.
Yeah.
And he did that whole thing.
Meanwhile,
he ain't going to drop.
Terrence Ferguson threw down from Heritage the fastest time. But, we'll see where that goes. We'll dig into the combine deeper as we go today. Michael Malone joins us next. The Michael Malone Show is brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243. The Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun. Back from Boston, back home after a 2-2 road trip. Coach Malone, welcome back. How you feeling about what you guys got done over the past week or so?
Yeah, I mean, it was we would love to have gone 4-0, and we had a very challenging schedule with the likes of, Indiana, Milwaukee, Detroit, and Boston. But I'm sure there are some people that, hey, we're 2-2. That's not bad. But that's never our mindset. We're not satisfied with 2-2. That's 500 basketball, and we don't ever want to be a 500 team. So had our chances yesterday. We're down 20 in the second half. And with around 1:10 to go in the game, it's a 3-point game. We force a miss, and to me, with the most important possession, loose ball ensues. Derek White comes up with it, hits a really important basket to put that lead back to 5, as opposed to us having the ball and with the chance to potentially cut the lead to 1 or even tie the game, depending upon the outcome. But we have a lot of work to do. We have a tough schedule coming up. Get home, get some rest, get healthy, and get ready for Sacramento.
When you look at what's going ahead, you mentioned Sacramento, and then I don't even remember who is Friday night.
Phoenix,
yeah, two playoff
great.
teams, and then you get to go on the road and play a back-to-back night with Oklahoma City playoff teams. This last 25 games, this is like a playoff run to you guys, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and we said that going into the break. We said it coming out of the break. Obviously in our last 5 games, we're 2-3. Losses coming to the Lakers at home, at Milwaukee, at Boston. And, we're going to have to find a way with the teams that are coming up, to your point. Sacramento, Phoenix, there's OKC twice, then Minnesota, then the Lakers. Then you go on the road after playing Washington. You play at Golden State, at the Lakers again, at Houston, at Port. So there are no easy nights. People don't realize how hard it is to win in this league. Very challenging schedule. You cannot run from it. You have to embrace it and meet that challenge head on. And for us to improve, obviously in the last 5 games, going 2-3, we have to get our offense and our running attack and our paint attack back to where it has been all season, which is top of the league. And the things that jump out to me lately that are really hurting us is our turnovers are killing us. We're turning the ball over way too much, giving opponents in our last 5 games, which we've lost 3, opponents are scoring 22 points a night off of our mistakes. We're only scoring 15. So that's 7-point differential, and it's been really, really crucial, and we have to find a way to clean that up.
Coach, Jokic was noticeably banged up, whether it was the blood from his arms getting cut or, going around there with a limp. And he kind of brushed it off after the game, saying he's been limping for 14 years. Is this something you're worried you're going to have to manage, or normal wear and tear here?
I think normal wear and tear. Obviously what Nikola has to face each and every night is just incredible. And that's why when you look at that stat sheet from Boston, it's incredible that Nikola Jokic scored 20 points. He was 9 of 15 from the field, 2 of 3 from the three-point line, and he didn't miss a free throw, which is incredible because he didn't take any.
He didn't shoot any.
You see the pictures of his arms, the blood, but he's a tough cookie, man. That guy is he's available, and that's one of the greatest talents you can have as a professional athlete is availability. And Nicole has proven over the last 10 years that he is more available than anybody. And we continue to rely upon that, and hopefully he's going to be fine moving forward.
Well, maybe the strategy, though, is just to get a technical in the first minute, because that's what you did against Detroit. That was awesome. 49 seconds in, you get teed up. You guys played awesome.
And Joker got to the free throw line.
I mean, I'm sure you were trying to get a technical. Well, I don't know. I should ask. Were you trying to get a technical there? Or?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
99% of my technicals, unlike the one yesterday, like the technical I got in Detroit was fully on purpose, stepping on the court and just letting the referees know I'm not going to allow this to happen tonight. You're not going to allow them to guard Nikola like that and get away with it because it's not within the rule book. And I got my point across. Whereas last night, if you watch me getting the technical, you wouldn't even have, if you watch the film, you wouldn't even have known that I said anything because I'm not waving my arms. I'm not being emotional. I just made a comment, and I guess it fell upon sensitive ears.
Well,
that's what happens sometimes.
What was the comment?
I can't get into that.
Your mother is beautiful.
It was a league of their own. You can't say that in baseball.
All right.
Hey, let me ask you, and this is stupid. I don't know if you can really talk on it, but you're right. As many touches, and I think Joker leads the league in touches and passes. I mean, so he is involved heavily whenever he's on the floor, and he plays a good number of minutes. And I think you guys went 2 of these full road games. I'm not sure he got to the free throw line in 2 of them. And I've never seen a star, and that's what Nikola Jokic is, go so many games and not be put on the free throw line, even sometimes when they gift you fouls, right? Like maybe you don't even deserve. Boy, it just seems weird how his numbers are down a lot of games shooting free throws.
Well, it's and I wouldn't call him a star. I don't think Nicole's a star. I think he's a superstar. I think he's a mega star. I think calling him a star is doing him a disservice. And not that you meant it that way, but he is so far beyond just being a star in this league. People want to talk about who's the face of the league. Well, I got an idea. There's a 3-time MVP in Denver who's pretty damn good. And as far as the calls and numbers of free throws, obviously, I'm not going to get into too great a detail. I understand that the referees have a hard job every night, but Nicole is going to play close to 38 to 40 minutes every night. He's going to touch the ball a ton, whether it's in the low post or on the perimeter. He's an important part of our team. We are not a jump shooting team. We don't just sit outside and launch threes. We lead the league in paint points per game. He's the number 1 post-up player in the NBA. We lead the league in fast break points per game. All those numbers make you believe, well, wow, they're an attacking team that's putting a lot of pressure on the rim. And interestingly enough, on the season, in terms of our free throw attempts per game, we were 8th at 23. Our last 5 games, that number has dropped all the way down to 18, which is 25th in the last 5 games. So it's something maybe that we're doing. It's something maybe that's being missed. I'm not really sure, but I do believe that we should be generating more free throw attempts, and that's something that we have to get back to in terms of playing with that attack mindset and putting pressure on the rim and the officials each and every night.
Man, watching Jamal is so fun, Coach, and or maybe it could be a little like, what's going to happen here? But that dude just does not quit, doesn't give up, doesn't have a great first half, and then he just couldn't miss. And I really do think, hey, man, that's the first half isn't really who he is. He's much more like he was in the second half. And if he's just a little bit more consistent, I think you guys get that done yesterday and you get some fouls. Maybe you can talk about Jamal and the toughness he has mentally to hang in there even when he doesn't, have it all happening right away.
Yeah, I mean, Jamal since the second half of our season, and for me, the second half of our season started on December 8th because the first 21 games we were 11-10, and since that point in time, Jamal's been outstanding. Right. I mean, and it's not just me saying that. It's not just me defending my guy because I love him and I care about him. It's because the numbers say so. Just look at the numbers. Right. Since that point in time, Jamal's been great. And you look at a game like yesterday in Boston, gets in a little bit of early foul trouble, guarding the likes of the Jaylen Browns and Jason Tatums. Doesn't have a great first half, as you mentioned, but then comes out. And the reason we're able to cut a 20-point deficit early in the third quarter all the way down to 3 points for the minute and 15 to go is because Jamal Murray in the second half goes out there and gives you 22 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and does it while shooting 10 of 16 from the field and 2 of 5 from 3. And so he's been outstanding for us. We know how important Jamal is. And to your point, having the luxury to coach Nikola for 10 years and Jamal for 9, what always amazes me about both of them is just their mental and physical toughness, their ability to fight through and play through things. And obviously with the schedule we have coming up in our remaining games, we're going to continue to need Nikola and Jamal to play at a great level and also get help from elsewhere. And I think that's also an important part of this. We got to find ways, and obviously Aaron missing yesterday, that hurts. Peyton Watson still being out. but our bench gets outscored 28-11. So I had to find ways to help our bench be a little bit more productive to help the cause, if you will.
Hey, on Wednesday's game, and I'm already thinking I'm doing sideline for that game, so we always have a little hit before the game started, and it's something that's, whatever, not necessarily.
Something fun?
I hear something fun. I'm going to ask Coach about it. The individuals that Christian Brown had to defend on this road trip, and I know it's a team thing, and you always got help behind it, but the individual performance and effort that he put out on some of the big stars of the league, scoring stars in this league during this 4-game road trip, I thought was just absolutely phenomenal, to the point where no one's mentioned yet, but should we be talking him up for an all-defensive first or second or third team or something like that?
Well, I think we should definitely be talking about him. I mean, obviously, unfortunately for us, our team defense isn't where it needs to be from a collective standpoint, being around middle of the pack in terms of defensive efficiency. But when you talk about Christian Brown and you think about, okay, let's talk about the Indiana game. All right, well, CB is going to guard Tyrese Halliburton, an all-star and Olympian. Then you go to Milwaukee and he's going to guard Damian Lillard. And then you go to Detroit, he's going to guard Cade Cunningham. And then you go to Boston and he's going to guard Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum, depending upon the matchup at that time and who's in the game for them. You're talking about just in this 4-game stretch, 4 all-NBA, all-star caliber players, and CB never takes a backward step. He loves the challenge. I was talking to him after the game yesterday, and I said, man, I probably could have given you more than 36 seconds of rest in each half. And he had a big smile on his face, and he goes, Coach, man, you know me. I'm built for this. I love it. I want it. He goes, I'll play all day, whatever you need from me. But that's his mindset. So, and we just kind of talked about the last 4 games, but really that's been all year long.
Yep.
You got a guy like Christian Brown who can go out there and guard guys. You have a guy like Russell Westbrook who you can go out there and guard guys. And both guys are wired the same way. They embrace that challenge. They look forward to it. They don't shy away from it. It was like when Mike Tyson would get in the ring. Most guys had lost that fight long before they even stepped in the ring with Mike Tyson. And when you have a guy like CB and Russ, those guys live for that. That's what kind of gets them going and how they're wired, and that's a great thing for us.
That was funny. After the game, I was looking at the box score. I'm like, 47 minutes. I guess I didn't even think of it. I don't know if that surprised you as well, but obviously not as you were talking to him. But pretty impressive. CB's had a hell of a year, man. It's been awesome to watch. It's been great.
Well, I've said this many times, and I've never looked this up, and I should, and maybe you guys can, because you have a lot more spare time than I do.
No doubt about that. Oh, my God, gobs of time.
If you go back and think about when Christian Brown won a national championship at Kansas, in the championship game, Bill Self never took him out. He never left the floor. He played all 40 minutes. And I'd love to know in the history of the NCAA men's championship basketball game, how many guys, and even for the women, in either men's or women's national championship games, how many athletes have played the entirety of the game. And obviously that speaks to a couple of things, that CB is conditioned to do that, and he has the full trust and belief in his coaching staff and his teammates to go out there and impact the game in a positive way for that many minutes. And, just proud of him because he's humble, quiet, hardworking, all the things that you just love about him. And he's the same kid each and every day. And I have a lot of love and respect for Christian Brown.
You want me to tell you what you missed on the Academy Awards last night?
Sure. I'm all ears.
No, you don't care. You're full of crap. It's just
I don't even know. It's funny. Like my wife, my oldest daughter was home for the weekend. I didn't even know any of these movies. I mean, that's the funny thing. I have no idea about any of these movies. The only one I heard about is the one I probably would like to see because I am a Bob Dylan fan.
Oh, I just watched it. You got to watch it. It's phenomenal.
Oh, you would like that. Yeah.
I'd like to see that because they're of a personal interest. But all these other ones, who was the big winner last night?
Well, the movie that won the most was this movie called Honora, which is about a stripper/prostitute who gets in trouble with a Russian oligarch.
I'm definitely watching that.
All right, Coach.
You had me at oligarch. Nothing else. Oligarch, you had me.
Hey, asking you that, I got to ask you this. Is Boondock Saints one of your favorite movies?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's a great one. The two brothers and Willem Dafoe, and just great movie. I mean, yes, I enjoyed that one thoroughly.
All right, Coach. We'll let you go, and we'll see you down at the Ball Arena there on Wednesday. Thanks, Coach.
All right. Take care, guys.
See you, Coach.
Appreciate it.
The Michael Malone Show is brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243, the Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes to fun.
Man, Boondock Saints and Usual Suspects were like 2 of my all-time favorite movies, and it's probably been 15 years since I've seen either one of those.
That's a good one.
I got to go watch both those.
Yeah, that's a good one. I say that because someone gave him when we were in Boston. Do you remember Mickey Ward?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Fighter. The movie was about the fighter. It was Mickey Ward,
and somebody gave Coach a
Christian Bale was Mickey Ward in that movie, yeah.
Go ahead, sorry. No, was he Mickey or he was the brother, wasn't he?
Oh, you get me now.
Wasn't that, what's the name?
I thought, right. Christian Bale was the brother, right. Who was the actual fighter then?
The little short guy.
Gosh darn it.
Famous actor from Boston.
Gosh darn it. You're right. Anyway, sorry, I'm interrupting.
Has the shoe company and the clothing company now.
Mark Wahlberg.
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah,
he was the fighter.
That's right. Correct. Boondock Saints. Well, it's no, stripper prostitute with a Russian oligarch.
1999.
Isn't that crazy?
That's when that movie came out.
I mean, if I really do tell you the movie's about a stripper prostitute with a Russian oligarch, that doesn't
No.
Really? That got me to turn it on after the show. I was like, what is
Look it up here.
Huh? Oh, then I started watching it. And
was it good or was it a stupid artsy fartsy movie?
No. Oh no, it was good. It's a low budget movie because it's not a big. It's an independent.
It was an independent film,
it's not artsy fartsy at all.
They made it for like $6 million.
They made it for $6 million. No, it's far from artsy fartsy. I mean, there's no big special effects or that sort of thing, but there's
character development.
A lot of that, and clothing optional for the vast majority of it. So there you go. Do that. Whatever you will.
You could not sound like a bigger creep right now if you wanted to.
It was a good movie. Don't watch it with your wife. I can go creepier if you really need me to. The Ballad of Gunnar Helm, our local kid, man. You and Gunnar Helm got things in common, Tyler.
Creek strong.
Creek strong, man. And maybe a local kid who caught people by surprise that could be a Bronco. Details next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, you hear about all sorts of medicine and effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues. The relationship, the love, if that's missing, then, well, you hear about arguments, breakups, and who knows what other terrible things are going on there. Solving the issues with ED can restore intimacy, which can keep relationships going. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're there for you when the pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. So check them out. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men over the years. The initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. Hey, if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900. Visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Well, as we go into the break, there was breaking news that came out. And somebody that would have been fun to talk about being a Bronco remains with the Bengals as T. Higgins has been tagged by the Bengals at $26.2 million.
That's a pricey franchise tag right there. And the reason is because it's the second straight year that they have franchised him. It has to go up when they do it. I forget what the percentage is, but it's something astronomical. I don't know what choice they had with him. They got to get Jamar Chase done. They've already said, they've told the dude, hey, you're going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league to Jamar Chase. Mm-hmm. So, okay, What's that look like? $34 million a year, maybe something like that. Now you got T. Higgins on a 1-year, $26 million deal. In theory, you could tag and trade him. And I'm sure T. Higgins, quite frankly, there's a part of him that would still appreciate that because although it's nice to make $26 million, he would love to have that long-term deal.
Do you think there will come a time where a wide receiver makes closer to 40?
No. Yes, but
eventually.
I keep saying this, and I'm going to be right eventually. I don't know when, but they're going to hit a bubble. They're going to regret paying these receivers this amount of money. It's freaking insane. It's the most dependent position in all of football, and now they're the highest paid players on a football field outside of a quarterback. It's actually insane.
They score points. Chicks dig the long ball. I don't know. It's just, there's like a dozen guys like that. It's not just one or two. It's way higher. What does the highest paid left tackle go for? Is it in that range?
It seems like it's between 23 and 30, isn't it?
Well, that's a big range.
I'll get it. Laramie Tunsil. Trent Williams is the highest paid left tackle in the NFL, making $27.5.
Well, he would be probably the 8th highest paid receiver. It's crazy, guys. What's going on, man? So I'm a little bummed on this one. Listen, maybe it's a fanciful thought that the Broncos could have got T. Higgins, but...
Well, the Bengals were very clear for a long time, just Broncos fans weren't paying attention. Bengals made it clear that they were going to bring them both back. We just apparently wanted to ignore that.
Well,
DMac.
Well, I just wanted them. I was a little greedy.
Well, didn't you see guys in the combine? You can say, hey, there's going to be guys available
there
second,
is.
third that could be special.
My head's different right now. My guy, and it could change.
If you say Tez Johnson.
No, I was going to go with Egbika as kind of my guy today after the combine because I'm too nervous about Colson Loveland. There's no chance Tyler Warren. Omarion Hampton, by the way, is kind of racing up the board, and people are thinking good things about him. He's the other running back out there, and there's a couple of good ones out there. Here's why.
Was Hampton the guy we talked about a week ago or so?
From North Carolina. Yep. Listen.
He had a phenomenal combine, and so now he's kind of the rising star in the running back group.
So, Scadaboo had a nice combine, too. Now.
He had an interesting combine. He only did 2 events.
It was a stupid combine. I don't know how we call this a nice combine. Like he does 2 events, the 2 events that he knows he's going to do well at.
Yeah.
Okay, so he jumped 39.5 inches or whatever it was.
That's right.
Second highest running back.
Which is pretty impressive, and coincides with that is the broad jump.
10-2.
Which was 10-2, and he does very, very well at both those. But he handpicks the two drills he's going to be good at. Does not do the L drill, does not do the 40, does not do any of the more athletic movements.
Said he had a hammy injury that he's nursing and is going to do all that stuff on his pro day.
Okay.
And he didn't bench either, which I don't.
Didn't bench.
You don't really need to, but he looks like he could probably bench.
I don't think he's afraid of it. You know?
I wouldn't think so.
He's not working out, and he wore a shirt with no sleeves.
But actually, it does make me wonder, is there a little bit of popcorn muscle there? Because what would he be afraid of in bench pressing?
I don't know. How much do you use your hamstring in bench pressing? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I would think that you use your hamstring with a vertical jump and a broad jump, too. But
you damn sure do.
I would think that comes into play. So I think the hamstring thing to me is a little like, okay. But I was listening to the morning show, and they were like, well, what good does it mean that he can jump high? It means he's got explosion and he's got strength is what it means.
Well, it's who he is. He's an explosive guy. He's the type of dude that he's going to run through you because he's going to roll his hips when he hits contact. And, that's what you get. When you draft Cam Scadaboo, you know exactly what you get. I still think he'll be probably 3rd round at the highest. Maybe I'll be surprised.
All right. Well, what would you rather have? Somebody who's got that lower, which he's got. He's got that strength and that balance. We've seen it a million times. He doesn't have the crazy breakaway speed, although he's the second receiver in college or second back in college to have 1,500 rushing yards and 500 receiving yards in a season. The last guy to do that was Christian McCaffrey, and the next guy to do it was Cam Scadaboo last year.
And Christian McCaffrey's 40 wasn't like blow you out of the water, like 4.6.
I don't recall. I do not recall.
I thought it was like 4.6.
Okay. If Cam Scadaboo could land on the right team that already has the right complement for him, he'll be a hell of a fit. The problem is for a team like the Denver Broncos in particular, We don't have the counter to Cam Scatterbo. We don't have that on this team. In theory, it could be Jaleel McLaughlin, but I'm not sure what the plan is for Jaleel. Like Lindahl White, he landed in the perfect spot in the NFL. Who did he get to run with? Chris Johnson. And oh my gosh, who was the other one he got to run with? I'm drawing a blank right now. But it was always thunder and lightning. And Cam, he's too limited to be a featured running back in the NFL, but he could be featured in a fantastic niche role.
All right, Christian in his combine, 4.48 40. 37.5 vert. So Scatterbo 2 inches better than there. 10-1 broad jump. Cam Scatterbo had him by an inch there. And then bench press 10. I'm not sure why Christian even did that one.
I was going to say, pretty good career, though, only bench 10.
Of course. And he's that sort of receiving and running threat, and that's the same as Scatterbo. He does both. So he had a very similar sort of usage in college and sort of profiles the same. I don't think he's quite as fast as a 4.48. I think Christian's got him on that one. Listen, man, he talked to the Broncos.
Honestly, I would guess that Cam's probably like a 4.7 guy, high 4.6.
Okay, but again, would you rather have the guy who can take a 2-yard run and make it 6, or the guy that gets open and can run for 50?
Like I said, I'm good with it as long as I've got the complimentary role on my football team. But if you draft Cam Scatterbo, you got to be damn sure you got the complimentary role.
Would Aaron Jones be that guy?
Probably not.
Is there an obvious person who would be that guy?
Oof. Let me look up the free agents.
J.K. Dobbins.
What's the guy from Dallas? Is that Dobbins?
It's Nico Dowdle. But I'm having a fun time just screwing up his name, Rico Suave. Is it Rico or Nico? How stupid am I? It's Dowdle for sure.
Yeah.
But I get lost. I think it's Rico. Is it Nico? It's Rico. It's Rico. Yeah, Rico Suave. Rico Dowdle. He's number one.
So get him in free agent.
He's only 27.
Get Scatterbo in third round.
And this is where I'm leaning towards the tight end position too. I'm thinking more and more that we could just get one of these guys in the second, third round, because I'm looking at our own Terrence Ferguson out of Heritage High School and Oregon. 4.63 40, the fastest 40 of all the tight ends. And this guy's 6'5", 240-something. 10-2 broad jump, 39-inch vertical leap. This guy's a freaking stud. I can't imagine how he throws down dunks during Heritage's play against Littleton. Who knows? So I'm looking at this guy, and I'm like, wow, this Tyler seems to be an incredible athlete who's got a relationship with Bo. Why can't he make up mayhem down the middle, and you can draft him maybe in the 4th or 6th round?
I think he'll be higher than that, first off.
Whatever. Non-first round.
I think he'll be a very, very legitimate day 2 draft pick. So,
okay.
What does that look like? I think it'll be pretty high on day 2 would be my guess. I think he's a great option. I've always been very reluctant of tight ends in the first round. I'm not generally speaking, I'm not an advocate, just like I haven't been an advocate of running backs in the first round. I do think there's always unicorns, there's always exceptions to the rule, and this year happens to be a year in which I've got exceptions at both those positions in the first round. But you wouldn't have to talk me into it too much if you had just somebody you fell in love with in the first round, and then you could get a guy like Terrence Ferguson later.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure who they're going to fall in love with, but the question is, like,
he also had like a 40-inch vert.
39 officially. But yes, like something. He was ridiculous. He had, I would say, a great combine.
And he's got a relationship.
And he's got a relationship. I don't think that's going to hurt him.
Problem with getting a rookie tight end in the first round, you got to play him. You got to play him right away.
Well, I hope so.
I'm still leery on.
Let's
Sean
be clear.
Playing a rookie tight end.
Okay, but let's be clear, Scott. Whatever tight end you draft, you got to play him. Whether that's the first round, whether that's the second round, third round, or fourth round. Whatever tight end you draft, you got to play.
All right,
I know out of the thing, and I'll just throw this name out, and you guys can mull it over during the break. I got one guy I want in this draft. How about that, huh? Combine. Because you know what? Draft talk doesn't start for me until the combine.
Okay, well, here we are.
Landon Jackson.
I don't know anything about Landon Jackson.
Keep that in mind.
You should. I told you about him already.
I'll look into him during the break. We'll talk about him when we come back.
He's a freak show.
We'll get to it next. I mean, I just think of Tropic Thunder whenever I hear this movie. Was Tom Cruise the best? He should have won an Academy Award for playing that dude in Tropic Thunder, man. Les Grossman. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Except
that was such a politically incorrect movie. I think the Academy was afraid to do anything about it.
Nothing will ever get made like Tropic Thunder ever again. But Tom Cruise was so damn good. I heard they were considering doing a spinoff where it was just focus on that character by Tom Cruise.
They should.
That'd be great. Okay, I know why I've never really heard of Landon Jackson. Because he's a pass rusher. He's an outside linebacker guy.
So
I'm really offended. I brought up Landon Johnson on Friday.
Jackson,
I'm sorry. Jackson on Friday.
Well, that means I just wasn't paying attention to you.
I guess so.
But holy smokes. Like, it's just nowhere. He's nowhere close to being a Bronco. Not even worth the conversation because it's just not that position of need for them. And he's not.
Well, Tyler said that Wednesday or Thursday they could use a bigger outside edge rusher.
I was really referring to the inside linebacker more than anything else. But, hey, this guy, he is big for being an outside linebacker, 270 pounds. He's 6'6". The dude had a just freak show of a combine, 40.5-inch vertical at 270 pounds, 10'9" broad jump, ran a 4.6 940. I mean, he's a psycho. I think he's got alopecia. He doesn't have hair on his body like at all. Not that has anything to do with anything.
Juwan James had that too.
Did he?
Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't have the career of Juwan James, but
Yeah.
Listen, it's all right. I mean, his projection is late first round. His consensus spot right now, how about this, is to the Eagles.
Ooh.
How lucky would they be if they got this guy?
Well, he would be a phenomenal replacement for Brandon Graham. He phenomenal.
Yeah. So, listen, anything can happen. He'll be there when the Broncos draft.
I don't know, man. I mean, sometimes you really do just go best player available. In my opinion, the first round is always best player available at a position of need. So it feels a little bit unlikely, but he's. I was just looking at one big board, had him as the 41st overall best player. Which probably makes him a mid to late second rounder if you're following it in true value. We know it doesn't always work that way, but second round, something like that. Who knows?
If you're just tuning in, T. Higgins has been tagged by the Bengals, and so he ain't coming to the Broncos. Landon Jackson, did you watch him in Arkansas? Was he wrecking shop?
Oh, he wrecking shop, dog.
All right. Well, so was Drew Sanders.
Well, Drew Sanders blew his ACL out.
Is that it then? The end?
I hope not, but yeah.
Scotty, tell me how you feel about this. I'm reading a Landon Jackson profile here. Yes, but while Jackson's performance has generated excitement, the history of Arkansas players in the NFL draft raises questions about whether he can maintain this upward trend, particularly given the recent lack of defensive end selections. Are they talking about Drew?
Well, the thing about, listen, I was told the coaches absolutely loved him, but they had no idea what he was. And you remember that even that first training camp he was in, he was linebacker. He was on the edge. He was, and they moved him around. And then the next year,
because initially they were like, "Wow, this guy." They're not referring to him as Micah Parsons, but they were talking about Micah Parsons' type of versatility, where you could put him inside, you could put him outside, he could do a lot of things.
He's quick. He's fast and quick. And then in OTAs he blew out his ACL last year. Last year or this last OTA.
You found another.
They did move him officially to inside linebacker for the record.
By the way, I saw you found a brand new crap on Shedeur mock draft out there.
Oh, I
did. This Pro Football Focus crap on Shedeur Sanders mock draft doesn't even have him going in the first round. Is that right?
Yeah, says this is my post-combine, what I've been hearing, talking to everybody I know, big risers, big fallers mock draft from Pro Football Focus. And yeah.
Well, I'll go through it super quick. Abdul Carter 1, 2, Cam Ward Browns, all right. Giants Travis Hunter, okay. Patriots, McMillan, not an offensive lineman, which is weird. They're all over the place here. Oh, they have trades mixed in here, too. They got the Jags. Oh, no, they don't. Sorry. Jags taking a tackle. Raiders taking Ashton Genty. Jets taking Tyler Warren. And then you're like, well, where the hell is our guy? Where's Shedeur? And Shedeur ain't nowhere to be found. I'm trying to see if there's another quarterback taken.
There's not.
They don't have another quarterback going?
No.
All right. They got Walter Nolan going to the Bengals. Now I'm curious. Let me just guess. Well, they'll have Colson Loveland, right?
Yes.
And they do. They do.
Because that's what
that.
everybody's doing.
Yeah, that's just I'm not really thinking about it. And there you go.
Who cares at 20 and beyond?
Kind of. Well, let's see if they've got Landon Jackson going to. James Pierce Jr. is making some hay, too, by the way. Man, these teams, these good teams are going to get some great players. This draft is going to end up putting some depth in these guys. And they've got the Eagles taking Luther Burden.
Let me just say something to make you happy. Why they had to draft Bo Nix last year?
Why they had to draft him?
I mean, that's this draft this year is why. Because it's full of a whole lot of other talent that can help you get better, but it really doesn't have these drive you crazy quarterbacks that are going to save you.
I totally agree.
Can we just talk about this for a second, though, logically? And I get it. It's fun to crap on Shedeur, and I get it. There's a lot of people that aren't going to have him graded highly, and that's fine. Every year you're going to have a mixed bag of opinion on a lot of these guys. But just logically, as we're talking about this, okay, could I see the New York Giants passing on Shedeur to select Travis Hunter? Yeah, I can see that happening, even though they're the quarterback-hungry team. Patriots don't need it. Jags don't need it. Now all of a sudden we're getting to the Raiders. Okay, well, that gets interesting. What did they do in the offseason? Maybe they just absolutely love Ashton Genty. They can't miss on him. Fine, they take him. But now we're sitting there, the New York Jets. New York Jets, who's their quarterback? What are they doing this year?
I don't know. Sam Darnold?
Oh, by the way, New Orleans Saints, who's sitting there at number 9, and they think that they've got no hope of getting a quarterback this year. That Shedeur Sanders just happens to drop to him, and they're like, yeah, we don't need him. Oh, wait, let's go all the way down. Let's keep going. You know what? Let's just keep going all the way to the bottom of the first round, down to number 21, right after the Denver Broncos, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Shedeur Sanders is falling all the way to number 21, and they don't have a quarterback, and they're not taking a QB? Okay.
The crapping on Shedeur continues. ESPN did a survey hey, of the last from 2020 to this year, 2025, 5 years. Let's rank all the quarterbacks, projecting ahead and whatever. And I think Bo Nix is at 17 or something, maybe a little bit higher. Shedeur was ranked at 20 out of 21, only ahead of Kenny Pickett. I mean, it is just one thing after another, dump it on Shedeur. It's pretty wild to see what's going on with that. So I'm feeling a little bit different about his cockiness sort of thing, because I do roll my eyes about being called a hater when, you've had...
What are you rolling your eyes at? We're looking at it.
I got you. I'm saying, in general, hearing about you being a hater with everything you got going on in your life is interesting.
Well, go back to New Orleans. What was the young kid that was also drafted last year that we saw played against us? We kind of went after and got after him pretty good.
I'm sorry. Help me out.
What was the guy that was drafted by New Orleans was the Knicks quarterback drafted
Spencer
after.
Rattler.
Oh, Spencer Rattler.
Oh,
so
that was the fourth round or something.
I read an article last week that Rattler, that they're thinking about just staying with him. He's going to be the starter. And then I read an article today that they're thinking about releasing Carr.
Yeah, well, I could see them releasing Carr. I don't think it's going to happen because it's pretty obvious how limited the options are out there. Spencer Rattler, I don't think he's got a chance in hell of doing it.
That'd be unbelievable.
I don't know, man. I mean,
he looked terrible, man.
The one quarterback that is on the rise right now that if you were going to keep your eye out for it, you would say, okay, at least 2 quarterbacks are going to go in the first round. If Shedeur's going to slip to the second, there has to be somebody that jumps him. It's not going to be because there's only one quarterback that gets selected. It would have to be somebody jumps him. And if you were going to follow the current trends, that dude would be Jackson Dart. He had a great combine. He threw. Yep.
I mean, he went there and participated and threw. And Andy said that last week he came in here. Remember, he said, don't let Dart come in here and all of a sudden, because he throws, rises up on the chart. And that's what seems to be happening.
Shedeur opened the door for that to happen.
Yes.
And keep in mind, there's a lot of teams out there right now that are very motivated to make you think that they don't like Shedeur Sanders.
True.
There's a lot of teams. The Jets, oh, we don't like Shedeur. Hell no, we don't want that dude. The Steelers, yeah, we don't like Shedeur Sanders. Try to get this trend going. Get it going out and put it out there that everybody hates on Shedeur Sanders so we can try to get him to drop to us.
Okay. I think it's silly, too.
Well, doesn't Dallas have 2 first-round picks?
I don't think so, no.
Maybe I saw.
They're at 12.
Yeah, I thought I saw one where they traded up or something, but they traded up and they didn't take.
Dude,
Shedeur.
if Shedeur Sanders is still in the draft around pick 27 or 28, you're going to have a bunch of teams trying to trade with the Chiefs and the Eagles or whatever. And the Chiefs and the Eagles would be stupid not to make a deal if that happens. He ain't dropping out of the first round. That's ridiculous.
I don't think the Chiefs would do it. The Eagles probably would. Chiefs have got a lot of holes this year.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It's a weird spot. It's only happened 3 times in NFL history that somebody's traded with like a championship team for a quarterback 3 times. Teddy Bridgewater, Lamar Jackson, and Patrick Ramsey. That's it. Broncos should have done it back in 2018 for Lamar when he was still there. Shedeur, somebody will jump up if that's the case. I don't know if the Chiefs would trade or not, but if you're the Eagles, why not? Shedeur ain't going outside the first round, and I doubt he goes outside the top 10. I doubt he goes outside the top 5, frankly. It just seems like weird. That what are the Giants doing? What are the Raiders doing?
Giants are now in the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes.
Maybe.
Well, that's what they're saying.
So that's their plan? 1 year with Aaron Rodgers? Raiders? What's their plan? Russell Wilson? Justin Fields? The Pittsburgh plan? Come on, man. I'm with you on this, Tyler. This is a bunch of hooey going on right now. It's just weird to see people taking a crap. I'm getting a little defensive of Shedeur.
I actually, if you were to tell me that Jackson Dart was just that good at the combine and he jumped him, okay, fine. But I cannot see a world in which one quarterback gets selected.
It seems ridiculous to me.
Considering there's 15 teams that could use a quarterback.
And boy, what a weird conversation we're having that Shedeur may have. If there's only 2 quarterbacks selected, we've just assumed he was one of those 2 for months.
Well, Dan, see if you can find Jackson Dart's throwing and put it up on the big screen.
You just want to watch him at the combine?
Yeah, we just see
just throw at the combine.
They said he was the most accurate on both intermediate and deep passes.
I found the combine. I've watched the combine every year. I found this year as boring as ever. It was kind of hard to watch.
You know
why? Because we're no longer in the top 10.
Yeah, kind of that. You're right about that.
You know what quarterback had a terrible day? Will Howard out of Ohio State.
I heard.
I mean, it was brutal.
I heard he couldn't hit a pass. Jackson Dart. Perfect name for a quarterback, though. Throwing darts.
He had a private jet NIL deal this year.
Jackson Dart did?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's a great freaking name, too. He's a fine-looking guy. I bet he does fine with the ladies as well. I could say that. I ain't too proud. Well, Jackson Dart, there you go. Is he a better option than Shedeur Sanders?
I don't know. I mean,
we'll say.
At least there'd be logic if somebody jumped him.
I'll tell you this, Shedeur's pro day got a lot more interesting all of a sudden.
That's true. Now, is he just doing CU's pro day? Is he going into the Big 12 pro day?
There's a Big 12 pro day?
I was reading an article on Scattermoo, and he said he's saving for the Big 12 pro day.
Oh, really? He's not going to do it at ASU's pro day?
Maybe
there's not enough guys.
Maybe they just put Big 12 or in Med ASU, but he said that he's going to do all this stuff at the Big 12 pro day.
There actually is a Big 12 pro day.
Well, okay. So, wow, are there not enough guys at ASU to have a pro? That seems weird.
Especially had a good year.
Yeah, well, they just do pro days, period. I mean, Wyoming that was the funniest one. Wyoming's pro day.
It actually says that Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders are both scheduled. Jimmy Horn are all scheduled to attend the Big 12 Pro Day.
When is that?
It is March 18th through the 21st.
What? Really? I've never heard of that. All right, there you go, Scotty. Look at you, Mr. Combine.
Go on now.
Oh, dude, I'm impressed.
Also heard that Jimmy Horn did okay in the combine.
He was fast as hell. Although he wasn't as fast as he wanted to be. He was trying to break the record. He had a bad start, but it was still, I think he was 4.5, 4.48, something like that. But he said he was looking to break the record.
Well, the one guy, who was it? Said
Isaiah Bond.
Yeah, I'm going to run a 4.1. He runs a 4.4 something.
Yeah, it's still pretty damn fast.
It's fast, but it's not the fastest of all time. Come on, man. All right, well, listen. The combine's done. The pro days are coming. We were getting a vibe of who the Broncos have talked to. They'll have more invites. You'll have private workouts. It all gets going. Sean Payton said that, it really doesn't start until today. You're not wrong, Scott. But from now on, here we go.
What was interesting over the weekend? Hearing Sean Payton acknowledge what many people had said, including our coach, Mike Sanford. When Coach came back from the combine and he was talking about how bad Bo Nix was at it, Sean Payton said the same thing. He said he had a really bad combine, and at this point, he was definitely not their guy, but the process evolves and there's more information to learn. But he said the same thing as Coach Sanford. It was a bad day at the combine.
Well, speaking of Coach, we got some news on Coach. How about that? Plus, John Michael Lyles will join us to talk about the Avalanche trade. Did they do good? Did they do bad? We'll talk to JML coming up next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, I want you to know it's a bad feeling. I know it. I get it. I've been there. But you could just make a commitment to get your hair back if you simply commit to calling my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair is the best of the best. And what I love about Advanced Hair, they believe in what they do so much, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee there, folks. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So call today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
John Michael Lyles will join us in just a little bit to talk about the Avs trade. Saw something cool on Friday night down there at good old Ball Arena. Think about this for a second. And I don't know if this has ever quite happened, because we're just going to talk about defense here for a second. Because certainly Nathan McKinnon and Nikola Jokic have gotten together and, hey, how you doing and all that. So you could say, hey, MVP's getting together, pretty cool. Pat Surtain wins best, defensive player of the year. And Cale Makar arguably is the best defenseman in the world. Could easily win the Norris again this year. Pretty cool seeing Surtain, who sat on the glass for the game. Nice win on Friday night. Waited for Cale Makar afterwards, and then they exchanged jerseys there. There you go.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Two of the best defensive players in their sports, right?
How about that one?
My daughter sold Girl Scout cookies at a card signing place this weekend, yesterday, and Surtain was there.
Yeah.
He said he was great. He was awesome. He's telling the kids. One guy came up with the helmet. Can you write Mahomes sucks? Pat Surtain, he goes, no, I can't do that. And he goes, can you write Chiefs suck? He goes, oh, I can do that. So he said Chiefs suck.
I can't lie about Mahomes, but I hate the Chiefs.
Think about this one for a second. It's possibly, arguably, the two best defensive players in their own individual sports. And I know Makar's more of an offensive defenseman, but you know what I'm saying. Oh, this is my video, Dan, that you put. Oh, this is my video. Okay, cool. That's cool. I didn't know you got, yeah. I just thought it was funny that Surtain, to sign the jersey, had to, go down on the floor. Had no problem with it. Went down, Cale didn't quite go to that extent. But these two are in their prime right now. They are both in their prime.
They're going to be in Denver for another decade.
You
hope.
They're both going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Better be.
They're both going to have their numbers retired by their respective teams, I would think.
Whose shoes are Surtain wearing?
Well, I'm sure whatever fashion he's got is worth more than I have in my life savings. But I just thought it was a really cool moment, and I kind of stumbled upon it as I was just leaving the locker room. And then the whole thing was just kind of engaging. It was funny hearing their little chit-chat between each other. And look how long Surtain took to, write a note.
He's writing a love poem
to him.
Right?
I
thought it was cool.
I thought it's cool when the different teams intermix.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right? When we saw Joker come out and help give McKinnon his Conn Smythe or whatever the big trophy is that he won last year. I think that's cool.
I've actually always wondered why the Nuggets, the Broncos, the Avalanche, why they don't work together more often in charity aspects. You don't see them together, and they all do a phenomenal job on community outreach. But it seems like there could be a little crossover there.
If you want to see the whole thing, it's on our YouTube page, right on the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page. So it was pretty cool. It was a cool little run-in, and I was trying to think to myself, has this ever happened before? In their prime. Well,
Jokic and McKinnon.
Yeah, but
yes. it was staged. Those were staged.
Surtain was just there because he wanted to go to the hockey game. I mean, listen, there was a little stage.
Somebody brought him down into the tunnel.
Yeah, well, that's right. And there was a custom jersey made for Surtain. I get it. It was a little set up. But Surtain, was waiting for Makar.
And then you heard him say, bro, you guys smell worse than we do.
And let me tell you, Cale was kind of a little giddy too. He's like, I didn't get a chance to go to any of your games this year. Hopefully we will. And, And Surtain was like, well, we're going to go further in the playoffs. Surtain said that. So that's kind of cool. Yeah.
That's good.
And I know Christian got to a Broncos game, and that was kind of, but it was weird to see Surtain. I don't know why I was so blown away by seeing the best player, arguably the Broncos have, just standing outside of the locker room. I saw Wyndham Clark with the U.S. Open trophy standing outside the Avs locker room. You want to talk about hockey players that were pumped to see that moment? They were like little kids going to see the U.S. Open
Do you
trophy.
remember when Derek White brought the NBA trophy to the BMW Championship and following Wyndham around?
Yep.
Yes, I
cool.
watched him. I actually got a chance to talk to him for a couple minutes at it. It was weird just seeing him. He's just walking, trailing the whole thing, walking down the course, walking right down the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, it's like seeing the teacher like at the grocery store. It's always like, oh wow, look at this.
Well, listen.
Pretty cool moment though from over the weekend.
And I don't know. I don't know how many. Well, obviously, some football fans know more about hockey than you realize. But I always thought it was be cool that in training camp and the guys, usually Nugget guys, are here working out. Bring Jamal and Joker and Aaron Gordon and let them walk out there. I guarantee you, a bunch of the players would have
to a football practice.
Yeah, I guarantee the players would have a kick.
Maybe it's so boring though.
No, but
football practice. You really think Joker would?
I think football is one of the least boring practices to watch.
Well, that's
and obviously
true.
I'm a little biased there.
No,
But
the
amount of competition that goes on in the middle of a football practice, I don't think that's boring.
Okay, all right.
I think some basketball players, especially if you got Nicola, who's didn't grow up watching NFL, I'm assuming, you go there and see how these guys are pretty built and everything. But I think all those football players go, dude, this dude's bigger than I thought.
That would be the funniest part, to take any Broncos player you think is big, pick one, whoever you want, and stand him next to Nicola.
Hold on. We talk about big or we talk about tall?
Whatever you want to say, however you want to put it. Anybody standing next to Nicola looks small.
Oh, you'd have him by a foot.
To see Nicola next to real humans.
I think there's a lot because I will.
How tall is Nicola?
7'1".
Yeah. That's why Wemby's got to be 7'6".
There's been a lot of Broncos over the years that have come to the Nuggets games, more and more.
Tons.
Yeah. I mean, Sean Payton, I was talking with my best friend. When we were in Indy, he's telling me how he remembers how excited that Game 6 was where Denver won the championship. He was like blown away by it.
Tyler, have you ever stood next to Nicola?
Yep, I have.
You're 6'8".
Multiple times.
How did that feel?
He's a tall dude. I mean, it doesn't feel that much different than standing next to Scott, quite frankly.
Well, oh, really? Well, Scott is tall. I mean, Scott's 6', you're 6'10". So, you're
Nicola's
close.
got Scott on what, by 2 inches?
A couple, yeah. Not a lot. I mean, you're more or less eye to eye with Nicola.
He does. I mean, Nicola doesn't I've been next to I've taken a photo with Shaq.
Well,
that was freaking weird. I looked like a little kid, Nicola didn't feel that big.
But you looked at Kale and PS2, they look kind of pretty close to the same size. You actually forget how Kale's not that big.
Well, how tall is Seth Jones, who just got traded from Chicago? He's bigger
taller.
guy,
He's
too.
like 6'2", 6'3", I think.
So he probably would have been a Surtain size.
He would have had Surtain by just a little bit. Surtain's, I don't know if people realize football-wise especially for a corner, how big Surtain actually is. I mean, he dwarfs most corners.
Yeah, but it's still, relatively speaking, he's 6 foot tall. It's not that tall.
Well, I mean, it's relative to Surtain's closer like 6'2" than 6
Is
foot.
he?
Oh yeah, yeah. Kale's like 5'11"-ish, not really quite 6 foot. McKinnon's
6'2".
Yeah,
6'2".
McKinnon's.
That's tall. That is a vertically challenged human being.
That's a mouse in the house.
Seriously, that is vertically challenged.
John Michael Lyles joins us now. John, how tall are you?
First of all, I don't like that I'm being brought on when vertically challenged is being thrown out. I'm 5'10", and if Kyle Keefe is listening to this, he's just dying laughing at the moment.
All right. First of all, it's thank you for being on with us. We appreciate that. Give us your impressions of the Lindgren, Vesey, Parsonen, DeHaan deal. What are your thoughts? And then we'll kind of go from there.
Well, I think everybody has kind of been talking about, the Avs doing something to potentially upgrade, their back line. Josh Manson's hurt. It's put more strain on Cale Makar and Devon Taves, especially after them playing in the Four Nations tournament and the intensity that took on. So it doesn't surprise me that they did that. Ryan Lindgren is a guy that high compete level, very physical, I like him as an upgrade, in a certain, spot. I think in New York with him, he played alongside Adam Fox for, probably the last 4 years, give or take. And, a lot of times you're playing against other teams' top pairings. Well, now that's not necessarily going to be the case. I think there's some flexibility on the back end when you look at, what he can bring in terms of you could move him up with Kale, and Chris McFarland talked about this earlier today. You can move him up with Kale if you want. You can have him as a second pairing lefty. You can have him as a third pairing lefty. He's going to play probably top minute penalty kill, and a guy that brings some jam, which is what you need in the playoffs. And if you can get Josh Manson back healthy here sooner rather than later going into the playoffs, I think your back end looks, I think a lot better with Ryan Lindgren back there. And, bringing in Jimmy Beasy, a guy that can kind of slot in all up and down the lineup. He's got enough skill to play on the second line, but probably more, third or fourth line guy. So I think that, what they're doing, or what Chris McFarland and his staff are doing is they're definitely focusing on depth, and they got a little bit, meaner, I would say, on the back end, which I really like, because I think, come playoff time, that's something that, the Avs could use.
Could this be as much about the long-term future of Josh Manson as it is immediate need?
I don't know about that. I think when you look at it, I think that to me, it's more immediate need. Like I said, come playoff time, you have to be able to have that there has to be a little bit of fear, when you step over the blue line as an opposing forward or as an opposing player. And, I think when you have a Josh Manson, you have a Ryan Lindgren, Cale Makar can be physical at times, although that's not something that you necessarily expect or need out of him on a shift-by-shift basis. There has to be a little bit of fear. If I have my head down that I'm, I may have to pay, or if I'm going to the net, I may have to pay. And Josh Manson definitely brings that. And, Middleton definitely brings that. And a guy like Ryan Lindgren definitely brings that as well.
We were talking with our NHL, he's our hockey expert, Raj, who does the show before us. He goes at 5'8", by the way. He was talking about Lindgren, and I thought this instance said he can bring a little a-hole. He's not necessarily going to fight guys or anything, but, man, he's going to stir it up. And if I were looking at this team over the last couple of years, I would – for not having a better description, I think that's kind of what this team is needed. Some guy that's going to be out there, like you just said, that's going to pop if you ain't looking, but you might need an a-hole out there once in a while.
Yeah, and he understands that's part of his game, and I think he's a good enough puck mover that if you have him with somebody, and I'm just throwing things out, but if you play him with a Cale Makar, that he can get the puck to Cale, or he can get the puck to the forwards timely enough and make those plays. But he's that guy that is going to be physical night in and night out. And so when you have, call it Taves and Makar and call it Gerard and Manson and call it, Lindgren and potentially Malinsky, there is some jam on all three of those D pairings, which is what you need, especially come playoff time. And you mentioned it the last few years. I don't know that you can look back and say, yeah, that's something that the Avs, that was a strength of theirs in the playoffs. And so I think this does definitely strengthens the back end in that regard going into the playoffs.
Sidney Crosby is here tomorrow with the Penguins. What has to happen so he just doesn't leave and just stays here?
Oh, man. I have a hard time. Listen, I would love Sidney Crosby to be an Av as much as anybody. I have a hard time thinking that Sidney Crosby will be anything other than a Pittsburgh Penguin.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is
Ray Bork,
the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the difference, Ray didn't have a championship, and Sidney has three.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sidney has three, exactly. And so to me, I still think that Sidney Crosby not being a Pittsburgh Penguin, I just don't know that that's realistic. Like, I think it would be amazing. You saw in the Four Nations tournament, what him and Nathan McKinnon were able to do together. And obviously there's a friendship there that extends off the ice. and being from the same part of Canada, and I don't know. To me, Sidney Crosby is a Pittsburgh Penguin, and until somebody drops an absolutely just bombshell amount of whether it's prospects or players, I just don't know that's ever going to change.
Who are you pulling for during Four Nations?
I was pulling for the U.S.
All right, just checking.
Yeah, I mean, I've played Olympics, played World Cup. I'm a U.S. guy. I mean, listen, it was awesome, what the Canadian guys were able to do, but I'm still a U.S. guy.
I got it, but the connections you have for the Canadian team are kind of ridiculous. I don't know. The whole thing was kind of confusing, John, in all honesty.
Hey, he's saying that he's saying that while he cheered for Serbia over U.S. in the Summer Olympics.
I did. I did.
They put out a product that I think was better than everyone expected. And I think that's to be commended. I think there was a lot of question marks about what that would look like. Would it be intense enough? And I mean, frankly, I think that even if you move past the U.S.-Canada and what happened in the first 9 seconds, I still think the product on the ice was well worth the tournament and the break.
All right, last one. Do you think the Avs are done?
I don't.
Oh.
Now, I think the Avs have made their big bombshells. I think they did that early in the year, earlier on when you look at what they did with goaltending and look at what they did with Mikko. But I don't see them being done. I still think there's a piece, maybe two, that if it makes sense, it'll happen. Now, they could stand pat. I mean, you heard Chris McFarland talking about earlier today. They're always going to try and upgrade the team. I still think there's a piece or two that's going to happen. And I think there's still some big moves to be made around the NHL. It's interesting to me that it's been relatively quiet here the last, call it 20 hours or so.
Well, we'll get into it.
Have you ever seen, let me ask you, have you ever seen a team not trade one but get rid of two goaltending?
Oh, man.
Bring two different goaltenders in kind of in the middle of the season, and it worked?
Not at all.
Or seemed to have worked as well as it has?
No, not at all. And I think, what happened is they ended up, they bring in Wedgwood as kind of a little bit of stability. And I don't think the Blackwood thing was necessarily on the radar. And then it came up and it was like, well, we've gone after this guy previously. He's somebody they coveted. And, I think you saw that when he came in, he played well and they gave him an extension pretty quickly. He's a guy that they had looked at for a long time. So no, I have not seen anything like that. But I mean, kudos, because it's, it definitely turned, I would say, the ship around for the Avs when you look at what they did, not, bringing in not one, but two different goaltenders and replacing their entire goaltending tandem.
John, I just can't believe, just being around the team the past couple of games, dude, with Val back, it's just different. The energy's up, everything's up. You can tell, can't you?
Yeah, 100%. He's an X factor for the Avs. And when you have him in the lineup, he elevates those guys around him. Yep. I mean, listen, Nathan McKinnon has the ability to do that. Cale Makar has the ability to do that. Val Nichushkin, I don't think we talk about it enough. But you go back to the 22 Stanley Cup, and I look at, a guy like him and how good he was. Yes, he finished it on a broken foot, but how good he was throughout that playoff run, especially the Stanley Cup final. Just hunting pucks and you don't make players that are 6'4" that can skate like that are built like that, and can still score.
All right, you're the best. What's the best glass of wine you had this weekend?
Ooh,
that means there was multiple.
There's always multiple. On the
I was in Mexico this last week for my kids' winter break, so there's
tequila.
There's a lot of wine.
All right. Maybe that's the answer. You can't even figure it out.
Yeah,
all right.
There's a lot of wine.
All right, JM. Always great to have you on, John. We'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
The great John Michael Lyles, hanging with his kids in spring break, getting plastered in Mexico with his kids. How old are his kids? They're not drinking, are they? They're like 8, 9, 10.
I don't know. How old is he?
I have no idea. What is John?
37?
He is 44.
Well, them kids are in high school.
Take him to
16 in Mexico.
Hey, they're
man.
drinking in Mexico then.
All right. Hey, if you got a no dumb question, YouTube, Twitch, text, just get it in one way or the other. We'll hit it next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, all sorts of looking at all the things, but we could use a leadoff, Scotty. You got anything on your mind from over the weekend? I don't know.
Well, you kind of
travels
stole it a little bit in the sense that after spending a week now with the combine, were you satisfied with the results, and did it clear any pictures up for you? Was going to be my question.
Not really, because so many of the primary guys didn't participate. And listen, man, it's cool if you're, and I love the draft, but I'm more of a first-round draft guy than deeper in the draft. Better question for Tyler. I don't know what caught your attention.
Well, I mean, the main thing that catches my attention is I don't know what the hell's in the water these days. Like, how the hell do these guys just keep getting bigger, stronger, faster? We got offensive linemen that are running like a 4.79. You know, when I was playing, my goal was to run a 5 flat. I fell on my face instead. But I was trying to run a 5 flat. And maybe if I got lucky, I'd break into 4.9. And that was blazing fast, you know? These dudes are just such freaks. I mean, whether you're talking about Landon Jackson from Arkansas or you're talking about these offensive linemen that are moving out there, the athletes just get better and better, and I don't get what the hell's in the water.
Well, they just put up one of those side-by-sides they do. What's the big-time wide receiver for Philadelphia?
A.J. Brown.
So I thought it was A.J. Brown. It was Hurts. It was Saquon.
Okay.
And this D lineman. And the D lineman was basically blew the wide receiver and the quarterback, off the wall, and basically was right on Saquon's butt at the finish. And again, like you said, Tyler, at 6'4.5" and 278 or 268 or whatever the guy was going.
Mm-hmm.
So it is amazing the athleticism of the combine now is pretty much. Now I will say this: the only thing bad that I thought, everything's sponsored now. Because I got onto it. I remember. I found it somehow. I think I was the only one that had the NFL Network when it started, and they had it all over it. And I was coming, I think it was working over KOA. And I was coming and said, man, this combine stuff. I mean, I would get up in the morning, start watch it till I had to go to the show. Then I'd watch all the replays. And I was just mesmerized by all the stuff they did. And then everybody kind of caught on after a while. But I was like, it was unbelievable. But just from what that was 15 years ago today, you can't even measure it.
It's nuts. As far as the Broncos go, look, man, there's some wide receivers. There are. There's a handful of dudes that will all be on the board when the Broncos are there. I don't care how the board shakes loose. There's going to be 3, maybe 4 different guys that you're going to think really long and hard about, whether that's Emeka or whether that's Luther or – I know we talked a lot about Tez Johnson. He's kind of getting knocked on a lot right now. He weighed in at like 158 or something. I forget what it was. I might not be right on that, but it was something insanely light. And I think he ran a 4.540, which is still fast. I mean, look, let's keep it real.
And like 4.5s are slow nowadays.
Yeah. And all you got to do is watch the film. The dude can play ball, but I've been out on Tez Johnson for a while, and it has nothing to do with him. It's just I don't want the family relationship. I think that makes things complex for Bo Nix. So I don't know where you guys are at on him, but yeah, he's getting knocked on.
I'm for get one, draft one. So I'm for get one, draft one for a receiver, a tight end, and probably a running back. So I don't know. Get one, draft one. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, in the get one department, we're the tampering period starts on the 10th. The 12th is when the new league year starts. So we're barreling down that path.
Well, it almost, unless we don't know, but it sure felt like it. It's showing Landon Jackson now.
That is crazy, dude. That is an insane 40.5 inches. That is
at
nuts.
268.
Good for him.
What was your vertical?
So,
do you remember?
33. Which I was pretty damn proud of.
At
312 pounds, jumped to 33.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
But here's what I hope. And maybe I'm clarifying what you just said. Do you want him to like sign a tight end and then still draft one? And if so, I guess you could. They may need depth at that anyway. It depends what they're going to do with Troutman and everybody else. But I think what this has shown, and listen, we also get the rose-colored glasses when we watch this because we're watching stud athletes that still ain't hitting nobody. They still haven't found a test that can
And that's
measure.
why, as I'm sitting there watching Jackson Dart highlights, we're literally watching routes on air.
Yeah.
How hard
In
can
underwear.
this be? There's no read. There's nothing to do.
Well, but when you hear Bo Nix struggled last year doing that. So
Yeah.
there's something to it. But that being said, to me it looks like there is depth at the tight end that if you were able to get a Juwan Johnson or something like that as a free agent, you can still spend the fourth round, fourth round, maybe get another kid that's a young up-and-coming tight end that might be able to fill
and that's
the depth out
when you
for
see Heritage's own Terrence Ferguson, who went to Oregon, have some pretty good numbers and sort of comes on your radar. You say, oh, there are other options.
But
out there.
if you get a free agent tight end, you ain't picking a tight end at 20.
No. But I don't think they're gonna. Well, golly, I don't know, man. I think this is as wide open as a draft year as I've seen the Broncos have in a long time. But for the right reasons, though.
For the right, exactly. I was going to say, with the caveat being that's okay this year.
Yeah, because, well, first of all, you're a playoff team. Second of all, you're kind of covered at the main position. And it's weird because I'm not looking at, like, offensive line. I wasn't looking at pass rush. I wasn't looking at that at all. I mean, you could. I mean, I'm not against just drafting the best guy, but it's not the biggest position of need right now. Offensive line? No way. Pass rush? Not really. Although it's hard to turn down great pass rushers because they're so impactful. So I wouldn't be against it if they went in that direction, if they're just saying, like, hey, man, we think this guy is going to be so great, he's going to be better than what we have.
Yeah, George Payton said they want to improve the depth on the defensive line, but I think he's referring to the interior when he talks about that personally. All right, I got a two-parter for you guys. Over the weekend, Deebo Samuel was traded for a fifth-rounder to the Washington Commanders. Did you wish the Broncos were in on that?
Let's get to that on the other side. That's not a dumb question. That's a great question. We'll hit that coming up next here on PhD. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction. Oh, man, that is just something that could ruin your life and just take the joy and fun out of everything. Okay, let's get you back into the right spirit of things with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help where the pills and herbals fail, and you're like, what's going on? And this isn't happening. Well, how about this? They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've been serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Schedule a consult. The visit's $99. Get a consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. You got 5 locations to serve you. If you're like a lot of men, you can be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. T. Higgins was signed to the franchise tag by the Bengals, so he's off the table. Meanwhile, a deal got done. I'm actually a little surprised there was a trade for this, but here is Adam Schefter, who said the Broncos were interested in Deebo Samuel, but not at the price that Washington picked him up at.
Yeah, they had discussions with the Niners about Deebo. They just ultimately decided not to do it for whatever reason. They felt like there were other options that were more compelling, probably cheaper, because Deebo was going to cost you $17.5 to $20 million for the year. And Denver obviously decided to put its money elsewhere. Whatever Denver's planning here to do, and we'll see in the coming weeks, I think Denver feels like it will get more value, more bang elsewhere at that joker spot. And so they did talk to the Niners. They did explore it, and they did decide not to do it.
Wow.
That was from this morning with Adam Schefter. Adam will be on with us Thursday.
I guess I don't know what you mean by you're surprised there was a trade done. I'm fifth rounder. Good Lord. Deebo Samuel for a fifth rounder? That ain't nothing, man. I mean, that is definitely a price tag that I absolutely would have been in on if I was the Denver Broncos.
Well, there's a little quirk with that, of course.
Well, money.
Well, they don't have a fifth-round draft pick.
Oh, well, you figure that out. I mean, you could figure it out by giving a fourth and then you get something back in return.
True.
There's a million different ways to equal it out to a fifth rounder.
So that value was too much for the Broncos as they kick the tires on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing it has more to do with the financial commitment on the back end because Deebo is going to want a new deal here. Yeah, I mean, it's $17.5 million is nothing. $20 million is nothing to pay a wide receiver. I mean, that is nothing. That Cortland Sutton's making that, and he's like the 17th or 18th highest paid wide receiver. So the Commanders make that move. I do think that Cliff Kingsbury is going to know how to utilize him. I do think it's going to be a great fit for him. And quite frankly, I realize I'm in the minority here because everybody's down on Deebo based off the last year and a half of football. I think the Broncos made a mistake at a fifth rounder. That's nothing.
Well, I don't disagree. And you had three of them. Didn't you have three fifth rounders?
3-6.
Oh, was it
you
six?
got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3-6. No fifth, no seventh.
Yeah, but
well, how about two sixths and a seventh?
Yeah, I mean,
work as a one
to
fifth?
DMac's point about not having the fifth, don't worry about that. There's a million ways to equate it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, I think if anything, sometimes you just need a new atmosphere around you, right? Sometimes you just need to get out, and he's been banged up the last 2 seasons, and everything didn't look good. I mean, when healthy, that guy was as good as there was.
You want a joker?
Yeah,
that's him.
Yeah,
he is the joker of the NFL. And so whether you maybe you think that he's banged up, he's never going to be the same dude again, which I guess is what it probably has to really come down to, because the financials of it's nothing.
So the Broncos blew it.
You put him on with a young quarterback that had an up and coming year this year.
Yeah. Well, now. The Commanders are in dangerous territory of becoming the geriatric team. I mean, they are going after all the veterans. They've already had veterans on that squad, and they just continue to assimilate them. So they're always
hoping to get 1 year out of all of them, win a championship, and say sayonara out into the sunset.
There you go.
Devil's advocate, Broncos already have Deebo Samuel. His name is Marvin Mims.
That's Deebo?
That's how they used him.
Not thick enough.
I mean,
that's how they put him in the backfield.
Marvin might try to do things that Deebo Samuel does.
Well, that's what they tried.
Yeah, if you're saying that that's Deebo Samuel, I'll call you drunk.
It's their version. It's Deebo Light. I mean, that's what they did.
It's the dude that's playing the position that Deebo plays.
So Deebo's not the answer, I guess. Where will the Broncos find it? More likely.
Well, there's one other dude out there now.
Who?
Devontae Adams.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So Devontae Adams is now on the trade block from the Jets. And I heard the morning sprint? The morning sprint.
Raj's show, and Coach Sanford.
Yep.
Go Valor.
I struggle. Sometimes I want to call it the morning blitz for some reason.
Well, we have the blitz that's later at night.
Got it.
I just call it
Birdo.
They were all over Devontae. They were like, we got to go get Devontae Adams. Do you guys realize you want to talk about something stupid? Trading for Devontae Adams, you know how much he's going to make in the next 2 years?
38, something like that.
And
70.
Here's why I said
$70 million.
I was a little surprised by it, because once the vibe gets out that a guy is tradable, that sort of thing, in general, or a lot of times, Teams just wait for that guy just to get dumped and then, roll the dice later.
No, nobody's trading for Devontae. He'll get cut, and then he'll get signed in a heartbeat.
I thought that's what was going to happen to Debo too. So I guess that's
wow. You and I are on different pages on him. 5th rounder to me, that feels like the steal of a century.
Well, why do you think the Broncos passed on that then?
I think they. I think they should not have.
Other than the salary, I think a fifth rounder for Devontae would be a steal too.
Well, sure, if you didn't have to pay him $70 million.
Right.
Yeah, they'll just wait for him to get cut.
And the problem with the 70, you'll pay 70 if that comes on a 5-year deal, but you're paying 70 for the last 2 years of his contract with 2 voidable years on the back end of it. It's a terrible, terrible contract.
Where do you think Devontae Adams ends up?
Raiders.
That'd be funny. Back to the Raiders. That would be funny.
I have no idea.
It would be funny if he went to the Giants too, wouldn't it? Just keep following Aaron Rodgers around.
What is Jacksonville's salary cap number?
That's a good question too. I don't know. You got to look at some teams that got some space and some room. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but hey, listen, this is what I find exciting. The Broncos have enough money to be a player in some of these. I don't know which ones they're going to be, and I'll be bummed if it's not something a little bit interesting. But they've got the money to be. I think it's going to be inside linebacker. I think that's where they'll spend actually their biggest free agency money.
Well, they haven't done it in about 8 years.
Right.
I feel with Sean Payton, best friend, if you go out and get a veteran, Sanders, Adams, whoever we're talking about, I think, and we talked about Simmons just didn't fit well in what he needed in the locker room. I think it's got to be a good fit for him. I don't think he's just going to take a name.
How much is Cooper Kupp going to cost you?
Well, today they're talking about redoing the contract and he's staying in L.A.
Okay, I mean, I get it. Sean McVay's loyal to his guys. Okay, so he's not even going to become available?
Well, the article I read today, it didn't sound like it.
Well, we'll know better over the next week, and we'll see what the Broncos do. We'll get back into deeper football stuff with Dan Buds, Quince Tanner. Let's football go. Back from Boston. How did Jokic get that huge scratch with all the blood? Where did that come from?
I think it was when Jaylen Brown was guarding him on the post and basically was grabbing both of the back of his arms.
If you look at, I saw a still shot of the photo. He's got lines up his entire arm that are the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Is he anemic?
No, but no, because it stops pretty quick. But I'll say this: you may have thin skin.
You heard it from Scott Hastings.
I would say of all those marks, he probably have gotten fouls called 3 times.
Is there any more like a photo says 1,000 words, right? Is there anything that could say more than that photo knowing he didn't go to the line one time?
That's what's amazing to me. That's why I asked Malone when he was on here a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
I went and looked. He's 3rd in scoring, averaging right at 29, whatever it is, behind Shea and Giannis. He's 10th or 11th in free throw attempts. I mean, there's guys that aren't even close to his status that are shooting more free throws than him.
What's going on?
Well, it's the same complaint I think Chamberlain had back in his day. Shaq used to complain all of his day. I think part of it is the refs, honestly, look at big dudes and think, okay, you're going to be able to take a little bit more pounding than say a guard go in the middle, because when they change that rule, we're going to let them be a little more physical. And I said, yeah, but it's just going to affect the big players. It have nothing to do with guards.
Did they not catch he was bleeding? Could
well,
you see
eventually.
Could you see he was bleeding where you were sitting calling the game?
Yeah.
You're just like,
it was a decent amount of blood too.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
it's a hell of a scratch.
So you didn't need to be watching that on TV to understand that dude's bleeding. Like people in the stands can see it.
And I said on the radio call, I said, isn't that funny? He's got a blood timeout for Nikola Jokic and no foul called. Yeah. That's a good scratch.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, and it's one of like 50.
Look right above it.
I think that's
exact same lines.
Oh well, yeah, way above it, right above.
Above it too.
Well, yeah,
below the mole and above the mole, and then below it as well.
There's a bunch.
How are they all so parallel? They're like the exact same line in like 5 different heights.
All right. So I played high school.
Wolverine.
Saying I played high school basketball is a little like a eye roll, but I was on a high school basketball team with this guy, Joey Winters. Might have been the most uncoordinated dude I've ever met in my life, but could throw a javelin of all things, and could not shoot. Layups were a mystery. But guess he's 6'4", high school kid. Guess the one thing he could do. Guess the one thing Joey could do in basketball.
Shoot free throws.
No, he couldn't do anything. His shooting was just abysmal. He could rebound.
Oh, yeah.
So here's what Joey.
So he got to play.
He played a lot. Joey he didn't come out of the game. Joey would do 2 things that we all thought was hysterical. He would not shower a couple days before a game, and he would wear the heaviest T-shirt under his shirt he could, and he wouldn't clip his nails. This is all like strategy with Joey, because he told us he wanted to be as sweaty and gross under the boards as possible, and anybody would back off because he would literally claw people. This is in high school. He had this kind of mentality. Kind of a smart kid, right?
Should have played hockey.
He had no coordination. But this is what he could do. Be sweaty and scratch people. And he was 6'4", in high school, at least where I grew up.
You got to know who you are, man.
You did all right. But isn't it ridiculous that you're allowed to have fingernails like that? Shouldn't there be some sort of, fingernail check with these guys? Could that not be going on with people who are on Jokic right now?
I played with a guard that wouldn't cut his nails or cut them. They were long, and he was a great ball stealer. I mean, he was a great stealer of the ball. I said, man, dude, you got to cut your nails because you got me in practice one time. He said, nah, man. If I ain't getting the ball, I'm cutting somebody.
Do you know, I don't know if you know this or not, but I know this from being a wrestling parent growing up. They do a nail check in little kid wrestling or youth wrestling. They probably do it in high school too. Because it's not, all right, this is one of the quirkier things ever. But should there be some sort of nail check? No dumb question. In the NBA, should there be some sort of nail check? You're just not allowed to have long nails. And in wrestling matches, they would sit there, they would look at the kids with clippers. And if it was too long, clip, 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 clip.
I knew a guy also that was a great shooter, and he wanted his fingernail, especially on the middle finger, just a little longer because he wanted to hear the
really
of the nail coming off the leather whenever he shot it.
Well, that's kind of cool, actually. But
yeah, but I'm thinking, you can hear that? I mean,
but would this issue not be
a way? And if he cut his nails, he always sucked the first game after he cut his nails.
I mean, where are your guys' nails at? I don't have nails. You got nails?
I was religious when I used to drive everybody next to me crazy, but I was religious before games about cutting my nails because I didn't want them to get bent, and it always hurt. So I cut them before every single game.
This really is a stupid question, but should they? You got to get a nail check going here. I wonder if there's any guys on the Nuggets right now that keep their nails really long for that purpose.
I don't know. That's a good question.
No, it seems like it would be counterintuitive in basketball. Like, wouldn't that get in the way of the ball sometimes?
All right, let me ask another dumb question. Why doesn't Jokic just wear a sleeve?
Well, he did there for a while. Some guys don't like how it feels. Remember when he hurt his elbow, he wore a sleeve for a while.
Wouldn't that, well, if you don't like how it feels, that's his left arm though, isn't it?
Yeah, that was his left.
It looks terrible.
But no dumb question, does it make the officiating look bad when you can see the blood going down there and he shot 0 free throws in that game?
That should be a poster right there. That should be a T-shirt. No free throw attempts. Nikola Jokic, MVP.
Dame Lillard averages over 11 free throw attempts a game. Joker's at 6.
How is that possible?
I have no idea. 6.
He
shot a bunch in that Detroit game.
I got another no dumb question for you, and I saw it on the text line. Did Michael Porter Jr. have that 3-game streak heated up because he was on the chopping block, possibly in terms of a trade, and now he's not? And it's backed off because of that. His focus ain't there.
I don't know, man. If you're Michael Porter, I know you want to be on this team because you like the Nuggets. It's the Denver Nuggets. You want to be here. Wouldn't there be a part of you that wants to be somewhere else and be the number 2 guy? I think there'd be a part of me that wanted to go somewhere else.
I don't know. That's a good question. But I'm telling you, he had 3 games in a row when he scored 30 or more points. It was right at the trade deadline, and he was focused, man. And it was happening. And I haven't quite seen that. hey, somebody else brought it up. It was a good question.
Well, his best game was that Detroit game. He played pretty good in that
Did
Detroit
play
game.
good in that Detroit game.
Played good in that. But the previous two on the road trip and the game in Boston, I thought really struggled. If he plays like he did in Detroit, they win the game by 10 points.
It's never about talent with Michael Porter Jr. It always seems to be about focus.
Well, he's in this is all my opinion, and this not really talking to him or anything like that from that standpoint. But I think he's a guy. He's still young in mind, and I think he really fights confidence. Like, his job for this team is to make threes. And listen, he had a game where he went.
Well, I heard you talking about it the other night, that when he turned one down, he was 0 for 5. And
he turned it down. That ain't your job to turn them down. Your job is to shoot them, because great shooters miss 5 and then they make 5.
Was that Detroit?
No, he played good against Detroit.
No, I think it's Milwaukee.
It was Milwaukee.
Yeah, and that's not your role. Your role is to get it up. Now, he ended up going 1 of 10 from 3, or 2 of 10 and 5 of 22 in that game. So he put shots up.
By the way, you want to talk about a weird game. That Milwaukee game was one of the weirdest games of the year.
That's a winnable game, too.
No kidding. They couldn't make layups. I knew they were going to beat Detroit. Told you they're going to beat Detroit. I tell you.
I think I actually heard Scott grunt after one of the missed layups. I do. I think I heard, oh. It was like I was listening to an NFL mock draft. Oh.
Here's Detroit having that 8-game win streak, to me, was just like, yeah, they're due to lose.
Yeah.
That's too much. And they had that big win against Boston. It's just sometimes keeping those win streaks going is really hard.
They came back the game after Denver and busted somebody else up.
Yeah, I know.
They're a good young athletic team.
I don't know. They killed somebody.
Yeah, they're a good young athletic team.
Did you think for a second, because of the Celtics gagging to the Cavs, they were about to gag again to the Nuggets yesterday?
Well, I think, and they'd done it twice in a row. Their last 2 games they'd lost in a row. They'd only scored 18 points in the fourth quarter.
Right.
So,
and they haven't lost 3 in a row all year.
They've hardly, I think that was the first time they'd lost 2 in a row.
I thought they were going to. Man, that Derek White shot was absolutely. I think if he misses that shot, the Nuggets actually win that game.
Denver stopped them 5 times in a row at 5 points and went down and got 1 bucket, and that was Joker scored. That's the only time he shot it. And he had a lot of missed shots, a little bit of one-on-one on a couple of them, and he had that two should have been layups. One was that pass to Russ, and he was under the basket alone. He just wasn't ready for it.
It went right through his
hands. And then that one to Christian, who head faked, but then he went straight up and got a block from behind. I thought he played great. I thought he was fantastic.
Played 47 minutes.
I thought he was fantastic.
All right, we got to take a quick break. Let's football go. There's another player, a running back, that might be on the Broncos' radar. Details next. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. We think you guys are the best. I need some stuff. Look at a washer machine that's like alien. Anyways, Mountain High Appliance. I'll go check them out. I'll go check you out. You're the best. MountainHighAppliance.com. It's insulting, though, to tell your wife, like, we need a new washing machine, right? Like,
why is that insulting to the wife?
Yeah.
Because you're implying that she has to do your laundry?
Mm-hmm. Let's go, Dan Buds Quince Tanner. Let her rip.
All right,
That was
so
my first sign.
We've heard a lot about Ashton Genty, the projected first running back off the board in this year's NFL draft. But I've seen an article today that said North Carolina running back Omarion Hampton could be taken as early as the middle of the first round. So DMac and I were having this conversation earlier, guys. Would you rather have the lightning quick guy or the more powerful running back? Which one would be better for the Broncos, do you think?
I mean, I want a well-rounded dude. But here's the deal. Sean's made it very, very clear that he's not interested in a workhorse. So that doesn't limit any options. It means you could find a guy like Cam Scatterbo and go get his complement with the other guy. Nowadays it doesn't feel like there's too much of the either ors. It feels like there's generally, like Omarion Hampton, for example, he ran a 4.46 40, which was pretty damn fast for a running back, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that all the time. But what's his height and weight? Do you happen to know?
He's 6'2", 10, something like that. Hampton, he's a little bit taller.
Okay. I mean,
I'll look up the specifics.
That seems like a pretty well-rounded running back to me.
Yeah.
I guess if you're asking me if I had to handpick one, well, I want the dude as my workhorse.
Sorry.
I want the dude as my workhorse that I know when he gets hit for a 1 yard gain, he's going to fall for a 3 yard gain.
6 foot 220.
Okay.
Pretty big.
Pretty good size for a 4.47.
Yeah.
So that's a steam engine right there.
And didn't he say he had a bunch of yards catching this year too?
Hampton, I don't know. I can look that up, I think. Let's see what he had. Good old North Carolina. He had 81 carries for 1660, 5.9 per. He had 38 catches for 373.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, let's look up Cam Scatterbo just for a second. See what his numbers were. We going to crap on his numbers before I even get there, or what do you want to do with Cam Scatterbo numbers?
I would expect the numbers to be good.
293 carries for 1711, so
pretty good.
More. 45 catches for 605 yards.
Ooh.
Had 24 total touchdowns.
If he ain't the third round pick, at least.
Some guys could just ball. He's 5'9" and change. He's short. He doesn't look like nothing.
Here's the thing, though. This Broncos offense, and I'm not just talking about running backs. I'm talking about wide receivers, tight ends. We got a bunch of guys that are really good glue guys that fall forwards for 3 yards, guys that'll catch the football, but they aren't dynamic. We need dynamic football players. So when we're talking about a running back, when you're talking about a tight end, when you're talking about a wide receiver, I guess this might be a weird year where I would lean towards the dynamic dude.
Next up, Dan.
All right, fellas. So the Raiders are saying they are trying to trade tight end Michael Mayer, and plenty of teams are interested per a source. Now, remember, Michael Mayer was a second-round pick in 2023, 35th overall. With the emergence of Brock Bowers, he's become expendable for the Raiders. Is this a move you could see the Broncos making to shore up the tight end position and go a different route in the draft? Any interest in Raiders tight end Michael Mayer?
Numbers are low, man. But then again, he did have to play next to Brock Bowers. 21 catches for $156, no touchdowns. 11 games.
He could be your depth tight end, but what is it going to cost you?
Well,
6'4", 265. He's a big fella.
In theory, he's supposed to be a pretty dynamic guy. Now, how much do you factor playing next to Brock Bowers next to it? His rookie season wasn't exactly spectacular, but it was about double the numbers of his second year. Generally speaking, you're asking about an AFC West trade. You just don't see that.
If he was so good his rookie year, why'd they draft Brock Bowers second?
Well, I didn't say he was so good. I just said it was better.
I'd say he's okay. Dan's asking if you use a draft pick, and then you get into the conversation is like Michael Mayer in his third year better than, say, Terrence Ferguson or Gunnar Helm, in their rookie year? You get into those conversations. I would go with the younger guy. I wouldn't be giving up a draft pick for him, I don't think. Would you?
Probably unless you give up a 7th.
No. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, guys, so Deebo Samuel goes to the Commanders for a 5th-round pick. T. Higgins gets franchised by the Bengals. By the way, there are reports saying the Bengals are working on a long-term deal for T. Higgins, but he did get franchise tagged today. So the other big-name wide receiver that will be available is Davante Adams. CBS Sports has their most likely teams where Davante could end up. The Steelers, Commanders, Chargers, and the Denver Broncos. Should the Broncos kick the tires on Davante Adams?
Well, the Broncos are just going to be lumped in. Any wide receiver the Broncos are going to get lumped into. Should they kick the tires on him? Sure, why not? I mean, I think they're kicking the tires on everybody. But you get into some weird conversations here. Listen, I'm fine if they want to get that one guy for 1 year sort of deal. I mean, I'm okay with that, but I think you should draft one too.
Well, I'm a hard pass on a trade for Davante Adams. If free agency is a different deal, he's on the back end of his contract with 2 years left and he's going to make $70 million. So it's one thing to commit $70 million on a 5-year contract, but to pay that out over the next 2 years, that's nuts. So I'm out, hard pass, 32 years old. I'd be interested in him as a free agent. The other thing that you brought up was Deebo Samuel. And Deebo Samuel going for only a 5th rounder to the Washington Commanders, that's definitely got me a bit envious of it. I said 4th rounder or less, I'd be interested in him. 5th rounder, I would have done that in a heartbeat. We found out from Adam Schefter that the Broncos did have conversations with the 49ers about Deebo Samuel. They decided to pass on it. I don't really get it, man. For a 5th rounder, you could have given that 5th rounder a new contract, given Cortland Sutton a new contract, and you would have had a 2-for-1 based on the price you'd have to pay those two guys.
Well, I like the name, but here's the thing. Every player gets older. Are you still infatuated with the name? And he's got a hell of a name. And he's, we talked about a year ago before the season started about receivers on Netflix.
No, I mean literally just the name, Deebo. It's a great name.
Well, but Deebo and Adams are both in that receivers documentary.
They are.
And it was outstanding. And you're like, dude, they're lucky to have those guys.
Well, I thought Davante was a much cooler, nicer dude after watching that documentary.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. He's a prima donna now.
Okay.
He's got a Taco Bell in his house.
That's true.
He's got that going.
And a golf course.
All right. Well, we'll see how it goes as time unfurls here over the next week and a half. We had a funny piece of audio. You got to love college coaches, man. College basketball coaches. By the way, I am lost in college basketball. You guys following anything in college basketball this year?
I'm just brushing the surface.
I mean, the busts have been so bad. It's been tough.
Right. I don't know.
You lost 3 dudes to the draft last year that could have all been playing this year.
3 first-rounders, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm slightly aware of Cooper Flagg, so I understand.
He's got another freshman on the team that's really good, too.
What a shock. I can't believe Duke's doing it. That being said, here's a fun one. Rick Pitino is coach. Who the hell is he coaching?
St. John's.
St. John's. Okay.
Come on.
I'm telling you, I think I was pretty open. I'm not really following the college basketball. Although you know what's funny? I'm not following it, but I am kind of excited that the first round's coming here to Denver. It's great. I love going to the NCAA college basketball tournament. So much fun. It's come here to Denver quite a few years. I think it's just awesome. I sort of get into it then. I remember when I saw Kenneth Faried playing for Moorhead.
Yep, I was there that year too.
I was like, oh man, this guy would be great for the Nuggets. And then they got him.
And then we saw
they beat Louisville. Remember that when they beat Louisville in Denver
in the first round?
Yeah.
And then that same year we had Sabonis and Pirtle go after.
Oh, I don't remember that. It's awesome.
Pirtle had the bigger name, and Sabonis' team I think rocked him.
It's a cool event, so I'll because it's in Denver, I'll sort of get into it. But I'm not I couldn't tell you much about the rest of it. That being said, college basketball coaches keeping it real is always fun. And here's Rick Pitino keeping it real.
How much enjoyment are you taking coaching this group?
Well, it's twofold answer. I'm having a great time because they give me everything they have. When they shoot the free throws and when they shoot from the field, I want to kill myself.
I would assume St. John's is struggling making baskets.
I mean, did you see his halftime rant from a week or two ago?
No.
Oh my gosh, it might have been the most epic. Like, imagine Gen Z guys playing for this dude. It was an epic old school rant.
So he's got a bunch of try-hard Johnnies that just aren't that great at basketball. Is that? I mean, that's what I'm assuming
Well,
there.
I mean,
by
imagine
that.
he's got far less money in NIL at St. John's than he did at Louisville.
I would assume that is the truth.
Because he had NIL there too.
Yeah.
That was the Nike shoe deal one, right?
Oh, shoot.
Wasn't that the one that happened there?
I don't know. That's a pretty funny answer, though. They really try hard. The only problem I have is when they actually shoot the ball.
Well,
I just want to kill myself.
And while he's saying that, they're 18-0 at home, 26-4 on the season.
What?
So
they're doing great.
17-2 in conference.
So what's he talking about?
I have no idea.
What the hell's he talking about?
Just never happy. Did you see where
what a miserable slug then.
Speaking of another coach rant, and did you see the University of Miami coach retired? And then this might have been earlier in the year.
No.
And they went to the Final Four, and he said, I had 8 guys come to me, and we're going to go in the portal because we can just make more NIL. And he said, we love Miami. We love the team. Love everything that's going. They were just in the Final Four. And they go, but we can make more NIL somewhere else, so they're all going to leave. That's the problem with NIL.
By the way, text liners, shout out. They're coming in hot. St. John's is number 6 in the country.
So there you go.
So what the hell is he talking about?
26-4, 17-2 in the conference?
He's doing great.
Yeah. Well, but he's an old school coach,
so
like
is
he
he-
said.
yeah.
And they're never happy. Old school coaches are never happy.
Oh, my God. Okay, all right. I don't know, man.
Oh, I love it.
You love it?
The world needs more Rick Pitino's.
Grumpy college coaches with great teams?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how I played sports, man.
All right.
I don't know how Scott played sports, but that's what my coaches were like.
I mean, he's saying it with a smile, so, I mean,
They've also won 5 in a row.
Better coaches, supportive coaches, grumpy coaches.
It depends. Back in the day, if you had a grumpy coach, you had a supportive assistant. So
Yeah.
if you had
You know what I just watched
a
was-
supportive coach, you had a
I-
grumpy assistant coaches.
Honestly, my experience, some of the grumpiest coaches are the most supportive coaches I've ever had.
Yeah.
Because when they break the wall down and you get their love, there's nothing more rewarding than it. And like Tom Cable was a great example of it. When Tom came to Seattle, I was terrified to play for this man. He was just fresh out of the outside the lines reports and everything, and then he comes in, and I mean, I've never practiced at a faster pace. You couldn't slow down for 1 second. You can't breathe. We'd be in meeting rooms taking tests and be blasting heavy metal, just dog cussing us. And then his game day personality was a complete 180. He was the slowest speaker. He was the best communicator I'd ever had on game day. And when I got that dude's love, man, that was a rewarding experience.
John Wooden in the Little Blue Book said, my coaching's done during practice. He said, and I try to make it as hard as possible on them so that the games are easy. And in the games, because they asked the coach, you don't get up a lot. He goes, all my work, I did my work those 2 days of practice before this game. I got to trust that they can do it now.
When you get Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky, that is just Mr. Positive Reinforcement, their love doesn't mean jack squat.
Dan Quinn?
He's a unique one.
Pete Carroll?
I think Pete's a little bit different.
Okay. How are you guys as coaches? Coach?
I was very supportive outside the white lines, and I could be a maniac inside.
I heard a little story about you the other day.
Oh, why don't we hang on to that one? Get the details coming up next.
All right, guys. Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, I want you to go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I value relationships in life, and that's why I continue to go back to Phil Long Ford, because I built a long-term relationship my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back because I know them, I love them, I trust them. Guys, when I go to Phil Long Ford, they respect my time. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price, and I find the vehicle of my dreams. That's not an experience that's unique to me. That's going to be your experience as well when you go to Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So one-stop shopping, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. And at Phil Long Ford, they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over there, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
cheer. We're just talking about, before we get to story time here, the pro day for CU is going to be, I think, really interesting.
A lot of talent, man.
A lot of talent. How Prime will run it. All right, I'm a little confused here, man. All right, it says Big 12
Prime gets to run it.
He doesn't?
I mean, scouts run it.
Really?
Okay.
I mean, shoot, it is Dion. He'll probably have a pretty good voice in it.
Well, hold on. See, here's where I'm confused. Big 12 Pro Day, March 18th through the 21st, and it's got all the schools.
Yeah, so it sounds like the Big 12 is putting on their own little combine, right? So 3 days worth, they'll have different players, different position groups out on different days. They'll have interviews. They'll have the whole process. So
Not up in Boulder, like somewhere else? Like in
No. CU has theirs. That's a separate deal.
It's completely separate.
What are you confused on here?
Well, I'm not finding CU having their own.
They don't call it their pro day. I forget what they call it. They got a different name for it.
Yeah, they changed it to something else.
Yeah.
All right.
I forget what they call it.
How should I look it up then? What CU?
What is CU's
I don't know,
pro day called?
but so the Big 12 combine, that's really for the guys that did not get invited to the combine. It's an opportunity to go sit down and meet with the teams.
Just type in what is CU Pro Day called. I don't know. I don't know what to say. So when is whatever the hell they're doing? When is their thing? If it's not a pro day,
Well, have Tyler call down there. He's got a direct line.
what is going on?
Straight to Dion.
Actually, I know the PR guy. Should I just send him a note? You want to send Corey a little note there, Dan, and just be like, dude, what's your day? Because the Big 12 Pro Day is March 18th through the 21st. I know. All I'm saying is whatever CU does when they do it for Pro Day is going to be as interesting as anything they've ever done, for sure. I mean, it's going to be awesome. I would love to be there for it. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see the atmosphere. Who knows what Prime would actually do? Who knows? I would take anything that's happened in the past and throw it out the window.
So let me ask you this.
I think it'd be fun as hell to see
So the
it.
Big 12's still on a pro day for all the Big 12 teams and
I
more
guess.
players and everything. Who's footing the bill for the hotels and the,
I don't
and
know.
the
I've never-
trips in?
Big 12.
I've never heard of anything like it. No other conference has anything like it. At least at the list I'm looking at, nobody's got anything like it. I don't know.
I don't know. I do remember last year's pro day for CU. It got bumped back like a week. And it was kind of a last minute deal. It was supposed to be like on the 15th or 16th of March, and it got bumped back a full week.
All I'm going to say is when anybody from CU does a fashion walking down the catwalk, I am not going to criticize it whatsoever. I don't care how many practices you miss or what's going on. You can miss everything as far as I'm concerned.
It says Colorado's pro day has not been announced yet, but it's usually mid-March.
Well, this is when the stupid Big 12 thing is. Same thing.
No, that's the end of March.
March 18th through the 21st?
Oh, it's the 18th?
We're going to get a little weird about the middle of March?
No, I was confused. I thought it was like the 28th.
All right. Anyways, whatever it is. What'd you hear about Scott?
Oh, he was just talking about coaching high school football or high school basketball and being a psycho. And I can't remember who I heard this from. Oh, it might have been Jeff.
Probably Jeff.
It might have been Jeff.
Because he was there.
Oh, Jeff?
1 year.
Yeah. Jeff's my brother-in-law.
Okay.
Scott knows him because they coach basketball. And matter of fact, you know what it was? He was telling me about his assistant coach that you gave him. That was like your longtime mentor that you. Anyways, whatever. He said that you were coaching girls.
Oh, that's right.
What's his name?
John Suter.
Yes, that's exactly right. John Suter. And you ended up giving it to him over at Columbine.
When he went to Combine, Coach Suter went and helped him for a year.
That's right. But he said you were coaching varsity girls basketball at Arapahoe, and he was coaching boys or the men's basketball.
Yeah, and I think we only crossed over 1 year there.
He said you guys were finishing up practice, and you had like a minute and a half left. His guys came out on the court and were shooting on the back end where you were. And Scott had like an epic meltdown of, "What the F are you doing? Get the F out of this building right now. We're still on this court."
Well, I probably didn't curse, but Yeah, no, don't come and take my gym until it's your time. It ain't your time. Hey, because I didn't want the girls to be disrespected. The guys say, "Oh, we're guys, so we're gonna go out there and take." No, I'm trying to talk to them and do stuff. And,
I love it.
They're bouncing balls and stuff.
I love it.
No, and I would expect the same thing to happen if one of my teams did it.
He said, "Hey, those boys learned their lesson real quick. They didn't do that again."
Oh, so they weren't out there with the coach?
No. They just got out there.
They were just coming in there playing grab ass over in the corner. I remember that.
Yeah.
They were playing grab ass and bouncing the balls and goofing around and thought, I'm trying to coach and talk and blah, blah, and I got balls bouncing. Come on, man.
You kicked them out?
Yeah, I kicked them out of the gym.
For the minute or two?
It's probably more than a minute or two, but yeah. Okay. Probably 5 minutes. But
you ever have a conflict with another coach for court time?
No.
Oof. I've had that.
We were good.
That is awkward as hell. But
I actually got along well with the boys coach. Jeff that first year and Coach Hammond's the second year, I think. And we had a great relationship.
Well, we were paying for tunnels, baseball tunnels, paying for them. And so, it's our time, Coach.
I do remember
wrap it up there.
One of those years, it might have been Hammond. I said, hey, maybe we could, because you see all those great girl programs have these 5 or 6 scholarship boys, and they scrimmage against the girls during practice and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was talking to one of the coaches. I said, hey, can we? Why don't you send your JV earlier and let us get a little 15, 20-minute scrimmage on? Oh, Scott, you don't want to do that. Blah, blah, blah. I said, no. Send Jay. He goes, well, I'll send the sophomore team. My varsity girls team wore that team out. I mean, we probably beat them by 28. I mean, we were stealing the ball, screwing layups, bam.
Embarrassing.
And I'm like,
good job, girls.
That's why I wanted the JV.
What'd you learn this weekend, Mr. 7-on-7? You getting ready for your next adventure?
I'm learning a new language, man.
Yeah, how's that going?
I got to learn ball all over again. I got a new football language I got to learn. It's fun. It's a style of football that I would never have coached myself, but it is the way that football is going. I've just always coached a pro-style offense, and it's fun, man. Had a little 7-on-7 match against Frederick. And
were you coaching this weekend?
I'm mostly just observing.
Okay,
I'm catching on right now.
Okay.
Yeah, learning the lingo and everything, but yeah, it was a good deal out at Echo Park.
We congratulate our own Mike Sanford. He is the new head coach of Valor. He will still do the radio show.
Has he announced that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, last Friday was like kaboom. Everybody announced it. It was kind of big news last Friday afternoon. So
it's a cool deal, man. It's a hell of a job. Mike's going to do a fantastic job for him. I can't imagine who he was in the running against. I mean, you get a dude with
Mike, some out-of-state guy.
Oh, for sure.
I heard one real fun out-of-state guy. I guess I could say it. I mean, he didn't get it. I heard Bo Nix's dad was in the mix for a minute, but it washed out. From what I understand, it was kind of talked about, but then it kind of. But you understand why? You get it, right? But hey, it's Coach Sanford.
We can call him coach again.
You can call him coach again for that scrappy underdog Valor team.
Now he needs to call. I don't know if he knows Dave. He needs to call Dave and say, "Okay, how do you handle doing a radio show?"
We got to circle the dates.
And when I work with Dave, because he's one of the greatest coaches, high school coaches the state's ever had. Right? He wouldn't talk about it. He didn't want to ever talk. He goes, until some other high school coaches get radio shows, we're not talking about it. So he wouldn't even. I'd usually get the. Hey, congratulations on winning the state last weekend. That's the only time I can ever talk about it. That was fine. Okay.
So when does Pondo, aren't you in the same league? 5A, Pondo? Are you not? Wait, is Pondo 5A or not?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, aren't you in the Continental League?
They'll see him in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we'll see him. We'll bring him, Mike.
Okay. And then.
Actually, don't know. Is Valor in the league?
I think Valor's in the Continental League. Creek's in the Centennial League. So Creek and Valor wouldn't necessarily
They always
play.
meet in the playoffs.
Yeah. And Regis is in the Continental League too. Actually, is Valor in the Continental League or are they in the Jeffco League?
I don't think they're Jeffco.
Then they've got to be Continental.
They don't want nothing to do with
well, Rock Canyon would be in the Continental.
Valor don't want nothing to do with Columbine during the regular season. Let's wait to handle that in the postseason.
We'll see.
Another great high school football coach.
Dude, high school football is going to be kind of banging this year. It's going to be fun.
Jay Keeps over at Legend.
Jay Keep, that's right. Consulted by Garrett Bowles.
Yep.
Wow, we got some
names.
By the way, there was a quarterback, gosh darn it. Who was the quarterback that was thanking Jay Keeps for training him at the combine?
I think it was Will Howard.
I think you're right. Didn't he have a terrible combine? Okay. Nate Nanny coming up next.
You set that up just for that. You're bad.
Nate Nanny next.
I was in Mexico this last week for my kids' winter break, so there's
tequila.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Rebound comes down to Murray. If you want to win the game, this is a mandatory score here. Murray has it. You can win it if you score on this possession. Murray turns the corner. He's in the paint, leans in. Layup good! That makes it a one-possession game. Ruh-roh, Boston.
Ruh-roh.
102 to 99. They haven't converted on their last 4 offensive possessions. Top of the key is Jaylen Brown, guarded by Westbrook. Peels off to the high left side. 1 minute to go. Brown has it, working against Murray. He goes to the right hand. Little floater, no good. Block! Loose ball on the floor. Picked up by White. Jumper, good!
Porter just stood and watched. The ball bounced in front of him.
Darn you, Colorado native Derek White. Darn you.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
We literally just had the conversation in the pre-show meeting of Derek White is so friggin' good. He's so good. He does everything right. And he shut the door on the Nuggets yesterday in the comeback, and they lose in Boston. Andy, I
hated that game.
Hated that game. Before the road trip, I was like, they're going to lose in Boston. And they lost in Boston. And they lost by 7 on the road in Boston. And none of that is terribly shocking. It's just when you watch the way that it went and you realize, like, oh, they could have won that game. They very much could have won that game yesterday, but they didn't. And the part where, they didn't bother to show up for like the first 20 minutes of basketball ultimately was why they didn't win the game. I know it's an 11 a.m. Mountain Time start on the East Coast in their building, but guess what? The Celtics looked like crap at the beginning of that game too. Just the Nuggets refused to take advantage of it, and ultimately a good second half was not enough for them to be able to come back and win that game. Nuggets lose, road trip over. They go 2-2. Okay, from the macro, Andy, it's not that bad. It's a 4-game road trip where you went 2-2. Okay? But I hated that game so much yesterday.
Yeah, but I don't love the 2 you lost. I wish you would have got either Milwaukee or Boston.
Yeah.
Just because they're higher up. Here's where we're at now, Nate. We know this is a playoff team. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I don't even know. I don't know where to go with it. I don't know if it's about the opponents or not. I would like to see you make some hay, send some messages to some people that are actual good playoff contenders. I would have loved for you to have been one of the teams like you were a year ago. They were the first team to beat Boston at home, right? Yep. Last year, deep in the season.
Yep.
Would have loved for you to have repeated that. I was happy that Jamal Murray got off his backside and started scoring and actually chipping into that game so he could shut up Kendrick Perkins in particular in the group at halftime. But look, they're not wrong. What I don't love is
I disdain Kendrick Perkins so much. I had to sit there and listen to him and be like, he's not wrong.
Yeah, that's what I hated the most about yesterday.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Jamal, you've got to come along. Someone has got to be Robin to his Batman, period. And if you can't be it more consistently, this team won't win a championship, and you and I said it last week.
Yeah, and he was great in the second half.
He was.
And he showed up in the second half, and if the Nuggets had gotten 48 minutes of that version of Jamal Murray, that would have been something special. I want to frame the question this way, and we'll take your text. Shot Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Who did you hate the most in that game yesterday? I have 2 culprits in particular that I hated the most.
Okay, let's hear them.
And this is, I get that this is pretty specific, but stay with me, okay? Player A. I'm going to do the old anonymous player thing here for a moment, Andy. Player A. In the first quarter.
Yes.
0 for 1, no points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, -10. Okay? That's player A in the first quarter. Player B, I'm looking at him in crunch time. In the fourth quarter, player B played 12 minutes, did not score, 0 for 1 from the field, 1 rebound, no assists, and 2 fouls. He was a -1 for the 12 minutes that he was on the floor for the fourth quarter. Player A in the first quarter, I'm sure you could guess, Jamal Murray.
Okay.
Did not score until there was under 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. Player B in the fourth quarter, Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, that one was real easy to pick up.
What was he doing?
I don't know.
And the one shot that he took was horrible.
Yeah.
It was a long 2 with his foot on the line, like early in the shot clock.
Yeah.
It was just like, it was a guy that was like, I desperately need to score. And just made a terrible decision right there. Porter was just awful in that fourth quarter. And I know over the balance of the game, he wasn't particularly good either. 10 points yesterday. He was a -11. Jamal, by the time it was all said and done, was a -3. He finished with 26 points. He was 11-20. Again, if you're just looking at that box score for 48 minutes, you'd look at Jamal and go, oh, Jamal was good tonight. No, he wasn't. Because he didn't show up in the first half when the Nuggets found themselves down by 20 points.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find this tweet. It was a startling breakdown of how MPJ's done against the playoff teams.
Bad.
And basically, it's like 39% from, I think it was 39% from 3, which isn't a terrible percentage, but like about 16 points a game. Bottom line, he's just not, you just need more. You just need more. Okay, you asked, who did you hate the most? How about this? Because their collective of them did it in the fourth quarter, and I was yelling at the TV like it was a Bronco game back in the 90s.
Yeah.
That's how frustrated I was with this.
Yeah.
But all of the bad hands that showed up, whether it was not corralling a rebound, and then
what about DJ volleyballing one out so Neemias Queta could get what I'm assuming is the first breakaway dunk of his NBA career.
Exactly. and then getting the ball, DJ's legs looked like they were a little tired from the year's work at points yesterday.
They were in cement yesterday. Yep.
But how many times, like I feel like Jamal did it once, Christian Brown did it once, Russ did it once, where they would drive to the middle and they just put the ball out there with like 3 dudes within reach just slapping it away. What world do you think you're getting that thing to the rim?
Especially against that team.
Right.
Yeah.
It just like right out and do not show them the ball as you're trying to fly 2 more feet to get it to the basket. What are you doing?
What about this for an idea, okay? Russell Westbrook. Don't take 8 threes. Don't take 8 threes.
Yeah.
I tweeted this yesterday during the game. Hey, dude, you're open because they want you to shoot that.
They're letting you have it.
They put court. So the Celtics, and Joe Mazzulla had a good game plan yesterday, okay? He didn't have Porzingis out there. So he put Horford in the starting 5. Horford played great yesterday. He had an effective game, as effective of a game against Jokic as you can have. And there were some great quotes in the postgame from Mazzulla when they were asked, like, what did you do so effectively against Jokic? And his answer was like, you can't do anything to that guy. So we don't even try. We worry about everybody else, and hopefully that makes life tough on him, which they did. But the biggest thing that they did yesterday was they put Cornette on Russell Westbrook and then just had him not guard Westbrook at all. And just crowd around Jokic and make life tough and try and get in passing lanes and disrupt the cutters, and he did it effectively all day long. But it's like, dude, Russ, and some of his turnovers yesterday are just live ball turnovers that lead to runouts, that lead to easy buckets, which he was doing all day long yesterday, which he has been doing more and more of late. But really, like, teams have just, they have firmly made the decision. And Andy, we knew this was what was going to come down, because this is what everybody has been doing to Westbrook's teams in the playoffs for years now. Leave him alone. Leave him alone out there and crowd around the middle of the paint, and he can't hurt you. And that's what Westbrook did yesterday, but he just kept shooting. Stop shooting.
Not only that,
stop shooting.
And here's the other real Sophie's choice with him. I love it because he does drive to the hoop. He does go to the hole. He does draw fouls and contact, but then he can't make the damn free throws. So it's almost like you just getting this when he gets in a bad space like this. I don't know what you do with him. I know why Malone plays him.
I do.
He's a high intensity, high defensive effort guy. But he's such a negative sometimes on the offensive end.
And I haven't looked at the text line yet. I'm assuming somebody has probably already texted in to play Jalen Pickett instead of Russell Westbrook. That's not going to happen.
No.
That's second round pick is not going to play over Russell Westbrook, and for good reason. Look at Westbrook's numbers with Jokic are absolutely elite. Problem is when he plays non-Jokic minutes, oof. He's tough out there. And he's trying to make plays. I get it. Like, I don't fault his effort at all. I don't think he's just being careless. He's trying to do big things, but it's just it's leading to too many easy buckets going in the other direction.
Yeah, but you know what bothers me about everybody else? Here's where I'll call out everybody else. How
Good.
come sometimes it feels like he's the only one going that speed?
Right.
Could a couple other people, when Jokic isn't on the floor, join him at that speed, maybe? Do you know what I mean?
I do.
Because that's why he keeps getting the ball. He's going after it the hardest.
Playing hard.
He's showing you he wants it the most.
Mm-hmm. Plays hard.
And everybody else just standing around. The other thing, you know what I hated the most about his game, unfortunately, yesterday? The play I hated the most was Nikola Jokic looking like your favorite tight window quarterback of all time, whipping that, not even looking, lasering it through half the defense to Russ on the low block, and he can't even just catch it and put it in.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you know the highlight that could have been? I mean, that was incredible. Instead, you miss it, and then you try to regather, and you bounce it out of bounds. And
Speaking of highlights, though, this is where I do have to give Russ credit. One of the 2 threes that he actually did hit was off the behind-the-back pass from Jamal to the corner. So thank you for making that.
Yeah, that was sweet.
That was good.
That was just one of those. Here's the thing. You said it. The reality, because Missoula is speaking for the NBA, the Lakers have shown it. Everyone's going to copy it. It's up to the cast to give Jokic some breathing room.
Yeah.
Now, Jamal did enough to get him some breathing room in the second half, but you saw yesterday, you were chasing that game the entire time, and you could never pull even because a guy like Derek White's just going to hit a few key threes, and you're not going to ever fully get even again.
And the Nuggets
can't have that.
They flat out don't have the shooting to be able
They don't.
to claw their way
Now,
back
when
into games.
MPJ's not going, that's for sure.
No, and he unfortunately has been doing a little too much not going of late. He played well against Detroit. He did not play well yesterday. Road trip is over. Nuggets are back home finally after they go 2-2 on the trip. They will take on Sacramento on Wednesday before heading out to play the Suns again. That team is an absolute mess, by the way. Avalanche in action tomorrow against Pittsburgh. We got a new D-man, Andy.
We bolstered the D.
Big trade over the weekend. The D bolstered. Does Dion know what bolstered means yet, by the way?
I think he always
What does
knew.
bolstered mean?
I just think he wanted to hear a smart guy say it to him.
Can you use it in a sentence, please?
By the way,
country of origin.
How about I don't know if it was a great draft weekend for Shedeur, or do we need to buy the hype?
What do you mean?
Oh, the draft picks. Shedeur's just not. Apparently, he's nobody's cup of tea all of a sudden.
Oh, it's
the season of lying.
Come on, this is also the season of like, hey, I'm a draft guy. I need people to pay attention to what I'm saying. I'm going to go after Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, that's the take that's going to get everybody fired up. Shedeur's going to be fun. I know. Here's where I'm going to keep coming back to on Shedeur. I know what I saw. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm with you. Someone will talk themselves out of a good quarterback.
Yes.
Is how I feel about it.
Yes, Shedeur's going to be just fine. I worry not about him.
You're right. The later he goes in the draft, the less the team probably sucks.
Yeah, and I think that's ultimately going to be good for him. We will talk about the NHL trade deadline, the Avs' new acquisition, and all that good stuff. Dave McCarthy of NHL.com, NHL Network, and Sirius XM NHL Radio. If there is something that has an NHL logo on it, this guy does it. He's based out of Toronto. We're looking forward to talking to him coming up.
You're going to love him. I can't wait.
I'm
all
pumped.
the listeners get to enjoy the first taste of Dave McCarthy with Nate Kreckman.
This is going to be good. I'm looking forward to this very much. We've got NFL news. Jeff Legwold perhaps may join us in the 5 p.m. hour. He's traveling back from Indianapolis, all that good stuff. But Chris McFarland speaks today, and he's going to make you feel even better about the acquisition of Ryan Lindgren. We'll play that audio for you coming up next.
Devon Taves, net is empty. Taves at the middle for Ross Colton. He's got an empty net. Colton tries to put the exclamation point. You betcha! Ross Colton has 2 goals and an assist, and the Avalanche are going to walk away from Ball Arena and a 5-2 win over Minnesota.
Yeah, good weekend for the Avs. Homestand off to a great start. They're back in action tomorrow against Pittsburgh over there at Ball Arena. And the Avalanche made a trade, Andy. The Avalanche acquired defenseman Ryan Lindgren, forward Jimmy Vesey.
Vesey's what I heard
okay.
Moser say this morning.
All right. And any relation to Peter Vesey?
Well, if it's Vesey, then no.
Former NBA on NBC
I don't
guy.
think, wasn't he Vescey?
You're right. There was a C in there. Mm-hmm. So since the name is spelled and pronounced differently, probably not related.
Probably not.
As well as prospect defenseman Hank Kampf.
I like a Hank. I like Hank.
Yes.
Now, I need Hank to make it. We need to make Hank. Hank's got to happen.
We love a Hank.
Huh?
We do.
Just give me a good old Hank. There ain't enough Hanks in
Kampf
hockey.
From
Not enough Hanks in sports, period.
From the Rangers. Let's see. You got Henrik Lundqvist. He's a Hank.
They call him Hank.
Henry Aaron was a famous Hank.
Hank Aaron. There we go.
Yep.
Hank Hill.
Yeah.
We're done.
Former Broncos running back Travis Hank. All right. Not going to do that. We're not doing the thing.
He might be going by that with the 90 kids looking for him.
For forward Juuso Parssinen, defenseman Calvin DeHaan, a conditional 2025 second-round pick and a conditional 2025 fourth-round pick. The Rangers will also retain 50% of Lindgren's salary.
Now, he's an unrestricted free agent, I believe, at year's end.
Pure rental.
So, well, but hopefully they keep him around. People thought that about Manson for a minute, too. And
I mean, can we watch him play for the team before we declare
no,
hopefully
I'm with
they
you.
keep him
No,
around?
I'd like to. No, but and listen, I'll put it to you this way. I'd like you to trade for some guys you plan on keeping. We did this last year, and Middlestat was like the only guy you kept. You didn't keep. Remember, they got Duhaime, not DeHaan. They got Duhaime. They got Yakov Trenin.
Duhaime.
They got Duhaime or whatever it is.
I was doing the Rammstein
Oh, I
thing.
remember. I know where you were going.
Thank you.
Sean Walker. That was a thing. For
I
a minute.
remember him. Yeah.
We even talked to him.
We did, didn't we?
We did. Well,
how was he?
Was that you and me, Spring? I think you and I talked to him.
Ah, okay.
You're going to do your basketball games next week. I think when he was gone is when you and I talked to him.
Okay, okay. A lot of stuff happens when I'm not here.
Not the fun stuff.
Chris McFarlane.
The hockey stuff.
I wouldn't say I missed it. Chris McFarlane is the Avalanche's GM, and he had a press conference today, and he talked about the acquisition of Ryan Lindgren.
Yeah, Ryan, I mean, obviously he's been a key part of the Rangers back end for a number of years. I think the warrior mentality is what kind of draws you into him. He's an experienced big game player. He's been a key cog on some very good Ranger teams. So I think we've been looking to add another guy that can gobble up some minutes. I think the way we'll deploy him, we think with the bite that he adds, the sandpaper, the hard to play against, a little bit of the ratty component is something that our sauce needed. And I think, how Bedsy's got a lot of ways he can use him. He can use him with Kale. He can use him with Josh. He can mix and match him with, Malinsky or Shillington. He'd get him on the penalty kill and hopefully take some minutes away, from some of our top guys who are pushing, big minutes every single night. So that was sort of the thought process. And the analytics part, we have an awesome department ourselves here. There's sometimes things that we think we can separate some noise and hopefully we'll get a positive player. But we'll bet on the character on Ryan Lindgren every day of the week.
Good stuff right there. Okay, I want to run through.
Drop of the year candidate.
I know.
In our sauce.
There's a
I like
few
that.
of them. Let's see. He's a key part of the back end.
Yeah.
Warrior mentality.
Yes.
I love a warrior mentality. He's a key cog. He's a minutes gobbler. Gobbles minutes. I like a good minutes gobbler.
You don't get gobble used a lot around
You
when
really
it's not
don't.
Thanksgiving.
That cut was a real minutes gobbler. Sandpaper. He's got some sandpaper, Andy.
Which they need.
And finally, he's ratty.
Yeah.
He's got the ratty thing. He's got a little Kachuk in him.
Well,
he's ratty.
So I saw a great video from our buddy Eric Lacroix, who's now working at DNVR.
What up, Eric?
And Eric was saying, he goes, he's going to drag guys into the fight.
Good.
That's what I like. So, yeah, you know what? Look, I don't know that it's still a thing. They were talking about, I saw a rumor floated that the Avs may be looking at Marchand at some point. Now,
He's
he
ratty.
got hurt, but
And he's got sandpaper.
But it tells you they're looking. They need a little of the edginess of Kadri.
Toughness.
You know, I was watching Zadorov in one of the games yesterday, and part of me is like, I wouldn't mind having that guy back. Frankly, I realize he does 2 or 3 things to frustrate you, but
he's
also very scary.
Lindgren's also he's a very good stay-at-home defenseman who you pair him with Sammy Girard and say, Sammy, go do your thing, dude. Okay, like you jump up into the offensive zone, and we've got somebody that can kind of balance it, like Manson has for so long playing with Sammy Girard. And also, you look at the analytics stuff, and it's like you remember, oh yeah, this is a team with Cale Makar and Devon Taves. Like their job is to go up against everybody else's best line. Your job is to kind of fight in your weight class and do your job a little bit. And I think he's got the warrior mentality and the minutes gobbling to be able to do that.
Look. When we get to the playoffs, guys are going to park their big forwards in front of your goalie.
Sure
you need
are.
somebody that can get them out of that position.
Yep.
And with Manson out, you just don't have a lot of those guys. You just don't. I wouldn't be upset if they added one more guy like this before the deadline, frankly.
Something that our sauce needed.
Yeah.
Something the sauce needed.
Yeah, a little paprika.
Yeah.
In that sauce.
Bubbling.
Yeah.
It's bubbling nicely.
Oh, hey, what? Uh-oh.
Whoa.
I hit the wrong one.
Oh,
I meant to hit pound.
You got me excited.
I wish,
we
the
got another
Avs
trophy.
have traded for Sidney Crosby.
Hey!
Nope.
Yeah, come on.
No, it didn't happen.
Come
Didn't
on,
happen.
Spring.
Didn't happen.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
I felt like ESPN draft night where I heard the dude, or whatever the little sounder is.
Spring, I'm going to need a better warrior mentality out of you
Yeah,
today.
what's going on?
We need you to be a more key part of the back end than hitting the wrong drops. Okay.
The sandpaper.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
It's got sandpaper. Yeah.
The bite that he adds.
Ooh, bite.
So now here's the thing, though. In spring,
Bite.
tell me you didn't see the same thing. Everybody seems to be more in their feels about the second round pick than really the guys giving up.
People had close attachment to that
Well,
second round pick. What are we
one of-
doing here? This team is in a
window.
Aren't we contending right now?
Yeah, but see, people thought the second round pick might cost him Crosby.
Okay, like they're probably not getting Crosby anyway.
I know,
right?
Crosby has to say, "I'd like to leave," and there's still no indication that he's willing to say that.
I get it. He's the white whale and
yeah,
all of that.
We all want him,
but
he is this generation's Ray Bork. I feel like before the Avs got Bork, all you heard about was Bork for a while.
Yeah.
Now they were lucky enough they actually got him, but I think that's because Ray said, "Finally, yeah, I'd like to go chase a title." Crosby doesn't need to chase a title.
Avalanche, do they not need more toughness? Do the Avalanche not need to get bigger and again, just more fundamentally sound on their bottom pairings?
They need some more playoff type players. I'm just going to say it. You need guys that are gritty, that are tough, that are not fun to play against,
that have
that
warrior
wear you
mentality,
down over a 7-game series,
that gobble minutes,
that got sandpaper on the backside.
Yeah, that are ratty.
Yes.
They need these guys.
That's what they need in the sauce.
In the sauce. Don't forget about the sauce.
Something that our sauce needed.
I like that.
The sauce
I do like it.
Needed it. Uh-huh. That was good stuff right there. Chris McFarland also was asked about an update, speaking of white whales, on Gabriel Landeskog. Let's get the latest update. How is Gabe Landeskog doing this today from the Avalanche's GM?
Yeah, no, Gabe continues to rehab. I think things are he's doing good. He's doing, he's grinding hard every single day, but I don't foresee him joining practice like in the next day or two or week or two here. So, I mean, I think you guys can figure out where this is kind of going, but, hopefully it'll keep going well.
Yeah, here's where it's going.
We figured out where it's kind of going, Chris.
If we're lucky, he gets to participate in playoffs. They're using his money. They're using his money.
Yeah.
They'd have to waive people to get room for him to come back at this point.
And
he is going to be, at best, the playoffs.
Spoiler alert, he's not playing in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Here's something that's funny, okay? So I grew up as a Chicago Cub fan, okay? Do you remember Mark Pryor?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How could you forget? He and who was your other
Kerry
pitcher?
Wood.
Kerry Wood. Quite the duo.
03. It was something to see.
He had a great year.
And then Mark Pryor's arm exploded, okay? And then for what felt like half of a decade, me and every other Cub fan sat around watching the local news doing footage of Pryor doing what was called the towel drill. He was always throwing a towel. Okay, it was called the towel drill. And we got that footage on the local news all the time. And it was just like, oh, man.
He's starting to
look
come
at that
back.
towel drill. Here we go, baby. Every time that I see another update of Landeskog's out there skating today, could he be back? And it's just like, no, this isn't getting there. It's not happening. It sucks. He's an all-time great. He's a legend. His number should go up into the rafters. He's one of my favorite athletes ever that I have interacted with, that we have covered in this town. When you watched him play as good and tough and hard-nosed, a two-way player, everything, he's a Stanley Cup winning captain, Andy, okay? Those guys are, again, they're luminaries. It's not happening.
I would say this very much reminds me, and the only difference is he keeps having setbacks in practice instead of the games.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Terrell Davis post-injury.
Yeah.
Where TD would come back, he'd get a couple good games, the hope would be there, and eventually it seemed like whenever he ended up having like a really good game, knees bugging him.
Remember Forsberg?
How about Jake Butt? To much lesser. How many times did we hear that Jake Butt's ramping up, finally going to be able to go? The guy would get out there, he'd take one hit in the game, and then he'd be back on the IR. Knee injuries suck, man. They suck.
When the GM just says you can probably see where this is going.
Playoffs if you're lucky. And that would be one of those just to boost the room kind of things.
Yeah. And what version of him are you going to get?
Right.
You know?
Look, I'm just happy. The guy apparently can at least walk and he's living a normal life. He can go play golf. He gave his body for that cup. We should all be forever grateful.
Yep. And hopefully fans are.
And you know what? And the team's acting like he's not coming back. Frankly, with these moves on the way, they're spending the money. So we all just need to respect it and hope for the playoffs. But I'm with you. You and I have been saying it. I hate to say it. I don't think we ever see him on the ice again. It breaks my heart. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. No, it sucks. But that's, again, when the GM says, I think you know where this is going. No, I hear you. I think I get it. In the meantime, they got a minutes gobbler and some sandpaper. So that's good. Thank you,
In the sauce.
McFarland. In the sauce. Don't forget, the sauce is very important. Dave McCarthy covers the NHL from Toronto, NHL.com, Sirius XM, NHL Radio, NHL Network, all that good stuff. We're going to talk trade deadline. We're going to talk Lindgren. We're going to talk about this Avalanche team and where they are at with a big-time national voice in the NHL. Talking puck next.
I think there's a lot of good hockey teams on both sides, the Eastern and the Western Conference. So, I think we're one of those teams. I think any given night if we play our A game, we're dangerous. I think it's no secret that we had to try and get deeper, both up front and on the back end. I don't think we're totally satisfied. If we can still find a way to improve the team, we'll try. How, I don't know.
Avs may not be done. Good start to the homestand. They've scored 10 goals over the last couple of games against New Jersey and Minnesota, and Pittsburgh coming up tomorrow night. Plus, they swing the trade with the Rangers for Ryan Lindgren and others. Joining us right now to talk about the state of the Avalanche, he is the Toronto correspondent for NHL.com, Sirius XM, NHL Radio, NHL Network, all that good stuff. He is Dave McCarthy. Dave, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Good. Thanks for having me, boys.
Thank you so much for doing this. Dave, let's start here. Everybody is grading the trade. What is your grade on the Avalanche's acquisition of Ryan Lindgren over the weekend?
Well, he helps to solidify their blue line. He's a guy that will continue to give them cap flexibility moving into next year. He's a pending unrestricted free agent, so they'll be able to decide whether or not they want to re-sign him based on how he plays. But in terms of this year, I think it was a good acquisition. He's an experienced guy. He's 27 years old. He's played in some high-leverage games last year with the Rangers, so he has an idea of what to expect at this time of the year. And I thought their blue line could use a little bit of an upgrade in Colorado. So I thought, by and large, a pretty good deal. Get a guy they need, fill a role that they need, and what they gave up was, I don't think, really all that much. So I thought a pretty good deal on the part of the Avalanche.
Before we have you speculate about the future, how do you feel about the moves in general? Obviously, they moved Rantanen for Natchez. They were able to get Blackwood. What do you think about kind of the, literally in the season retooling of this team that they're doing?
Well, they have been active, that is for sure. I was really surprised when I heard the news that Mikko Rantanen had been moved, but clearly they came to a decision internally where they were not willing to exceed a certain number, and it became clear that number was not going to get it done. So they made a very difficult decision, albeit probably the prudent decision, to recoup some assets for Mikko Rantanen, as difficult as that was to decide to do. And say what you will, Marty Necas coming on board has played really, really well since coming to the Avalanche, and they've got him under contract now beyond this season. So difficult decision, maybe the right move. The goaltending, I, again, give the Avalanche a lot of credit. It was sewering them at the beginning of the year, sewering them. You couldn't win with that type of goaltending, and they decided to go out and to fix it. And that's a difficult decision to make sometimes because, Alexander Georgiev had been effective at times in Colorado, but it had become clear that his play was not nearly where it needed to be. So they didn't just sit on their hands. They went out and they fixed it. And they've got goaltending now that's giving them reliably a chance to win every single night. So I think the teams that are the most successful tend to be the ones that are the most proactive. And when they recognize that they have issues, they go out and they correct it immediately, and that continues to give them a chance to win. So, look, I wouldn't put Colorado as a team that is at the absolute top of my list in terms of Western Conference teams, but they're right there in the mix, and they're not going to be an easy out, I don't think, come playoff time.
Dave McCarthy of NHL.com, Toronto correspondent, talking about the Avalanche in the NHL right now. Dave, I want to circle back. You mentioned your surprise at the Mikko Rantanen deal. Certainly that was the reaction that we all felt around here when it went down, but we saw the writing on the wall that it could be possible. All of that said, it's not going great in Carolina so far. Dave, look into your crystal ball. What's going to happen with Mikko Rantanen?
Well, I wish I could tell you. I don't know the answer to that, but I think it reveals a couple of things. One, Sebastian Aho is not Nathan MacKinnon, right? Like, Nathan MacKinnon is a breed unto himself, and was a big reason why Mikko Rantanen was the player that he was in Colorado. Number two, I think Rantanen, I don't think, in fact, I know for a fact that Rantanen was shocked that he ended up getting moved. And I know people will say, well, how can you be shocked when you're asking for this? You kind of have the feeling that eventually it's all going to work out, right? Like it did with Gabriel Landeskog when he went down to the wire back in the day and they ultimately came to an agreement. When you're a guy who was as entrenched in the core on a team as Rantanen was, it's really difficult to get that through your mind that, yeah, you know what, maybe they might make a hard decision and move me along, because you're probably thinking the entire time, well, why am I the guy that has to get screwed, right? Why am I the guy that doesn't get taken care of the way that I feel I should be taken? And so you don't let yourself think that, and then you get traded. It's like, holy cow! And now it's a culture shock, and it's a bit of an adjustment period. Now he hasn't had a huge run of games yet in Carolina, so there's that. You kind of got to give it like more than 9-10 games before you can really come to a conclusion as to whether or not he'll have success there or not. But they don't have that kind of time if they want to move him before the deadline to make sure that they get something for him if he decides to walk out the door, as is his right, come the summertime. So it's a really difficult, dynamic decision for Carolina to be in right now. And what I would predict, this is not based on any intel, but what I would predict is that Carolina is a team that has gone deep consistently, but have never been able to push through to that last phase of getting to the final. And I think they need a guy like Mikko Rantanen. There's a desire. We saw Sebastian Aho's article in the Players Tribune last week about how much their desire is to finally push through. I would guess that they might roll the dice, keep him beyond the deadline, and see if they can come to an agreement at some point before free agency. But that's purely a guess at this point.
Dave, what would you do if you were sitting in Chris McFarland's office? What would you add to this Avs team to push them to the next tiers you talked about? I don't think anybody can take issue with what you said when you see their playoff seeding, although it was helped this weekend with what was going on with Minnesota and, the Avs getting a big win. But to me, I wouldn't mind adding another shooter because, as well as Marty Necas has played here, they still at times feel like they're overpassing unless Coach Bednar demands that they actually are real forceful about shooting, which they did the other night against Minnesota. But what would you add for this team, and how valuable would Middlestat be as a trade piece that's been rumored out there?
Yeah, I mean, if you trade Casey Middlestat, you better bring in another center, though, right? Like that's the issue, because then you have a hole elsewhere. If you get a trigger man who's happy to sit on the wing and fire away, okay, that's great. Maybe you solve an issue there, but then you have a huge glaring hole up the middle of the ice in the second line, a hole that they've really been trying to fill since the departure of Nazem Kadri a few years ago. So, if it could be part of a larger deal in which they bring in a center and another forward, maybe. But I wouldn't trade Casey Middlestat just to upgrade a guy that is more of a preferred shooter, because I think you solve one problem and you create another. Look, I mean, I like the top line. The top line, there's no issue there. Down the lineup, I think they've got a lot of guys that play really good roles. Ross Colton, Kiviranta, like Miles Wood is a heavy physical guy who likes to grind away. Logan O'Connor's been really effective. Ross Colton has been a great player for Colorado and for Tampa Bay back in the day when they were on championship runs. So, no team is really perfect in the NHL nowadays. Like, I really challenge anybody to find me a perfect team in the cap world. They just really don't exist. If you could bring in a shooter in terms of a rental, I'd look to try to do that if the cost isn't so high. And I'm never against adding more depth on D, because I think if you do intend to go on a long run, you typically use 8 to 9 defensemen, and I think they could add there. But beyond that, unless you're bringing in a center who's demonstrably better than Casey Middlestat, you know, and a shooter. I don't know if big game hunting is necessarily the way to go if you're Colorado right now, because like I said earlier, I think they've got a very good team, but I would not put them at the top of my list right now either in terms of being a contender for the Stanley Cup.
I like the way you put that, big game hunting. We're joined right now by Dave McCarthy, NHL Network, Sirius XM, NHL Radio, NHL.com. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Dave, this is the part of the interview where we just give you the floor to go ahead and gush. Coming off of the Four Nations, how much do you fellas north of the border there, how much do you love Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devon Taves?
Wow, it was pretty nice to see those guys, you know, to be able to cheer for them for a change, right? I mean, as I said, my reporting is always non-biased, but my allegiance is not. So I felt that I was able to take the liberty to be a fan during the Four Nations as well. And I'll tell you, Canada needed that win. They really, really did. So to watch Nate do what he does, and he was great throughout the tournament. Cale Makar, Devon Taves, I don't think gets enough credit for just, one, how well he complements Cale Makar, but two, just how good he is on his own. Like, he's such a reliable player. He always makes the right play. He never chases the game. You know, those guys are really three special players. So it was pretty fun to watch them up close and personal, and to see what they're able to do on one of the highest, the biggest stages that you can possibly find. It was pretty cool to see.
All right, is there any chance in hell that Sidney Crosby shuts up the rumors and finally becomes an Av?
Well, I'll tell you what. Look, I asked Brian Burke that question yesterday on my show, who obviously had worked with Sidney as the president of the Penguins not that long ago, and I said, because I've been making the case for a long, long time that it would be a shame to see Sidney Crosby mire away the last few years of his career in mediocrity, because that's what he's going to do in Pittsburgh. They're not winning anything anytime soon. And I made the case that, geez, it makes, you know, it's important to Sid, clearly, to be a forever Penguin. And kind of like what we were talking about with Mikko Rantanen, you don't let yourself get out of that mindset when you are as entrenched in Pittsburgh as Sidney is. But the guy is such a competitor at the end of the day, and being a part of that Four Nations and seeing how well he played on one of the biggest stages with the intensity that came with that tournament, you wonder if something tweaks in his mind and says, you know what? Oh man, as much as I wish I was a forever Penguin, I'm a competitor and I want to win a Stanley Cup, and that's probably not going to be here. And does that supersede his desire to be a forever Penguin? And Brian said, well, he said, I haven't had that conversation with him, but he said everything that he's come to understand about Sidney is that being a forever Penguin is extremely, extremely important to him. So Brian said he doesn't expect Sidney to move. I hope that he does at some point, just because the playoffs are better when Sidney Crosby's a part of them, and that's not going to be the case in Pittsburgh in the near future.
Dave, have you ever been to Cole Harbor, Nova Scotia?
I have not.
No. Okay.
Doesn't sound like you play Stu either.
Just what are the chances, though, that Cole Harbor, Nova Scotia produced two generational talents in McKinnon and Crosby?
Well, you're disrespecting my good buddy Bradley Marchand as well. Don't forget about him.
That's right.
Because he's not far from too far away either. So they've got something going on out there in Cole Harbor, Nova Scotia. The chances, I would suggest they are quite remote that two players and throw in a third like Bradley come from a town as small as Cole Harbor. But they know how to raise hockey players there. That I can tell you.
They sure do. But he is on Twitter at Dave A. McCarthy, NHL.com, NHL Network, Sirius XM, NHL Radio. Dave, an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, boys.
All right, Dave McCarthy there talking hockey.
He gave you a little Makar. It wasn't quite Cuthbert, but it was close.
Again,
it was Canadian adjacent there.
Yeah, it was all there. I enjoyed that thoroughly. That was good.
You had your maple syrup out. You want a little Tim Hortons.
Yeah, you know what it is? I believe hockey information more when it's spoken to me in a Canadian accent.
Yeah.
I really do. It
Yeah.
just it sounds right that way. That was great. Good job. Good guest booking right there, fellas.
That we got to thank our friend Connor McGahee.
Yeah. You guys all know how to feed my hockey soul, and
how
you
to
did.
get you interested.
And you did. I was locked in that entire interview. That was good stuff right there. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, hour number 1 in the books. He likes the lingering deal for the Avalanche. That's good stuff right there. The Broncos.
The Broncos.
Yeah.
That's all I hear now, thanks to spring.
Really?
The Broncos.
Really sounds like they're all in on this Cortland Sutton extension. Is this actually a good idea? We'll tell you why it is next. Hey, bidding is available right now at Roller Auction, and the website is roller.bid. It's roller.bid. Just go ahead and bookmark that and start going through because they got some great auctions that are open for bidding right now, including this current auction, surplus assets to the continuing operations of quality restaurant equipment. Some of this stuff in here is great. Auction includes a 6-burner range, reach-in refrigerators and freezers, fryers, merchandiser, sandwich and pizza preps. Got a back bar cooler, ice machine, mixers, slicers, smallwares, and much, much more. If you own and operate or are looking to open a new restaurant, check out Roller Auctions stuff here because they have got some great equipment that is available to you. Excellent deals, well maintained. It's going to be good stuff you're getting from Roller Auction. Or if you're simply looking to upgrade your home kitchen, you fancy yourself a culinary master in the kitchen, go to Roller Auction right now and check out the stuff available in this auction. Surplus assets to the continuing operations of quality restaurant equipment. Go to roller.bid right now and check out the entire line of merchandise that is available for you to be able to bid on. God, I'm checking out these spatulas right now. Good stuff.
You need a spatula?
You need a spatula.
They got a big pancake one?
You need a quality spatula. You could be slicing right there on the griddle at roller.bid. We will attempt to check in with Jeff Legwold coming home from the Combine, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Deebo Samuel is a Washington Commander. Did the Broncos kick the tires on the potential of adding the veteran wide receiver? Well, Adam Schefter appeared this morning with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, and this is what he had to say about the Broncos and their sniffing around on Deebo.
The Deebo Samuel trade as he goes to Washington for a 5th-round pick. He's somebody that fits a, quote, Joker bill that the Broncos keep talking about. Were the Broncos ever in discussions for Deebo that you know of?
Yeah, they had discussions with the Niners about Deebo. They just ultimately decided not to do it for whatever reason. They felt like there were other options that were more compelling, probably cheaper, because Deebo was going to cost you $17.5 to $20 million for the year. And Denver obviously decided to put its money elsewhere. Whatever Denver's planning here to do, and we'll see in the coming weeks, I think Denver feels like it will get more value, more bang elsewhere at that Joker spot. And so they did talk to the Niners. They did explore it, and they did decide not to do it.
They talked, they explored, they decided not to do it.
And I don't blame them.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I'm happy they made that decision.
I have never been in on the Deebo Samuel thing. Deebo Samuel, by the way, is he not the perfect example of, in the NFL, life comes at you fast? It was a mere 2 years ago.
He was the dude.
And Niners are in the Super Bowl, and he is that do-it-all Swiss Army knife player that makes their offense just so difficult to be able to contain and stop, and elevating Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan just taking chess pieces and moving them around. And now it's like, 5th-round pick. There you go.
Okay, well, because they don't want the money.
Right.
It's unbelievable what happens when they don't want the money.
Yeah.
And now it's just
and Andy, he's not that good anymore.
No.
I'm telling you, he doesn't get open.
Well, he's one of the people that this happened with Chris Johnson. What was it?
CJ2K.
Thank you. CJ2K. He got paid.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, maybe not running up the middle so much anymore, maybe choosing to try to stretch a play outside wide a little bit more. Look, Deebo played a very physical game. And it's hard to be as physical a player as he was for your entire stretch of your career.
Doesn't take long.
You know, he was practically as much a running back as he was a wideout. Remember the whole big brouhaha over that, where he didn't want to get labeled a running back because he knew wideouts are getting paid more. And so it's tough in this league, if you're playing as physical as he does, to keep that up for a good long stretch.
I mean, you can go from being the fantasy football darling to 2 years just being like an afterthought.
Yeah.
You know, remember the travails of Arian Foster, you know, and you can name 1,000 of those names. I don't want to pick on anybody in particular. That's just what this game does to you. It breaks you fast, and suddenly you're not quite so attractive, and nobody wants to pay premium dollar for compromised players. And so you end up getting moved for a 5th-round pick to Washington. Now, maybe the Manders get a full, healthy season of Deebo and you know, get the last, you know, juice out of that squeeze, but Broncos don't need to go there. Broncos need a bunch of other stuff. They need a bunch of other stuff. And oh, by the way, based on the comments that were made last week, it sounds like they want to keep Courtland Sutton around. They think that there's another couple of good years out of that, and I don't necessarily disagree with them. I mean, this guy is, if you can get a good age 30 and 31 season out of Courtland Sutton and see where his health is at in the offseason in a couple of years, and then make a decision whether or not it's worth it to keep him around for another year. But Courtland Sutton is good culture guy, good player. 81 catches, went over 1,000 yards a season ago. He's good in the red zone. He has good chemistry with Bo Nix. He has had good chemistry with a slew of other lousy quarterbacks that have come through here in Denver. I think the Broncos are in a good spot at that position. Not a great spot, but in a good spot. There's other positions that they need to upgrade way before they start worrying about trading for a top dollar wide receiver.
No, I'm with you there, especially with as much as I would have liked T. Higgins. And let's, look, I floated that back at you at training camp a year ago. That ain't going to happen. He's franchised now.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. And it's, by the way, that is the exception to my rule. I would have paid top dollar for that guy. But he's also 26 and in his prime.
Yeah, and it's got to be your contract to me. I mean, I think now now that you've got to trade pieces for him, that becomes you're gonna trade a first round pick and immediately pay a guy $30 million a year because that's what it's gonna take, right? All right, so we've got a new name in a mock draft I have not seen yet post combine. This comes from Warren Sharp. New name for the Broncos. Can I offer you an Omarion Hampton at running back? The North Carolina running back that apparently graded so well at the combine, allegedly, everybody all fresh in their feels off of the training here have said he grades out almost as well as Genty. Some say that. I don't think I believe it, but some are putting that out there.
We're getting silly on this draft thing now, aren't we?
Well, isn't this sort of, I do feel like some of this is the mocksters punishing some of those that didn't work out, because Genty didn't work out, right?
No, he did not.
So
no, this is just it. If you worked out at the combine and all the dudes that convinced their bosses to fly them there and pay for hotels and give them expense reports, then you love those guys that you had a chance to be able to watch, and everybody else that didn't participate is dirt, even though their names are at the top of the draft for a good reason. Yeah, it's kind of funny how that cycle goes every single year when it comes to the combine.
But I'll ask you. Mm-hmm. Hampton, they had good luck with Javonte till the knee injury. Remember, Javonte was a very fun player his first couple years.
Sure was.
That fateful day against in Vegas, I should say. It was the Raiders, but it was in Vegas. Omarion Hampton, would you think about any other running back aside from Genty in the first round?
Oh,
okay.
I absolutely
At 20?
would. I would be thinking about players like that in the second round as well. Here's what's so funny about it too, and Cosmiter was talking about this. By the way, Cosmiter did give you a new episode of his podcast today, about time.
Did you write him a good job guy note?
No, I'm giving it to him right now on the radio. So I was just listening to it on the way down here. But Cosmiter made a good point about this, okay? Like when we talk about the Broncos in the running back position, we keep staying focused on the pass-catching aspect of it. Like, it's almost as though we forgot. They also need to get better at running the damn ball.
Yes.
That part of the running back job is also a place where they could really use to improve right now.
Yeah, not have to use committee. It would be great if you just had a guy, and let's be honest, you need 2 or 3 guys at all times.
Always.
But they really feel like they've got a role for everybody that goes out there. Javonte's there to pass block.
What if there was somebody that, exactly to your point, like could be used on could stay on the field on a third down, can pass block, can get tough yardage in short yardage situations, can be effective down at the goal line. Like, I know.
Can catch out of the backfield.
Right. You're not just going to find Saquon Barkley in this draft. Like, we all recognize that. But at the same time, like, you see what a player like that does of just, you don't have to have a sub package for every single thing that you want to do, the way the Broncos basically had to this past year. It was mix and match all over the place to get the sauce right, Andy.
Well, and
sauce.
And on top of it, you're tipping your hand. Now, you kind of weren't tipping your hand with Javonte because you still did run him enough, but they knew this is probably a pass play if he's coming in there on third down, no matter what the yardage, because that's their pass blocking back.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be able to hide that a little bit more. So in this draft, again, just for those that care, this is Warren Sharp. Actually, it's from Warren Sharp Football. Brendan Donahue's the person that did this, but he's got Abdul Carter going number 1, Cam Ward 2 to the Browns, Travis Hunter 3 to the Giants, Shedeur goes to the Raiders, Ty Warren number 7 to the Jets, Genty doesn't make it past the Cowboys at 12, and those are the names that actually also Colston Loveland goes to the Colts at 14.
They need a tight end,
so
too.
Guess what? If you want tight ends, like, again, some of these guys we've kind of been fixated on prior to the combine, all of a sudden they may all be going in the top 15.
Very well could. There is a chance, there is a world where Denver, if they stay at 20, and this goes back to that part of the conversation of we get so enamored, and I mean us outside the building. I'm sure they do a little bit on the inside of the building as well. They start looking at the blue chip guys, but we get so enamored with the first round, and it's like, oh yeah, they get paid the big bucks because they have to remember that there's a second, a third, and a fourth round too, and you can get very good NFL players, oftentimes Pro Bowlers and all pros at that part of the draft. You just have to do it right. It's not as easy. It gets a little bit tougher, but that's a great place to be able to get guys. You can You can win a lot of football games with good second and third round picks out on the field.
You can. Well, and frankly, the good teams do.
They do.
Matter of fact, I'd say second through fourth or fifth. I mean, guys, you find them all, and you find them consistently.
Yeah.
What has Jeff talked about so much? Jeff Legwald, I'm talking about, when we get to these Super Bowl teams, why were the Chiefs and Eagles in such good cap situations to be able to get some things done? They drafted most of their team.
Yeah.
The Chiefs are about to franchise tag a fourth-round offensive lineman because they know what they're looking for, and they've got a formula. You're not going to – you've talked about it. You can't go build a team in free agency anymore because any of the first-day guys – a T. Higgins, if you're lucky to get a shot at T. Higgins with the franchise tag, who knows if you will.
Yeah.
You're paying a lot of top dollar right away. You need good years of cheap contracts.
No, it's just funny. Like I think it's really easy to go on the radio and just be like, yeah, no, move a 3 and a 4 to move up far enough to be able to go get Ashton Genty. Yeah, but those are also good football players that you just traded away theoretically, and that's what they need to be able to build this thing on. Like, yes, great year for the Broncos. You won 10 games. You found a quarterback. Like, everything is going great, but you're not just one-star skill position player away from winning 14 games and winning the AFC West. I don't think the Broncos are in that place yet.
No, I'm with you. And look, you talk about the guys you could be giving up. Quinn Miners, he was a third-rounder.
Yep.
What was Riley Moss, third or fourth-rounder? I mean, we're talking about guys later on in the draft that are now starters for you.
Cooper DeJean scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl as a second-round pick. Yeah, just hang out, man. Get a killer D lineman there at number 20. You need safety help. Draft one of those right there at number 20. There are good football players that are available to you. But this is, and I feel like inside the building, this is where the sober voice of George Payton comes in handy of just like, this is the time for discipline. I really think that's what time it is for Denver. They finally have a draft where they have picks. Finally.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
And you're still not a player away from the Super Bowl necessarily.
Not there.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Hang out and have some quality composure. And unless you trade up to number 8 and draft Ashton Genty on draft day, in which case we're all going to freak out and get excited about it. But that's an April problem. That's not an early March problem. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break when we come back. Nuggets pooped the bed yesterday in Boston, go 2-2 on the road trip. Let's take yet another assessment. What is this team's ceiling? We'll tell you next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The weekend's up. It's now Monday. How was your weekend? Did you find yourself avoiding romance because you're dealing with erectile dysfunction? If so, no need to live this way. I don't need to tell you if you are dealing with it. It can cause major relationship issues. You've probably experienced that fact for yourself. Do not let this continue on. Don't let it be a source of less self-esteem or anything like that. There's no reason for you to suffer with a mediocre sex life because you can find solutions over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have solutions that work when pills and herbals can fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that'll have you lasting an hour more if you so desire. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule your consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit's only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider and a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado: in Fort Collins, in North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. You can give them a call today to schedule that appointment at 720-440-7900 or just go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Denver has it the other way. Murray has it at the point, guarded by Horford. Spins to the left hand. Murray drives down the lane. His pass deflected and stolen.
Too much dribble.
Loose ball down to White. Bucket here, it's over. Brown, Horford, dunk.
Yeah. Nuggets lose yesterday in Boston, 2-2 road trip. Sacramento coming up on Wednesday. They're in a virtual tie right now, Andy, with the Lakers for the 2 seed.
Which is beyond annoying.
They won again last night against the Clips. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're vibes are good around the Lakers.
That's fine. It's not playoff basketball, so that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You're not in a series.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe LeBron James will go back to some version of himself 5 years ago. Luka will go nuclear, and it'll be the story ESPN can't quit talking about. But, you know, it's already the story they can't quit talking about. But
you got to get off ESPN, Andy. You got to get.
I didn't watch a minute of it today. You'd
Hey,
be
look
proud.
at
I just
you.
stuck with Good Morning Football.
There you go. Yeah, nothing but combine news for you.
Nothing but combine.
All
news.
right.
Well, I take it back. I did Get Up a taste, and Dan Orlovsky was all of a sudden back talking combine because everybody's freaking out that all of a sudden Hunter could go to the Giants.
Sure.
And the Giants had passed on a quarterback again.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went to the Lakers. I'm like, I'm out of here, man. I ain't doing this. Not doing this. That's how I heard they were 2. I'm like, how are they 2? How'd they get to 2?
They keep winning.
But it reminds you how close the West has been all year. Really.
It
minus Oklahoma City.
Turns out if you just suddenly acquire one of the 3 best basketball players in the world in the middle of a season, your team gets better.
Yeah.
It's funny like that, right? Nico Harrison, right?
By the way, did you see they raised ticket prices?
In Dallas?
For, quote, investments in the team? Good call.
All right, Andy.
Good call.
2-2 road trip.
Yep.
Bad losses on national television. Wins when nobody was looking.
At least they came and showed up yesterday, but that's little.
Better second half.
Better second half to change the narrative there.
Uh-huh.
Although, did they? I don't know.
The NBA right now is very clearly, it belongs to Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City. Those are your 3 title favorites. And I think what people are trying to figure out, and John Hollinger wrote about this as well, is like, do Denver and LA, do they belong in that conversation with the very elite of the elite in the NBA? Right now, as you sit here today, and I get it, man, a frustrating performance from the Nuggets yesterday is just sitting right there in your craw. But is this team a championship contender right now?
First off, where is my craw?
It's a great question.
Is it your head?
It's in the craw is in the eye of the beholder.
All right.
And it could be in your eye, I suppose.
Listen, you and I talked about this last week. It is what it is. Until Jamal Murray is full-time sweet Jamal Murray, they really don't have especially now with, as you've talked about at the beginning of the show, they're implementing the strategy of all the other dudes have to beat us. And guess what? Jamal Murray always made you pay for that.
Yeah.
He's not doing that right now.
No.
Now, he tried to resurrect things yesterday, but Jamal asked, here's what every player on the Nuggets, frankly, this is what everybody that wants to be the superstar has to understand. Nikola Jokic knows he's never allowed a bad half or they're in trouble. He lives with the burden of, I have to show up and show up strong every night. Whether that's through the assists, the scoring, whatever it is, it's on me. And for a lot of the years, the burden had been relieved by Jamal. But fair or not fair, Jamal can't have four in one half and 22 in the other. You've got to be that other guy. If the offense is going to flow, you've got to be an option they've got to worry about. You can't have halves like the first half yesterday. And frankly, Brown and Westbrook have to understand this too. You two are on the floor together. They're both letting you have those shots. You've got to hit outside shots or they're not going to come out of it.
In the case of Russell Westbrook, it's don't take outside shots.
Yeah, well.
Stop doing it.
No, you're right. But then at what point? I don't know what better options you have. So you can't change anything. But my gosh, Nate, that's tough. You're going to have a guy on the floor where basically I don't really want you to have the ball in your hands on the offensive side of the court.
It's not don't have the ball in your hands. It's recognize that they're giving you that shot for a reason because you're like a career sub 30% three-point shooter.
I know, but what has been frustrating lately, and listen, we've said it, I love the guy's effort. I love his defensive intensity. I love that he's kind of like what they describe Lindgren. the sandpaper guy, the guy that's going to bring the fight to you. When he gets John and he's feeling good, he gets guys in the wrong mental space, worrying about the wrong things. But it's not happening as much against playoff teams. And sometimes even his drives to the hoop are even his layups are a little bit of an adventure lately. It's tough. It's tough, Nate. But that's why he was available for $6 million.
So I'm going to say this out loud on March the 3rd, and maybe, I'm the guy known for giving the whammy. Maybe I can do the reversal right here. I don't believe this Denver Nuggets team can win an NBA championship as currently constructed, and you can't do anything to change the construction at this moment. Now, I say that out loud, and look, when you have Nikola Jokic, to quote Kevin Garnett, anything is possible, all right? And maybe, just maybe, it can all go right. But let me tell you the biggest flaw that I see with this team right now is on offense, there are floor spacing issues with this team, and the part where opponents are just going to let Russell Westbrook and Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson, when he is back, just like, you know what, you guys can hang out in the corner. We're going to give you all the space in the world, okay? And we will just pack it in, try and keep you out of the paint, because we know that is your bread and butter, and that's going to make life really, really tough for the Denver Nuggets. Now, those guys that I just brought up right there are all outstanding defensive players. But then what happens on that end of the floor? Everybody goes hunting for the matchup of Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. or, quite frankly, Nikola Jokic on that end of the court. The Denver Nuggets right now, who is the most legitimate two-way player on this team? I guess Christian Brown?
Yeah, I can't think of anybody else.
I mean, I know AG's having a very good three-point shooting season by his standards.
But that's not what you have him here for.
And they're going to keep giving you that shot no matter what.
Yeah.
Teams will live with Aaron Gordon threes. They actively want Russell Westbrook and Christian Brown to shoot threes.
Here's another concern that I have, and it'd be cool if we could get a year where this isn't so much a concern. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it about this time last year where Jamal started dealing with a little bit of the calf strain stuff and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Got hobbled.
So last year was that. If we go back, remember it was the Milwaukee game where we saw a healthy dose of Aaron Gordon shooting threes.
Yeah.
And now he's missed the last two games as they try to manage this calf thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's their physicality. They're just not the same team without him, period. And if he's not going to be right, then I don't know how to argue against your statement.
Well,
because they are just not well-rounded enough without him.
No, there's too many guys that are elite at one end of the floor, but again, they don't have that thing. And KCP is missed. And I know he hasn't been lights out in Orlando, but the version of him that was here that played with Nikola Jokic is absolutely missed. Okay? Like, he was a guy that could knock down corner threes and a guy that you could always have defend the opponent's best guard. And that was his job, and they absolutely miss him.
And I want to add to that, listen, Christian Brown's been phenomenal. No one's taken it away from him. And frankly, he probably would have played so well, he might have replaced KCP in the starting lineup. But remember, you had both those guys in the championship year.
Yep.
You can't tell me, let's say KCP had been relegated to the bench. You still would have loved to have KCP coming off this bench. That would have been, you still could have used him for critical defensive minutes. You just don't have that guy right now. Who do you go to outside of Russ as a defensive guy off the bench?
Peyton Watson when he's alive, but he's
but
out
he's
right
another
now.
guy. Can I trust you on the offensive end of the floor?
I don't know.
You're going to be such a net negative that
I don't know.
They are like, fine, have shots all day.
Who is Malone going to trust in these playoffs? One more note on Jamal Murray really quickly, and I don't mean to have this be the crap on Jamal segment. We've already done 1,000 of those this year, and he's playing really well of late, but this is his reality. Bennett Durando had this in the Post. According to the NBA's data, Jamal Murray, one of 9 players in the league with 900 or more shot attempts defended this season as of Sunday, which tells you they're going at him, right? A testament to the pressure the teams are trying to put on him and the importance of his response to that. Opponents shooting 47% from the field on shots defended by Jamal Murray. That's pretty good, okay? Not for Jamal, for his opponents. So if he's not great offensively, then he's barely just a net neutral out on the floor. He needs to be great offensively. Same with Jokic, same with Porter, to make up for their deficiencies on the defensive end of the court. And that's where we're at right now with this team.
All right.
They showed fight yesterday. Again, I was very pleased with the second half effort. Wish you would have showed up in the first.
Yeah, because, again, there were too many times Boston gave you a chance to go get that game.
They
Heck,
did.
you had to know it was fresh and what I say to you Friday night when they got that big lead against Cleveland before you and I left.
It's going to become a game.
It's just wild because in the NBA, it's tough to whatever. You jump out to one of those big leads in the first quarter, it's almost like a negative.
Especially against a team like Cleveland that shoots the way that they do.
Shoot their way
and
right
they come back
in,
and they win the game.
They did it.
Yep.
So you know that was fresh on Boston's mind. You just didn't have anybody. I bring this up for this reason. MPJ, we were all praising MPJ 2 weeks ago. This is what's so nuts, frankly, about both the Avs and the Nuggets.
Banged up now.
This is why I can't trust either. Like, I want to push against Dave McCarthy when he says I don't have the Avs as a top cup contender. They've got Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar. If you say the Nuggets aren't a top NBA, Larry O'Brien trophy contender, what are you talking about? They got Nikola Jokic. But, man, there's so much dang inconsistency around both these guys, both these teams. Like, if MPJ can just get back to where he was hitting the three ball. You're not hitting the three ball against the people that want to come get rough with you outside the 3-point line.
Do you see a world? Because look, I think the Nuggets, they're more playoff tested than Oklahoma City. I think the Lakers, that's a 7-game series that you're talking about right now with as good as they have played and as good as they have been.
If you're not going to defend the 3-point line.
Yeah, and we know the problems the Timberwolves give them. Okay, we absolutely know that. Even as banged up as that team is right now, we know the problems that they give them. That said, I don't see a planet where Denver could beat Cleveland or Boston in a 7-game series. I just don't see them being able to beat teams that have that much shooting.
No, I'm with you, and I don't know how it changes,
Yeah.
Unless Christian Brown, remember Christian Brown, he kind of found his 3-point shot for a good stretch during the playoffs when they won the championship.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't need you to make the most tough contested 3-point. I just need you to hit the open ones. I think Richard Jefferson talked a lot about that yesterday. And look, Nate, I'm going to be honest with you. There's still a lot of dribbling. Richard Jefferson mentioned that. Jamal can't dribble out the clock with Nikola Jokic. They've got to get that 2-man game that was unstoppable. That thing's got to get fine-tuned and humming again. It just has to.
So on Saturday, Andy, the Golden State Warriors went and lost to the Sixers, okay? Don't know if you saw what happened in the fourth quarter of that game. It got some buzz, but it also felt very relatable, okay? Spring, give me the highlight. Fourth quarter, Steph Curry out in the open floor. This is Saturday, Golden State and Philadelphia.
Straight 3-point attempts. Curry sneaking down court. And Curry with the dunk. Take a picture.
Steph Curry dunked.
That's almost like a Nikola Jokic dunk, although Nikola's have become more common.
Curry has not dunked in 6 years, Andy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
He said after the game it'll be his last ever. Apparently he had been challenged earlier in the day by Warriors assistant Jerry Stackhouse. That's right. Stack is on the Golden State staff.
That's a great old school name.
Yep. Stack challenged him to dunk in a game. Steph dunked in the game, okay? I mean, barely, but still it's a better dunk than I ever had in my life. That was with 7 minutes left in the game. Golden State, a couple of possessions later, would cut it to 2. However, we should point out, Steph Curry did not score again for the rest of the game.
You know what that's the equivalent of? The pitcher that hit a home run and had to go hauling around the bases and cost himself a half inning or something.
Yep. When was the last time you did something that your old man body was not quite capable of, and then you just paid the price for later on?
There would have been a time. What was there? There was a time.
Well, you did fall through your deck.
Yeah, but that was not intended.
That was not a feat of athleticism.
That was not me to show you how tough I was.
That was just hubris.
Pure stupidity. So someone was yapping at me about something, and I decided I'm going to run as close to the old days as I can. And I was throwing the cuts and doing. I did fine. till the next day where my legs and my knees, it's the wildest thing. Here you go, youngins, gather around. You feel, I'm sure you've done this. We've all done this. You feel fine in the moment. You're like, yeah, it's still in there. And then somehow you wake up the next day, your legs are rubber, your joints are screaming, and you're not sure you're going to be able to steady yourself as you simply get out of bed to go to the bathroom.
Do you remember a few years back, the Christmas Day game? I want to say it was against Phoenix, and AG had that dunk out on the break.
Yeah.
And the very next day, that game was at like 8:30 at night on Christmas night. The very next day, we wanted to celebrate our daughter's birthday while all the family was still in town, so we all went to the trampoline park. Right, the trampolinium is so much fun. We get in there. First thing, I walk in, I see the rack of basketballs and all the hoops set up.
Yeah.
And immediately, no warm-up. No. I didn't even fake it like a guy at the first tee, doing the trunk twists or whatever, when really all I'm there is to drink 8 beers. No, what I did was I just took the ball and immediately just tried to tomahawk it AG style. Completely threw out my back.
Nice.
Completely. Like 2 months of just every day when I woke up, just, oh, God. One dunk attempt at the trampoline park did it to me right then. That's I'm feeling Steph Curry right there. I know what he's going through.
Yeah, man, it stinks because you used
to be able to do it
when
all.
I was working at the Denver Athletic Club, we would get all the kids down. They would just, you got nothing to do. We're running youth camps. It'd be like, hey, sit there. We're all going to set up the trampolines and have a Rocky dunk contest show, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, do that. You tear up your arm if you got it cut on the rim.
Idiots.
Who cares? It's fine. I'm 20-something.
Right.
Now, like you said, one attempt, the wrist is hurt, you got carpal tunnel, the hand ain't bending right, the back isn't, you're not wiping yourself properly for a month.
Yep, that was Steph Curry right there. Thought for a minute he was 28 again. Nope, you shouldn't be dunking in a game, guy.
No, sir.
Nope, no more dunks for you. You're finished. That's what you get. The most relatable thing that happened in pro sports this weekend was Steph Curry going scoreless for the last 7.5 minutes of that game. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Our passion is NFL news. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day for you coming up here at 5 o'clock. Combine is done for, Andy. Shedeur Sanders is getting accused of brashness and arrogance from people that have met with him inside the top 10.
What did they think they were going to get?
Did you think that Shedeur Sanders was going to show up and yes sir, no sir, and he's Shedeur Sanders?
Can we have an honest conversation about that?
I would love to.
I'm going to be real honest about this.
Yeah.
I hope I don't regret it.
Okay. This is going to get good. I'm just going to saddle up here.
I would ask those out there because, again, there's a lot of people that are shocked that the Giants seem to not be psyched about whatever their interview was because now all the mocks have Travis Hunter going to the Giants.
Going third to the Giants. I do not think the Giants are going to draft a quarterback.
No, I don't either.
But I didn't think that last week either.
Okay, which Mara is the head of the Giants? Which Mara did we watch on Hard Knocks? Do you remember?
The kid, Wellington's kid.
Okay.
John Mara.
Okay. I feel like he gave you a pretty good representation of plenty of NFL owners, which I will lay out as a more stiff in some ways. He just always seems stiff and quiet and reserved, conservative white guy.
Yep.
Do you really think that a brash, young black quarterback is going to excite some of those guys?
You know what though?
Maybe the race part doesn't matter, but a brash, bold talking quarterback, I don't think is always going to appeal to some of those dudes with that type of personality.
Do you remember though in offseason Hard Knocks though what his reaction was to the letting Saquon Barkley walk out the door of just like who are we going to put on the tickets?
Right.
You know, who's going to go on the posters?
No, I get that.
He's my star player.
But
you would think Shedeur Sanders would fit that bill beautifully.
So then let me ask you, is the bigger problem with the owners or the coaches? You're not going to control Shedeur. You're not going to do it. He's not. I don't think he's ever going to be the guy.
Yeah.
He's not going to give us a Bo Nix press conference because Bo Nix isn't, at least there's probably some of Shedeur's confidence in Bo Nix. I think any NFL quarterback has that because you don't survive if you don't.
Right.
But we learned right away from Bo Nix's first presser last year, I'm not here to talk brash.
Well,
I'm not here to put stuff in the papers for you guys to quote other than maybe goofing around with the Ferris Bueller. That is not Shedeur. Shedeur's entire college career has never been afraid to give the quotes that are going to go in the other locker room. He's never, now, has it bit him in the rear end? Sure, it has at times. I don't see a coach in the world that's going to, or an owner in the world that's going to get that out of him. That's not who he is.
That to me though is troubling for those organizations, and I think by and large that's not the issue here. But and we talked about this a little bit last week of Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow.
Josh Allen.
These guys are the stars of the most popular television show in America.
Sure.
The most reality show, scripted show, whatever you want to call it. People can't get enough NFL. All right? And those dudes are the biggest stars. And they are extremely famous. And when they say things, it moves. When Joe Burrow was doing interviews and going on with the Barstool dudes and being like, hey, we can restructure deal. I can do things with my contract and we can do things with our salary cap to be able to keep all of our good players in place. Now, is Joe Burrow rookie or second year quarterback saying all that stuff? Probably not, but he's a little bit deeper into his NFL career. And so as such, he has that voice and he's able to say those things. Like, we know how famous these dudes are. If you're not ready to deal with fame inside your building, and I'm not talking about hollow fame. I'm not talking about Russell Wilson, and his media and PR entourage that he's walking through the building. By the way, they closed Sierra and Russ's clothing store on Concourse C at DIA.
So they're all gone, right? Because the Park Meadows store was gone.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
pour one out for the House of LR and C. I'll have to get my $700 flannel shirt somewhere else. But these dudes, like you have to be willing to live with the fact of your dude is going to be super famous.
Okay, let me
and
give
you pay him to be that, right?
No, you're right, but let's pick a different example because I don't feel like again, Josh and Joe, Mahomes, they're all reserved in their confidence, I think. They're not as cocky at the podium as I think Shedeur will be. But you know who
Joe
wasn't?
Burrow's pretty damn cocky at the
Yeah,
at the
but
podium.
I think he's low key
Patrick
about it.
Mahomes is pretty damn cocky at the podium.
How about the case of Baker Mayfield? Baker Mayfield's the guy that I think from the time he showed up,
as a good
give me
comp.
all the smoke.
Yeah.
I'm going to say all the things that are going to get all the headlines.
Yeah.
And I'm here to let you know that I want all the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happened? Baker's had to jump around to 2 or 3 teams because of it.
But
And
he's in a good spot now.
No, he is in a good spot, but people love to celebrate his failings because, let's be honest, he rubbed people the wrong way. Shedeur rubs people the wrong way. We know that just in this own state that we watch because people don't always like the brashness, and this is the face and the CEO of your organization. And I think that's, frankly, I think Shedeur is going to fight a lot of what Baker Mayfield had to push back on. Not everybody was sure about Baker. Remember that? I mean, there was a lot of feisty debate as to what was going to happen. People like Darnold, people liked Josh Allen, your guy.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, they settled on Allen because of on Baker. Frankly, I don't even remember why Cleveland ultimately went with Baker. Was it because the brashness they thought he needed to turn Cleveland around?
Didn't Elway want him too? He was Elway's favorite quarterback.
No,
in
he
that
liked
draft.
Darnold. Darnold was Elway's guy.
Okay. What I remember it being was when they passed on quarterback at 5, it was because Mayfield didn't fall. But I think he liked Darnold too.
It was Darnold that they wanted, and they weren't willing to give up what the Jets gave up. Who did the Jets trade with to get? Somebody had the 3rd pick, and the Jets traded up to get him.
Okay.
They leapfrogged Denver for that. I was working at the All Bronco station, so I remember this vividly. I just can't remember who they traded with.
So kind of vividly.
Yes. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'm trying to remember what swung, because remember, Josh had the bigger arm, but people weren't sure about his accuracy getting fixed.
Yeah.
I still, to this day, it's so funny because everybody hand rings over Josh Allen. Why is there not more? Why didn't we pick Lamar Jackson?
There should be.
The
Quite
guy
frankly.
was picked at the end of the
first.
round.
End of the first. Turned out pretty good. Pretty good. How many MVPs that guy got now? 2?
Josh Rosen to the Cardinals, man. Josh Rosen to the Cardinals.
Could be worse.
You kidding me?
Could be worse.
What?
Yeah, could be worse
What
than
pick
Bradley
was that,
Chubb.
10, 12?
10, I believe 10
Oh.
in that draft. Yeah, Josh Rosen.
Is this going to be just, I don't think it needs a longer discussion than this, so I'll throw it to you real quick. Is this going to be like the draft? What was the draft where it was the Drew Lock draft? So what year was that? 2019? It was 2019.
Yes.
Where Daniel Jones went
17 or
right.
whatever.
And I think the who was the other quarterback? Did the Ohio State kid who's Dwayne
Haskins, excuse me.
Yeah.
I was going to say Carswell.
Did he go ahead of, didn't Haskins go ahead like in the top 10? It was Haskins and then it was Daniel Jones, right?
I believe you're right about that.
Was Kyler the first pick of that draft?
Actually, Daniel Jones went 6
That's
in that
right.
draft.
He was the shock.
Haskins went 15 to Washington.
But those are the only 2 in the round, right? Or was Kyler the first pick?
Kyler went number 1.
Gosh, is this going to be a 3-quarterback first round? Will this be less than 3 quarterbacks, or do you think McCord and...
I think the number's 2.5. I think you have to set the over-under at 2.5 on this draft.
Okay, if you're guessing 2, do you think it's guaranteed that is it Shedeur or Jackson Dart is the other one?
No, it's
Are you not buying everything? No,
Shedeur
I know.
and Cam Ward.
You think, okay.
Yeah.
You're not buying any of the post-draft stuff that suggests Shedeur is going to drop?
No. No, I think people are going to watch the film, and somebody's going to take him in the first round.
There's also something where people don't trust Lane Kiffin quarterbacks.
Again, like...
And that's a Dart's facing.
There's a lot of combine noise. Guess what? Shedeur's going to do his pro day at CU. He's going to be throwing to his guys. He's going to look great, and he's going to go right back up. That's what's so funny about all of this, the roller coaster that is happening right now in this period of discovery in the draft conversation is like so much of that is what's happening outside these organizations. And then whatever little leak comes out that is mostly people just lying about stuff anyway, that's, reporters take that stuff and run with it. And then we get content for our show, which, hey, we appreciate. So thanks for calling Shedeur brash and arrogant.
Do you think that he'll dial it down at all?
No. He's going to be Shedeur Sanders. He's going to be himself through and through. And that's what he should do.
Do you think is Pete Carroll the perfect fit for that?
I think
Pick
he'd
the coach
be
that's going to
great.
be psyched for it.
I think he'd be great with the Raiders. I really do. I think that'd be a good setup, and he'd get a chance to throw the ball to Brock Bowers, and he'd get a chance to be a Vegas guy, and he was already subtweeting the Raiders before the draft and last year during the season and everything else. I think that would be a perfect situation for him.
Would he be the perfect Raider?
He would be, wouldn't he?
The old school Raider, anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's the perfect
the Kenny
Raider.
Stabler.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Now, he doesn't live that way, I don't think, but
No,
I don't think a lot of quarterbacks live like Kenny Stabler, man.
I don't think many pro athletes these days are living that life.
There's some doc bosses that don't live like Kenny Stabler did these days.
People generally heed the warnings on the side of the package. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day for around the NFL, including Deebo Samuel to the Manders. Did the Broncos try? And what's going to happen with T. Higgins? We'll talk about all that coming up next. We talk Combine check-in with Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Hey, the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Let's do football news right now. Mark Springer, let's go.
Time for the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So the Broncos' quest for a joker continues.
I would say we need a joker.
Trying to find a goddamn joker. Deebo Samuel is off the table, if he even still is a joker at this point in his career. He has been traded to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick. The Commanders will take on the remainder of Samuel's contract, paying him his full $17.55 million for the upcoming season. Today, Adam Schefter went on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, and the fellas asked him if the Broncos had any discussions about Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, they had discussions with the Niners about Deebo. They just ultimately decided not to do it for whatever reason. They felt like there were other options that were more compelling, probably cheaper, because Deebo was going to cost you $17.5 to $20 million for the year. And Denver obviously decided to put its money elsewhere. Whatever Denver's planning here to do, and we'll see in the coming weeks, I think Denver feels like it will get more value, more bang elsewhere at that joker spot. And so they did talk to the Niners, they did explore it, and they did decide not to do it.
Andy, how much do the Broncos like Marvin Mims, Devon Vele, and Troy Franklin?
I think they like him.
Yeah.
Well, they probably like him more than we give them credit for with how Sean Payton, remember, was it Cortland Sutton that, or did Kay Adams just bring up needing a receiver and he stopped her and said must, needs, wants, all that?
Needs, and wants.
He did not have wide receiver in his must category.
No, he had it in need, but musts, he talked more about jokers. He wanted more one of those. Play it for me, Spring. Come
Talked
on.
about the tight end and
I would say we need a joker.
Okay, thank you very much.
A joker.
But look.
He talked about tight end and running back, and they need somebody to be effective in the middle of the field in the short passing game.
Here's what I would say. I'm going to use the old leggy line. They like their wide receivers more than maybe the fans do.
Right.
Is how I'd put it.
Which, I don't blame him, really. Like, Sutton's good, and you want to pay him. Okay. Is he elite? No, but he's a really good NFL wide receiver. Most teams would be thrilled to have Cortland Sutton and his professionalism inside the building. Marvin Mims is an intriguing piece that you figured out in the back half of last season how to use. Can you imagine an entire offseason and training camp where you're actually scheming up ways to get the ball in his hands and take advantage of his speed? Devon Vele was an absolute home run of a 7th-round pick, and Troy Franklin actually did catch a deep ball in the playoff game. Remember that? People forget it, but it actually did happen, and you started to see maybe the potential for what a Nix and Franklin connection can be. They liked Troy Franklin when they brought him in the building. It's just that, being an NFL wide receiver is tough, and it took him a minute. Okay?
Well, and Sean's offense, I'm sure, is not easy for wideouts.
Very much so, and Devon Vele, but he walked through the door, and Vele's 45, and I think already has grandkids, so he was perfectly mature and able to be able to do it. But the point here being, though, is like I think they like what they have in that room right now. I think they're looking to supplement everything else going on around it. But really, like by and large, on the balance of it, Sutton had a very good season. Mims had a very good season despite an extremely slow start, but I think it just took a minute to figure out how to use him. Vele had a great season, and Franklin is a guy that you got to remember he was a rookie.
And I think all those guys minus Sutton are about as expensive as Deebo. So there's another reason. You don't need the big contract. I got a tweet pulled up from a Coach Yak that Deebo quote tweeted and gave his exact weight. He said basically the tweet is to the effect of the Niners had concerns about his weight. They've been concerned about his weight since they drafted him. They feel like he got heavier, 20 pounds heavier than he should have been last year, all that kind of stuff.
Nico Harrison leaking this all out?
Yeah, it is funny. I didn't really put those two together, but you're right. But, look, it is what it is. I think this is a guy that's been hurt a lot. He's been paid. I have no problem with the Broncos continuing with their core and hopefully adding through the draft.
High five. The Bengals have officially placed a franchise tag for the second straight year on T. Higgins when there were reports, and the Bengals GM said that they want to get a long-term deal done with T. T posted an emoji of a hat on Twitter, which was cap for lie. Today he posted tag.
Tag.
As in he got tagged.
You're it.
The Bengals
I
later.
don't feel like there's any layers to that one.
No, that one was not secretive.
Just rather informative.
The Bengals, in a statement, did say that they have intent of continuing to work forward towards a long-term deal in Cincinnati with T. Higgins.
Yeah, it's like, to me, and we're not inside the building. We don't know what's happening there in Cincinnati, but it appears to me that you have a quarterback that is good enough that he's going to be a contender to win MVP every single year. With Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, you automatically have an elite offense. If you guys could just be middle of the road defensively, you're a playoff team, and even as good as Baltimore is, I think you're contending inside that division.
I'm with you, and they also made a move that would suggest they are going to try to get more cap room. I believe it was Alex Kappa was their guard they released today. It saves them about $7-8 million there. So that pushes them towards $70 million. I saw the number of cap room. Now, they're going to have to go through all this with Jamar Chase again come next year. So, and remember, Jamar Chase held out of camp last year trying to get something done. Yeah. So once they get Higgins done, I'll be kind of curious to see Chase's reaction. But yeah, they've got this is going to be interesting just because the Bengals are such a notoriously cheap franchise.
Yeah.
And we're talking decades of cheapness.
You got the dude. You've got to go for it. But I don't.
They may not see it that way financially.
I don't think they will. And Joe Burrow, when he wins the Super Bowl, will do it for a different team. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, T is off the market. Debo's off the market. Whatever. How about a couple other veteran receivers? According to Ian Rappaport, the Jets are taking trade calls on Davante Adams, but if they can't get a deal done, the Jets are expected to release Davante Adams. Cooper Kupp.
In future news, they're going to be releasing Davante Adams. No one's trading for that contract.
Exactly. Cooper Kupp has been granted permission to talk to other teams about a possible trade. Sean McVay talked to the media today, talking mostly about retaining Matt Stafford, but was asked about Cooper Kupp. He was asked if the door would be completely closed on Kupp returning to the Rams if they can't find a trade partner for him.
I think I would never speak in absolutes, but I do think, let's gather all the information. We'll take it a day at a time, and we'll kind of see what the next steps entail.
I can't imagine a planet in which they're bringing Cooper Kupp back at that price point. Again, at his age and given his recent injury history.
Yeah, they're going to do the same dance they did with Stafford. You go out and you go have a look at things or whatever, and then we'll trade you, right? He's still under contract to them, right?
Yep.
But we'll see. By the way, Pro Football Talk had a pretty funny tweet. I don't always dig Florio, but he had a pretty funny tweet about the Aaron Rodgers situation. Or, I'm sorry, the Davante Adams situation, which is pretty much one and the same situation with Aaron Rodgers. He said, if they're taking calls, the calls go like, good luck trading Davante Adams. Just go ahead and release him.
Yeah, just cut to the chase. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Eagles are releasing six-time Pro Bowl cornerback Darius Slay. He will be designated as a post-June 1st transaction, saving the Eagles $4.3 million against the cap.
Yeah, they got dudes they got to pay on the defensive side of the ball, so not surprisingly, the older among them are hitting the market right now. But yeah, I think Vic Fangio's defense is still going to kick ass next year, but they have got to figure out what they're doing. They're good at corner. They're young at corner. Andy, think about that for 1 second. They won the Super Bowl with 2 starting rookie cornerbacks.
Yeah.
What are the chances we're ever going to see that again in our lifetime? I'm willing to bet you that's the only time we'll ever see that happen, ever again.
You might be right. But again, the corners, I think, like the receivers, are getting better because they play all this 7-on-7 in their off time now.
Yep.
But you're probably right.
34 years of age, Darius Slay. He'll be on a team next year. Good player. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Jimmy Johnson, Pro Football Hall of Fame coach who won 2 Super Bowls and a college national championship, has announced his retirement from Fox Sports.
Fox Sports!
After being part of its NFL coverage for 31 years, he is 81 years old. He retires today. So that's more screen time for Rob Gronkowski, who's not coming out of retirement.
How is Jimmy Johnson retiring before Terry Bradshaw? Take Terry with you.
This year,
I respect Terry Bradshaw greatly, but it is getting tougher and tougher to listen to your points sometimes.
Did you happen to notice also this season, like, they crammed Strahan in there a couple of years ago. Obviously, Howie and Jimmy were still there. Then once they got Gronk in there, did you start to feel like those guys were like lacking elbow room? It looked like they were all sitting in the middle seat of an airplane. Anytime I would flip it onto Fox, of just like the desk didn't get any bigger, you just kept adding more giant bodies,
just sliding chairs to it. It's like that kids table. Hey, we got 3 more kids. Put them at the kids table. Yeah, I won't be surprised if Howie and Terry follow along. Terry's the next one. I'm serious. I think needs to go ahead and move along.
Look, I don't care what Fox does with their money. They've got gajillions. Go ahead and spend it however you want to. In all seriousness, though, is it better because they have all of them?
No, I don't know why. There's not enough time for all of them to make cogent points you can digest.
They don't make cogent points. They don't banter. They don't listen to one another. They all just they wait for their 9 seconds to spew out whatever their thought is, and then they get to the next thing. I am not a producer of major network pregame shows. I really don't know what the value of them is.
Yeah, but it's just like, here's all our cool friends
right
at the table. There's a lot of jewelry here.
Is that it?
Okay.
It just looks good?
I guess it's the producer that wants to show you all the guys he's called once upon a time who he now has their number in their phone. I don't know. I mean, really, who do you have to hear from on that panel, if we're being honest? I like Michael Strahan for the fact that I think he does dig in and give you honest, good points. I've liked Howie in the past.
Sure.
Not quite sure. I've really cut down on my pregame viewing, to be honest with you,
Yes,
right? I don't
have I.
need it as much. I don't know what Gronk is adding. Maybe he's great. Maybe he's, we've all got the guy that got to hang out on the show for a while because he just was one of our favorite players there. But the pregame show is an interesting thing to me. I think it had its time when we didn't have 24-hour sports talk, 24-hour ESPN, but it's just kind of an outdated concept to me. I can't believe you're investing that much into this because I don't know who's watching. I think you'd be better off giving gambling and fantasy lines than some of these stories they try to bring us. Who cares?
I completely agree.
By the way, Jimmy Johnson, the king of making sure he talked with his hands at a purposeful place so you could see that ring every time.
You wanted Jerry
Whenever
to see
he
it.
started making the points, you
Yeah.
see this ring as I talk to you?
81 years of age, Jimmy Johnson.
Good for him.
Go hang out on the boat, man. Yeah, you did it. You don't.
I'll swing by. You need places to go, you had ideas, I'll tell you where to take that boat.
He seems like a pretty good time, Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, he seems chill, bro. I
Yeah.
guess now. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you be?
Yeah.
A lot of money.
Absolutely. Again,
A lot of jewelry.
no matter what, like Jimmy Johnson, his legacy of showing Jerry Jones who was actually right through all of that, that will live on forever. He
Still
gets,
got sweet hair.
Yeah, exactly. He gets to have that. Plus, he was the face of Extends for quite some time. Jimmy Johnson. Do you think
That's the right name for it.
I know it's the old Gaffigan bit, but in all seriousness, when the Extends company, when they were just like, we need a spokesperson, when somebody suggested calling Jimmy Johnson, were they serious or were they just like, wouldn't it be hilarious if Jimmy Johnson did this?
I gotta imagine the money you paid him.
And then he said yes.
Because the money you paid him could have been a joke, because I think that was a hefty hit to the bank account. Like Ditka tossing the ball through the tire swing for whatever that was.
Yeah.
The other one.
Maybe the former head of the World Anti-Doping Agency, Dick Pound, wasn't available, so they went with Jimmy Johnson. Nor was Sam Darnold's grandfather. What was that guy's name again? Spring?
Dick Hammer.
There it is. Mm-hmm.
Got any more? Got any more in the chamber you want to unload?
I don't. Quick break. When we come back, an update on the Nuggets bench that you need to hear. Plus, Jeff Legwald joins us post-combine. You need to hear it next. Jeff Legwold time here on a lovely Monday afternoon. A little windy out there. Hope you're driving safely. Before we get to Jeff, a message from Peyton Watson's Instagram, Andy. Ocho back. Peyton Watson putting out a message today on his Instagram. Sounds like Peyton Watson is going to return and play on Wednesday against Sacramento if I am to take Ocho back correctly.
Yeah, I put an 8-ball thing on there.
That's good.
There you go.
That's,
what is that? It's not an emoji, but what?
Ask the Magic 8-ball.
8-ball pool ball.
Jeff Legwold is our Magic 8-ball. He joins us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. Oh, Leggy, the winds are blowing in Denver, and the winds of rumors were blowing there in Indianapolis at the Scouting Combine. Our guys, Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. How was their Combine week? Who's going up? Who's going down?
Well, I think, neither one of them worked out, but they both did, from what I was told and when I talked to folks, they both did really well in the sit-downs and the informal discussions they had with coaches and scouts. They did great with that. I don't think Travis Hunter in particular, I don't think his draft standing was going to be impacted. He could have worked out 3. I think, he would have budged on anyone's draft board. I did find it intriguing. He essentially said, a lot of teams, multiple teams interviewed him exclusively as or predominantly as a wide receiver. And many teams interviewed him predominantly as a defensive back. So it sounds like, and he even said at one point when we were in front of him that, if the team told him he could only play on one side of the ball, that he would hope they would give him the opportunity to earn. That was the word he used, to earn the other side of the ball. And I bet that was probably the most newsy nugget from his time. And, Shedeur isn't going to be able to deal with some of the questions until he just throws at Pro Day. And I think a lot of it will be, how much does CU want to dictate the workout, or Shedeur and his representatives want to dictate the workout, or are they going to let teams ask him to make certain throws at the workout? So I think Pro Day, there's still a couple of questions there with Shedeur around Pro Day.
By the way, we were kicking this around about Travis Hunter the other day, and I know, ultimately you can only draft him once. But his teams stack prospects on their board, and you always talk about the stack, Leggy. What do you do with Travis Hunter? Do you put him twice? Does Travis Hunter receiver and Travis Hunter cornerback, does he get his own line in multiple spots on the stack?
Well, it's just a total grade, so he probably just gets the really good line, and then, everything that comes with him is on that line.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, again, there's no one. I've spoken to 0 people who think, who don't believe he's just absolutely the most talented or one of the most talented players on the board. It's just, some people wonder, he's not a tremendously big player, so they wonder about the durability if you ask him to play all the snaps he wants to. How long is the two-way thing really realistic, even if he does it? Is it 2 years? Is it 3 years? How does practice work? So, I think ultimately he will be drafted by the team who wants him at the position they see him at, and they will see a 10-year starter at that position if he's fortunate with his health.
All right, the other question I have, there's some teams, and we went through this when Quentin Nelson was there, they don't want to draft a guard that high, so on and so forth. Is there a favoritism as far as using a high draft choice over receiver versus corner, or which position would you say there's more value to?
Well, I will just tell you what GMs tell me, and that's that receiver is always a far more crowded position in terms of draftable grades. and that he's a much more difficult player to find at corner than he is at wide receiver. But people just think he could do both as an NFL player and probably make a Pro Bowl at either side of the ball because he's so talented. But he is a more refined player and a more difficult player to find at corner right now.
All right. You know how this goes. I don't have to tell you. You've been in the industry. You've watched this thing evolved. But it was interesting. Nate and I were talking about it. Obviously, Shedeur doesn't work out there. Jackson Dart did. You look at some of the mocks. You look at some of all the Monday after stuff that's going on, and some people suggesting maybe Jackson Dart's moved up, closed in on Shedeur, past Shedeur, whatever. Do you buy any of that? Did Jackson Dart have a great weekend and make Shedeur nervous about hearing his name first?
I think Cam Ward is really his competition to hear his name first. And I don't think either Cam or Shedeur was passed by anybody in Indian. People thought I was too harsh after the Senior Bowl. I kept hearing what a great week Dart had at the Senior Bowl, and I did not see that. And his throwing session was just okay at the Combine. He held serve, as they say, and I thought if anyone won, quote unquote, won the throwing session, it was the Louisville kid, Chuck.
Talking to Jeff Legwold here on a Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. Leggy, we've been talking a lot about Broncos wide receivers today here on the show. How much do they like the group that they currently have?
I think they like them. I think their issue is they'd like a little more speed overall because they currently divide their speed because Mims and Franklin play the majority of their snaps at the Z spot. So that means if you could get some receiver help at the so-called X or the Y with more speed, you would like that if you're the Broncos. But if you add more speed at tight end and you add more of a threat as a receiver at running back, then perhaps you're more comfortable with your group of wide receivers. So I think it all fits together, really.
What's a ideal way to structure a Courtland Sutton contract extension right now?
That's a great question. I mean, he's been healthy. He's certainly productive. I mean, he just had his second 1,000-yard season of his career. And he his career high in touchdowns last year. So he's obviously taking care of himself in that regard. But he is to that point where teams aren't going to want to take it too far out. So I think if, they find a way to get something done, I think there's a lot of kick-in bonuses and some performance things that help him and sort of convince him to sign it.
All right, one of the mock drafts came out here. This is a new name for the Broncos because all the guys we've talked about to this point, including Colston Loveland, have moved up into the top 15, so no shock there. But it's the running back, Marion Hampton. I believe he's out of North Carolina. What do you think of him? Do you think that's a realistic name for Bronco fans to educate themselves on?
I do. I mean, he's a lot of teams think he's the number 2 back in the draft. It's just a question of, do we really think – in terms of value, you're going to see 2 tight ends. When the picks are actually made, do we really think 2 tight ends are going in the top 15? And do we really think 2 running backs are going in the top 20? I think that's still a shaky bet, when I talk to football people. But he's certainly RB2 for a lot of teams. I will say I think Sampson fits their offense better. And he is one of the few players. One of the things that happens at a workout at the Combine is the workout finishes, and there's always a set of scouts on the field and assistant coaches who helped with the drills, who helped put the players through the drills. Some are on the field just to observe. And the running back from Tennessee, Sampson, was one of only 2 players the entire Combine that I saw a Bronco assistant coach or scout talk to after the workout. Now, that could mean, hey, what happened in the South Carolina game, and that's it. Or they want to just a little more get to know you time. So, take it for what it's worth. But I do think Sampson is one of 2 or 3 backs on a loaded running back board. No one's going to be – the running backs convinced everyone in Indy you're not going to have to hurry to get one. They stole the show. They were easily, and I mean easily, the best position group that worked out.
Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. Broncos wanted to talk to Sampson. Fly him to the moon like Alice Crampton. All right, Leggy, give us a name, a guy that you saw this weekend that Jeff Legwold is putting the official Leggy stamp on, a guy that you're excited about right now.
Well, I already thought he was a really good player, a good player before I went there, but the South Carolina safety, I've been going to that thing for almost 4 decades now. That was one of the most incredible. Again, you take the combine for what it is, but it was one of the most incredible combine workouts I've ever seen, and no one talked about it because he's a safety. Emanwara, I always say his name wrong, but it's spectacular. He's 220-pound safety who ran 4.3. I mean, I think he jumped 43. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Jeff, this mock draft I'm looking at has got it going to Baltimore at 27. Oh, you can't do that. No.
He is absolutely the perfect Baltimore Ravens safety. To put him with Kyle Hamilton, I'm not even sure what you do with that. But, no, I mean,
could the Broncos consider him then, Jeff? I'm sorry, could the Broncos consider him?
They want a safety. They need a safety. They're scouting safety's hard. They'd like a better tandem. I'd certainly consider him. At 20 is a little high, but he was a good player. We're not talking just a workout guy. He had 4 picks this last year. This guy was a productive player in the SEC on a South Carolina defense. The more I look at it, the more I think that team's going to be a problem in the SEC if anyone cares about college football. But no, that guy was a good football player. And then when I just saw the workout, that he made people go back from Indy and say, we better do a little more work on him.
And sure enough, there is a byline from Jeff Legwold on ESPN.com. South Carolina's Nick Amanwari wows with NFL Combine workout. He is currently the number 2 safety on Kuiper's big board and the number 27 pick in his latest mock draft. Leggy, good stuff, man.
I'm going to have a hard time not making him my number 1 safety after all that. But anyway.
He's climbing up the top 100 right now. Leggy, thanks, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas.
All right. Jeff Legwold, freshly back from Indianapolis. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. We mentioned the return of Peyton Watson. Michael Malone earlier today was on with Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac, and they asked him about the limp and or gimp of one Nikola Jokic that we saw yesterday.
I think normal wear and tear. Obviously, what Nikola has to face each and every night is just incredible. And that's why when you look at that stat sheet from Boston, it's incredible that Nikola Jokic scored 20 points. He was 9 of 15 from the field, 2 of 3 from the three-point line, and he didn't miss a free throw, which is incredible because he didn't take any.
He didn't shoot any.
You see the pictures of his arms, the blood, but he's a tough cookie, man. That guy he's available, and that's one of the greatest talents you can have as a professional athlete is availability. And Nicole has proven over the last 10 years that he is more available than anybody. And we continue to rely upon that, and hopefully he's going to be fine moving forward.
Hopefully he's going to be fine. It did seem like he loosened up as the game went on.
Right.
There were also, though, there were just possessions, and maybe I was just more keen to it because we saw him limping early on in that game. But it just felt like some of his start and stop was slightly compromised in that game yesterday, that maybe he just didn't have as much confidence. I don't know if it was a knee or an ankle or exactly what it was. But but he did seem to loosen up and move a little bit freer as the game went on.
Yeah, not ideal. Last thing they need is him dealing with anything at all that could hinder his movement. But, yeah, he joked about it after the game. Just, it's just the way I run. It's not a big deal.
It's not really how you
We'll
run,
find
dude.
out,
Yeah,
man. We'll
yeah.
find out.
Yeah, Malone poo-pooing it right there and just saying, hey, normal wear and tear, it's going to happen, which it is. He plays a ton of minutes. He plays a very physical game. Yes, he was bleeding absurdly out of his arm yesterday. Didn't get a whistle. But
Who did it? Do we know?
I don't know. Luke Cornett. I'm blaming Luke Cornett. Blame him
You don't
for
think
everything.
Al Horford has a one long nail?
It could have been. I have no idea. Yeah. Don't these dudes clip their nails?
People kept saying there needs to be a rule
Seriously.
after watching that.
Yeah.
He got sliced, man.
That one was gross.
Yeah, that looked like a skate blade.
It's like you hanging out with Siegfried and Roy or something. I don't know. It looked terrible. Hope he's going to be okay.
Hey, this may set you up for your scenario, which should play out a week from today, where you only play him in one of the OKC games. If that thing lingers, you may not want to back-to-back it.
I'm still not super opposed to that. You're not catching the Thunder anytime soon. That's for damn sure.
Thunder are kind of going through a weird stretch, though.
They are. But you're not catching them. It's too late in the year to be able to get that thing going. The Nuggets will take on Sacramento in a couple of days. According to Peyton Watson's Instagram, he's
back, baby.
He's Ocho back, apparently. Dylan Sampson, running back, Tennessee.
I'm about this safety all of a sudden. Would Bronco fans lose their mind if they drafted that kind of safety?
Nick Amanwori.
You know what's funny is, the last time they passed on a safety like what Jeff described? Do you remember the name of that safety? I'll give you a hint.
Give it to me.
They drafted Ashley Lee instead of taking a Hall of Famer. Funny enough,
you
ended up with the Ravens.
Mm-hmm. That was Ed Reed.
That was Ed Reed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Could have used a safety that draft, but we had to have the old deep threat. And Ashley Lee lasted, 4 or 5 years? Was no Ed Reed.
Who was the safety? Remember they traded the first rounder to be able to move into the second to take Alfonso Smith?
Yeah, that was your guy that likes to do wild things with his brother from Texas, Earl Thomas.
Earl Thomas,
Yeah.
there it was.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Hey, and as long as everybody's consenting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not with your brother, man. Come on, man. I got 3 brothers. That is just too weird. If you're into it, I guess, good for you. Who am I to judge?
Again,
Ain't my problem. You do what you do.
You do your thing. Mm-hmm. Andy, I heard a review of your play-by-play work.
Oh, I forgot. I thought you were going to give this to me early, and now I've waited all day.
We're doing it at the end of the show today. I heard a review.
I can't wait for this.
Of your play-by-play work from a dedicated and loyal P1 listener of the Kreckman and Lindahl show that I have to share with you before we get out of here on a Monday afternoon. That's next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, on Saturday night, did you flip over to Altitude Sports to take in the Mammoth and their big victory?
You should have.
You should have.
We had some great highlights.
That's right.
You know, if you really sat down and watched, I'm not going to force you to, because I know it's not everybody's cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
There would be some plays. We had an Eli McLaughlin goal at the very end.
Hell yeah.
That you would have liked, because a lot of times in the indoor sport, it's like they're driving to the hoop. It's amazing to me how many of my friends that get basketball as well as you do, you get into it more than you think. And Eli he dove towards the goal and like levitated in the air like MJ used to back in the day, where your eyes are asking, how did you stall out like that to make this, in his case, shot goal? But he just hung there. Like, I'd have sunk like a rock and never would have been up high enough to pull off, because he had to get the goalie to move before he shot.
Yeah.
You remember, you know this, a couple times with MJ where you're like, why aren't you going down yet? Why are you still just hanging
Floating,
in the air?
levitating.
And so Eli had one of those. It was awesome.
Big victory for the Mammoth. Hey, if you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, stop in at Good Times today for Good Times Fish Fry Sandwich. It's light and flaky whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. So, Andy, I did not get a chance to take in your game. I was in Fort Collins for College Buckets on Saturday night. That's right. But
how did Abby come across this?
So
let's I'm very curious about this story.
So the TV was left on altitude.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Probably from a Nuggets game, or maybe even the Avs the night before Friday.
So she gets home, she turns on the TV. It's the Mammoth game, okay? My lovely wife is a dedicated P1 of the Kreckman and Lindahl show, all right? And she told me, Sunday morning, by the time I got home, she was already asleep. So Sunday morning, she tells me this. She's just like, hey, I got to hear Andy calling some of the Mammoth game when I turned on the TV the other night. I was like, oh, how much did you watch? She was like, yeah, I don't know, 17 seconds. I was like, okay.
Gave us at least 17.
And she goes, he really knows what he's talking about.
That's good. Some of the Canadians don't agree.
And I go, so she says that. She's like, he sounds like an expert. I'm like, yeah, he's Mr. Lacrosse. Like, come on, like Andy, he knows his stuff. And this was her review. This was the line that killed me. She goes, I felt like I saw my friend that I only know from the bar at his real job. And I thought about it for a minute, and I was just kind of like, yeah, no, that's kind of what it's like. Yeah. That's probably a very good review right there. She only knows jackass sports radio, Andy Lindahl. And there you are.
To make you laugh.
Yeah, giving like actual like facts and figures and staying directly focused on what you're doing. And she was just like, it was really impressive.
Well, that's good to hear.
But that was the review.
It's
like seeing my friend that I only know from the bar at his real job.
I told you, I'm not afraid to say it because it wasn't our guy.
Uh-huh.
One of the things that she may have heard was me throwing out the goal count for one Curtis Dixon.
Curtis Dixon.
Have my producer go, that's wrong. That's wrong. The Calgary Notes are a mess. Don't say that anymore. And so you know how it is. We have a little talk back. So I basically tell my color guy, start talking. And I go, what are you talking about? I literally took these from the Calgary Notes. The Calgary Notes are awful. Don't refer to them anymore. And I'm like, well, I'm glad I took a half hour today out of my day to write down all their numbers for the guy to tell me in the headset, yeah, they're terrible. I don't know what they're doing.
Sometimes we're only as good as the information we're given.
Well, I'll probably upset some people with this, but this is what it's like when you try to find the high school numbers because you're not sure who kept the stats and how true they actually are.
Max preps.
Yes.
Living the max
only
preps
to find
life.
The coach goes, no, that's right. I'm sorry. I haven't updated them in a while. All right.
Yeah,
that's what I felt like.
Yeah, the dad that plugged him in wasn't really paying attention. Let's be honest.
I mean, no big deal. I'm on ESPN Plus, but we apparently don't know who the goal leader of the league is. That's all right. I don't need to know that right now.
Anyway, I thought that was a very positive review of your play-by-play work. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I saw you not being an idiot. Hey, I figured out how you made it in this business for 20 years because it sure as hell ain't your talk show.
Yeah.
But that's what I feel like. Yeah, I don't know. I felt that way when you got to call the Nuggets games. I was like, wow, Nick, it's really good at basketball.
Yeah, most of this show is just you and I trying to crack each other up.
We have passions.
There is actual broadcasting chops below several layers of jackassery that you get on this show.
Do you feel this way too? Whatever. It's the end of the show. I love doing radio. You know what I find? I will. This is behind the curtain a little bit. I way overcall it for TV because I only know radio.
Oh.
I don't need to tell you the 3 passes you just saw on the screen.
Sure.
Probably should cut that down.
Sure.
But I don't know about you. My brain is just built for that, though.
But actually, this is what's always confusing to me is when you watch hockey, they give you every detail. Moj gives you every detail, Haynes before Moj, every detail. And I know these guys were all radio guys before they got it, but also watch any hockey telecast. That's what they do. They give you where the puck is and who has it at all times. And maybe that's just the very nature of the game versus, you flip on a basketball game on television and, they're talking over the play, not through the play. Until something actually happens at the very end of it. And I guess that's just kind of how hockey gets called. And I think lacrosse is probably very similar, right?
Oh, look, you could call a lacrosse game.
Yeah.
I'm positive you could do it. You just have to get the names right in your head. It's the exact same. There's a lot of passing.
Yeah.
There's picking away. You're looking for the backside feed. You know what I'm saying? It's amazing. And the same with hockey.
See?
The concepts are interchangeable.
Everybody's friend from the bar, Andy Lindahl, knows what the hell he's talking about.
I try to.
Yeah.
Only to find out halfway through that goal number's wrong. Don't say it anymore.
That's not on you, though.
Cool.
Andy, I don't know if you saw this over the weekend. The Rockies have placed Justin Lawrence on waivers.
Yeah.
No! Uh-huh.
How about that? Now, I can't say it's the wrong move. I couldn't believe Bud was still going to him late in games last year.
Terrible last year.
But this is this not...
Happens quick, doesn't it?
Nate, this is a prime example of the problem with that team. He was heralded as, how many pitchers have we heard? Until they can figure out when they've got a guy and how to develop him, this is never going to change.
He faded fast.
This is an Eddie Butler. This is, who was Eddie Butler? There was 3 pitchers that all came up. I guess Gray made it out. But remember, there's Butler and the kid that ended up with the Braves that had the mental problems that they had to get rid of. And now he was a closer for the Braves last World Series team. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But anyway.
This is going to bother me.
The one who, matter of fact, I think they didn't think he got arrested at the parade because they thought he was trying to crash the parade onto the float.
Right.
But my point with the Rockies is
Riley Pint. It wasn't Riley Pint.
No, Riley Pint's still with him, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to be able to develop the pitching, and they've got to be right about the pitching when they tell everybody this dude's going to be